I awakened 10,000 clones, and each clone's movement reduces my weight by 5 clees. Yet the whole school laughs, calling it the most useless ability. So, in an era where everyone can awaken skills, combat skills are truly sought after and useful. But I awakened a support skill: clone creation. After seeing my stats, the Hunter Association staff immediately kicked me out, saying they didn't need a useless guy like me getting in the way of the next genius. Back home, I tried to channel my magic, shouted, and summoned a clone. Immediately, a surge of magical energy appeared before me. In the blink of an eye, a nude version of myself appeared, confirming the clone was identical to me. I touched its shoulder, discovering the clone's sense of touch was exactly like my real body. Even my little brother down below was the same size. Helpless, I found some clothes for the clone, and when I commanded it to kneel, it immediately dropped to one knee. So it will unconditionally obey whatever I think. But just then, a notification about increased stamina appeared. After reading, I realized that the training stats of the clone would be reflected in the main body. To confirm, I sent it out to run non-stop, without food or drink. In just one day, I lost 100 kilograms, and my little brother even got a bit longer. Through using the clone, I realized the skill's superiority. Injuries to the clone don't affect the real body. Even if they're exhausted or die, they simply vanish without consequence. The limitation is that the clones can't create more clones. But that's more than enough. As long as I have mana, I'll train to death. Everyone thinks increasing stats by 0.1 per week is a miracle, but I can just lie at home and increase them by dozens, all thanks to my clones training to exhaustion and then summoning new ones to continue. But just then, a series of payment notifications popped up. Since creating the clone, I hadn't set foot outside. So, I could just let my clone train while I played games at home. Guess it's time for him to get a job. I then searched for a job online and found a suitable company, taking my clone to the warehouse to ensure he could communicate with others. After teaching him the basic etiquette, we started working. But after only half an hour, I was exhausted and gave up, letting my clone finish the rest of my work. It was then that I learned the employees here had all awakened strength-based skills, which allowed them to handle this heavy lifting. During break time, my soul seemed to leave my exhausted body. Just then, the manager approached and asked if I and my clone were university students. I immediately nodded, confirming that I was an excellent student, and he promptly offered me another job. He wanted me to tutor his daughter, offering 200,000 Vietnamese dong per session, an offer I immediately accepted. The next day when I went to the manager's office, I was shocked to find that the monetization on my video was restricted, so I had to re-upload it. I hope you guys understand. The next morning, Sanju arrived at Hei's house as agreed with her father, and standing before room 306, he wondered if this was the place. Inside, a loud scream echoes. And why does her father decide everything? He presses his ear closer, listening intently. Hei Ion's voice continues, asking why her father called him over. Call him back and tell him to go home. Even so, her father opened the door and replied, I'm off to work. If you don't like it, tell him yourself. The door accidentally slams into Sanu's face, leaving him stunned. Oh, and he's crying his eyes out. The unexpected situation leaves Hei Ion frozen for a few seconds, her face blank. Sanju entered the house, holding a cold towel to his head, looking at them with confusion. A plate of carefully sliced apples is placed on the table as a gentle voice asks, Is this Sanji? She chuckled, teasing, You've gotten so thin I didn't even recognize you. Sanji smoothly replied, It's been a while, Auntie. I've been exercising a bit lately. Then he sat down and changed the subject. Sanji asked politely and softly, You're Haion, right? The young woman's hand pauses slightly as Haion politely replies. Yes, she replied to his gentle greeting. I'm Dong Sanju, and I'll be your tutor from today on. I heard you want to get into Gonkuk University. The parents watched their daughter do a complete turnaround and chuckled to themselves. Look at her, so shy. Was she really protesting so much earlier? A faint voice replies, Yes, that's right. She shyly avoids eye contact, regretting her earlier outburst, but he doesn't dwell on it, calmly leading the way. You're in 12th grade now, right? Before we start, let me see your grades. She flinches, startled. My grades? A moment later, Sanju awkwardly holds the report card, the average score being a mere 6. The room was suddenly filled with awkwardness as she covered her face, and her parents exchanged uneasy glances. Dee just acted like nothing happened, slowly got up, grabbed his coat, and sped off without looking back, yelling, I gotta go to work. Thanks, Sanji. His parents were stunned and flustered, hurriedly shouting after him. Sanju finally looked away from the scoreboard, noticing the person in front of him. Haion sensed his gaze and awkwardness and quickly diffused the situation. It's okay, Sanju said with a faint smile, admitting that he didn't score very high on the exam back then, which surprised her. He smiled, his tone firm. Let's just do our best, Heian replied hopefully. Okay, Sanju replies, planning their study schedule. We'll start today. 2 days a week. Mondays and back to the apartment. Sanju, just inside, sighs wearily, realizing there's still a long way to go. He recalls pointing out the key points and explaining how she could quickly write ions. He opens the closet, hangs up his coat, and sighs softly. But luckily, she's brighter than I thought. He heads to the computer desk, pulling out a chair as he casually glances at the screen. Number 1 must be at work already. Sanju sat in his chair, lost in thought. I gave him a spare phone, but if the number of clones increases, preparing more phones will be a hassle. Logging on to the Hunter web search page, he wonders if he should search for related skills. Immediately, ads pop up, selling telepathy skills, selling magic secrets. Title: Highly recommended summoning skill. Details: can link senses with pets and summoned creatures. Subjects can share vision with each other. A very useful skill for creatures to gain experience on their own. The price of 100 million made Sanju's eyes pop and nearly choke on his saliva. 100 million? He scrolled past it to another title. Telepathy skill. It's a telepathy skill used by many, highly recommended for leaders, and useful for sending messages to someone within range. Price: 400 million. 400 million? He pursed his lips and forced a smile as tears and snot streamed down his face. Of course, it's only more expensive. There's no way something top tier and cheap would ever come his way. Sanju rested his chin on his hand, looking at the screen with disgust, thinking he could buy a house for that much money. Skills, my foot. He was exhausted, leaning his head back, feeling more and more inadequate. He'd never have enough to buy these skills. Can hunters actually afford this stuff? Are they all rich? This is even the low-end price. Sanji silently stares at his balance of 201, not even enough to cover the decimals, and immediately gives up, flopping onto the bed, grumbling, "Forget it." With his hands behind his head, he stared at the ceiling, idly wondering if he should become a hunter, then scrolled through news articles about hunters on his dad's phone. A-rank hunter lifestyles, hunter registrations reaching 1 million. Sanji sits up, a little unsteady, analyzing his new skill. This is a great skill. With it, I can easily have my clones do all the grunt work. Reaching for his jacket, his tone becomes clear and refreshed. All right, Sanju happily puts on his jacket, excited to become a hunter. A faint beeping echoes as dark purple blocks materialize, and the system displays a notification. Vitality unlocked. Then, from the infinite darkness, a question emerges. What is a hunter? In the year 2000, dimensional gates appeared across the earth, and a horde of monsters descended upon the world. That incident was called the Great Cataclysm, and casualties accounted for more than half of Earth's population. Countless demons with natural abilities, ORCs, aquatics, and rock monsters that only appeared in open-world games. Skeletal knights and mages, faceless demons, mutated gladiator monsters, red ogre generals, all of them could spell the end for humanity. But alongside the monsters came superhumans with mystical powers, humans suddenly gifted with supernatural abilities and all sorts of skills. As they spearheaded the fight against the monsters, humanity seemed to be winning this war. Now in 2023, we see a man casually taking a monster's life, extracting a mysterious crystal. Those who hunt these monsters are called hunters, and a video about the hunter exam begins to play. If you pass the test, the nation will grant you a license to hunt monsters legally. Here are some tips to help you pass the hunter exam. Suddenly, Sanju reached up and pulled out his earbuds, gazing up at the scene before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Whoa, this is the Hunter Center?" The Hunter Center, a massive building bustling with people. Sanju stretched his shoulders, curiously looking around and exclaiming, "Wow, I wonder if it's because I unlocked my vitality, but even though I only slept for a few hours, I feel great." He began to walk, passing through a sales area where a clerk was presenting a golden sword to a hunter, as well as a weapon repair shop where parts were being disassembled and replaced, and solitary figures with a cold aura. Sanji looked around, a bit dazed, and thought to himself that not many people seemed to be taking the test. Suddenly, an announcement blares over the loudspeaker, stating that there are only 20 minutes left to register for the Hunter Strength Test on basement level 1. "Thank you." Sanji hesitates in the basement, a sense of unease washing over him. Later, at the Hunter Certification exam room, he opened the door, startled, and said, "Excuse me." The hall was packed with a motley crew, a den of thieves if there ever was one, and he sat trembling, his mind a tangled mess. Why are there so many people here? Some are laughing and mocking him, stirring up a discussion. He just apologized. Who's this weirdo? Then heavy black boots echoed as someone approached, a large, scarred hand gripping the table's edge. A large man in a dark blue military overcoat glared at the crowd and introduced himself sternly. Pleased to meet you all. I'm Han Myongonian, a C-rank hunter and your proctor. He said sternly, the aptitude test includes a written exam, a practical exam, and a talent assessment. Anyone caught cheating will be disqualified from this exam and banned from taking it next year. Understood? Myung-o's gaze was icy. We do not tolerate cheaters here. The crowd that had been laughing just moments ago suddenly froze, intimidated and subdued. Sanju is a little flustered, wondering why everyone is so tense. The proctor stands on the podium and his voice echoes again. Now, let the exam begin. Outside, a golden hue blankets everything. A white car speeds past the scenery as a man's gentle voice responds. Yes, we'll put down the full deposit by the end of the month. As a call came through his Bluetooth earpiece, the man focused on driving, replying evenly, just give me some time. I've been in this industry for a while now. But the other party seemed furious, shouting as if slapping him in the face, causing the man to flinch and frown, finally met with only a dial tone. Frustrated, he focused back on driving, nearly crashing because of that guy. This man is the CEO of GM Agency, and he's trembling. He bitterly laments, I haven't even seen the exam money yet, and there are already so many expenses. Looking at his watch displaying 7:45, he figures the hunter exam must be over by now as the car rolls onto the overpass. The system leaps from the black bracelet, congratulating him on passing the E-rank hunter exam. Sanju stared blankly, confused. He scratched his head, hardly believing it. What? That's it? People said it was easy, but I wondered just how easy. Turns out it's like taking a driver's test. Sanju recalls the theory test being surprisingly easy, just requiring a few things to be memorized, leaving him puzzled and confused. Oh, that's it for the 20 questions? Then, for the practical exam, they gave us plenty of time to practice, and the targets were pretty close. Sanju cleverly asked the supervisor, how long am I allowed to practice? To which the man casually replied, take all the time you need. Finally, the interview and aptitude test were like a civics class at school. At that time, Mi-1 was a bit serious and heavy but still looked empty, asking, have you ever shot anyone? Of course not. Pass what? Ending his reminiscence, Sanju walked with his head down, finding it hard to believe that a job involving weapons and risking one's life had such a perfunctory exam. He looked back up, the central building still tall and imposing, Sanju's thoughts becoming hazy as if the government wanted them to do this. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sanju decided to let it go, figuring he shouldn't overthink it. Then he noticed some sharply dressed men in black suits across the street, bowing and scraping as they eagerly handed out business cards. They beam, offering business cards with both hands as if presenting a rare tribute. Other hunters actively approach, striking up conversations that leave them smiling shyly. Sanju stared blankly at the crowd, wondering if they were part of a hunter recruitment organization. While he was still dazed, someone called out from behind, handing him a business card and saying, congratulations on passing the hunter exam. Sanji takes the card, examining it as he mutters to himself. GM Company, Kang Junmo confidently introduces himself. If you contact me when buying items or looking for monsters to hunt, you'll get the lowest price. We'd love to offer you this service. Overwhelmed, he awkwardly replies, oh, okay, thank you. Suddenly, the system screen popped up from his bracelet, displaying new information that stunned him. The maximum number of clones depends on the level. Currently, 2 clones can be summoned simultaneously. Juno continued enthusiastically. Our company is the best, but before he could finish, Sanju ran off like he was being chased by a ghost, telling him to tell Razao. I'll call you later. Junmo forces a smile, but inside, tears threatened to flood like a vast ocean. He forced a reply. Okay, please don't forget. Returning home, the sky above was darkening. Sanju covered his face, giggling with excitement, his shoulders shaking as he looked at the stunned number 1, dreamily exclaiming how awesome clones are. Across from him, a face and figure slowly emerged from the dissipating white smoke. He happily stared at another clone of himself, full of anticipation. I have high hopes for you, number 2. Then, all 3 focused on the business card Sanju was holding. He's excited. Now they're all ready to become hunters. Cut to another scene, Runmo's weary voice echoing in the car. Finally, all the cards are handed out. He casually tossed the remaining cards onto the passenger seat, adjusted his tie, and with a hint of boredom hoped someone would reach out, then propped his elbow on the steering wheel. He supported his chin, turned to look out the window, and fell silent, recalling this morning at Hyun Group's headquarters in Korea, a stack of papers and documents with lengthy data tables in front of him. Truong Fong, with a detached air, took a sip of water and instructed, "Just disperse the funds as listed." Runmo eagerly picked up the list and replied, "Yes, sir." Then, his eyes widened in disbelief. Looking at the paper, he sees a total expenditure of 20,000 won for Slim, 40,000 for rabbit horns, and 2.4 million for goblin blood, which Junmo finds odd. He casually mentions, "This amount seems strange. Goblin blood should cost at least 5 million. But the manager dismissively cut him off, calling his name, Runmo. He smiled faintly, as if nothing was wrong, and asked, "You've been working at Hexion for a while now, haven't you?" Confused, Junho replied, "Yes, that's right." Then, the manager's next words hit him like a blow to the back of the head, making Junho jump. "You have to be flexible." The section chief slowly places his glass back on the table and rises, speaking in a relaxed tone. "If we just follow the rules and do the right thing, we'll starve." He approached, patting his shoulder with false sincerity, but it was a thinly veiled threat. "I know you're very upright, but don't be so sensitive about business here, okay?" His hand clenched the paper, trembling. Wearily, he hung his head, lightly tapping his forehead. A faint smile twisted into a sneer. "If I had known, I should have kept my mouth shut." Just then, his phone rang with an incoming call. Junmo paused, pulling his phone from his inner jacket pocket. He answered immediately. "Yes, this is Kang Runmo from JM Company." The voice on the phone said, "Hello, this is Dong Sanju, the person you gave your business card to. There are a few things I'd like to ask." Juno entered a Starbucks down the street, casually observing his surroundings. Sanju spotted him first and waved, immediately catching his attention, and Junmo sat down, flustered with apology. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you all right?" "It's nothing. I just got here myself." He politely suggested, "Shall we order some drinks?" "Yes." The cafe worker waited behind the counter, and soon a cold coffee was placed on the table, as Runmo began to speak. "So, you want to hunt in a safe place that's suitable for rookies, right?" Sanji replied succinctly. "Yes." He eagerly asks, "Sorry, but could you tell me what your skill is?" He was direct and to the point. Upon hearing cloning, Runmo paused, considering the possibilities. "Duplication, huh? I've heard of it. Some kind of illusionary clone ability, but the clones are useless. Humph. A rookie with a useless skill like that won't amount to much on a hunt." He then watched as the man casually cracked open a can of coffee and chugged it down. Runmo's eyes widened, but he maintained his composure, pulling out a stack of contracts while praising, "What a fantastic skill. Here's the contract. Have a read." On another note, he can't believe the guy just finished his coffee. Junmo composed himself and introduced the first hunting ground he suggested. A slim slime field. Slimes aren't aggressive or dangerous, but they release toxic fluids and fumes when they die, so you'll need a mask and protective gear. Those things aren't easy to wear, so the downside is you won't be able to hunt. Runmo continued. The second option is to hunt one-horned rabbits. There's plenty of time, but they're hard to catch, so you might not earn much. There are barriers around here, so this is a safe place to hunt. There are also other low-level monsters like giant rats, but the two I just gave you are the best options if you want to ensure your safety. He remained silent, comparing the two contracts. After a moment, Sanju spoke. "Both places are good, and I'm quite satisfied with the item prices." Setting the contract down, he declared, "I'll accept this contract." Junmo happily replied, "Thank you." The hunter from Sanju flipped through his notebook, asking, "You said you liked both hunting grounds. Could you pick one?" But Sanju's tone suddenly turned cold. Immediately after, a forceful stamp slams onto the contract. Junmo stares in shock as his voice echoes from beside the table. Saying "I like both" means the seal can be lifted with ease, and he stares in bewilderment. A Sanju smirked, and the Sanju before Junmo spoke in unison, "I want to try everything." In Junmo's memory, he was glad to meet him. In the small room, he said, "I heard your skill is self-replication." Across from him stood another hunter, his style reminiscent of the Akatsuki from the Hidden Leaf Village, who replied in a deep voice, "That's right." Junmo, as usual, politely asked, "Could I see that skill of yours once?" The hunter replied, "Of course." Then he raised his left hand, only his index and middle fingers extended and pressed together, his eyes sharp. Instantly, two afterimages blurred into existence on either side of the hunter, and in a flash like lightning, the four clones appeared behind him, each with a different stance. Junmo's eyes widened in awe, but it didn't stop there. The clones suddenly drew their swords. The four clones split, surrounding the hunter, each blade pointed precisely at him. He was starting to lose it, feeling dizzy. Wait a minute. But there's no time to wait. as the sharp blades immediately lunge forward. Simultaneously, from 4 directions, all the clones pierce the hunter's body with their swords. Junmo couldn't comprehend what he was seeing, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat as he frantically dodged and screamed. "What the hell?" The hunter calmly replied, "Please calm down." Runmo, bewildered, looked back, a question mark in his mind. Before him, the hunter was unscathed, limbs intact, calmly explaining, "They're all just illusions. None of them are real." The hunter demonstrated, reaching out to touch the sword. "Perhaps I can touch it." But as his hand lowered, it passed right through the illusion, and he continued, "It can't inflict any real damage either." Then, with a flick of his wrist, he manipulated the spell, causing the illusory clones to move continuously, recreating actions without repetition. The hunter stared right at him, but this was the perfect way to attract the monster's attention. Exhausted, Junmo held his head, sighed a few times, and said, "I've seen enough of your skills." Back in the present, Junmo's face remained blank and bewildered. The clone skill he saw was clearly just an illusion. But what's this? He looks at Sanju's clone, who's been the one talking to him all along. Recalling the clone's every action, Jun was dumbfounded. He had missed the contract. He could even drink coffee. Run was flustered, realizing this was the first time he'd ever seen such a skill. With a touch of naivete, he turned to Sanju and asked, "Are you 2 twins, perhaps?" Sanju burst into laughter, hands on his hips, pointing at the clone, tears forming at the corners of his eyes, his voice filled with amusement. "Ah, no wonder you're mistaken." "Ha ha ha. He thinks we're twins," he says, laughing with number 2 until he's shaking. Suddenly, Sanju placed his hand on the shoulder of his clone, and with a faint smile, introduced him. "This guy is my clone. I know you might mistake my abilities for someone else's, but this one is the real deal." He said seriously, "Actually, there's one more, but I sent him to the fitness center." Junmo was stunned. "The gym? Even your clones need to work on their muscles?" Sanju flexes his arm confidently. "Yes, if my clone is stronger, then I will become stronger too." He's stunned. He even knows how many clones there are. Junmo was impressed, thinking this was amazing. He stroked his chin, realizing this was more than just a skill of an average rank E-hunter. This kid had serious potential. Just then, Sanju interrupted his thoughts, saying, "Back to the hunting grounds. I have a few questions for you." Junmo was startled. "Okay." He asks curiously, "Would there be a problem if the same person entered multiple locations at once?" Junmo pondered, extracting from the answer, "It might be difficult to enter at the same time, since each time you enter a place, you'll be separated." Sanju looked regretful. "So, it's not possible?" But he suddenly continued, "I'll talk to the Hunter Association about this and make some adjustments." Junmo countered with, "I need to scan your collar and have you demonstrate your skills in detail. Can you come with me?" Sanju ruffled his hair. "You wouldn't mind, of course, but it can't be right now." "Of course, but I can't use my skills until tomorrow night, since they need to recharge." Hearing this, Junmo could only accept, "There's no rush." "Then let's meet at the Hunter Association in 2 days." Junmo then seemed a little embarrassed. As for the contract, Sanju happily held up the stamp. "I've already stamped it. I also checked the percentages in the second photo you sent me earlier." Suddenly, Juno abruptly stood up, startling Sanji. He stared, but the man enthusiastically reached out, booming, "I look forward to working with you." Sanji composed himself and shook his hand in kind. And just like that, the two came to an agreement. He replied lightly, "Likewise." 2 days later, at the Hunter Association headquarters, Sanji blankly looked around before hearing someone call out from behind, "Hunter!" Sanji turned around, startled, as Junmo casually approached, adjusting his tie. "You're early. It's not time yet." He casually explained, "I came early in case you were already waiting." "So the association is inside the Hunter Center?" He gestures for him to come along, explaining that most Hunter-related facilities are located within the center. "Let's go." They head to machine number 166. Amidst the bustling hall of the Hunter Association, the automated announcements never ceased. "Hunter number 164, please proceed to counter A3. Hunter 165, please proceed to counter B1. Hunter 166, please proceed to counter E4. The clerk at the counter asked seriously, "You want to copy access to the text areas?" Junmo watches from the side as Sanji-ju, seated, describes a guide. "It must be because my skill is cloning, yet I only have 1 caller reserved." Understanding, the clerk dutifully replied, "Please, wait a moment. Because you're the first after jumper to request access replication," he quickly calls his contact, asking where the department head put the access replication request form. "Search through these documents." Sanji-ju watched from the side, impressed, just as he thought this wasn't a typical case. A moment later, the employee placed a thick stack of papers in front of him, politely saying, "This is the approval form. Please go to the Public Affairs Office and the equipment room to complete the appropriate procedures, and then you can request a test in the skill demonstration room." They stared in disbelief. "That's a lot of paperwork." Junmo quickly took charge, grabbing the documents and telling him, "I'll take care of this paperwork then. The hunter should head to the skill demonstration room." Sanji nodded. "Yes, thank you very much." And with that, the two parted ways. Juno took his paperwork to the civil servants, while Sanju made his way to the skill demonstration room. Before the evaluator, he looks a little tense, but he manages. A stream of power circulates around him, and a swirling white smoke gradually grows larger. Suddenly, a clone with a perfect body appears before him, completely nude. Sanju trembled, mortified, and though she said nothing to the evaluator, she adjusted her glasses and hid an ambiguous smile behind her hand, then fled to another area. An older engineer with welding goggles carefully works on an electronic bracelet. Then stopping, he examines it closely. Having confirmed his suspicions, he gave a thumbs up and a faint smile, requesting the creation of an identical collar. Now, the clones can enter the hunting grounds by scanning fingerprints. Number 2 watched coldly from the sidelines as the engineer explained that, given the nature of his skills, he could enter and exit multiple locations simultaneously. And the clones can now enter the areas he's already been to. Sanji understands and thanks him. He took the bracelet, and immediately the engineer latched onto Number 2's shoulders like a fanatic, praising him with a flushed face. By the way, that skill is quite interesting. As far as I know, there's no precedent for it, not just in Korea but worldwide. Sanji awkwardly chuckled, immediately grabbing Number 2 and trying to make a run for it. "Ha ha ha ha, we'll be going now. Thanks for the bracelet." The engineer sighed regretfully. It would have been a great test, what a shame. Back in the central hall, Sanji happily showed Junmo the bracelet, sharing the good news. The authorization request was complete. He smiled. "Congratulations." He strolled closer, accompanied by Number 2, who was wearing a mask and hat. Sanji was relieved that all the preparations for independent hunting were finally complete, as Junmo firmly said yes, while casually inquiring. "Are you heading to the hunting grounds now?" He replies, "Of course, that's my plan for today." Song Runmo looked at clone Number 2, then back at him, asking curiously, "But why do you have the clone wearing such a tight mask?" Sanju replied weakly, embarrassed. It would attract too much attention, and there were still quite a few people passing through the center. Their conversation had already caught the eyes of those upstairs. The dark figure chuckled, a light yet overwhelming sound. He rubbed the back of his neck, amused. I wondered who it was, but it's our Runmo. This man is none other than the head of the Hai Sung Association, Shin Hai Sung. Suddenly, his name echoed from above. Mr. Kong Runmo, followed by a leap as a figure vanished from behind the glass railing, like an arrow piercing through the levels, landing in the lobby with a burst of dust. As he stood up, the man smirked and said, "Long time no see, meeting like this." Sanji frowned. "This guy? I didn't know you were still a hunter." He gasped. "Chairman Hai Sung, Shin Hai Sung." Sanju glanced up at the stories above, estimating the drop was several floors. Runmo was visibly displeased, clicking his tongue as he suppressed his frustration and honestly greeted, "Hello, sir." Haesung laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "Why so formal?" Then tilting his head, his deep eyes lowered to look at him, and in a hoarse voice, Junmo replied, "He's a hunter affiliated with our company." Hidung softly exclaimed, his eyes lingering on him. "I see, a hunter," he says, his gaze slowly lowering. Looking down, he continued, "You must be an F rank, right?" At this, his face fell slightly, and he pouted silently. Then, as if in a play, he took on both roles, clutching his face and trembling as he laughed. "It's true what they say. It's hard to be far from home, Mr. Yoon. The man who once oversaw C and B rank hunters has become like this." Hae-young throws his head back and laughs maniacally. He can't believe that Sanju is worried about some stupid, sweater-wearing E-rank hunter. Junmo glared angrily, but before he could erupt, Sanju's hand gripped his shoulder, stopping him. He stared blankly, not understanding, as the man mockingly wiped away tears of exaggerated emotion. Chow grinned, revealing his overwhelming power as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Looks like this bounty hunter wants to tell me something?" Sanju smiles calmly, then rubs his nose and says, "That's not it. I'm just honored to meet the head of the country's leading corporation." He responds with amusement. "Oh, so you do have an eye for talent, I see. You have an eye for talent, I see. Though that's not all I meant." Haidung twitched, but Sanji continued. And it's the nation's top dungeon monopoly, the leader in hunting ground control. He smirked. This kid isn't even giving Hai-sung a chance to speak. Number 1 in payout rate. I can't believe the chairman of that corporation is praising me like this, Sanji said, beaming. I'm so happy I don't know what to do. Hai-sung cracked his neck, praising, "You've got guts." Then he sneered, turning pitch black, and instantly appeared behind Sanji, his tone dark and low. "Let's see if your skills match your courage." You stare in shock, but before anything can happen, someone interrupts. "Sir, there you are," his secretary shouted, rushing over. Hai-sung sighed in annoyance. "Oh, great. The troublemaker in my group has arrived." Immediately abandoning Sanji, he brushed past him, saying regretfully, "Well, that's all for today." Then He-sung's face turned up as he stared intently at him, asking, "What's your name?" Sanju didn't answer, throwing the question back at him. "Why don't you figure it out yourself?" "That kid's quite amusing," he chuckled, waving goodbye as he walked away. "Until next time, Mr. Runwoo." The secretary waited for him, casually scolding, "If you keep leaving like that in the association." But He-jung cut him off. His ears are probably calloused over by now. I know. Time flies, and Sanju and his clone are now in the car, with Junmo at the wheel. As they drive, he hesitantly says, "Thank you for what you did back there." Sanju casually smiled, resting his chin on his hand. "I couldn't just stand by and watch." Junmo, without a second thought, voiced the question in his heart. "Do you know my connection to the Hasung group?" He looked ahead and casually replied, "I'm not stupid. I discovered it by investigating the GM organization, but there wasn't much information about it online." That night, Sanju was uncharacteristically wealthy. "Why is there nothing?" he continued. "While investigating, I saw a rumor about manager Kang Junmo. According to an insider, he was kicked out of the Hai-sung group. On a post about the joint hunter exhibition, the M organization was ridiculed, with some saying the representative was a former Hai-sung employee. The thorny gates of hell await those who sign with JM. Junmo could only manage a helpless smile. So even that incident was posted online. No wonder hunters aren't joining our organization. Sanji heard someone in the comments say never to join JM because Hisung Group would target them. At this, he hesitated, asking, "But why did you choose our organization?" Sanji smirked. "For the pay, of course. I didn't expect an 80-20 split." Junmo could only manage a helpless chuckle, while number 2 remained silently in the back. "Well, you've added another aspect. Besides, if there's anything in this industry or corporation that I can't handle, I can count on you." Junmo gripped the steering wheel and quietly replied, "Thank you." Meanwhile, in the dimly lit room, vibrant music echoed as a hand gripped the bar, lifting the weight with a slight tremor, the white cloth around the palms speckled with blood. His legs trembled as he struggled to stand, every muscle and vein bulging beneath his skin. Number 1 strained to lift the weight. The manager watches with concern, nervously biting his nails as a girl whispers, "Just looking at him, I can tell he's in danger. Will he be okay?" She casually muttered, "Even though he's pushing himself like that, it's kind of amazing. There's no reasoning with him. I've tried to talk him out of it, but he won't listen." Suddenly, his phone vibrated, catching his attention. He quickly grabbed it, sweat dripping down his face as he read a message from Sanji Ju. "Finish your workout and take a shower. At 4 p.m., wait in front of the gym. Obey immediately. Number 1 abandons his training." He tilted his head back and chugged the water, then walked away. The girl sighed in relief. It seemed he was done training for the day. The manager wearily covers his face, sighing. Back in Sanji Ju, red slimes wriggle beneath the cracked earth. Inside the cave, they were everywhere, when suddenly a nearby slim exploded. The hunter, clad head to toe like Ninja L, wielded a hammer coated in the slim's red fluid. He immediately pointed the vacuum towards the exploded slime, the container quickly filling more than halfway. Moments later, the portal opens and he steps out, removing his helmet and sighing in relief from the heat. Junmo quickly asked, "How was it?" He honestly replied, "The gas mask is really cumbersome. I feel like I'm breathing through a stack of masks." He crossed his arms and chuckled. "That's right. Sun Slim is relatively safe, but hunters don't usually go there, and the pickings are slim." Sanji stared blankly at his tattered gloves, muttering, "I see. I don't think I can do this for long." However, no matter how patient someone is, it's hard to endure 6 hours. Then he suddenly remembered. "I'm not sure, but they say you can last longer if you have a good mask and high-quality equipment, like a new gas mask and cooling suit, which Sanju flatly rejects. I'm pretty sure I couldn't even last 2 hours, let alone 6. Sanju then turned to the person next to him. He exclaimed, "But what if it's number 2? It was like a bolt of lightning for number 2, and immediately after, a gas mask slammed into his face. The rope was quickly tightened, and protective gloves were put on. Sanji, teary-eyed, watched number 2 enter the hunting area like a Korean movie poster under the sunset, while Run-mo was speechless. Good luck. Having seen him off, he immediately puts away the poster, turning to the protagonist with an eager suggestion. Next up, the Horned Rabbit Hunting Grounds. He plays along. All right, Mr. Hunter. Sanji-ju happily heads over, thinking number 1 is right here, but there's nothing there. Teach Ngoy remembers he hasn't picked up number 1 from the GM's office yet. Meanwhile, number 1 is still waiting blankly in front of the office door, hairsprayed and all. He was still standing there, waiting, when the sound of screeching tires broke the silence. From the passenger seat, Sanju calls out to number 1 to get in the car. Dusk settles as Director Juno's car continues down the road. Inside the car, Junmo suddenly asks, "So, you call your clones number 1 and number 2? Sanju chuckled, a bit helpless. Well, they look identical, so fancy names would just get confusing. Meanwhile, number 1 silently puts on the hat and mask that number 2 had been using, thinking it makes sense. After all, they're clones, so skills are more important than names. Yes, but while you're at it, he adds a question. By the way, I heard people use guns to hunt unicorns. Junmo confirms. That's right. Sanju puffed out his cheeks. So shouldn't I prepare some equipment? Like guns or something? He quickly reassured him, "Oh, don't worry, you can use your own equipment, that's fine. But you can also rent them from the hunting ground for a fee, of course." Junmo also offered some advice. It's best to prepare your own equipment later on, as rented gear can only be used at that particular hunting ground, making it easier for them to recover. Suddenly, a series of mixed sounds cut through the conversation in the car, drawing Sanju's attention. Intrigued by the noise, Sanju hears Junmo casually announce that they've finally arrived. A heavily guarded military zone. The Yujiangsan training grounds. 2 Special Forces soldiers stand guard at the gate, along with regulators and heavily armed soldiers. Sanji steps out of the car, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the place, noting it's far larger than any slime hunting ground. Run mode. Yeah, that's right. This is the famous Uang-san hunting ground where the monster break took place. He muses, "Monster break. I've heard of that before." The Black Rift emanates powerful streams of energy, essentially a portal that doesn't connect to the outside world. Within that gate, countless bizarre monsters await, becoming the targets for hunters to eliminate. Thus, most hunts occur after hunters enter the gate, but occasionally, giant serpents or demon centipedes will find their way out of the gate. In some cases, a monster breaks through, destroying the surrounding environment, and the area gradually becomes a hunting ground. Amidst the ruins with monsters swarming the land and a gate draining energy above, this phenomenon is known as a monster break. Junmo recounts that 5 years ago when the monster break occurred, most of the high-level monsters were wiped out. All that remained were E and F-class monsters, making it a lucrative hunting ground for hunters. But he was slightly annoyed by the noise around him. Didn't anyone complain about it? Without a word, they and number 1 leisurely passed through the base's gate. Inside the main hall, 4 large screens displayed different angles of the monitoring grid, sparsely populated with people below. Runmo pointed to a row of weapon vendors, saying he could rent equipment there, when a heavy wooden crate landed with a thud before them. A rifle, night vision goggles, earplugs, about 400 bullets, and a field pass. The rental guy held up a rifle and coldly stated, 70,000 W total. Sanji glumly pulled out his card, lamenting with a trembling voice, "That's so expensive." He quickly slung the pack over his shoulder as Runmo helplessly explained, "The bullets are the biggest expense, but of course, if you successfully hunt a one-horned rabbit, it won't be a problem." With that, he gestured forward, his voice amiable. "The price of a single-horned rabbit is equivalent to a bucket of Slim Essence." Junmo leads the way to the escalator, glancing at the ticket in his hand. "We're in the 3rd building, compression level." Sanju chuckled. Even inside the arena, there are subdivisions. Soon after, they arrived at a door, and Junmo turned to wait for him. Then, as they pushed open the door, a barrage of gunfire threatened to tear their eardrums apart. With a cold face, he anticipated it and covered his ears, almost as a reflex. Sanjo, needless to say, was startled and recoiled. A few steps further, hunters lined the edge of the railing, taking aim. One, with a cigarette clenched in his teeth, muttered in frustration, "Missed again, damn it." Some casually watched the one-horned rabbit hanging in front of the gun, next to a bucket full of rabbit corpses, leaving Sanju in a daze. Junmo quickly directed him to position number 4. This must be it. As he unpacked his gear, Junmo casually asked if he was confident in his marksmanship. Sanju caught the gun stock and confidently chuckled. "Ha ha, Who do you think I am? He struck a pose, showing off with pride. I only missed 3 shots during the hunter exam's shooting test. Junmo looked at him in disbelief. He was shocked that he missed 3 shots at such a close range, but Sanju, still brimming with confidence, smirked and continued. I feel a little bad for the one-horned rabbits, but with you wearing earmuffs, he boasted loudly, those monsters won't escape the sights of this Oorang-san Eagle Eye. Run bit his lip, his hand clenching until it trembled. He suddenly felt incredibly lucky. Luckily, everyone here is wearing earmuffs. Through the scope, Sanju quickly spots a one-horned rabbit. He cried out in alarm, spotting one. Runmo was shocked to hear it. So fast? The scope slowly zoomed in on the rabbit's head and a finger gently tightened on the trigger. The hunt begins, a shot rings out and a hot shell casing falls to the ground. 3 hours later, the sky above the hunting grounds is dark, with only the faint glow of lights from the tower windows. Sanju, in disbelief, buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the fact that he couldn't even hit one target. How could this be? Recalling the afternoon, everything was fine, until the rabbit's ears twitched. A flash came from the tower, a shot rang out, and the one-horned rabbit darted away, dodging his bullet. Sanju lamented that they always escaped just as he fired. Even after that old man left, Junmo looked embarrassed as he spoke. It's late, so he lets it go. Yes, you can go ahead. Staring at the night sky, he muttered, I haven't even made back the money I spent on ammo. Should I just give up for today? Suddenly, Sanji-ju called number 1, who immediately replied, yes. He looked at his clone and instructed, hunt the sand-horned rabbit here, and use the harpoon gun to pick it off for me. Send me a message every time you hit one and call me when you run out of ammo. With a resigned sigh, Sanju left number 1 behind, wearily heading home. Back home in bed, Sanju stared at the system screen, the mana notification repeatedly showing an increase of 0.001. At least number 2 is still doing a good job killing monsters, he thought to himself. His strength stat increased from 0.709 to 0.732, and his reflexes rose from 0.515 to 0.518. Health increased from 0.663 to 0.670. Stamina from 0.553 to 0.663, mana from 0.13 to 0.137, and marksmanship from 0.311 to 0.32. Sanju silently assessed his stats, remembering the pressure from the guild leader Xizhong appearing behind him that morning and sighed, feeling the road ahead was long, wearily covering his mouth to yawn. Sanji imagined the one-horned rabbit looking down on him with disdain, realizing hunting it was a mistake. He hadn't expected it to be this difficult. He glanced around blankly, then closed his eyes, muttering, I hope number 1 catches at least one for honor's sake. Time passes, and Sanju quickly falls into a deep sleep, unaware of the phone lighting up beside his pillow. It vibrated incessantly, the screen flooded with notifications, all from number 1, conveying a single message, finally ending at 4:31 in the morning. His phone is flooded with 46 unread messages from number 1. Talk about a useless leader. It's a clear morning, with white clouds drifting lazily by. Even so, Runmo was lost in thought, staring blankly at the sky through the window. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated and rang. Hello. This is the mysterious organization speaking. The voice on the other end asked, Are you the organization with the Sanji-ju hunter? Junmo responded, Yes, that's right. The man on the other end pleaded, I'm the Slim Pit manager. Please hurry and stop the hunter within Sanji-ju. Juno was confused. What did he mean? The person on the other end sounded rushed. He's been hunting here for over 24 hours, and he's losing it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Juno shot up and said, I'll be there as fast as I can. Sanji yawned contentedly. I slept so well last night. He scratched his head, wondering, did number 1 run out of bullets already? As he unlocked his phone, his sleepy eyes widened in shock. Wait, why so many messages? The phone's light illuminates Sanju's bewildered face. Oh heavens, even Juno has arrived on the scene, utterly shocked by the piles of containers filled with red liquid. He's utterly bewildered. What? He filled all these containers in just one day? People are surrounding a person in a protective suit, and in an instant, red liquid seeps out of the suit's seams. Run quickly picked up the phone. But now's not the time to think about that. The person on the other end picks up after 3 rings. Hello, Jun said happily. Hunter Sanju, I have news for you. I'm at Sun Slim's landfill. And in just one day, your clones have filled several containers. I'm about to call the Monster Corpse cleanup crew, so please tell number 1 to stop hunting. Sanji replied, relieved, and asked if he could also send someone to clean up Yu Jiang-san. Runmo thought he'd misheard something, and he looked concerned. I think all these dead black rabbits are blocking the road. The crowd is buzzing. I can't even count how many rabbits there are. This is insane. Some people filmed the scene. If I took one of the corpses, no one would even notice. All eyes are on the hooded, masked figure. Did he really take them all down himself? One person bravely steps forward. This hunter. Your hunting skills are remarkable. He offers a business card from the No Recruitment Team's two-team leader, Kim Bong-shik of the Bear Guild. This is my card, he asked politely. I wonder if you've joined a guild yet? Still, the other man remained silent. Bayan, lips pursed, hands trembling as he struggled to maintain his composure. Stay calm. Well, geniuses are always a little strange. Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind him. No, a group of men in suits happily stated. No matter how hard we tried to talk to him, he wouldn't utter a single word. Baeong-shich was truly stunned. Recruiters from the major guilds, he quickly regained his composure and started bluffing. But I'm sure he's said a word or two by now. Yet no one believes me. I told you he doesn't say anything. No one pays attention to someone approaching the main character. Sanju quietly resupplies number 1 with ammunition, telling him to keep hunting. And if the representative comes, let him deal with the rabbit corpses. Number 1 speaks up again. Before leaving, Sanju patted number 1 on the shoulder, praising him. Well done. The usually stoic youth blushed, his heart filled with joy, and without hesitation, he reloaded his weapon. The others nearby heard the commotion and turned to look. What's going on? Is he really going to hunt again? They're making a fuss. Quiet down and watch him hunt rabbits and stop pushing me. Looks like he's hunting again. Back in his room, Sanju couldn't help but feel he'd underestimated what the clones could do, now reaching 50% of his stats. In simple terms, they can do 50% of what I can, but something feels off. A voice calls out, "Teacher!" But Sanju remains lost in thought. It's as if they're letting a machine play for them. The clones make decisions without hesitation and with intense focus. Looks like the clones are doing better than he thought. A loud scream pierces the air. The teacher startled, dropping his pen. Whoa, what's wrong? Heian tilts her head. What were you spacing out about? Sanju snaps out of it, handing back the paper. I'm sorry, I've finished checking it. You did better on this test than the last one. Hei is overjoyed to hear that. 7. Someone once told me that I could achieve anything if I just tried hard enough. She was curious too, and besides, what have you been thinking about? Sanju replied nonchalantly. It's nothing, Hyung. I just passed by the hunting grounds and something better than I expected happened. Heian immediately jumped up, her voice high-pitched. Hunting grounds? Are you a hunter? Sanji-ju looked puzzled. Huh, didn't I ever mention it? But he's just a rookie. Is Hei still surprised? I have no idea. She sat down and started using her phone. Hey teacher, do you know this hunter? Everyone's been talking about him all day. Sanju wondered, who's that? Heian holds up his phone, calling him a hunting prodigy with eagle eyes, a statement that makes Sanju do a spit take, as he blankly asks, who? Heian replied with admiration. He's famous on the Hunter Wiki. Everyone's going crazy over him. This video shows him hunting over 200 rabbits, enough to set a new record, but he doesn't say a word. Everyone sees him as cool and mysterious, and he's been the hottest topic online for days. In the video, countless people filmed and repeatedly asked the person on screen, We're from the guild. What's your name? The number 1 hunter he knew lowered his hat and replied in a low voice, Urang-san Eagle. People weren't sure what it was. A nickname? Sanju's jaw dropped as if she'd swallowed an egg. Still glued to her phone, she continued, You're so clueless, Teach. I actually want to be a hunter. Sanji chimes in. You want to be a hunter? Are you out of your mind? Let's change the subject. Aion said shyly, I have a license, but I'm a little scared to go to the hunting grounds. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, and she gently brushed her hair aside. If I get a high score on the test, will you take me hunting there once? Sanju replied without hesitation. Sure, it's not difficult, but if you try to get a high score on this exam, I'll take you there. Her face lights up as she excitedly moves closer. Really? Sanju quickly dodges. Yeah, I know some safe hunting grounds. She innocently offers her pinky. Okay, I promise. Sanju sighs, feeling helpless with this childish girl. He held out his pinky, and Heian giggled, reminding him, Don't change your mind and don't go back on your word. All right, now get back to studying and make sure you get into that Google University. Yes. The door opens and Heian's mother, washing dishes, sees Han come out. She asks, Does the tutor say she's doing well? Sanji politely smiled and said, Yes, he's doing well. The two chatted away, unaware that Hei was eavesdropping at the door. She overheard her mother ask, How is Heian doing in his studies? Sanji's voice then replied, I was a little worried at first, but Heian is very talented. Don't worry about a thing, her mother chuckled. Oh, what a sweet lie. As Sanji prepared to leave, he politely said he'd see her again on Monday. His mother always tries to hold him back. But it's already late. Eat first before you go, she said. But he gently refused. I have to be somewhere. The door closes, and then there's silence. Hyeon excitedly jumps onto the bed, hugging her teddy bear. She's going to learn from him. She raises her hand, creating a ball of light. So he's a hunter. That's how she was finally able to talk to him smoothly, a blush rising on her cheeks. At first, I didn't like him because he was a friend of my dad's, but remembering the memories I've made with Sanju, he's kind and a good teacher. Perhaps Ayeon has noticed Sanju's good qualities, and she's beyond excited, snapping her fingers to extinguish the light, thinking he's also handsome. Then she takes a deep breath and sits down at her desk again. With newfound determination, she returns to her studies as night falls once more upon the city. Sanji ambles to the meeting point, wondering if the bodies have been collected. Junmo, standing guard, notices him and greets the hunter. Sanji replies, "You're here too?" Junmo nods. "Yeah, I have to check on the progress. Where were you just now?" Sanji politely replied, "I was tutoring." After the brief greeting, Junmo couldn't help but exclaim, "I've mobilized corpse collection teams at many hunting grounds, but seeing them work so hard, this is the first time I've called so many teams for single-horned rabbits. The statistics are in, totaling 352. Sanji marvels at the number of people, and Junmo asks if he's checked the amount he sent. It was then that Sanju took out his phone. "You sent it already? Sorry, I had the notifications off, so I didn't see." A number flashed before his eyes, 32, 720, 301. Sanju's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd never seen so much money before. So much. Runmo chuckled, explaining that Sanju's skills seemed beyond E rank, so he'd bumped him up to 83% for an E rank hunter, which Sanju quickly accepted with a scratch of his head. "But I'm not even an E rank." "Thanks, though." Suddenly, a growling voice cuts through the air. "Hey, fellas!" Their eyes turn to the commotion as a burly man storms out and points at them. "Are you that damn manager?" He targeted number one. The usually quiet man leaned back, hiding behind Runmo. He steps forward, "Yes." "But who is he?" He sneered, his eyes cold. "Well, what do you think I am, a hunter who's had his prey stolen?" He roared, demanding justice. "That guy stole all the one-horned rabbits I was hunting. This trip was a complete waste." Clearly, he was here to freeload and demand compensation from someone. Junmo sensed that this was no simple matter. He leaned in and whispered, "I think we chose the wrong place." Sanju was just as shocked. "I didn't know there was someone like that here. If that's the case, call Junmo later. I have an idea. Are you surprised? How is this considered condescending? What are you two whispering about?" He reaches out to interrupt, saying, "Here's 10% of your bonus. I have a conscience too." Suddenly, Sanju bursts into a fake, mocking laughter, grinding his teeth in frustration. "What's so funny? You're laughing and clinging to number one. Don't worry, he won't be coming here for a few days," he said casually, urging Runmo on. "Let's go, manager. He's being too loud." "I'm not finished talking. Where do you think you're going, you bastard?" "June hasn't caught up yet, but where are we going?" Sanju asks. Aimlessly heading to a nearby coffee shop, the troublemaker couldn't contain his anger. He raises his fist, shouting, "Don't ignore me!" Sanju doesn't miss the opportunity, sending number one in. Number one is sent flying, boneless and limp, bouncing like a ball before slamming into the wall. Number one coughs up blood in agony while the troublemaker panics. "Huh? I didn't even hit him that hard." Sanji enters the scene, camera in hand. "Oh, that's way too violent," he says, raising his voice. "If word gets out about violence in the sacred hunting grounds, people won't let it slide, right?" Runmo echoed, dumbfounded. "That's right." He immediately felt eyes on him from all directions. No, Sanju only added fuel to the fire. "Oh, it would be terrible if this video were posted on our Star Hunter Hot News website." Hawkeye Yu Gangsan was attacked, and his face turned pale. Sanju steps forward and offers the footage, right? He smiles, playing mind games. "How about letting us go?" The man gritted his teeth. "Damn it." And so the three left without a scratch and sat down at a roadside cafe where Sanji heard Junmo's explanation of the Haisung Guild. "You knew about them?" "Yeah, I think that hunter from earlier was a member of the Haisung Guild. Since the Heesung Guild is quite large, it has all sorts of people." Still, Sanju was curious. How did he know that man was from the guild? He instructed, "Yes, please call every recovery team you have. We'll need a lot this time." Junmo recounted somberly. "He was staring at me from the moment I entered the hunting grounds to collect the bodies. This could be a revenge plot." He paused abruptly. Sanju quickly recognized the work of the Hyesung Guild. Is that right? Junmo sighed. Yes, they must think your clone is another hunter who signed with us. GM agency hunters have faced this before. It's a bit embarrassing, but they usually don't renew their contracts and leave, and right now there are only a few E-rank hunters left, including you. I can't promise anything about stopping the Hyesung Guild either. Sanji spoke with confidence. Don't try to change my mind, manager. I knew all this before joining, so don't worry. He cut him off, leaving the manager speechless. Of course, Sanji was resolute. I won't let those bastards bully us like that, so what I'm trying to say is, I have a plan to get stronger. Fast. He quickly explained, and Runmo listened in bewilderment from beginning to end. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, and Sanji finally concluded. What do you think? Runmo's face was as if he'd just discovered a new horizon. I never thought of it that way. He opens his notebook to the calendar. Then how about 2 p.m. tomorrow? Sanju couldn't refuse. The two discussed the location, deciding to meet at the Hunter Market, a hunter superstore housed in a rainbow-colored building. From the start, the trade of weapons, armor, and other equipment for hunters has always been popular, but a department store has entered the Hunter Market and taken a key position in the industry. Because of that, all kinds of equipment that hunters need are always available. The salesman proudly presents the all-black armor. This armor is made of titanium, ensuring absolute protection against any E-class monster. What do you think? Sanju feels the armor on his body, comfortable and incredibly light. I like this armor. My hands rest at my sides, ready for weapons. He was pleased with the dagger's sharp edge, thinking he would practice his shooting later. So, this should be enough for now. He asks the shop owner if he can provide 2 more sets of armor like the one he's wearing. He immediately agreed. Yes, sir. His armor was placed in 2 black briefcases, and Junmo struck up a conversation. You said you needed another skill, right? That's right. Junmo double-checks, making sure the skill he's looking for is close-quarters combat. Sanju glanced around. That's right. But I'm not sure if I can find it here. They head to a luxurious shop. Let's take a look here. He stops in front of a jade-green crystal ball. Inside were rows of other crystal balls, but he was only interested in that one. There it is. He glances down at the skill's description. It allows hunters to share their vision and senses with their pets and summoned clones. Attached was an exorbitant price. 129 90. Sanju's eyes suddenly stung, and he forced a flattering smile. Manager, I think it's time we strengthened our bond. So, you want me to give you an advance? That's right. With a heavy heart, he pulls out his phone. All right, I'm not sure if I can, but I think I have enough to loan you 50 million world right now. Sanji felt a little awkward. Thank you so much. I think I can cover the rest with installments. Don't worry too much, he reassured. If everything goes according to plan, we'll get this money back in no time. A huge sum poured into a crystal orb. He consults the instructions, pouring mana into the skill orb. For those who can't control mana, activate the orb while keeping it in contact with your body. He carefully followed each step. Is this the power button? I can't control mana after all. With his other hand, he raises the orb, gingerly placing his hand on it, closing his eyes as he presses the switch. The orb then glowed intensely, filling the entire room with light. After a few seconds, a notification appeared. The affinity skill had been created. Affinity skill information. Active level IV.1. Sharing senses with the chosen clone. Sanju is stunned by this change. It all felt like a dream, and the orb vanished. He clenched his fist. Good. The new skill is ready. He pushed himself up, calling for number 1 and number 2. Light footsteps approached, revealing the 2 fully equipped. He nods, eager for the hunt to come. Let's go. Sanju proposed back then, and as I said, I have an idea to make us stronger, fast. What do you think of the hunting results, sir? Manager Run eagerly chimed in. What do I think? It's absolutely amazing, of course. I never dared to hope for such a result. He marveled. Yeah, we never imagined this outcome either. The endurance, the stamina. My clones have only half my stats, but they caught over 300 one-horned rabbits, while I caught none. And then there was that time I ordered him to take a punch from that hunter and act as pathetic as possible. But as expected, it wasn't easy to time it perfectly and calmly stick his face out in front of that fist. Sanju concludes, I think if number 1 wanted to hit that guy, he probably could. Junmo could imagine it, so he means that even though the clones' stats are low, they have excellent control over their bodies. He excitedly gives a thumbs up, exactly, and I want to take advantage of this strength. How so? He explains that first they need 2 training grounds for him to practice long and close-range weapon skills, and the plan is immediately put into action. Hello, are you here to register? Are you here to practice shooting at the target? I'll get right to it. 2 clones were sent to 2 different locations, and of course, I'll train them intensely to push them to their limits. The 2 instructors had never seen such a request. Straight into combat training. You want a pistol? The sound of explosions echoes. The close-range weapons coach still finds it hard to believe. Something like this. You have to focus on hitting the stick until your opponent drops it. Even if you're a hunter, sparring is always an option. Are you sure? Even the long-range instructor kept asking. You're going to shoot a moving target? Are you sure you can do that? It's much harder than shooting a stationary target. But the clone's eyes are unwavering. They are certain. The coach could only warn them to be ready. These are real pistols, not the fakes you use in practice. They looked apprehensive. Time to prepare. As the signal echoed, both fighters engaged, dominating close combat and displaying pinpoint accuracy at range, leaving the trainers in awe. Because Sanji had voiced his need. I need the close combat skill. Junmo was a little surprised. Close range skills? Is that the skill to share his vision with his clone? What does he intend to do with it? He chuckled, explaining that it wasn't just about sharing vision. Even the senses. The connection of sense, touch, and other sensations is crucial. Imagine using this skill while the clones are sparring or practicing with guns. Sanji in real combat. He takes a deep breath, focuses his mind, and activates the close quarters skill. Immediately, he feels as if he's sinking into a sea of tranquility. The deeper he goes, the darker it becomes. He told himself, I can experience everything. At that moment, he connected with the close combat clone. A ferocious opponent charged. The distance in the sparring match, he recoiled to dodge the staff, the angle of the joints, the body's balance, every movement happening in an instant. He raised his staff, feeling the surge of muscle and power, while Sanju connected with the ranged clone, focusing on breath control during gun training. The target locked, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew. The target was within range, the recoil controlled, and everything else. The target shatters, mirroring the clone's every move, and he opens his eyes. He'd never felt so light. He could feel everything. Sanju tried the skill again, satisfied with the power in his hands, a feeling he'd just acquired. Everything the clone experienced, the graze of an elbow, the smell of gunpowder, the recoil, the fatigue, the trembling hand, Sanju felt it all, as if he were a puppet. Though he hadn't moved, the sensations were real. He was thrilled with this new skill. A realistic sensation etched into his subconscious, and the system window appeared again. Sanju stretched, relaxing. All right, I've learned some real combat and shooting today. I wonder who number one is fighting. Maybe I can try connecting. He closes his eyes, activates the skill, and his consciousness leaves his body, instantly transporting him to the training room. Number one is fighting someone, the instructor. He's a little intimidated. The guy looks strong, and the others in the room seem surprised. Is the trainer fighting him today? He's quite strong. Both are wary, sizing up their opponent. The exchange happens in a flash. A stick flies out, and it seems the coach is losing ground. His expression is strained, his attacks basic, as if he's never learned stick fighting before. Number one easily dodges his attacks, and his defense is impenetrable. None of his attacks get through. Another swing, and number one quickly tenses his arm to block. His eyes are cold and calculating as he forces the staff away and unleashes a flurry of attacks. The coach is stunned. Did he just learn my move? He grits his teeth, calculating. Another swing, but it misses number one. The spectators gasp as he blocks it. Number one seizes the chance and thrusts his staff forward, nearly hitting his mark. Though the coach manages to block, he still feels the sting. Suddenly, his back hit the wall, and number one seized the moment to strike. The coach suddenly smirks, then launches into a backflip. Number one and Sanju were caught off guard by this move. The coach landed heavily, knocking the staff from number one's hand with a powerful blow. Everyone was impressed, but the coach was no pushover either. This was a real contest of equals. Sanji cried out, clutching his wrist. The coach grunts with excitement. A dangerous move indeed. He asks, "Do you want to continue?" Sanji is worried. "Number one, are you okay?" He doesn't answer. His body moves and he leaps onto the coach's head. Everyone was stunned. Even the coach was surprised that Sanju, shocked, would continue to fight. Number one landed gracefully. "So he's picking up that stick again, is he?" The coach smiles brightly. "All right," Sanju nods in agreement. "Looks like it's going well. Now on to number two." He winked and left, and as soon as he merged with number two, the sound of shattering glass echoed. A smug blonde brags, "Did you all see that?" The girl claps, admiring him. "Wow, you're so cool." Sanju's expression darkens. "I'll just watch in silence." Then he noticed number two had shot down the other guy's targets as well, and his heart began to race. "I'll just focus on the trajectory. The other guy's being cocky. Hey, more ammo, I need to show off for the ladies." The air stills, leaving only the targets hanging in the balance. Number two raises his gun, his upper body still, his form unmoving, eyes fixed on the clay pigeon. When the target is in his sights, he pulls the trigger, shattering the disc, the gunpowder gently dispersing. He nods, committing it to memory, every minute detail of the unwavering focus his clone has been practicing. Time flew by, and by the time Sanju returned to his main body, the tide had come in. He groggily awoke, realizing how exhausting it was to switch between the two clones. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he felt dizzy, needing a break. Sitting down, he felt the world return to him. Sanju reflects that numbers 1 and 2 moved impressively, perhaps because they were fearless and unburdened by thought, allowing for greater focus. Consider it experience gained for the next attempt. Footsteps approach, and a familiar figure notices him, her voice soft. Sanju snapped out of it, or was it yawn? He was a little dazed. "It's late. What are you doing here?" She smiles brightly. "I just came from the library." He jokes, "You're lying again. You must have been out having fun." She pouts, "No, I'm telling the truth." Unbeknownst to them, a group of thugs were watching from afar. "Is that the kid?" one of them said, exhaling smoke, his face menacing. After a few rings, a voice finally answered the phone. "So you just let Kang Runa go?" Gapsiok was flustered and cautious. I'm sorry. I only wanted to scare him a little, but someone filmed it, and the other guy seems pretty fierce." "What? Did someone film you beating him up?" A mocking voice sends chills down his spine. He says he'll take care of it. The other end hangs up, saying to forget it, say nothing, and stay away from the Orangsa arena. "No matter what happens, you're not involved with the High Sung Guild, got it? You're just some street rat." He spat out a few words and hung up. Gapsiol immediately changed his expression, and in a fit of rage, he threw his phone against the wall. "Bastard." He then stomped on it like a madman. "Who do you think you're talking to, you bastard?" Just then, a mocking voice cut in. "What is it? What's wrong with you now?" A sly-looking fat man approaches, saying, "Long time no see." Gap Ryong knows him. It can't be. His narrowed eyes widen. There's no mistaking it. "What's this?" After hearing the story, he bursts into laughter amidst the cigarette ashes. He scoffed, "So you just let him go? Is that right?" Passers-by turned and walked the other way, faces twisted in mockery. "I knew at the moment you happily joined that number 1 gang, you idiot." Gaprion Kim is bowing his head like a dog. "I'm sorry, sir," he stammered. "Do you have any work for me? The association told me to stay away from Yujangza Field." Gisok chuckled. "This guy's really straightforward." "Hey, Trang W, do you have anything for him? The rest of you can relax." "I have some part-time work here," Gapsu said, bored. "So, what if I do?" He sees Sanju talking to Haji PS and immediately rats them out. "You're that bastard, the one who filmed me." Gunk looked over, seemingly in disbelief. "Are you sure about that?" Gap fumes and tries to run toward them, but she's certain. Gunayak chuckled, trying to calm down as they moved closer, and Gunsiok's chubby face relaxed. "Are you talking about that guy?" Sanju Hyan asked, turning back curiously. "What's your master doing here?" "He's just getting some exercise." But a mocking voice cuts through the air. "Hey, I heard your little brother owes my boy some money." 3 menacing figures approach, and Ha starts to feel a little afraid. Their teacher narrowed his eyes, confused. "I don't know either." However, he noticed the man's sullen face behind him, and silently called for number 1 and number 2. Sanju rises to shield Hayon. "Is there a problem?" Gapsu's eyebrows furrowed as he growled. "Don't play innocent." Jiyun in shock quickly raised his hand. "Wait, his face may look gentle, but his voice reeks of malice. I heard you have a video of your brother's accidental overreaction. Delete it, and we'll quietly back away." Sanju holds out his phone. "If I delete it, you'll let me go?" Gapshu was getting anxious, but Gun X remained calm. "That's right. I don't like to beat around the bush either." Sanju suddenly stops mid-stride, wondering what guarantee there is that he'll keep his word, a question that strikes a nerve. He narrowed his eyes. "You're pretty smart. You're right. How could I let you get away with this? But you weren't smart enough to delete the video after filming, so what's the difference?" Of course there's a difference. Sanju takes a defensive stance, thinking, "I didn't expect to get in trouble this soon, but I'm confident enough to say I'll defeat you all." Gunak laughs triumphantly, so confident. He orders his 2 lackeys to give Sanju a beating. Gapdu lunges forward, confident that Mei will soon be begging him to erase Sanju, but Sanju dodges the blow. Even so, the 2 are still too much for him, and he can't react in time to Gu's kick. He recoils in pain as his relentless opponents press the attack, and Hei Aion cries out, unable to sit still. He only saw Sanju falter as pain washed over him. A sharp, stinging pain. At that moment, Hei Aion stepped forward, conjuring a ball of light in her palm, her voice hesitant yet brave. "Back away." Sanju didn't want things to turn out this way. Ha, yawn. And then he paused, noticing Hei Aion's body trembling with fear, and Gapsu and Jiang Wu's expressions hardened. "How are you an awakened, damn it?" Gunsok headbutts him to wake him up, asking if they're really scared of a student. He turns to Hyun, asking, what if they don't? He provokes her, asking what she intends to do. Heion raises the orb of light, warning them not to approach. Gun-X CD ignored the warning and gritted his teeth as he approached. She recklessly fires the orb, instantly striking Gunwook, and smoke billows out. Immediately, his two subordinates became anxious as smoke billowed, engulfing his entire body. A scornful voice echoes, "Awakened ones are a dime a dozen." His tattered shirt reveals dragon tattoos on both shoulders. He's suddenly close, warning him not to get cocky. He raises his hand. "You're still green." Sanju rushes to catch him as he collapses. He wasn't giving up. It wasn't over yet, you bastard. Then he powerfully slammed him down. His arm goes limp and Heion stares in bewilderment, while Sanju remains furious. The three could only watch helplessly as Gap raised his fist and charged forward. Darian's memories flooded back as Sanju grimaced. What he's seeing isn't some clone's cheap trick. Sanju analyzes Gapshu's incoming attack, focusing on his shoulders, knowing he must move fast to evade. He narrowly dodged to the side, realizing a punch is more than just swinging an arm. Sanju watched his movements from foot to waist, analyzing Gapshu's body meticulously. From waist to fist, Sanju unleashes a powerful blow, sending him flying, but another foe rushes in. I couldn't dodge that one, he was going to hit me, but I countered him, a double strike. The man wearily gasped for breath. By now, Sanju was also exhausted. Cough, cough. Jae-Unok smirks wickedly. "So, you can fight?" He put on a menacing face, sneering with contempt, as if beating someone who can't fight is beneath him. Sanju trembled with exhaustion, still feeling the pain from the previous blow. He surveyed the chaotic scene, calculating his next move. He could fight back, but if he was still this strong, was this a muscle-enhancing skill? Sanji raises his fist, knowing he can't afford to get hit. He lunges forward. "I'm here." But Sanju was a step ahead, landing a punch to his face. He followed with another blow, Gunshock's mouth bleeding as he cursed inwardly. He took advantage of Sanji's distraction to attack, but Sanji anticipated it, continuing his assault to exhaust his opponent. He reached behind him, trying to grab Sanji. Taking advantage of the moment, Sanju lands an uppercut, and the other guy, drenched in sweat, cries out, "Boss!" causing Sanju to suddenly freeze, startled. Suddenly, Guy Unok's body cracks open, his muscles growing abnormally. Guy Unok roars with rage. "Die." Sanju warily braced himself. "That's a big one, I have to dodge it." Suddenly, someone grabs his leg. Sanji looked down in fear as Gapsu grabbed his leg, grinning maliciously. His smile fades as he curses his predicament. He delivers a powerful blow, and Sanji reels from the agonizing impact. Heion turns back in worry as Sanju is slammed into a pillar. He clutches his stomach in pain. "No." Sanju gasped for air, struggling to breathe. Gunok approaches with glee. "Ha ha 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 ha, you like that, kid?" Sanju was still exhausted, his whole body drenched in sweat. He needed to breathe. Gasping, his eyes narrowed as the relentless assault pushed Sanju to despair. It was over. Then, a terrifying explosion erupted, and his attacker fell back, eyes wide with shock. Sanji breathes a sigh of relief as Heion rushes in to help, while the injured attacker curses in anger as the two she-devils charge forward together. "You should have run, you stupid girl." But suddenly, figures appeared to help. As she stood there in shock, a figure approached. It was Sanji Gun-X, making an unexpected return. "What?" He's suddenly calling out to me. Sanju laughs triumphantly, finally able to breathe, while Gunzok is still in shock. Damn it, he's still smiling even with his face drenched in sweat. Sanju chased after him, running up the pillar as he smiled back. "Thanks for the practical exam." Sanju then ruthlessly kicks Gyeonsok down. He panted, gasping for breath. His teeth are nearly gone from the pain, and even Gapryong Kim is restrained. A notification appears. Muscle strength increased, speed increased, endurance increased, stamina increased, and temporary clone skill level increased. Third level clone trial. Use energy to summon clones, and the higher the skill level, the more clones you can summon. The maximum number of clones available to summon is 3. Ready to deploy. Third level clone skill. Experimental. A family experiment. He smirks, then Sanju relaxes his body from afar, or runs to where I am. That's what I get. "Master, you're playing dirty. I wonder why I didn't run when I had the chance." Yan cleverly retorts, "I didn't think that's what you wanted to say." Sanju was a little flustered that she wasn't there to help him, but it was too dangerous. Her face flushed red. She was truly surprised. "I never imagined that famous rookie hunter would be your clone." Suddenly I realized the truth about the Uijian clan. He coughed a few times, warning her not to go around blabbing about it. She's confused. What's wrong? Don't you want to be famous? Sanju reiterates. This could happen again, and it's dangerous, she agrees. I understand. I won't reveal anything. Sanju looks up and asks, this is your house, right? Heian confirmed, with a hint of regret. Yes. Having arrived, he asks, are you all right? How's your hand? Can you hold a pen with that hand? She asks eagerly. I still have my left hand, so it's okay. He. Then, seizing the opportunity, he suggests, if your student is injured, shouldn't you reduce the amount of homework? Sanji asks innocently. Didn't you finish it all in the study hall? She was immediately disappointed. You sure remember these things well, he suddenly says. Heian Sanju says shyly, thank you. He scratched his neck, praising her. I think I won because you helped me block him. Hei is immediately smug. That's right, I did a great job today. She suggests that he should thank her over a few plates of meat, not on an empty stomach. He sighs in agreement. I understand, there's no other way. All right, I'll buy you some. She was immediately happy. Okay, you promised. Goodbye. You want to go in here? He asks with a smile. He assures her she'll eat plenty, and Sanju happily departs. He suddenly stopped, and Sanju found it strange. Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be working hard? They stopped to report that it was already late. The shooting ranges are all closed. He bends down to pick up a branch. Sanju then suggested they could practice in the park. A month later, under a starry night sky in the city, yes, the Axe Gang hunter listened in shock on the phone. How's the plan going? The voice on the other end asked. A resounding success. Meanwhile, he gapes at his two clones in armor, fiddling with something green, thinking that even he can shoot them with a pistol now. For now, they can just wear that. Furthermore, the clone's skill level has increased, and I've gained a third clone, Junmo happily declares. Congratulations. Now you'll be able to learn even faster. Sanji was also delighted, replying, that's right. According to the stat sheet, strength went from 0.732 to 1.432, agility from 0.5188 to 1.2118, stamina from 0.679 to 1.024, endurance from 0.563 to 0.894, magic from 0.137 to 0.237, vitality from 0.312 to 0.315, and clone enhancement skill LV3 to LV6, with a 53% stat application to current clones. Sanju thinks he'll be surprised to see this. He wondered if the average E rank had 1.4 stat points, right? He knows it's sudden, but could he take 3 E-rank hunting grounds for tomorrow? Junmo stammers in surprise. 3? Sanju asks, is it difficult? Hearing that, he quickly affirmed, I can. Who do you think I am? I'll get you those hunting grounds, no matter the cost. He was pleased to hear this. Ha ha ha, our manager is certainly reliable. Duo is eager. When should I schedule it? He outlined the schedule, saying they'd train in the morning and hunt in the afternoon. He opened his notebook carefully. I understand. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Sanju bids farewell. Good night. He happily swiveled his chair around. So, today, numbers 1, 2, and 3 will split into upper and lower halves, shows you points and quickly gives the order. Head to the park, but be back before midnight, and leave the gun here, he angrily reminds him. Sanju browses the web, searching for monster hunting plans, specifically how to easily hunt dog monsters. Library Museum's Rookie Guide. Part 1. Analyzing the fighting style of the dog monster. Do that, and you'll become a hunter. He observes carefully, noting that his clones have learned well. Except for body movement, they can copy and reproduce almost everything. Sanju wondered what would happen if he learned about all these monsters and how to hunt them effectively. From the video, a voice cheerfully greeted its viewers. Today, I'll explain the fighting style of the hellhounds, understand the situation, then choose the right weapon. For rookies, you can easily obtain materials like these to fight them. He nodded, feeling that his clones would be able to follow the instructions as well. From the building, hurried footsteps returned, and Sanju noticed his dark circles. Huh? Is it already midnight? Exhausted, he yawned and gave them orders. They're still full of energy. They never tire, even after working all day. Go take a bath and eat. Sanju watched the 3 as they prepared for the experiment. Giant rat, alien fish, and horned rabbit. I've reviewed most of the guides for E-rank monsters. Now I need to see if they actually hunt according to the instructions. He carefully checks his calculations while I'll go see what's happening and experience hunting to familiarize myself with battle using familiar skills, then learn about mana during breaks. According to Sanju's analysis, hunting progress in hunting area number 1 and number 2 will be checked, along with actual battlefield experience. Number 3, familiar skills, rest and recover mana. Because the amount of mana consumed by familiar skills is too much, I couldn't endure it for long. Last time. He called to inform the manager that he would be arriving soon and instructed me to be there within 10 minutes. Runmo called them away from their meal. If you guys are done eating, get ready to go. Sanju has arrived. Manager Runmo is already waiting. He's arrived. He looked at them hesitantly. They're pretty scary right now, aren't they? He looked weary as well. Yes, even I feel uneasy being around them. Sanji continues to wonder, is the training area ready? Junmo nods assuredly. Of course, I found 3 spots not too far apart. He finished his instructions, telling them to take good care of these guys for him, then turned around, looking somewhat surprised. You're not coming? Sanju scratched his head sheepishly. I plan to participate using my familiar skills, and I must also train my mana breathing technique. Just take those kids to the hunting grounds and let me know if the journey goes smoothly. Junmo nodded in agreement. If that's what he wants, so be it. As the car drives off, he's eager to prepare. Now, I should do my part. Sanju whistled and sang as he walked, breathing out slowly. He focuses intently, relaxing his body and concentrating on his senses, ignoring the noise and focusing on himself. It would be even better if he could remember the feeling of using his skills. Did that sound remind Sanju of how it felt to use his skills? Indeed, when using familiar skills and clone summoning, it felt like energy was radiating from his body. His body gradually changes as he breathes for 10 seconds, imagining the mana circulating within him. Sanju can clearly feel the energy he once felt flowing through his body. He took a deep breath, and his body began to change. Suddenly, Sanju's eyes widened in surprise as that power grew stronger. A notification appears. Skill acquired. Meditation. Curse type LV1. Reflect by calming the mind. Mental fatigue will be slightly restored. Growth rate will slightly increase. Mana recovery rate will slightly increase. And the effect of mana breathing will be enhanced. A man trudges wearily along, thinking, no way. Why is that monster here? Damn it, damn it. The man, his face contorted and bloody, struggled to take each step. Damn it, but this is a rank E dungeon. We only came here to hunt a few strays. That monster shouldn't be here. It bares its sharp teeth. The man is resolute. I have to report this to the authorities. The closer it got, the more fear he felt. Yes, his hands trembled even more. It gives chase, and blood splatters as screams fill the air. The car door opens and Junmo steps out, introducing the final hunting ground, a wastewater treatment plant. He informs them that this area is known for its invasive fish, known for their powerful jaws as Number 3 steps out. I understand. Junmo also warned them to be careful. He picks up his phone to send a message. He's brought the 3 of them to the location. I need to leave a message. All the clones have arrived, and I'm impressed that a hunter is hunting in 3 different places. This is truly an amazing ability, and he's right here in his room. Junmo could foresee that this hunt would send shockwaves through the hunter industry, and he was quite pleased with himself. So it was back at Jong Sanju's house that I acquired the mana-breathing technique, truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. The constant phone notifications startled Sanju as he sensed the mana and continued to breathe, careful not to confuse meditation with mana-breathing. But how were they different? He was a little confused, figuring he wouldn't get the mana-breathing skill, but suddenly got too excited. Sanji checked his phone. Ah, the clones must have arrived. A message from Juno. All the clones have arrived. He was satisfied. Good, perhaps it's time I headed to the training grounds. He closed his eyes again, activating a familiar skill, and the blade pierced straight into the monster's mouth. Sanju was stunned. What the hell? He's number 1. He's just hunting. Sanju was a little puzzled. It seemed there were no problems so far. Does the guild really help? A rat-like monster suddenly appears. Sanju waited anxiously. The answer was surely at hand. Then an announcement blared about the creature. Giant rats are among the most annoying monsters of the E rank. So, if you're planning a successful hunt, I suggest forming a party. If you have no choice but to go solo, there are still ways to succeed. First, they'll charge straight at you, so keep your distance and fire. The loudspeaker continues, suggesting that if you can't shoot them all and it's a close-quarters battle, aim for their ribs, as their skulls are too hard. A loud noise echoes, and there's another terrifying creature, but of course, they breed like rabbits. He adjusts his glasses, ready for action. If you've studied hard enough, they're just a mountain of experience points, he remarks. You think aiming for the ribs of a moving target is easy? Don't ruin my video. You always say they're just a mountain of experience points. Number 1 cocks his gun, a shot rings out, and the shell casing ejects. The rat monster squealed as it was hit. Sanju realized the clones could hunt just like him, even using his skills. Number 3 is moving forward, and Sanju just realized that a scorpion monster is approaching. It seems to have no fear, hunting without regard for the opponent's level because it knows many reasons why. Number 3's attack successfully took down the monster, assuring him that he could experiment with hunting using familiar skills. Meanwhile, the system notifications kept rolling in. Strength increased, reflexes increased, mana increased, stamina increased, endurance increased. Sanju realized that as his stats increased, so did the strength of his clones. Suddenly, a light flashes in number 3's eyes. Sanju is determined to wipe out these E-rank monsters today. Instantly, number 3 ferociously charged forward, eliminating them one by one, while elsewhere, someone's footsteps echoed slowly. Looking at the desolate scene before him, the man wondered, "Hey, why is the hunting ground so quiet today?" The man next to him noticed the strangeness as well. "I should have run into a few by now." As soon as he finished speaking, something appeared before their eyes. "What's that?" The man shone his light and exclaimed in shock, "Hey, there are so many monster corpses here. How many do you think there are?" he urged, hurrying them to stuff them into their storage boxes. The others behind him were overjoyed, basking in the warmth of the sunlit forest. Number 3 paused. Everything had gone smoothly so far, but as he looked around, he felt like something was missing. Suddenly, Sanju gasped, remembering the pig-headed ogre, which froze him in place. The monster corpses hadn't been collected yet. It was his message, so Sanju had to mobilize them himself. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 quickly gather the monster corpses, while number 3 remains motionless. Sanju urged them to stop hunting and gather the bodies into the item box, but number 3 nonchalantly asked, "What if someone else took them first?" Suddenly, Sanju glanced in one direction and pointed out, "I see an alien fish corpse over there. Why don't you collect them?" Number 3 retorts, "I didn't hunt them. Whoever did can collect them." Sanju is really upset. "Hey, get a grip. Each one of them is money. Stop fooling around." Number 3 had no choice but to obey. "Fine. I'll gather them up. The fish that was just killed lies limp on the ground." But then Sanju realized, damn it. It's true that number 3 didn't hunt it. Who butchered it like this? It's all in pieces. And yet number 3 casually touches the fish, surprising Sanju, then gently picks it up. Is this some alien fish? Does it need to be collected? Only Sanju is scared stiff. What the hell is that? Horrifyingly, what number 3 held was a hand. A strange sound suddenly caught his attention. Sanju immediately warned him that something was out there, and this time number 3 took the situation seriously. His eyes dart to another spot. A fish lies on the ground, its body severed. Number 3 is caught off guard. A blade trap strikes while he's disoriented, and something sharp flashes past, severing his arm in an instant. The speed is truly astonishing. So fast, so hot, what's going on? The pain is excruciating. Only then does he grit his teeth, feeling the agony in his right arm. Sanju clutched his severely injured arm and screamed in pain, jolting awake in a panic. Sanju looked at his arm, still intact but trembling uncontrollably and curled up in fear. It was then that he could piece together the severed link from the pain, and Sanju's phone rang. "Now's not the time," Junmo said on the other end. "Yes, Hunter." Sanju inquired about the situation, asking which hunting ground manager number 3 was at. The question surprised him, but he answered, "The Incheon wastewater treatment plant?" Juno noticed something was off with Sanju's voice, who was already putting on his shoes, and urgently told him to bring numbers 1 and 2 there immediately, adding that he was on his way and would explain on the way. Junmo immediately complied, saying he was on his way. "What is it?" Sanju revealed gravely. "Something's wrong," he emphasized. "A major problem. Number 3 is struggling with a severed arm." As the thing before him wielded a fiery red sword, number 3 dissolved and collapsed, while the monster remained standing tall. At that moment, Sanju reached the car, but something made him freeze. Sanju stood frozen, catching his breath as if sensing something. Then, like a statue, he realized with a jolt he'd lost contact with number 3. The notification appears. Level 3 clone consumed energy to summon a clone that looks like you. Maximum number of clones that can be summoned at once. 2. Energy recovery time. 6 hours. 34 minutes. This is what Sanju feared. He'll have to wait a long time to use the skill again. The guard, upon seeing him, requested, "May I see your identity bracelet?" After the check, they let him pass, and he was free to go. At that moment, Sanju secretly hoped that the manager had arrived, and as if on cue, he saw Junmo as soon as he walked in. Sanju the hunter felt a weight lifted. "Manager, you're here. I'm so grateful, and to numbers 1 and 2 as well. Thank you so much." It was at this moment that Junmo had the chance to be curious. What's going on? Sanju reveals the situation. Number 3 has disappeared. A powerful monster has appeared, Junmo is surprised to hear. Huh? Another monster? If Sanju's description is accurate, it has a fish head but also arms and legs. Basically, a merman. Upon receiving the information, Junmo's eyes widened, and he added that he would have to report this and temporarily close the area. Junmo emphasized that it was a humanoid fish monster, a D-rank threat, and that even an entire E-rank hunter team wouldn't be enough to defeat it. So Sanju nodded in agreement. I understand. Then tell security to keep the other hunters out. Junmo then hurriedly turned away, saying, All right, I will now. Before he could finish, Sanju cuts him off, saying, No, not now. He clearly states the timing after my clone enters, which surprises Junmo. The hunter Sanju expresses his feelings, unable to just sit and wait. And you look Junmo straight in the eye. I want you to trust me. Sanju confidently takes the lead, just as I trust my clones. A system notification appears, announcing that a familiar skill has been activated, and immediately, number 1 and number 2 seem to be controlled. They began to venture deeper inside, and Sanju instructed them, First, go to the place where number 3 disappeared. Receiving the order, they immediately began to search, and number 2 raised a hand to signal number 1, having found something. The fish's sharp teeth were bared, and the 2 ducked to hide as they found its location. There it is, number 1 thought, relieved. They had to seize this opportunity to strike first. Sanju calculated his stats to be on par with an E-rank hunter, but his clones only possess about 53% of that, putting them at around F rank. However, he's noticing that the merman isn't in top form, especially considering the hunting skills of his clones. Sanju believes that with their combined coordination, victory is still possible. He quickly commanded, Aim for the head, take it down now. Immediately, numbers 1 and 2 opened fire, catching the fish off guard, but to Sanju's shock, it didn't even leave a scratch. He can't believe it. The bullets have no effect? While Sanju was still stunned, the monster roared to life, leaping high into the air and diving towards number 1 and number 2. After dodging the attack, number 1 retaliates, spinning into a counterattack. Yet injuries were already visible on its body. Sanju was truly surprised from just one sword slash. The monster retaliates with its weapon, forcing number 1 to lean back in fear. Sanju secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking its large size would make it difficult to wield a sword in the forest. But the monster swung its blade, cutting down trees and flailing wildly in a rage. Sanju was still riding high, but his smugness would be short-lived. Scratch that, forget what I just said. That massive tree just fell and the monster is still standing tall. While it's distracted, 1 and 2 attack from behind, attempting their strongest moves, but the results are disappointing, ineffective, and only serving to enrage the beast. Sanju is frustrated. How can they hunt this beast if their attacks are useless? But he suddenly realizes something. Wait, those last shots. Sanju noticed something crucial. The first bullet bounced off, but the next one did some damage. Could it be? He deduced that if he aimed at the wound again, and just like that, 1 and 2 unleashed a barrage of bullets on the monster, leaving Sanju stunned. All right, he's getting excited now. Time to feed it some lead. Before they could celebrate, the monster retaliated with a punch, but 1 and 2 dodged it and fired back. Bullet holes appear all over the monster's body, its blood flowing down, staining the sword in its hand red. Suddenly, the sword burst into flames, and the monster, gritting its teeth, swung the fiery blade, catching number 1 off guard. And just like that, he took the full brunt of that painful attack. What the hell? Not stopping there, the monster delivers another painful blow to number 1. Sanju can clearly sense it. It suddenly becomes stronger. The monster continues to swing the sword wildly, and Sanju's eyes are drawn to the burning object. Could that sword be the reason it's reacting to the monster's blood? From that, he deduced that the monster was already quite injured, and this was just a temporary power-up. Number 1 regains his momentum, but the monster throws him off, smashing its hard head into his stomach, leaving him on the verge of blacking out. The monster's hand is still impaled in his gut, and he knows this won't end easily. In his other hand, number 1 holds something sharp, and if he has to spill blood and use the momentum to stab it, then the monster will surely die. The needle pierces the monster, causing it to cry out in pain, but its massive hand still tries to swing in retaliation, only to be stopped by number 1. He accelerates, suppressing the monster, who writhes in pain, eyes bloodshot. Noah ferociously winds up and punches number 1 in the gut again, raising his flaming sword with the other hand. This time, number 1 was truly injured, while the monster roared menacingly. Just as it was about to strike, number 2 jumped in front of number 1, and together they charged forward with all their might. As it attacked number 1, number 2 seized the chance to strike, landing a painful blow. The monster faltered, howling in agony, its body collapsing, finally defeated on the ground. Finally, Sanju could breathe a sigh of relief that it was over, but both 1 and 2 collapsed, and he couldn't move anymore. Then he wearily checked again. Out of ammo. I think I've hunted enough for today. Let's stop here. Sanju does what he must, thinking he almost died, and decides to report to the manager while the footprints lead number 1 to Sanju's shocked expression. Panic sets in as he realizes it's still alive, and he orders number 2 to follow the colored footprints. Sanju's smile fades. It's dead, and that direction leads to the main gate. Outside, the guard says, I apologize, but I've just received a report that a Class D monster has appeared inside this hunting ground, so the entrance has been sealed off, leaving the other person bewildered. What? So we're not allowed in? So the guard reassured them that a team of hunters from the association would be dispatched soon. So if there are any changes, we'll let you know immediately. The other person was extremely disgruntled, but I wasted so much time gathering this team. Dungmo was silent, but hopeful. Sanju Hunter, you must hurry, a voice echoed, drawing Dungmo's attention. What? The guard frantically relays the message. Quickly gather forces and notify the commander-in-chief immediately. The others must obey. Before them, the monster lunges, its grotesque maw gaping wide. The military urgently orders them to open fire and stop it from reaching the gate. The monster's flaming sword shows no sign of weakening, and despite the barrage of bullets, it breaks through to the gate. Just then, number 2 caught up, a small blade in hand ready to strike as he put all his strength into attacking the monster. The surprise attack sends it reeling back in pain, and Sanju leaps out from within. He pushes himself, giving it everything he has, and Sanju stabs the monster with all his might. It roars in agony as Sanju continues to plunge the knife into its head. The soldiers gaped in astonishment as the monster began to fall, and number 2 was moved to tears. Meanwhile, the man from the association received a call. Yes, we've arrived. He stood at attention, gear in place, cautiously surveying the area. After the investigation, we'll send you a detailed report immediately. Hanging up, he noticed the commotion ahead. What's going on? At the feet of the crowd, the fish monster was beaten bloody, and the man from the association frowned down in suspicion. This is a merman. A soldier, going against the crowd, inquired with him. Are you from the association? The man from the association asked, looking him over. Yes, that's me. What happened here? The young soldier reported, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Yes, a D-rank monster appeared, but a hunter entered the gate before the lockdown and took it down. Hearing this, the man from the association looked on in suspicion. Wasn't this supposed to be an E-rank hunting ground? Why did you say a D-rank party was here? The soldier confirmed it wasn't a D-rank hunter or a hunting party. He frowned, and the soldier pointed to Sanjiju behind him, explaining. We're still investigating, but from what we know, an E-rank hunter killed the monster along with his clone. An E-rank hunter took down a D-rank monster, and all the attacks targeted its wounds. He must have inflicted that damage without specialized weaponry. Sanju continues chatting with Junmo as the man from the association wonders, is it really possible to accurately target a moving monster's wound? He watched silently, then turned to announce, we'll check the gate for any remaining monsters. Finish the investigation before I return. As the soldier watched and shouted in response. Understood. The fish below lay lifeless in a pool of blood, eyes still wide open. The man from the association stood before the gate and sighed. How am I going to explain this to the association? If I just say I killed the boss-level monster myself, the system window will keep popping up notifications. Sprint skill has been set. Sprint and dislocation strike level 1. An additional buff has been added when running. The sharpshooter skill has been set. Sharpshooter level 1 passive. Increased damage when using firearms. Rebirth status unlocked. Rebirth 0. Shapeoras 1. The shoulder dislocation strike skill has been set. Shoulder dislocation strike level 1 focuses all power into one attack. After activation, strength, stamina, endurance, and power have increased. He wipes the blood from his face, eyes wide with surprise at unlocking so many skills this time. He was too busy fighting to notice. He looks at the injured clones lying on the chairs. Could it be that number 1 and number 2 are alive thanks to rebirth? Run is worried and looks back at them. How are the clones? They look like... He explains. They're injured, but they need a little more cooldown time before I can summon them again. Besides, I think letting them recover on their own will help increase their regeneration stats. Then he looked at him again and praised him. But more importantly, young man, you're amazing. You actually took down a disaster-class monster. Hearing this, Sanju just smiled, scratching his head awkwardly. Ha ha. It's a little embarrassing to say that after asking you to trust me. But things were really dangerous. He replied with a smile and open arms. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I bet you could take down a Class E monster all by yourself, he said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, I guess so. I've been improving pretty quickly too. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Ah, that's right. The short sword. Sanji slipped into the crowd, leaving a confused Junmo behind. That monster had a unique short sword that could absorb blood, leaving him puzzled. What? It absorbs blood? Next, he reached down to pick up the bloodied sword from the ground to examine it. Yes, it had gone berserk after his eyes became streaked with red. I just think it's acting like that because it's about to die. Junmo rushes in to stop him. Wait, I think you should have the clone do it. What if it's cursed? Sanju stopped, looking up at him with a bewildered and worried expression, asking, Cursed? So, I can't use this? He then released it, smiling as he explained, Cursed items are rare, so we can determine their worth based on their effects. Sanju was overjoyed, twisting his hands in delight, then turned to him, asking, Okay, so I'll have the clones hold on to them. The cleanup crew will take care of the rest, right? Junmo confirmed. Yeah, you might be in pretty high demand, considering you're a rank D monster. Sanju puts his hands in his pockets, ready to leave, thinking that today has been quite a day. If I stay here, I'll be swarmed by reporters. Suddenly, he remembered something and rummaged through his pockets. Oh, right, manager, is this thing worth anything? It fell from the head of that merman. In Juno's astonishment, he held out a gem. His eyes widened in surprise as he stared at the gem in the man's hand. His eyes widened in surprise, thinking it was a low-grade gem, a priceless object. But seeing his excited expression, he felt a little guilty. But how can I say anything with him looking like that? Sanju stared intently at the jewel. It's rare, isn't it? It must be worth a lot, but Junmo still had to say it. With some hesitation, he explained, I'm sorry, but this isn't worth much. It's an item that increases stats, but it's rarely used because of its severe side effects, so it's very cheap. Hearing this, he was crushed, and he threw the jewel away. Seeing this, Junmo consoled him. But maybe the others will be worth something? Don't be sad, he said while I was crying rivers. Okay, thank you. He then glanced at the fishman. Then please take care of collecting the rest of the items. Thanks a lot. Runmo replied, Yeah, thank you. Meanwhile, in another room, he enters, followed by 1 and 2. He pulls at his collar, sighing, Whew, what a long day. The two lie exhausted on their beds while he reaches out, preparing to summon. First, I'll try summoning number 3. You guys get some rest. A golden light flashed, and before him stood clone number 3, looking serious. Next, he hands an outfit to his clone. Long time no see, huh? Number 3, here's your gear. Go train. He nodded, acknowledging the order. He then took off his blood-stained shirt, put on the new clothes, and sat down next to the loot box. Inside was the cursed sword, and next to it a worthless low-grade gem. Sanji decides to look up the gem online, assuming these are the personal items he recovered. So this gem boosts strength, huh? The gem's stats appear, low-grade, strength-enhancing gem. A crystal that can enhance strength, activated by mana. He also realizes the strength increase of 0.05 is permanently limited and unusable by humans. Warning, excessive use will eventually turn the target into a monster. So humans can't use this stone. It'll work on summoned entities, but they'll turn into monsters. Sanju stroked his chin, his eyes darting about as he pondered seriously. Increasing strength by 0.005 is tempting, but the side effects are too concerning. He imagined his severely injured clones, thinking normally injuries or emotions experienced by the clones wouldn't affect him, but his eyes widened with doubt. What if they turned into monsters that weren't them? He imagined himself as a monster before Bojang, waving hello, only for Bojang to scream in terror, It's me, the manager. Immediately, he raised his gun and aimed it, telling him to disappear. Sanju placed the gem back on the ground. Just thinking about it, he knew where this was going. For now, he'd leave it alone. He pulls the sword box closer, staring intently. Next, the sword. Sanju recalls Runmo's earlier reminder. I think you should have the clone do this. What if it's cursed? He stares intently, muttering to himself. We put it in a box to be safe when we brought it here. Selling it is fine, since it's worth a money. But what if I used it before selling it? It's already been used before, after all. He then turned to the clones lying on the beds and called out, Number 2, take a hold of it. He obediently gets up and Clone 2 reaches into the box for the sword. He then raised it up in one swift motion, startling Sanju. Whoa! Silence fills the air as they both stand in shock. He mutters, Is that all? Number 2 was also stunned. I heard a voice, he thought, closing his eyes to try and understand. A voice? The system window appears, activating a skill. A scream echoes in his mind as Sanju resonates, causing him to bite his lip and jolt in shock. Kill. Shed blood for me. Hurry. Hurry. Immediately, the system canceled the skill, and he collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in agony. His eardrums were bursting. He eyed the sword in number two's hand, wondering if the clone was unaffected by anything short of extreme sound. I wonder what would happen if I held it myself. No wonder that fish went crazy. He then ordered the clone to hold it for a while. He's being obedient. Suddenly, a system notification appears, indicating increased regeneration as he looks at the two clones. Number 1, bandaged and lying face down on the bed, and number 3, lying obediently on the floor, both looking puzzled. Perhaps rest will help them recover faster? Still a little scared, he closes his eyes, knowing he has to take them hunting tomorrow. But with the situation as it is, he approaches the bed to inform the two clones. Today, we will all meditate to unlock the breath of Mena. While I'm gone, keep meditating. They look exhausted. Sanjiju closed his eyes, emitting a blue light as he muttered, "Tomorrow morning." The system window will display the meditation mode activation. The next morning, on his way to school, he announces his arrival. The campus is bustling and he glances at the benches lining the path, a smile creeping across his face as he heads to class. The break's already over. Suddenly, a window pops up displaying his stats. Strength increased from 1432 to 1456. Reflexes from 1218 to 1231, health from 1024 to 1045, endurance from 894 to 913, and other stats as well. Sanji muses that his stats have increased quite a bit, but I never gave my clones any rest. Suddenly, he remembered something else, tears streaming down his face as he walked down the hall, lost in thought. I never knew I was this lonely. No one even says hello. Next, Sanjiju entered the classroom and a muscular classmate looked up. Their eyes met. Gyondo gives a playful thumbs up. Oh, wow. I didn't know you were in this class with me. He's surprised. What are you doing in this class? He then pulls up a chair next to Gyondo. He blushed and teased. Haven't I told you? I chose this major because I heard the professors are easygoing and give generous grades. Sanji remained calm. I didn't know you paid attention to things like that. He then asked, You still training regularly? Meanwhile, he sits down saying, Of course, not everyone's like you. The girls look at him in astonishment. The purple-haired girl turned to the black-haired one, full of doubt. Who is he? Senior Sangwoo? She's shocked. Wasn't he really fat before? The girls upstairs turn their gaze and whisper, I didn't even recognize him. Should we invite him to a blind date? Seeing this, Gaido crossed his arms, moved closer, and whispered with a grin, Heh, you're quite popular now, aren't you? He forces a smile. They didn't even greet me. Then, pointing to his face, Have I changed that much? Are you kidding me, or are you serious? He chuckled. Have you seen your parents yet? I bet they wouldn't even recognize you. Next to him, he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Is that so? Well, I was planning on going home for a few days anyway. Even Mr. Du almost didn't recognize you when he saw you on the street. Then he raised his hand, mimicking a toast with a beer, and suggested, Oh, right. Let's grab some beers after class. Bring some friends along, he awkwardly interjected. I already have plans. Hearing this, Gongdu panics and shouts. What are you saying? He repeated, flustered. I already have a date, so I can't go with you. He pointed and shouted, his voice filled with frustration. You traitorous bastard. How dare you treat me like this? You're going to hang out with girls now? Growing more flustered, he stood up and waved his hands. No, it's not like that. Calm down anyway. I'm sorry. Explain it to the others for me. He pointed at the two people staring at him from the table above, his face pale, and shouted, spraying saliva. No need to explain. They heard everything, Sanu said, noticing their nervous sweat. What? Chan Yu and the guy from the car are in this class too? I'll remember this, Mr. Do shouted out in frustration. We'll all remember this day, a student in the class remarked. How presumptuous. The professor is here. On a clear day inside the WHA, the Global Hunter Association, employees diligently went about their work as a man overlooked the bustling scene. A bespectacled employee spoke up. Oracle has foreseen a disaster. The WHA chairman, Michael Harris, asked in astonishment, About what? The serious young man stated that a gate would form, unleashing thousands of monsters. Had Michael Harris confirmed the gate's location and opening time? The boy with glasses replied, We only know the highest monster level, and the gate will likely open in the next few days. He looked at the paper and announced that the most probable location was South Korea. As someone hurried away, Gunny, his face etched with worry, wondered, What's going on? Why such a large gathering? As he was thinking, someone called out, Mr. Gunny, and then Miho crashed right into Gunny, shocking him. Y collapsed from the impact, his face contorted in pain. Long time no see, Miss Miho. Miho gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Did I hit him that hard? A moment later, Miho puffed out her chest and said, "It must be serious if you're here this late. I am Miho, leader of Jolo, the 6th-ranked crew nationwide." Gunty, arms crossed, replies, "I think so too, and this is the leader of Cuse, the 3rd-ranked association in the nation." The two arrive at the base, and Miho says sarcastically, "By the way, are you raising slippers to flirt with me?" "How charming," he says sarcastically. Guy awkwardly explains, "No, I've just been busy lately." As they entered the meeting room, everyone was already seated, and an old man stared wide-eyed at their arrival. Yeah, the old geezer's being sarcastic. "Who's this? Isn't that Mr. Y?" Miho sighed deeply. "Oh, that pompous old man." Y, facing the door, asked, "What is it?" Hisong is dripping with sarcasm. "Why are you being so cold?" "The least you could do is let me say hello," Y replied wearily. "If you're done, I'll head back to my seat." But Y's eyes narrowed as he heard Hisong speak up. Hisong wore a smug expression. "I heard that one of the Kusai Guild's executives recently went there." Hisong stoked the flames, but there's been no news these past few days. I can't contain my curiosity. "So, any progress on the second-in-command of the Tang clan?" Kim Yon spoke up, rebuking him. "That's enough of that." Hasong Fa Chi laughs. "Didn't they say the results weren't very good?" Forgive me. My memory isn't what it used to be." Hearing that, Y's face filled with murderous intent, and a fire of rage ignited within him. Miho could only stand by helplessly as Y was about to make a move. But then, the door creaked open. The sunglasses-clad guard announced the arrival of the association president, a tiny, silver-haired old man, the president of the Korean Hunter Association, Oh Byung-hun. Seeing the commotion, President Go Gun-hee asks, "What's going on?" Bae Yun-ho was taken aback. Something's definitely up. Without another thought, he settled into his seat. "I'm glad to see you all here. First of all, I'd like to thank you for answering our call." Byung-hun's eyes narrowed. The country had recently received a disaster warning from the Global Hunter Association. He scoffed inwardly. "From Oracle?" Byung-hun blankly read the lines. "We have received intelligence that a monster gate is about to open, unleashing a terrifying wave of monsters. Suspecting the possibility of even A-rank monsters, we're required to cooperate with the strongest guilds in the country," the spiky-haired youth interjected. "When and where is this supposed to happen?" Byung-hun asked, eyes wide. "Aside from the possibility that it will occur domestically, we have no further specifics." "Are you asking us to protect the entire nation?" Byung-hun hesitated, unsure how to respond without knowing the gate's location. "That's why we're here, to discuss this, knowing only that it will happen soon." The people in the meeting questioned him loudly. "We don't even have enough hunters to handle internal affairs. How can we prevent a disaster when we don't know when or where it will strike? And will you compensate all the hunters we send out?" Byung scratched his head and Wee suddenly spoke up. "Sir, what if we did this?" Seizing this lifeline, Bai growled. "What is it, Leader Park? Speak up." Y calmly shared his idea. Each guild would prepare a team of hunters ready to deploy at a moment's notice, patrolling the areas around them. And when disaster strikes, all guilds would focus their full force on that location. Gon sternly emphasized that there would be no exceptions. This was mandatory, and any failure to comply would be severely punished. Byung-hun was sweating profusely. "I think that's a pretty good idea. Does anyone have any other opinions? Otherwise, we'll decide by a show of hands." The members of the meeting all raised their hands in agreement. At least they could do that, since they had to patrol the area anyway. And Miho blushed as she raised her hand, while he agreed with a sinister smile. Elder Hun seemed relieved, as if a weight had been lifted. "I guess this is the final decision." Byung-hun made his decision. They would follow Leader Park Wee's suggestion. "Protect your areas well and maintain a close cooperative relationship on a day that's neither sunny nor rainy," Sang-woo thought to himself with a strange look on his face. The first day flew by and it was time for class. On the way, Sang-woo stopped, a question on his face. A man with slicked back hair oozes arrogance. "Seriously, you're my ideal type. Just give me your number and I'll leave you alone." Hae awkwardly brushes her hair back. I told you, I have a boyfriend, but he won't give up." "Don't be like that. We can still be friends. Just give me your number," Sanju asks in surprise. "Why are you here?" Startled, Hae turns around, immediately becoming evasive. "Teacher, honey." You're here too?" Sanju asked, dumbfounded. "My love?" Before Sanju could reveal anything, she quickly pulled him away. "I've been waiting for you. Let's go." Meanwhile, that guy's left, scratching his head, clueless as evening descends on the street. Sanju's voice echoes, explaining that he kept pressuring her for her number. "So that's why we rushed off?" Hae-ion retorts that she told him she had a boyfriend. Just then, Hae-ion, flustered and blushing, shouted, "And by the way, I don't have a boyfriend." Sanju was stunned. I didn't say anything, did I? Sanju asked. That's right. Why did you ask me to buy meat for you? You have school today. Ion replied, Oh, it's my school's anniversary today. So, you dressed up like a treasure. That's why you're not in your school uniform? I thought something was wrong. Hey, Ion bloomed like a white flower, full of smugness. What is it? Can't take your eyes off me in my everyday clothes, huh? Want to ask for my number? Sanju was furious, rendered speechless. He's had it long enough, and this girl won't question it anymore. Sangyu puts his hands in his pockets and pulls out his phone, which displays a notification. All debts have been cleared, payment has been sent, and the sender trembles. Sanji excitedly screams internally, Did I really just make 50 million? Sanji boldly declares that his doppelganger is absolutely amazing. Let's go pick out some expensive meat, Hyon asked in surprise. Really? Because I can eat a lot. Can you even afford this? Sanju reassured her. It's fine. Let's eat beef. Do you want Korean beef? Hyon was stunned. Isn't that a little expensive? Sanju generously replies, Don't worry about the money. At a Korean BBQ restaurant, beef sizzles on the grill as the two attentively enjoy their meal. Hyon exclaims with delight. Here, try this. It looks amazing. Sanji kept piling food on her plate, saying, That's right. It's unbelievably delicious. Hyon looked at the menu, worried about the price, but Sanjok insisted she not worry and just eat, concerned only for her hand, then asked for more beef for 4 people, as disaster alerts blared across the country. This is not a drill. The warning sirens continue to blare. This is not a drill. Monsters are appearing all over the country. Citizens, please be careful. The announcement repeated endlessly. A disaster alert was being broadcast nationwide. The announcement echoed endlessly through the deserted beef restaurant, along with the urgent voice from the phone. Citizens nationwide, check the location of your evacuation center and prepare emergency supplies such as food. I repeat, this is not a drill. Someone's scream echoed, Dong-su, you bastard! Stop it, a gaunt man with glasses interjected. That's right, there's nothing we can do. He already has a plan. Jongdo continues to scream, ranting about the unfairness of it all. How does he get to play around with women while we're stuck walking the streets alone? The man with glasses replied nonchalantly. We don't even know if he's meeting a girl or not, until Sang-woo is spotted eating beef with one. The two of them chatted happily together, and the sight of it made the man with glasses seethe with rage. I'll kill you, you traitor. The buzz-cut friend beside him was terrified. What's wrong with him? Jonongdo's phone beeped from his pocket. Jeono-do stares at his phone in disbelief. What? The buzz-cut friend steadies the screaming glasses wearer, then asks Jeondo, who's staring at his phone. What's wrong? My phone's been buzzing too. Gio's expression changed. I think something bad is happening. The comments are piling up, mostly from idiots who don't know what's coming. Director Gi reads each comment, helpless. Online, chaos reigns, but at school, no one says a word. Beside him, his glasses-wearing friend continued to scream. I thought you were my friend. The buzz-cut friend hugs the glasses-wearer tightly and asks, But isn't it too quiet here for a disaster to have occurred? Shouldn't there be some kind of sign? Sang-woo then exits the restaurant, surprised to see his friends at the door. Sang-yu asks, What? What are you guys doing here? The 3 friends, like Gu Cam or something, seemed embarrassed, and the buzz-cut friend spoke up. We saw you eating while we were passing by. Gyeong-do chimed in. Who's the girl behind you? Is she your girlfriend? Hearing the word girlfriend, Hye-yeon was overjoyed. But Sang-yu denied it, saying, That's not it. She's my student. I'm just treating her to a meal because she helped me before. Then Sang-yu introduced them as his college classmates. Ji-yeon and Chan-ung greeted him, and Hye-yeon bowed politely, saying, Hello, my name is Hye-yeon. He asked, Oh, she's your student? Hello. Sang-yu hands over the meat, saying, Here, Sang-woo said politely. Since we couldn't finish it all, we had them pack up the food we ordered, so you should take it home and eat it with your parents. Unless you're heading straight to your hideout, that is, he hesitantly replies. Yes, thank you, sir. Sang-yu speaks up asking, Don't go anywhere else, okay? Go straight home. Your father must be worried. Meanwhile, his 2 friends were dumbfounded, impressed by his teacher-like demeanor. How shy. Oh, is that all for today? Is that all? Sang-woo said. My dad won't be happy if we're wandering around during a disaster warning. The 3 beside him chimed in, teasing him. Ki-yong spoke first, complaining about everything. Tran-yu pushed up his glasses. He's too rigid, isn't he? Inside the car, he spoke reassuringly. The old man, Sang-yu, awkwardly shouts, Shut your mouths! Then he yells, All of you, go home now. Then he turned the group around to leave, or rather, spoke politely. Then I'll see you next time, teacher. Jung-yu sighed helplessly. Seriously? A sleazy voice echoes. Next, a group of drunken people playfully banter with each other, causing Sang-yu to frown, wondering if he's become too sensitive. With a sharp gaze, Sang-yu thought to himself that they were all acting far too normal. He turned to his phone as Runmo called, "Hunter." Seeing this, Sang-woo asked, "Have you heard about the disaster?" Runmo replied, "I was just about to call you about that." Sang-yu asks if he's heard any specific information about the disaster, and Junmo replies that unofficially, the association is planning to be in this state for at least 3 months. Sang-yu was shocked. 3 months? Isn't that too long? Junmo explained that it's because they don't know when or where the gate will appear. But the number of invading monsters will be huge and quite dangerous. They even said there could be Class A monsters, so if a gate appears in the capital, there will be many casualties. Sang-yu asks, if it's so dangerous, shouldn't the association provide more information and strongly urge caution? Like the hunters from the association, for example. Junmo explains the issue is the 3-month deadline. The economy and vital supplies would suffer greatly if we stopped people from working for that long, and the association would be blamed for the losses. Sang-yu gritted his teeth. Is that why the information is incomplete? Junmo replied, yes, at least we can say they warned the people no matter what happens now. Junmo puts on his jacket and continues talking to Sang-yu. I'm heading to the shelter right away. The hunting grounds are also isolated, so no one can hunt in this situation. Sang-yu replied, all right, I'm heading home, take care. Junmo replies that he should take care as well. As dust settles, the small apartment buildings light up. Sang-yu entered the house, asking, Number 1, Number 2, how are you feeling? Number 2 replied spiritedly, I'm fine. But Number 1 weakly replied, I'm not dead yet. Seeing this, Sang-woo pondered. Number 2 seemed almost unscathed, but Number 1 was not. His injuries are pretty severe. Seeing this, Sang-yu opens the system window, which displays a notification. Replicated Levo 3's cooldown is over and ready to use. Sang-yu says, all right, let's resummon Number 1. A golden light emanates as Number 1 is resummoned in black armor. Sang-woo holds out a helmet, telling him to wear it so he doesn't get them mixed up. Sang-yu looks toward the door and says, Number 3 has arrived. He continues, then let's go home. In the elevator, Sang-woo thinks, it's been 3 months. He presses the button, holds out the bag of beef, and announces, Mom, I'm home. Sang-yu's mother stared in shock at the stranger before her, as Sang-yu smirked inwardly. Does my own mother not recognize me? She stammers. Could you possibly be Sang-woo? Sang-yu scratched his head. That's right, I'm your son, Sang-yu. His mother cried out. Oh my God, why are you so thin? Are you starving? Sang-yu's father inside the house was also stunned, asking, What? Sang-yu's back, huh? Is that really Sang-woo? Sang-woo's sister shouts. You're back? His father was taken aback. Oh my God, Jin-yu exclaimed happily. Shouldn't I seek out my adorable sister the moment I get home? Jin-yu stared in disbelief. Why are you standing there like that? Sang-yu is happy to see his sister, but Jin-yu is getting annoyed. Jin-yu asks who he is. Meanwhile, Sang-yu was moved to tears, recalling Jeondo's words, even your own parents won't recognize you. Sang-yu thinks to himself, Jeondo, you were absolutely right. Sang-yu's mother continued to ask if he was with friends. Why are they all covering their faces? Sang-yu said, taking off his shoes. Oh, they're not my friends. Sang-yu turned back and ordered them to remove their masks. When they removed their masks, the 3 were shocked and taken aback, stammering as they questioned them. Then, identical screams echoed through the air, and Sang-yu tried to calm them. I'll explain. And then, understanding dawned on the whole family. So, you're saying that's your ability? Sang-woo politely replied, Yes, that's right. About a month ago, I participated in the Awakening program. You all know about that, right? His mother was astonished. I heard many young people are doing it, but I didn't think you would too. Jin-woo slumped at the table. I want to do it too, Sang-woo's father asked. So, you're a hunter too? Sang-yu chuckled nervously. Haha, yes, I wasn't planning to hide it, he says, but his mother replies sternly, Son, isn't that very dangerous? Sang-yu quickly explained that his skills meant he was never in danger, reassuring them that others hunted on his behalf. Suddenly remembering something, Sang-yu exclaimed, Oh right, there's a disaster warning, we have to go to the shelter. His father replied, Well, your mother and I packed some emergency supplies, but let's see how things develop. Sang-yu repeats, Let's see. This disaster could happen at any moment. Sang-yu's father explained, I still have to go to work tomorrow, and we can't just pack up and leave. Sang-yu thought to himself that his parents didn't understand the gravity of the situation because society was still calm. He wished they knew about the monster outbreak. He gritted his teeth, then sighed. Okay, I'll stay here with you guys from now on. Seeing this, his father asked, What? What about school? Sang-yu awkwardly replies that school's been canceled, though he inwardly screams that it's a lie. He thinks to himself that if he can't convince them, he should at least stay here. Sang-yu says, Everyone, let's have this for dinner, his father asks in surprise. What? Is that meat? Sang-woo replies. I was eating at a restaurant and had to leave in the middle of my meal because of the disaster alert. His mother said caringly, you must be starving. Have some side dishes. Next to him, Jin-woo is ecstatic. It's Korean beef, how wonderful. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Sang-woo was overjoyed, thinking he should have come sooner. Then he looked towards the clones. Ah, they should eat too, right? The clones thought they were in for a treat, but Sang-woo shattered their dreams. The clones can eat too, but this is a bit too extravagant. Just give them some rice. A steaming meal is laid out on the table, a spread of simple yet delicious dishes. The three copies stared resentfully at the large bowl of rice before them and the lavish spread beside them. Sang-woo spoke up. You must all be hungry. Let's eat. Thanks for the meal. Jin-yu chimes in mockingly. If the four of us eat together, what if you get fat again? Sang-yu twitches, speechless. His mother happily says it's been a long time since the whole family has eaten together like this. Jin-yu replies, that's right, I like it so much. Sang-yu felt a warmth in his heart, but before he could speak, a massive explosion rocked the area, plunging everything into darkness. His vision faded, then snapped back, his eyes widening as he looked around, bloodied. Clutching his head, he rises, wondering what happened as he stares blankly at the scene before him. Monsters wreaked havoc on the buildings, and Sang-woo wondered, what is going on? A giant monster roars madly amidst the chaos, another spewing flames from its gaping maw. The destructive flames split an apartment building in two, leaving Sang-yu speechless. Sang-yu frantically looks around, calling out, Jin-yu's parents. The whole family is on the floor. He picks up number one's equipment, deep in thought. Did he use his own body to shield his family from the blast? Sang-woo looked over to see number two, and number three staring back at him. Sanji rushes over asking, Number three, your hand, are you all right? Number three insists his hand has stopped bleeding. Sang-woo despairs, realizing number one has vanished, number three is badly hurt, and the gate has opened far too soon. Suddenly his mother stood up and Sang-woo called out to her. Then the whole family woke up and his mother frantically asked, What's going on? Are you hurt? Sang-woo replies. I'm fine. We need to get out of here now. His father looked on in horror. Oh my God, our home. Sang-yu reassured them. Home isn't important right now, Dad. Sang-yu continued. I think the gate opening is what caused this, and everyone's in danger. The streets are like a wasteland now. Monsters relentlessly seize people. Some sit blankly by corpses, loved ones crushed by rocks on cars, and a winged monster snatches a person from a rooftop. They all thirstily eye those around them. With their preparations nearly complete, Sang-woo asks puzzled, Am I dressed okay? Jin-yu awkwardly replies, Yeah, it's right, but a little big. Jang-yu looks pensive. Number one once wore it too. Jin-yu asks, Is your clone okay? Sang-yu reassures him, He's fine, don't worry. A monster hurtles towards them at breakneck speed, sending the family scrambling back in terror while a green creature lies writhing in a pool of blood. Sang-yu wondered if monsters were falling from the sky, and then more and more began to fall. Sang-yu wondered to himself, a gate appeared in the sky. Did this monster fall because it can't fly? Sang-yu grabs his sword, thinking it's easier this way. The system announces a manga increase of 0.1 won as the family struggles to open the door. Jin-yu urged, Why can't we open it? Help me out, brother. Sang-yu's father bashed the door with the bat, insisting it was broken. But Sang-yu approached, gripped the bat, and said, Dad, wait a moment. His father was hesitant, but agreed. All right, he says, grabbing his father's baseball bat and using his strengthening skill. His eyes glowed purple as he smashed the door, breaking the handle before finishing it off with a super cool kick, announcing, Let's go, to his stunned family. In basement number 12, Sang-yu looked around in dismay. The cars were all wrecked. Regaining his composure, Sang-yu immediately asked his father, How far is the nearest shelter? His father replied that it was about 2 kilometers, as a horde of red liquid-covered creatures appeared everywhere. Twisted skeletons moving erratically and motionless clay figures. Sang-yu grits his teeth, thinking, Damn it, so many monsters fell without being affected. Can we really walk 2 kilometers in this situation? Jin-yu suddenly shouts, Brother, let's use the underground basement. There's a temporary shelter down there. Hearing his sister's shout, Sang-yu was startled and replied, There's one under our house. Get your bearings and let's go there. A faint voice echoed from afar. Over here, a man is crushed by an earth monster. He gasped, Is anyone there? The bloodied man pleaded, Help me. As if sensing the man, the monster opened its massive maw and flipped the rock over, crushing him. Tears streamed down his face as he realized his end was near. That monster is a Dino class, and the man, filled with terror, crawls away, crying, "Is anyone there? Help me." Hearing the man's cries, Sang-woo's father's compassion wavered. His father urged Sang-woo to think carefully, telling him that this wasn't the time for them to be saving others. His father, sweating profusely, said, "Let's go down." But inside, Sang-woo was screaming. Number 3 was in no condition to fight, and Number 2 alone can't save him. The man's shouts grow louder. "Is anyone there? There's someone here." Hearing the increasingly desperate cries, Sang-woo suddenly hesitated. "I'm not a clone. I can't use fusion. If I die, it's for real." Sang-woo's heart pounded in his chest, his thoughts still racing, but his mother urged him on. "Sang-woo, what are you doing? Let's go." Tears streamed down the man's face as he pitifully awaited his demise. Sang-woo was still lost in thought, but after a moment he spoke. "Remember to close the door and wait for me once you're down there." His mother was shocked. "Sang-woo?" Jin-woo chimes in. "Brother." Sang-woo gives the order. Number 2, with me. Number 3, protect our family until the end, Jin-woo shouts angrily. "Are you crazy? Didn't you see what happened out there?" "Get down here," his father asked, turning to him. Sang-woo smiles. "You know I'm a hunter, Dad." Jin-woo cried out as he saw his brother rush out, but Sang-woo's heart was set on moving forward. With monsters swarming, there's only one thing a hunter can do. Sang-woo lunges at the monster Cho and strikes. The monster clutches its face in fury as Sang-woo thinks to himself, "If I'm a hunter." The ogre roars, and Sang-woo commands, "Number 2, protect him." Number 2 responds, "Yes." Sang-woo thought for a moment. "Isn't our job to kill monsters?" Sang-woo was full of provocation. "Hey, go get him, you dog." The Cho monster froze, hearing some hotshot call him a dog. It was like a stage light effect, turning off all the lights. "Come at me?" He kept muttering to himself. "Go get him, dog." Number 2 carefully lifted each stone, freeing the man trapped beneath. With concern, Sang-woo asked, "Can you still walk?" The young man, now free, replied, "Yes, thank you. Thank you so much." The Cho monster, seeing its prey escape, roars in anger. Sang-woo glanced over, realizing just how massive this monster was, and ordered, "Number 2, arm yourself." Sang-woo fumbled for something orange behind his pants, thinking he had to use everything he had. He stared intently at the gem, steeling himself, saying it wasn't the time to be picky. Sang-woo offered the orange piece to Number 2, saying, "Eat this too, Number 2, catch." Then he quickly took a big bite, munching away. After eating, Number 2's eyes changed, their pupils glowing orange. And with a howl like a beast, Number 2 transformed into an orange monster with yellow eyes, shocking Sang-woo. Sang-woo asks, "You're still on my side, right?" Number 2 responds, "Yes." Sang-woo thought to himself, that appearance is no joke. Seeing the superhuman transformation, the monster Cho says, "No, you're not on my side." Sang-woo happily replies, "Good, thank goodness my hand is still okay." The system displays, "Your power has increased. Your power has increased." It keeps saying, "My strength has increased." Sang-woo thinks to himself that other than his stats skyrocketing due to cloning, it doesn't seem to have any effect. Sang-woo issues a challenge, ready for the hunt to begin. The Cholo monster approached, dragging its massive stone baseball bat, then furiously swung it high. Luckily, Sang-woo dodged in time and retaliated, but he froze when he saw the monster was unfazed. As the Cho monster reached for him, Number 2 suddenly appeared, pouncing like a hunting panther. Seeing Number 2's actions, Sang-woo was astonished, thinking to himself how incredible that sword was, as the monster spewed black blood and screamed in agony before the relentless onslaught. Dodging the attack, Sang-woo thought to himself how lucky he was that it was much slower than the fishman. After a moment, Sang-woo leapt into the air, striking the monster's head with a powerful blow, severing several of its fingers. Sang-woo froze, wondering how its hand had grown back. Before he could think, the monster sent him flying. Sang-woo slid to the ground, battered and bruised, marveling at its regenerative abilities, but then realized it wasn't very tough, and he could cut it easily. Sang-woo gritted his teeth, thinking, its regeneration is too fast. His eyes remained fixed on the monster. "Damn it, at this rate, a focusing damage is impossible," Sang-woo shouts from afar, telling Number 2 to bring it down for a few minutes. Hearing that, he descended and struck the monster decisively, a monster full of hatred, snarling and squealing like a stuck pig. Sang-woo points his gun, knowing he can disrupt its vision, no matter how fast it heals. The monster is relentlessly attacked by Number 2, but the wounds barely faze Cho. Cho is in so much pain that tears stream down his face, and the wounds he sustained no longer seem to be healing. Its eyes roll back as Sang Yu approaches, and the quick attack is triggered. Sang Yu is ecstatic. This position is perfect. Sang Woo, now smug, smashes the club into Cho's face, his eyes blazing with fury, sending the monster flying, finally defeating it. His strength grows, but the cracking in his hands brings him agonizing pain. He looked at his hands, wondering if this was caused by the quick attack, but the destructive power of this move is worth the consequences. Sang Yu pondered, noting it seemed stronger than the merman. He mused, assuming the merman was strong because it was in its territory. These monsters are quite strong even without any special conditions. Sang Yu stood up, hands on his hips. Let's head inside. My sister must be worried. Sang Woo looked around, disoriented. Where's my phone? I must have dropped it while I was rolling around fighting. Number 2, give me your phone. Number 2 responded. Yes, Sang Woo secretly laughs to himself. Think again. You'll be thrown out of the camp looking like that. As he spoke, Sang Woo looked into the distance in shock. A group of people are being chased by monsters. Help! Someone, please save us. Sang Yu, witnessing this, rubbed his temples. Damn it. The once luxurious city is now in ruins, as planes circle overhead. Cars are crushed beneath the rubble as a monstrous foot stomps down. It's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, frantically searching for prey, and it quickly bites and explodes a plane above. Someone throws a flame that lands on its head, a mysterious figure. Then, a group of superhuman figures appeared. The Black Flame Society, rank 9. The red-haired man shouted clearly, Everyone, prepare yourselves. Our target is their leader. A bearded man clicked his tongue, declaring, Don't lose to the other gangs. Even a scale from that thing is worth months of your salary. And that was the 7th squad, Scorpio. The angry dinosaur opened its mouth wide, roaring louder and louder at the approaching crowd. The battle raged, and the aircraft scanned the skies as a masked figure announced, Arrived at the destination, opening the bay. The hatch opens and the guilds descend into the ruined North Want of the Kinnis Guild. Want grimaces at the devastation and orders his team to prepare to jump. A bird monster hurtles toward them like a missile. The plane quickly raises its gun system and fires at the red bird. The man next to him shouted, Sir, the Megalosaurus is starting to move out. Wet added, Some guilds are already targeting it, so we'd just be wasting manpower. If we do that too, we'll prioritize evacuating the survivors first. A hunter rejoices at claiming the blue monster's orange gem, while another stoops so low as to steal jewelry from a fallen girl. Y looks down from above, seething with anger, as the pilots announce they've spotted survivors 700 meters north. Please come and check on their condition, Gunny acknowledged. A group of hunters is surrounded, and Sang Woo is among them. Gunta is surprised, thinking, Is that guy a hunter? He's holding his own, but there are too many monsters for those two to handle. Gunta puts on his mask, declaring he'll head north. The others shout their acknowledgement. Gunta orders them to move out in groups and begin the rescue operation. The men respond, Yes, sir. Jera puts on his gear and jumps, followed by the others. He dives like a hawk, his eyes sharp. Sang Yu, exhausted and panting, thinks to himself that he was originally planning to return immediately after killing that monster, when a horde of Gozdi rushed towards him, cackling. The terrified citizens panicked, a mother clutching her child, whispering words of comfort. Sang Woo ordered a retreat to the apartment building's basement. More monsters are attacking the terrified civilians behind us. Sang Yu shouts, Damn it! Number 2, protect our rear. Number 2 acknowledges. A Godzilla-like monster leaped toward a civilian, but before it could strike, Number 2 slashed it across the stomach. Sang Yu followed up with a barrage of gunfire. Sang Yu sighed, realizing he couldn't use his quick attack skill anymore. It consumed too much energy. Then, a massive explosion erupted, and a flock of 2-meter-tall birds appeared. Sang Yu dodges and shouts, That damned thing is getting back up again. The bird pants, breathing out scorching air. It exhales a scorching breath of fire, forcing Sang Yu to recoil from the heat, and the bird turns its gaze to the terrified civilians, but Number 2 quickly rushes to shield them. Their screams echoed as Number 2 tried to block all the attacks, but the force was too great, causing him to cough up blood. Using his staff for support, Sang Yu watched with worry. It couldn't be. Number 2. A massive claw descends from the sky upon the black bird. That foot crushed the fire-breathing black bird. A massive, ferocious tiger had crushed the black bird. Sang Yu stares in disbelief as the Goa scatter in terror, and Number 2 vanishes. Sang Yu stared at Number 2's attire, lost in thought, before collapsing to the ground. Sang Yu braced for death, watching the tiger's claws rush toward him, realizing this was the end. A long slash echoed. Sang Woo closed his eyes, accepting his fate, but after a moment he frowned and opened them, noticing the silence. Before him stood a man, shielding him from the tiger's sharp claws. Before the tiger could reach Sang-yu, Gay severed its head. The onlookers were stunned as Gonti removed his mask and inquired about their well-being. Is everyone all right? Sang-yu looks at his uncle in confusion. As the tiger's head hit the ground, Gonti solemnly introduced himself. I am Park Gonti, from the Cuss Guild. In a sealed basement, the door remains shut tight. Inside, the injured lie scattered across the floor. The others sat in a daze as Jin-yu shouted, "Let me go, I have to save my brother." Number 3 clenches his fist, declaring, I disagree. He doesn't budge, gripping Jin-yu's hand tightly. Jin-yu winces in pain, thinking, how is he so strong? Aren't you supposed to be my brother's clone? Why aren't you protecting the original? Jin-yu asks, annoyed. I prioritize my master's orders, so I will protect his family. Sang-yu's father shouted, Stop it, Jin-yu, you're scaring everyone. Sang-yu's mother sobs uncontrollably nearby. Sang-yu? Jin-woo asked, confused. Are you really worried, father? I've seen everything that's happening out there, Sang-woo's father reassured him. He'll be back soon. Just trust him and wait. It's more dangerous out there right now, Sang-woo's father reassured. And that boy is your brother's skill. If his clone is okay, then I think he's okay too. Jin-woo is worried, but her father reassures her, recalling Sang-woo's earlier door-smashing feat. Your brother must truly be a hunter. Have a little more faith in him. If we go out there now, we'll likely just get in his way. We shouldn't let our emotions cloud our judgment. Jin-woo's sister slowly lowered her hands. Okay. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts from the door, frantic pounding. Someone, please, help me, there's an outsider here. Jin-yu looked excited. Could that be you? But Sang-yu's father immediately retorted. No, this voice isn't Sang-yu's. One of the refugees spoke up. Is he in a different building? He doesn't seem to know the password. The person next to her added, Should we open the door for him? Outside, the man's voice repeats, Someone, please help me. Please. The group was in an uproar as Sang-yu's mother spoke up. Wasn't he the one Sang-woo saved? And what was that just now? Sang-yu's father chimed in, The security camera's too dark. Jin-yu hastily replied, I'll go open the door. Lost in confusion, Jin-yu senses someone standing beside him. Surely his older brother is here too. As the door opens, Jin-woo happily calls out to his brother, only for a man with no eyes to suddenly appear. He floats in the air as a monster tears away his human mask, its voice echoing, Save me. Jin-woo stood there, dumbfounded, The monster throws the man's corpse away, and it explodes on impact. The monster poked its face in, baring its perfectly aligned teeth, and continued mimicking, No, save me. Thank you, the low-level monster roared, grateful for the help. Watching the monster mimic voices so well, the man in the corner stared blankly. Ah! The group cried out in a panic. Monster... Jin-woo could only stand there, frozen. Seeing the roaring firefly approach Jin-yu, number 3 rushes to protect him, aiming a sharp object at the creature's eyes. Unfortunately, the firefly shattered number 3's weapon and punched him in the face. The force of the blow sends number 3 reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as the insect impales him. And then it pierced Jin-woo's stomach, the one who had been standing still. Her parents cried out in alarm. As for Jin-yu, the firefly impaled her, causing her to cough up blood, and her parents screamed. No, Jin-yu! Number 3 desperately tries to stop the attack. Number 3 throws something, shattering it to pieces, and the broken device announces that critical damage has been located. The machine continued to blare, initiating an emergency quarantine as number 3's feet glowed with golden power, fueling a frenzied charge toward the firefly, screaming. The firefly is hurled against the wall, the sounds of impact echoing. Meanwhile, Gon introduced himself. I'm Parkwit from the Cuss Guild. Gon apologized for being late. Sang-yu, still dazed, thought to himself that this man must be the project leader, and he's unbelievably strong. Sang-yu snapped out of it, extended his hand, and said, I'm Dong Sang-yu. Thank you for saving my life. Guy responds, I didn't do much. You're the one who saved everyone. You're amazing, Sang-yu replied, puzzled. But I almost died. Guy asked, but he didn't run away. You could have run away a long time ago if you wanted to. Sang-yu scratches his head. How could I run with so many people still here? The citizens cried out. Human conscience is easily broken in desperate situations, but you're truly amazing. Thank you, Sang-woo thought shyly. Gun-T is amused by Sang-yu's bashful expression, then recalls the earlier scene. Gun-T equips his landing gear, his eyes filled with an unfathomable depth. He witnessed someone standing in the line of fire, and Gun-T thought to himself, Damn it. Gun's thoughts raced. What was that? He vanished, leaving only his clothes behind. And then a fox appeared, Gunta thought, not another monster. And then, Gunta rushed down to the spot. Coming to, Gunta was lost in thought. What was that guy? Maybe he turned into mana. Gunta asks, "Are you a hunter?" Sang-woo picks up his staff and replies, "Yes, but not for long." Ji asks, "If you're okay with it, could you tell me about your skill?" Sang-yu suddenly stops. Sang-yu thought to himself, why hide it when he saved his life? As Sang-yu was about to speak, "My skill is..." But in his subconscious, a connection had been severed. Panic-stricken, Sang-woo thought, "I've lost contact with number 3. There's no time to waste." Gripping his sword, he said, "I'm sorry." He immediately took off, knowing his family was in danger. Gunta stood there, calling out that going alone was too dangerous, then ordered the rescue team to his location and to bring the survivors to safety. "Bravo team here, we're on our way." Gunta stood silently, gazing at the chaos, thinking to himself, the gate is still open. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was running as fast as he could, his hands gradually turning red. His eyes changed, and activating his sprint skill, he raced toward the shelter. Elsewhere, a massive explosion erupts as the red-haired man unleashes his fire magic, sending a blazing fireball hurtling toward the monster. One of them spoke up. "We need more firepower, focus on one point. The monster is unharmed and still has plenty of strength." The red-haired man shouted, "Scatter! Support team! Their attack range is wide." Another warrior lunges forward, striking the monster, thinking, "Damn, its hide is too thick, my poison can't penetrate." The red-haired man approached, saying, "It's stronger than we thought. This isn't the time for infighting, we need to cooperate." A figure in the back spoke up, emphasizing, "Cooperate? How?" The two are stunned, and the bald man asks, "Sir Hae-song, what are you doing here?" Old Hae-song spoke up, "I came because I heard there was money here and you two wouldn't know about it." But as the monster continued to roar, old Hae-song declared, "Absolute power doesn't need cooperation." A voice screams out, "Jinwoo!" Her parents were frantic, realizing their daughter was injured. "Does anyone have a first aid kit?" Her father continues to shake Jin-yu, trying to wake her up. Weakly, Jin-yu cried, "Mom, Dad, it hurts so much." Her mother was driven to tears. "Just hang in there, Jin-woo." A loud noise erupts and Sang-woo's eyes snap toward it. The door is sliced in two, and the firefly lives, stronger than before. It still tries to mimic a human voice. "Please." The people inside were in shock and agony. "Go, run quickly." The firefly shrieked, still mimicking a voice. "I can't die like this." Her parents held her hands tightly, tears streaming down their faces as Sang-woo finally returned to them. His eyes turned blue, and even Firefly turned to look. Sang-woo's father stared in shock and cried out, "Sang-woo!" Sang-woo was filled with a murderous aura as the people inside screamed, "Who are you?" "A hunter?" the man continued. "Somebody, help!" Sang-woo's eyes turned blood red as the firefly growled back while his parents wept uncontrollably. As Jinwoo's breath fades, Sang-woo freezes, trembling with rage, before charging at the monster, consumed by madness. A fierce clash erupts as the beast bares its razor-sharp claws. Sanju launches a frontal assault, but the monster narrowly evades the blow. This mistake only fueled his rage, as the beast taunted him, sticking out its tongue. "No." Sanju gripped his bloodied sword tightly. He plunges it into the ground, the sword igniting with fierce flames. Sanju, consumed by rage, grits his teeth, turning back with fierce determination. Gathering all his strength, he prepares to strike the monster before him as it bares its fangs, ready to fight, claws poised to strike his enraged face. In a moment of life and death, a girl arrives just in time to save Sanju, and Yuti is there to back them up. The firefly monster glared menacingly, its jaws agape as if to devour him, and the girl who saved Sanju stepped aside, sighing in awe. "Nice save." WTI then kicked the firefly monster, sending it reeling backward. The girl tended to Sanju, bandaging his wounds, which were severe, yet he couldn't suppress his anguished cries. The girl wondered at this attitude. What was it? Going berserk? In this moment, she can only advise Sanju to rest and continue to empower him. Rest for a moment. Mana transfer is now active. The girl poured all her mana into Sanju's body, who grew still, his eyes wide. His hand slowly loosened, and he dropped the sword. "Why?" anxiously asked the girl. "How is he?" She assessed Sanju's condition, and gravely reported, "To be honest, he's not doing well. Please kill that monster quickly." He coughed up poison, yet continued to mutter, as if desperately trying to convey vital information. Meanwhile, the girl urgently warned him, "Hey, don't talk, you'll reopen your wound." Wai listened intently, trying to decipher Sanji's desperate message. "Sister, I'm injured." He grasped her hand, a silent plea for help, as Sanju sobbed in despair. He sobbed, "Please, save her." One gripped his sword, his hand ablaze with a brilliant blue flame. He reassured him, "Don't worry." The firefly monster still lunged forward aggressively. With unwavering resolve, Y vowed that neither he nor the boy would perish. Enraged, the monster thrashed about in fury. Y, however, remained calm, saying softly, "It ends today." Sanji's eyes welled with tears, but a glimmer of hope remained as Y reassured him and bravely faced the firefly monster with unwavering confidence. "Take a break. This will all be over soon." Meanwhile, Chairman Hun silently listens to the latest updates from his subordinates. "We need to evacuate immediately. The situation is spiraling out of control while the associations are..." He clenched his fingers around the reports handed to him after a tense meeting and collusion. "So, the meeting ends here." A tall young man in sunglasses, standing next to his boss, spoke to him. "And as soon as we're ready, I'll prepare to fly you out," Mr. Hun replied flatly. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from afar, surprising him. "Sir, that's Hae-sung." He approaches and speaks his mind. "I'd like to ask for your opinion," he said, prompting a warning from the tall man in sunglasses. "You arrogant fool. Watch your manners." Byung-hun quickly tugged at his sleeve, wanting him to stop, and asked, "All right, what is it about?" Haidung Kyung-thwang sneered. "He's got you worried, huh? Why don't you go somewhere else for a bit?" The broad-shouldered man knew this was important. Though frustrated, he couldn't act out under his superior's gaze, and the two found a private place to discuss the matter. "So you're planning to evacuate everyone immediately?" Byung-hun confirmed this information. He sternly explained, "Yes, we'll announce the expected damage from the invasion and evacuate everyone. We must minimize casualties." Hae-ryung immediately questioned him, causing him to frown in embarrassment as he asked, "You intend to tell them everything?" "What do you mean?" he asked, cutting straight to the chase with an arrogant tone. "We don't even know when this will happen. And in this situation, you're going to announce that there will be an A-class monster invasion. Everyone, drop what you're doing and run, and lock down the entire city for 3 months." Yeah, Hae-ryung was intentionally pressuring Chairman Hoon, leaving him speechless. "Can you even handle the fallout?" He confronts him, uttering terrifying threats. "Everyone will blame the association. Those who lost their families or fortunes will band together and tear it apart. I don't know if your head will still be on your shoulders next month, let alone in 3. And with that, they turned their backs on each other. Hae-jun is still troubled, which isn't good for either of us, but Director Hoon saw right through it and asked bluntly, "So what do you want me to do?" He devised a plan to conceal the truth. Don't tell them about the Class A monster, hide the true danger of this incursion. His eyes revealed extreme cunning, coupled with a despicable and inhumane way of thinking. "I'm saying you should make them blame themselves for not evacuating and for being too weak to protect themselves." Hae-ryung looked up at the sky, his eyes glistening as he mocked Director Hun. "If I were you, I wouldn't hold a press conference or announce anything about it. Why would you arrange a meeting to announce that like an idiot?" He was truly angered by the man's cold-blooded words and snapped, "How can you say that?" "Do you know how many people could lose their lives?" Hae-ryung stubbornly retorted. "That's the silver lining," he said, his fist shattering the wall behind him, his face losing its humanity, his words growing more monstrous. "Monster gates? We'll let them open. People will die. The more they die, the more important we become. Against the monsters, the military is useless. In the end, those lowly humans can only defend themselves with us hunters." He gripped Chairman Bay's shoulder tightly as he spoke. "And you're mistaken about something. Do you think I'm begging for this?" Haidung immediately discerned his thoughts, causing him to break out in a nervous sweat. The die had been cast. Byung-hun closed his eyes, becoming increasingly agitated as bad news piled up, darkening his face with frustration. Currently, the Megalosaurus Guild is attacking the monsters, so the military officials are on one side, while Sanju's clones are flexing their muscles and training hard. Above them, Sanju is leisurely lying on top of himself, eating French fries. Meanwhile, he's lazing around, full of complaints. "Now do 100 more reps." The rate of power increase has slowed down lately, but at least they're obedient. Yes, Sanju was so lazy that he came up with even more ingenious tricks. "This skill is the best. They earn money and train for me. Long live cloning, my stats increase, and I don't have to do anything." He wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Suddenly, he received a message and immediately opened it. The manager has arrived, and Jun immediately asks one of his clones to come along as an escort. "Number 1, wake up, let's go make some money." The clone is very obedient. Yes, Jumo is excited to see him arrive. He's here. "Hunter?" Sanju happily greeted him in return. "Good morning. I need to take him to the unicorn hunting grounds again today." Surprised by the change in his clone, Duo asked where number 2 had gone, to which he casually replied that he was exercising. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Duo's mind, and he voiced it. "Why don't you train too? I think you'd get stronger much faster." That way, your power will double. But hearing about training, Sanju makes excuses to avoid it. He hesitated, replying, "Yes, but wouldn't it be better to use clones? I don't want to." He put on his most nonchalant face and began to ramble about his plans. "Actually, I wasn't serious about becoming a hunter. I've made enough catching single-horned rabbits, and there are plenty of association hunters these days anyway. This is just my personal opinion." Dumo understood, making his own opinion clear. "I'm just making a suggestion because you have so much potential that you're not using. You could be the best hunter." Sanjiju forces a smile. He honestly states his desire to be the best. "I just need to be able to take care of myself. That's enough for me." Duo couldn't convince this stubborn young man, so he sighed and spoke a sentence full of hidden meaning. Then a sharp object flashed past Sanju. So this is why his ending must be like this. He cried out in alarm, "Ah, what is it?" Suddenly, Duo's face contorted into a terrifying expression as he placed his hand on Sanju's shoulder, repeating the question in a daze. "This is enough for you." Then Duo shoved him hard, still muttering. "Right?" Sanju suddenly felt someone behind him. Behind him, many more with grotesque and terrifying faces muttered the same question. Before Sanju could react, he gaped in shock at the sight before him. His loved ones, twisted into grotesque forms. They relentlessly blamed him. "Sanji, why did you become a hunter? In the end, you abandoned us and left, even Sanju's younger sibling." His younger brother cried out, "Brother, please save me!" Sanju was instantly paralyzed with fear, his eyes brimming with tears. It was just a nightmare. He shot up, gasping for breath in terror. Sanju looked utterly terrified, his eyes darting around, but he regained his composure upon realizing he was in a hospital room. A voice asked Han Sanju about his strange behavior, startling him further. "Looks like you had a nightmare. Are you okay?" As Sanju slowly awoke, WT showed his concern, reminding him not to move too much. Sanju frowned, clutching his wound, and suspiciously asked about we. "It's Gun, right? You brought me here, and we seems very concerned about you." He only gave an important warning. "Be careful." The doctor said he was in bad shape with deep wounds, but lucky to be alive. A debt of gratitude Sanju felt deeply. "Tell him thank you, not just for saving me once, but twice." Y remained nonchalant. He had something to say, but held back. "It's nothing. There's much I want to say. But never mind." He decides to postpone speaking with Sanju and turns to leave. "Now that your family's here, what should we say?" Just then, your parents rushed in. Sanju, now fully calm, looked at them as Y's parents quietly left to give the family some privacy. "Are you all right? This is why I told you not to do it." "Easy now, she just woke up." The doctor entered and delivered good news about Sanju's condition, starting with the success of the surgery. He reads through Sanju's medical records, noting the positive progress. "We'll keep him under observation, but with his rapid recovery he should be home in a month." But what Sanju really cared about was the gate, so he quickly asked, "What about the gate? How many days has it been open?" His mother then tells him about the situation with the monsters outside. "It's been 4 days. Your mother heard that the high-level monsters have been dealt with, but many of the low-level ones escaped." Sanju hits his head hard. He frowned. "I don't remember anything after I passed out." But then a crucial memory surfaced, his eyes widening. Sanju suddenly remembered his injured sister and asked urgently, "Ju? What about Ju? What about her?" The doctor's face was grave. His parents remained silent, refusing to answer their son. "Ju is okay, right?" Sanju sensed something was wrong, and he anxiously pressed them for answers. "Why are you all silent? What happened?" In Ju's hospital room, she lies unconscious in bed as the doctor explains her condition to Sanju. "We've treated her abdomen, but she's infected with a mana-draining virus that absorbs life force." He presses his hand against the glass, his eyes wide with anguish for his sister. The doctor hesitated to explain the cause of her condition. Everyone was infected by monsters that escaped from the gate. It's a virus that absorbs the host's mana and life force, and poor Rue lies motionless in her hospital bed. The doctor prepared the family for several possible outcomes, most of which were not serious. Everyone has different attributes. If they don't match the virus, it dies without causing harm. But in rare cases, the host's mana is so compatible with the virus that it absorbs so much mana and vitality that they can't wake up. Sanjio couldn't look away. He asked the doctor, "Is there any cure?" The doctor cautiously spoke, referring to her condition as a persistent vegetative state. "With current medical technology, there's nothing to be done. The virus has synchronized with her mana, and even healing spells are ineffective, so all we can do is continue to supply mana and maintain her nutrition." The doctor cautiously began to tell Sanju about the difficult ways that might give Ju a chance to recover. "There's a slim chance if a high-ranking hunter with a blessing ability helps, or with a mutated camellia item, or a divine elixir from beyond the gate." but those are extremely rare and expensive. I know. Your parents were heartbroken to hear that. The doctor sadly agreed. That's right. But Sanju still gazed intently at his sister, unable to bear seeing her like this. Clutching the family heirloom, he was overcome with regret. If only he hadn't been so curious. Sanju recalls falling while searching for rare artifacts, his face a mask of confusion and bewilderment. Sanji-ju blames himself even more as he looks at Ju. If only he had prioritized protecting his family first. Ju was already terrified and worried then. She fainted from her grave injuries, and the thought only intensifies Sanju's anguish, causing him to bleed. Seeing his condition, the doctor cried out, "If only—" Sanju recalled the ferocious tiger-like monsters. If only I were stronger. The fireflies are fierce, and everyone is panicking as they see more blood flowing. Sanju is bleeding. The nurses are trying to calm him. The doctor gently reassured him, "Your wound is bleeding." Sanju, ignoring the pain, presses his hand against the wound, blaming himself for not being able to save everyone and his sister. Tears welling in his eyes as he shoulders the blame. If only he had tried a little harder. Sanju recalled the happy moments his family shared. Even his clones were accepted by them, and the family meal was filled with laughter and joy. Sanju sits pensively in his hospital bed, his mind heavy with worry, his face etched with the distress of recent events. Suddenly, Sanju glanced to the side as Ha-Ayeon calmly entered. Sanju was surprised by her appearance. Ha-Ayeon. She hesitated. "Hello, sir." "Explain it to him. I'm sorry for the sudden intrusion." "It's all right." Sanju's a little touched. "He also asked about you. Thank you for coming to visit. Is your family okay? Or did Ayeon tell you about her family's situation?" "Yes, our home was damaged, but we made it to safety." Sanju then asked her a few questions, relieved. Ayeon was worried since her house was near the danger zone, but she explains that Uncle Duke Chin told her he was here. Sanju suddenly realized that her father must have contacted his parents, worried about not being able to reach him, and learned of his whereabouts. He'd forgotten he'd lost his phone. She brought him some tonics, and Sanju wondered, "Why do you call me teacher instead of just Appa? Isn't that a little inappropriate right now?" Sanju was also enthusiastic about her form of address. "Just be yourself, you don't seem like you at all," he says, embarrassed. "Okay, Sanji." She hesitated, then wished him a speedy recovery, reminding him that he still had to teach her. Hearing her words, he felt a sense of unease, and softly called out, "Hey, Ayeon?" She simply replies, "Yes." After careful consideration, he finally reveals, "There's something I need to tell you. I can no longer teach you." Time passes quickly in the hospital, and 2 weeks later the doctor is astonished by Sanju's rapid recovery. The bed is neatly made. Are all hunters like this? Sanju changes out of his hospital gown. The nurse is surprised. "Not that I know of." He removes the uncomfortable hospital gown he's been wearing for 2 weeks. Sanju's impressive six-pack is revealed as he places a hand on his chest, feeling his own strength. Sanju was flustered, mentioning he didn't want to teach her anymore. His sister? "Yeah, so I don't think I can keep teaching you." Hearing this, Ha-Ayeon was a little surprised. Sanju sadly apologized, but she remained cheerful and understanding. "It's okay. Thank you for everything." Ha-Ayeon turned back, stating firmly, "Then I suppose you won't be contacting me anymore." She added sarcastically, giving him pause. "You'll regret losing such a pretty student because I'm going to college with everything you taught me." Ha-Ayeon calmly turned and walked away, frankly stating her next plan: to get a boyfriend in college. She turns back and smiles brightly, but with a hint of regret. Don't regret anything by then. Sanji, now dressed, is taken aback by her words. Regret? Sanju's parents are anxiously waiting outside the hospital room. Meanwhile, Ju remains unconscious inside, and Sanju realizes he's running out of time. He walked out the door with a glimmer of hope and a burning desire. Sanju no longer hesitant or doubtful. He frowned, focusing, leaving no room for regret, and hailed a taxi. During the ride, he searched for information about Guy, Sanju wondering about his background. So this person is the head of the association? An important figure. The driver announced their arrival. "We're here." "Thank you." Sanju has finally arrived at the location from the information. This is the place. Before him stood a magnificent high-rise, the headquarters of the Nustri Association. He stepped inside. The receptionist greeted him cheerfully as he entered. "Welcome. How can I help you?" Sanju offered. "I'm here to see Captain Park Y." She asked him, "Do you have an appointment?" He hesitated. "Well, no, but he said he wanted to see me." Hearing this, she refused, citing company policy. "I'm sorry, but without an appointment." Suddenly, a man interrupted her. "Hold on." The tall man approached him and asked, "Are you Sanju?" Sanju replied hesitantly, "Yes, that's right." The receptionist said hesitantly, "Sir, he's very blunt, but he's a guest." Then, gesturing towards Sanju, he added, "Let me show you the way. Let's go upstairs. The captain is waiting for you." The man's words made Y look up in surprise. "Sir, what is it?" I informs his boss. "Dong Sanju is here to see you." WTI was immediately pleased and gave the order. "Ah, send him in." Sanji entered and greeted him politely. "Hello." Y seems very excited to see him. He greeted him, saying it was good to see him again, and that he was glad he was safely discharged. Sanju was grateful, saying it's all thanks to his kindness, and notes that he was discharged earlier than the doctor mentioned. "So, immediately after being discharged, I came here. I wanted to thank you again for everything you've done for me." Y humbly returns the gesture, stating that he simply did what was necessary. But Sanju himself held it in high regard. It wasn't obvious at all. He couldn't hide his gratitude and appreciation for his benefactor, who rescued his family and gave them first aid so quickly. I am so grateful, words cannot express it. However, Sanju's questions about his motives begin to make we uncomfortable. "I'm also curious why you've gone to such lengths for us." Sanju is also surprised by the treatment his family has received. "I heard from the hospital that you were the one who provided us with private rooms." All of Sanju's words about Y's generosity made him feel a little guilty. "Even the temporary housing for my parents and Jingu's hospital bills, are those related to what I'm about to hear from you?" He clasped his hands tightly, and Y, without hesitation, shared his own story, leaving Sanju stunned. "I also have a younger sister, but she's missing along with her group." He became more emotional as he spoke. He brushed his eyes as if to hide his emotions. "Perhaps that's why I see myself in you. It's true, my personal feelings are a mess, but I'm not doing this to make you feel indebted or obligated to repay me." Sanju was curious about Juan's behavior. "Even though I already feel indebted, why did you want to see me as soon as I felt better?" He turned serious and said, "That ability you couldn't tell me about before." Juan reveals some startling truths about Sanju, leaving him stunned. His copy is an entity capable of anything? Even the man who saved the other civilians was just a copy? He had no choice but to admit it. "I have no intention of hiding it. Yes, that is my ability." Gon gripped the table even tighter, knowing he was right all along. Having confirmed his suspicions, Y reveals his intentions, cutting straight to the chase. "I need your strength. Please help us rescue the Kindness Guild's first unit. I'm not asking for your help to repay any personal favors, but you're the only one who can save my sister and the other members of the first platoon. Even the valiant Captain Y has to beg. Please, I beg you." Sanju remained silent for a moment. He thought carefully, recalling words from the past. "My sister has been injured." In this desperate moment of life and death, he too had once felt this helpless. "Please, save her." Sanju decisively states his intentions, wanting to repay We for saving his family, which We greatly appreciates. I guess it's my turn now, and in the office a ray of sunlight shines in like a rebirth and good fortune. The two of them were overjoyed as well. "Yes, I'll do my best. Thank you." Sanju was still unclear about what he needs to do. "Tell me what I need to do to save them." He was then taken to a strange place that astonished him. Y then explained the answer to his question. "Where is this place?" "This is the Ku Society's training facility, a room designed with elegance and refinement." He also enthusiastically encouraged Sanju to make himself at home, saying the sturdy interior could withstand his skills. But Sanju questions Y's methods. Shouldn't they be preparing to rescue them? He also explained his plans, stating there were 2 reasons to do this first. First, the faster we move, the better our chances of a successful rescue. But it's not as if we're completely out of time. While Sanju tests the sword's balance, I try to recall important information using my sister's ability. Team 1 lasted quite a while, so they have at least 8 months before they can no longer hold out. Secondly, there's the dungeons level. He laid out the reasons he needed my help. Although our guild's elite team with a B-rank overall combat ability suffered heavy losses and failed to escape the dungeon, I believe its level is close to A rank. Now do you understand what that means? Sanju suddenly understood his intentions. "So, are you saying it's too difficult for me to help right now?" Y responded with determination. "That's right, but there's another way." He confided, "You know, people display unbelievable power when they're about to die." Hearing these chilling words, Sanji broke out in a cold sweat of fear. The temporary burst of power in a dangerous situation could rupture muscles or break bones, but of course it's proportional to the burst of stats. Gon turns back with an icy expression, brimming with energy, emphasizing that all Sanji lacks right now are stats. "Until now, you've overcome obstacles with your combat senses, but in this mission, even those senses will reach their limit." Sanji froze, speechless. "Wait!" WTI wields his sword, apologizing to him. "I'm sorry, but this is the only way." He turns back, his body undergoing a violent transformation, and delivers a thunderous blow. "Resist as you wish." Sanju, caught off guard, cries out, "Wait!" Outside Gunty Company, a text message exchange between Woonie and Jumo reads, "Hey, it's Sanju. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. I'll contact you soon. I'll be taking a break from hunting for a while too. I understand how you must feel. I'm at the hospital now, but everything's fine." He seems worried and he's biting his nails. His eyes remained glued to his phone screen, as if waiting for something. Finally, Sanju emerged, and upon hearing his name, Duo turned around with a joyful expression. Agent Hunter Sanju was there, but he was far from okay. His face was bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Seeing his disfigured face, Jumo didn't recognize him and was shocked, to which Sanju explained, "It's me, Sanju." Duo still couldn't believe his eyes. "Sing why? How?" Sanju sighed with a hint of annoyance. "Well, a lot has happened. I have so much to say." He recounted everything to Duo, including the reason for his injuries, leaving Duo in stunned disbelief. "Your sister was infected with the demon virus during the gate disaster?" Duo asked with concern. "And what about you? Are you all right?" Sanju responded, "I'm fine. They say everyone's mana traits are different, even within families." Duo asked him suspiciously, "So, you received a quest from Canis as well?" Sanju stated frankly. "Yes, because they saved me and my family." Jumo expressed his surprise, while Sanju listened silently. Sanju recounts his story, explaining his surprise at suddenly being unable to contact him, unaware of what had happened. "I lost my phone, so I'm using the one my double had. Please change the contact name for number 2 to mine." Duo asks, bewildered, "Oh, so did you back up your contacts?" Sanji replies casually, "I don't do backups." Hearing that, Duo didn't understand his reasoning. "Huh? But couldn't you recover your old contacts?" He remembered his close brothers, his friends, and everyone else. But perhaps Sanju had a certain someone in mind, so he decided to let it all go, replying, "No, this is better." Duo was curious about his new injuries. What were they from? Sanju also told him the reason, saying, "Ah, this is the new mission I was talking about. He says I need better stats, so we did a little training." Hearing this, Duomo immediately gets up in shock. Sao, he felt indignant on his behalf, but how could they do this to him? "I'm going to complain to the association office." Sanji calms him, telling him to relax, that he agreed to it. He spoke with concern and sympathy for Y, Chief Park Y's sister, who was locked in the dungeon. He must have been the most reckless of all. I understood that feeling. Duo understood his feelings. The hunter hesitated. He slammed his hand on the table, recounting how he was defeated today. But Sanju, with the best of intentions, hands Jumo the bag of clothes, saying he was planning to wear them and attack him. "Just put them on." Duo could only sigh helplessly. "So, the next day I'll at least grab some medicine from the gym's office," and Sanju brings his copy along. He expresses his gratitude to Y for the training. WTI turns back, puzzled. "You brought your copy with you?" Sanju grips his staff, eyes burning with resolve, as he and his clone charge forward, declaring today will be different. And yet somehow, 2 against 1 resulted in a retreat filled with injuries. The next day, Sanju increased his forces. Today, there were 3. Yet, the result was no better. Another day, Sanju's clone hesitantly guessed that 4 people might make a difference. I guess so. And yet, in the end, the clone had to carry the original back due to severe injuries, barely managing to hold him. Duo waited outside, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Sanju hesitated. He's too strong. He carefully calculated each step, knowing that even though the clones were good at copying movements, it wasn't like he wasn't learning anything. But the gap between our stats is too great. Seeing the clones being beaten to a pulp, he racks his brain even harder. I need to find a way to close that gap. Sanju suddenly had an idea, his eyes widening. He held up his phone to Jumo, asking for his opinion. "Agent, is this feasible?" He paused for a moment, then replied, "Well, that..." Duo was still hesitant about this decision. "Well, we can try this. But is it safe?" Sanju insisted he needn't worry. A Duo would indulge him, so he'd give it a try. At Wee's gym, Sanju pushes the door open and calls out to him. Wee seems to have been waiting. "I'm glad to see your determination. You've arrived. I'm glad to see your dedication." Yes, but his eyes widened at what he was seeing. A clone's mouth gnawing on a bone covered in saliva. Sanju has delivered a surprise, and the clones have undergone incredible transformations. He's confident. Today will be different. Back in time, Duo excitedly calls out to Sanju, "The hunter is here." He praises Duo for delivering the requested supplies so quickly, just as expected. Duo struggled with the heavy load, worried it wasn't enough. He hadn't been able to buy as much as he wanted. But as Duo looked inside, he asked if it was enough for the week, reassuring him that even the president would be surprised by this much. Y is shocked to see the empowered clones transformed into ferocious, growling demons. What is going on? He immediately turned to Sanju, curious. What did you do to the clones? Their stats. He held up several fist-sized red stones to explain. I feed them these, Sanju announced, referring to the large number of gems. 60 gemstones. He tossed one to a clone, who greedily devoured it. Since the clones are considered summoned creatures, they can absorb gemstones, increasing their stats. Y is stunned. His clones can use gemstones? Sanju, sword in hand and ready for battle, declares he will fight with all his might. A WTI doesn't care at all, he's fixated on him. Guns, swords, anything goes. Sanju and his clones charge towards him like a storm. Come face me. One clone attacks. Gunty defends with his sword, while another lurks behind, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. While fighting them, he noticed significant changes. Their abilities had indeed increased dramatically. Normally, the clones' abilities are inferior to the original, but now they're equal, and they've learned to fight smarter and more fiercely. Perhaps it's the gems, but the berserker effect is stronger now. WTI raised his sword, a bit hesitant, but a powerful strike was narrowly avoided by the clone. After careful consideration, Y theorizes that while the berserker enhancement has made them stronger, it has also diminished one of their greatest strengths: precision. Perhaps you had them absorb too many gems, Sanju replied, narrowly dodging a dangerous blow. At least I didn't turn into a monster. That's right, after a long battle, Sanju has successfully turned the tables. He pointed the gun at Wani's head and fired a simulated shot. Smoke rose from the mark on Wani's head, and he couldn't help but praise him. Nice attack, Wani said, grabbing his wrist. But without mana bullets, you can't hurt me. He exploits Sanju's weakness, preparing the finishing blow as the clones focus their attention on him. They surround him, ready to defend. But simply swinging a sword won't make your attack stronger. The wooden sword in his hand begins to generate a powerful aura. Pouring mana into his sword and hand, he unifies them as one. The clones are confused, but Y continues to teach him, saying that if he masters this, he can slay monsters with just a twig. Sanju put in so much effort, but never expected this. How is a wooden sword stronger than a normal one? His eyes lit up with determination. Gun also noticed his improvement, and he's even using gems to boost his clone's stats. He remains unfazed, even proud of his swordsmanship, but it's not enough. In a flurry of blows, 5 men are no match for him. Y glances at him, a hint of mockery in his voice. At this level, I can't even consider you a C-rank hunter. Though Sanju is spitting up blood, he's still incredibly resilient. Now, face me, he declares. But that will soon change, Sanju said, blocking Y's sword. With unwavering resolve, he declares he won't settle for just C-rank, then turns to his clones. Hey, look at you guys sprawled out on the ground, looking like clowns, Sanju said with suspicion, as if warning them. Where have you seen the captain's face before? All the details on Y's face, the high nose, the sharp chin. The more he looked, the more he remembered, and then he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "That's right." In their eyes, Y has become something else entirely, and Sanju shouts, "The captain is actually Red Demon Stone." He then set a rule for the clones, driving them into a frenzy. Whoever eats him first wins. Sanju provoked them into attacking, urging them to devour him. He already had a clear goal in mind. The reason I want to become stronger isn't just because you asked me to. This time he fought with all his might and was stronger than before, Sanju remembered as he slowly awoke from his coma. Waking up in the hospital, he felt something. Seeing his loved ones injured only fueled his guilt and self-blame, the helplessness of entrusting his family's safety to others in a crisis. In the dark, the rescue team searches through the rubble for the missing, and they unexpectedly unearth a mangled monster corpse. Startled, he calms himself. It's just a monster corpse. I hate weakness. Heejung's men curse in frustration, unable to harm the monster no matter what they try. Meanwhile, Heesung stared down at the monster's corpse, nonchalantly stepping through the rubble. Sanju's frustration grew, hating the feeling of wasted effort, a feeling he never wanted to experience again. He lets out a yell, his eyes turning completely white. You don't need to worry about my current abilities. He raises his sword high and leaps into the air. A decisive strike that embodies his resolve because he never intended to stop. Time passes quickly. 6 months later, Jinan, the hunting ground. A young man is struck in the face, and after a while, the thugs become extremely arrogant. Siona rushed over to help him up. Are you all right? Annoyed, she questions them. Why would you do that? They retorted that they had a permit for the official hunting grounds, demanding that they shut their mouths. The ringleader threatened them, saying the Silver Moon Guild was using this platform as a hunting ground. Is it really that hard to understand? If you want to hunt, go somewhere else. The nearby security guards turned a blind eye to the situation, and Siona was disgusted by their indifference. They even pretended not to see it. The thug's eyes were arrogant and pretentious. Sanju's declaration to the thug surprises Siona. "Hey, stay right there. We'll get you into the training grounds." The thugs scoff, saying the captain is too kind, while the two others help each other up, one cursing, "You trash." The thugs scoff, mocking him mercilessly. "Quiet, you're scaring us." Without a word, he heads straight for the hunting grounds, a move that darkens the thug's face as a security guard steps in to block him. "Look around, can't you see what's happening?" But without hesitation, he fires back. "What are you talking about? I paid to get in here." The thug roared, "Are you stupid or something?" This big, strong guy was about to start a turf war. The thug prepared to teach him a lesson with a Silver Moon Guild exclusive punch, but he blocked it, followed by a bewildering toss. He was terrified, his eyes wide and wild, foaming at the mouth. The others stared in disbelief at the bizarre scene, but he maintained his innocent facade. "Oh no, you suddenly attacked me, so I had no choice but to defend myself. I was startled and accidentally hit you." Then, suddenly remembering something, he pondered, "Silver Moon Guild. I think I've heard that name before." Sanju removed his hood and said to the trembling leader, "Now that I see it, this doesn't add up at all." He reached out, ready to strike, but Sanju was firm and decisive. "How does me entering the hunting grounds affect your guild's hunt?" The thug was beaten to the ground, still cursing, "You bastard." The lackeys chimed in. "You dare defy the Silver Moon Guild?" They began to surround him, forming a battle formation. "Don't even think about escaping." One of them flaunts his level to Sanju. "We're all D-rank hunters. You think you can take us on alone?" He just stared blankly, repeating it to himself. A powerful stomp adds insult to injury, leaving the security guards speechless. Turns out, Sanju called in his gang to take care of these small fries. They're all tough and eager for a fight. The leader's underling looks around and mutters to him, "Boss, is this it?" Sanju stood tall and cold before them, as their confusion began to set in. "Damn it, who are these guys?" This time they're completely outnumbered and surrounded. Sanju challenged him, repeating, "Who did you say was alone?" That evening at Wee's company, Duo was already waiting. Upon seeing him, he exclaimed, "Park Wee, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour." Duo apologized for coming, saying he should have been the one to visit. But he remained polite, saying, "No, the one who needs something should come." Before he could finish, Duo swiftly grabbed a piece of paper from the drawer. "Here she is." He was as direct with Y as I had been. "You don't have to take pictures or return it to me," Y immediately said, embarrassed. "Of course, I just wanted to check something." He took the papers and mumbled to himself. The more he read, the more he realized something was wrong. "He's increased his stats this much in just 6 months?" Duo agreed, saying that Sanju felt like a completely different person lately. After the accident, he became obsessed with hunting and experience. Jumo also asked Y about Sanju's skills. Are these stats enough for his plan? He'd already calculated it, confidently replying, "Needless to say, I have another plan if he fails, but there's no need to worry." The high numbers were the ultimate proof. He marveled at the incredible growth stats as Guy scanned the paper. Duo was even more certain. Yes, it was time to begin the team's rescue mission. Gunny thought long and hard, planning far ahead. He's surpassed D rank, nearing A rank, and will surely reach the higher ranks someday. The doppelganger skill makes the user stronger than their stats suggest. Just how strong is he? The security guards look absolutely terrified. Sanju lands a solid punch on the thug's face, sending blood flying as the orange-clad youth watches in shock. What are we witnessing? Sanju is relentlessly unleashing brutal attacks. The thug cried out in pain, his mouth full of blood, begging him to stop, but he remained indifferent. "Stop what? He's fighting back." "You've gone too far. You can't do this." Sanu immediately confronted him, saying he should have spoken up when the hunter was being attacked. "But now you stand idly by as they draw their swords, while your friend is beaten to a pulp and desperately needs your help." Baoan quickly reminded Sanju, "I'm not blaming you, but go back and protect the gate." Sanju turned away, ordering a clone to destroy all the phones so they couldn't communicate. The clone acknowledges the order, and the group of young men also find an excuse to slip away. Yes, at the Shinshandong station in the hunting grounds, monsters are running rampant. Gapshu begrudgingly gathers the red stones, clearly detesting the task. But he had to finish the job, clenching the red stone in frustration. Gapdu immediately throws the red stone away, cursing, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." As he raged, a voice called out from behind him. What to do? He suddenly awoke, startled, and Gapshu had a premonition. He guessed it was the way to the entrance. "Damn, are they checking?" Just then, Sanju arrived, and Gapdu hurriedly scratched his head, explaining, "You're here." I need more time to finish. Sanji suddenly asked him, "Who are you?" "What?" He stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly remembered. "Ah, I remember you now. One-horned rabbit." Sanju appeared before him, a being of another level, and greeted him. "Long time no see." Gapshu was immediately frozen in place. He was followed by a group of clones asking, "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes." Still confused by his appearance, he asks, "How did you get in here?" "The Silver Moon Society must be guarding the entrance." But Sanju fiercely questions him in return. "I should be asking you that. You're not strong. This is a D-rank dungeon. What are you doing here?" Gapsu's face darkens as he curses, "Damn it." Sanji quickly saw through his shifty demeanor. Judging by his appearance, he wasn't hunting, and Gapsu was clearly annoyed. Sanju clearly saw him picking up the red gems, confirming his suspicions and exposing the man's panic. "It seems the Silver Moon Society is keeping you here," and Sanju immediately pulls out his phone, threatening him to tell the truth. "I'm not here to comfort you. I just want to know what's going on." He has photos on his phone of the thugs from earlier being beaten and humiliated, so there's no need to worry about them. Gapdu is speechless, unable to believe what he's seeing. "What? What about the D-rank hunters?" He then used the photos to coerce him. "Just shut up. Give me one or be like them." Gapshu had no choice but to swallow his anger and take him to the mutated monsters. Gap picked up a red stone and explained, "You know D-class monsters drop treasures when they die, but not always." Sanju honestly replied, "I didn't know those things came from D-class monsters and above." He then told him about the lifespan of these stones. "These treasures remain within their bodies for a long time, even after death," he explained amidst the scattered monster corpses. "They're constantly fighting in the dungeon." Sanju imagined how it all came to be. Monsters fight, drop treasure, fight again, drop more treasure. He picked up a few stones and understood the reason for all this. So, the dungeon is full of treasures that are worthless to high-level hunters. They gather low-level hunters and lock them in here to collect them until they reach a certain quota. But he saw Gapsu still troubled, wondering how they ended up in this situation, and he felt sorry for those in the same predicament. They're indebted to the association, or were sold to it, mostly debtors or rookie hunters. It's far too dangerous. If they encounter monsters, seeing Gapshu's pitiful figure, he can't help but think that if they die in the dungeon, it'll be no different than monsters dying in the dungeon. Sanju's eyes filled with sadness and sympathy as he watched the workers toiling away on the monitor. They frantically gather the gemstones, and Sanju is immediately overcome with emotion, never expecting to witness this firsthand. He ordered the man to leave quickly, catching him by surprise. "What?" Sanju was unexpectedly showing mercy and letting him go. "Leave now, before I change my mind. The Silver Moon won't stop you at the gate." He was so moved, he began to sob. "The brat." Gapsu gets up, intending to leave with the bag of gems. Turns out he was a good guy after all, but he quickly snatched the bag to keep the treasure. "What are you so touched about? We're not exactly on good terms." So he reluctantly left, while Sanji gleefully eyed the spoils of others. "You picked up quite a bit, didn't you?" Sanji immediately rewards his best clone. "Number 1, eat up." He then spoke, collecting any treasures he could find, stuffing his clones with jewels, determined to make the most of them. A young man ran by like a whirlwind, cursing as he went. "Ew, damn it, these vicious monsters are still chasing me relentlessly." That monster is the Class C Abominson, a situation the young man hadn't foreseen. They didn't say a C-class monster would appear. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I'm Kim Yuyan, a mercenary from the Silver Moon Guild." The monster pursued Uyan relentlessly, then suddenly used magic to send countless stones flying toward her. Uyan ran, dodging the barrage of stones, but tripped and fell face first into the ground as the monster closed in for the kill. Facing death, she was unwilling to accept it. Not here. Uyan closed her eyes, awaiting her end. But in this desperate situation, Uyan is suddenly grabbed by the collar by a mysterious figure who calmly says, "Sorry about this." Then he effortlessly lifted Uyan, dodging the C-class monster's fatal blow, saving her life in the nick of time. "Who is it?" Sanju smiled, patting her shoulder. "Your savior. And don't you have any gems? Why don't you collect some?" Uyan replied. "I gave that up a long time ago." Ignoring the monster about to attack, Sanju calmly asked, "Did you throw them away? And you mentioned something about the High Sung Guild? Did the Silver Moon send you?" Sanju remained unconcerned by the rampaging monster, while Uyan, witnessing the scene, cried out in fear, "Hey, watch out! Look ahead!" Before the C-rank monster could get close, Sanju's body, having absorbed the stone, transformed into a red-skinned monster. He charged forward, knocking down the C-class monster, still focused on his question, oblivious to the chaos around him. "They said they were from the Silver Moon. Wyon watches in stunned disbelief as the two monsters clash. What? Sanju's monster form bared its fangs, intimidating the C-class monster into cowering, and Sanju frowned when he noticed Uyan wasn't paying attention to his question. Sorry. Wyon was watching the two monsters fight, but Sanju's reminder startled her back to the main issue. Sanju sighed, losing patience as he repeated his question. I just want to know what your business is with the Hexung Society. Wyon eyes Sanju warily, wondering, who is this guy? Without a word, Wyon suddenly turned and ran for her life, leaving Sanju in stunned confusion. But he quickly recovered and grabbed her collar, pulling her back. No way! Yuyan was easily caught, and she cried out in shock. My coat. Sanji was confused by Yuyan's actions. He calmly grabs her shirt, saying, Don't run. Wyon shrinks back, terrified of being grabbed. How can you act like this when we're surrounded by monsters? Sanju told her not to worry about them, as his clones appeared behind him, clearing out the approaching C-class monsters, and Uyan wondered who these people really were, realizing they were a team, and he was a summoner. Sanju stood before Uyan, the chaotic battle raging behind him. He forced a smile. Safe, right. But before he could even celebrate, his clone was brutally crushed by the rank X monster, sending him tumbling backward. Definitely not a trustworthy face. Sanju was dumbfounded. How could he have lost? Uyan clearly didn't trust Sanju at all. Seeing clone number 1 fall, Sanju wondered how he could lose after consuming so many orbs. Seeing the C-class monster roar, ready to finish off the two standing in its path, Uyan thought to himself, I have to run. Sanju, face dark and cold, told Uyan, Wait here a moment. Seeing his clones rush forward only to be swiftly dealt with by the monsters, Sanju shook his head in dismay. Shh, and I fed them so many expensive things. Uyan stood there, observing, about to speak. Hey, Sanju shut you up too, so keep quiet, I need to focus. Sanju quickly drew his sword and charged forward, facing an army of C-rank monsters. The leader roared and lunged, eager to tear him apart. With his speed and power, Sanju bisects the monster in a single strike, killing it instantly as Uyan watches in stunned silence. Gritting his teeth, he knew he had to take them down quickly. With that thought, Sanju unleashed a furious assault, each monster pulverized by his blade. Witnessing this power, Uyan exclaimed in astonishment, He's so strong. Sanji had transformed into someone else, fierce and brutal, slaughtering everything in sight. Facing the two-headed monster that opened its mouth to devour him, his eyes turned red, streaked with blood. He remembers the screaming firefly monster, the one that severely injured his sister. Sanji is going berserk, but he tries to calm himself. No, I have to calm down. Damn it. In a moment of carelessness, Uyan, who was watching from the outside, suddenly shouted, Careful! The monster uses Sanju's lapse in attention to launch a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, the clones rushed in to stop the monster, giving it no chance to attack. Sanju turned, put all his strength into drawing his sword, and with one strike, cleaved the monster in two. The monster staggered backward, its bisected body spewing countless streams of blood. Sanju grimaced in disgust, the severed face of the rank X monster falling before him. The monster's massive body crashed to the ground, completely defeated. Sanju grimaced at the sight. Damn, he'd be disgusted every time he used this sword again. Returning, Sanju found Uyan standing there, dumbfounded. You defeated that monster? After dealing with the C-class monsters, Sanju turned back to see Uyan still standing there, and asked in surprise, Oh, you didn't run away. Wyon angrily shouts, You told me not to run. Sanju honestly explains, I only hoped you wouldn't. I didn't expect you to actually do it. As they talked, he heard a pained groan. Sanju turned to see clone number 1 writhing in agony. Wyon stared at the red figure on the ground, wondering, Is this even human? I thought it was a giant wearing a hat. Sanju calmly told her, You could say I'm a summoner. After hearing Sanju's words, Uyan was shocked, but after struggling with her thoughts, she decided to give Sanju a potion. If he drinks this, he might live a little longer. But don't blame me if something goes wrong. What kind of potion is this? Why is there a skull on the bottle and the blue liquid inside doesn't look like medicine at all? Sanji held the vial, shaking it, a stiff smile on his face as he asked, What's this? Wyon calls it medicine. Sanju thinks to himself, But it has a skull on it. Well, we don't have any other choice. He pours the whole bottle into number 1's mouth. A cloud of green smoke and a foul odor emanate from number 1's body, leaving Sanju frozen, unsure if he can be saved. Wyon quickly backed away, pinching his nose, and soon the smoke cleared, revealing number one's shoulder wound healing at an incredible rate. Sanju marvels, the effect is amazing. What kind of medicine is this? Once healed, number one sprang up looking around in confusion while Sanju was speechless at his foolishness, then cheered, "Great, he's okay." Wyon says dejectedly, "Only for now," Sanji asked, bewildered. "Huh?" Wyon, hiding his helpless face under his hood, says, "The side effect is that his life force will slowly drain away. My ability is that of a poison master." Uyan introduced himself. A level 5 poison master creates poisons, the number of formulas increasing with level. Proficiency in each formula can be improved, and the lowest formula is a regeneration potion. Using poison to convert life energy, it restores injured parts, and the higher the proficiency, the less life energy is consumed. Regeneration comes at a cost. It slowly drains the user's life force. It's a basic formula, but it amplifies strength. Sanju finally understands. He can use poison to stimulate the body and increase strength. Ah, so this guy's still gonna kick the bucket after his life force is drained, huh? Well, he's gonna die anyway, so I guess this is better than nothing. Number one, hearing that he was about to die, was terrified, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Sanju turned to number one and said, "Hey, he said you're going to die soon, so start hunting quickly." Seeing this, number one used Blink to hunt monsters and leave. Sanju sat there in a daze, thinking, "Then I'll have to summon him back later." Wyon revealed her abilities and suddenly approached Sanju, asking, "I've told you about my abilities, now it's your turn. Who are you?" "You have monster-like pets, and each one is incredibly strong. You even killed that monster. I've never heard of anyone like you among the B-rank hunters in this country." Sanju sat there nonchalantly, though his words were inaudible. "Because I'm an E-rank hunter. I was E-rank half a year ago." Yuyan can't believe what he's hearing. "An E-rank? An E-rank, you say? This is truly unbelievable." Wyon asked, confused. How could a rank E hunter be in a rank C dungeon? Forget that. The question is, how can you hunt so easily in this dungeon? "Calm down. I have a question for you too." Yuyan asks, "What is it?" Sanju turned to Yuyan with a bright smile. "Why are you talking to me like we're friends?" At the Yolo Guild warehouse, workers haul in crates of precious cargo, as guild leader Han Miho oversees the operation. She shyly wonders, is this enough? The guild manager is extremely curious about Miho's actions. "Why are you suddenly collecting all this stuff? You never used to do this before." Mai calmly explains that she's simply helping Master G. He said he'd pay a high price for them. Look at all those jewels filling the boxes. Why does he need so many? Does he have a lot of pets? Miho overhears something. Speaking of which, there's a guy named Sanju. I heard he uses these orbs. Back at the Sanju hunting grounds, and Sanju and Uyan talk, and Uyan is startled by the darkness on Sanju's face, thinking to himself, "Hey, is this bastard sensitive about things like that? What should I do? If he's a bad guy, he might..." Uyan tries to reassure herself. "Come on, be confident. Why pretend nothing happened? You can talk to me if you want." Hearing this, Sanju was like a different person, suddenly full of enthusiasm. "Can I? Really?" Seeing Sanju's expression, Uyan realized he had been overthinking things. This was for the best. He looked like an idiot. Sanjijo slowly rises, but that's not the question I'm most curious about. "Why did you mention the High Sung Guild when you ran away?" This is what I wanted to ask. Uyan seems confused. "But you're a hunter. You didn't know?" Sanji scratches his head, embarrassed. He hasn't been a hunter for long and doesn't know much about the guilds. Wyon explained, "What, so you just got your hunter's license?" Silver Moon is like a subordinate guild to the Haizung Guild. They pretend not to know anything, but Silver Moon does all the dirty work for them. "I bet a lot of people were brought here by the Haizung Guild," Sanju asks. "Oh, so you were brought here?" Upon hearing this, Wyon's face suddenly changed. Her childhood memories suddenly resurface, showing a hanging man before a young girl. Yuyan, terrified, quickly avoids Sanji's question. "That's information you don't need to know." Sanju is silenced by Yuyan's sudden change in attitude. Wyon suddenly berates herself, thinking she must be crazy for even telling him about her skills. Seeing Uyan suddenly fly into a rage, almost like she was going crazy, Sanju was a little scared. What did this girl eat? He stammered, "Why are you suddenly angry?" Receiving no response, Sanju sighed and turned away. "Well, I got the information I needed, so goodbye." Yuyan was slightly surprised. "Well, aren't you done? What are you talking about?" "I'm just getting started." Sanju ignored Uyan's outburst and walked away. Sanju kindly added, "You can leave now. There's no one at the gate and those crescent bastards are gone." Yuyan pulled her hood down, a little embarrassed. "Well, thanks." Before leaving, Sanju complimented her skills. Oh, and by the way, I think your skills are amazing. Uyan was surprised by the praise, but then wondered if Sanju was being sarcastic, which made her frown. My skills? Are you mocking me? You'll die if you drink even a drop of this. Sanju pulls out a business card like the one you saw earlier. I don't really care about the side effects, Uyan thought, staring blankly at the business card Sanju had given her. This is the dirtiest business card I've ever seen. Ignoring Uyan's daze, Sanju calmly added, if you don't have a place to work, or if you're afraid the Haidung Guild will retaliate, just call me using the number on that card. It also has my address, and the agents here hate the Hai Sung Guild. I'm really leaving now, Sanju said, and number 5 quickly replied, okay. With that, Sanju vanished like the wind, leaving Uyan dumbfounded with the card in hand as Sanju began his hunt, slaughtering monsters left and right. With a single strike, he splits their heads as easily as cutting tofu. As he slaughters the monsters, Sanju thinks to himself that Uyan's skills would be useful for his clones. Should I have tried harder to convince him? As he pondered, a monster was hurled to the ground, startling Sanju. Number 1 was rampaging through the monsters when he suddenly coughed up syrup and collapsed. Sanju was horrified. Number 1. Seeing this, Sanju realized these must be the side effects. Sanju, seeing number 1 dissolve into a pool of blood, quickly reassured him. I thought his regeneration skills would allow him to withstand it. Number 1, you did well. Sanji continues to summon number 1, a nude clone appearing. Truly a sight for sore eyes. Sanji produced some clothes, and number 1 quickly changed. Okay. Dressed and ready, the two quickly get to work, resuming their hunt, unaware of a shadowy figure lurking behind them, watching intently. Turns out it's the Silver Moon gang that Sanji beat to a pulp at the gate. A large man inside asked the curly-haired one outside. Did he leave? The curly-haired man asked. Yeah, he's gone. The big guy couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? I thought he was human, but that monster... The two men, stripped bare by Sanju, stood naked and talked. I thought he was a goner, but he came back to life, which was a relief. I wonder what his abilities are. And judging by the way he talks, it seems there are others like him. Are we in danger? The big guy worries. Damn it. If only we still had our gear, the curly-haired man lamented. But we still got our butts kicked even when we were geared up, didn't we? The curly-haired guy wondered. By the way, why are they back? Even the gem scavengers ran off. The big guy felt along the wall, searching for irregularities. Idiot. Don't you know where this is? The reason we're restricted to hunting in this hunting ground. After some searching, the big guy finds a well-concealed spot. At least we should check out this place. He pries off the plastic attached to the wall, revealing what looks like a laboratory with countless items scattered everywhere. Luckily, he hasn't found this place yet. The curly-haired man looks into the room, quite surprised. A room hidden behind the wall. This place looks like a manufacturing plant. I wonder what they're building here. The large man sets the plank aside, reasoning that the materials can be sourced directly from the hunting grounds, and the chances of anyone finding this place are slim. After all, who would think to investigate the hunting grounds? The curly-haired man is perplexed. We make drugs too, don't we? The big guy retorted. This isn't opium. He saw the jewels scattered all over this room. The large man stared at the glittering gems, his eyes glazed over. They were worth far more than drugs. The bright red gems sparkled like diamonds on a tray. The big guy confirmed, crystal shards. These have definitely been refined. He picked one up, examining it. Their abilities are 100 times better than normal shards, and just one of these will increase our stats by 0.5 points. But the side effect is turning into a monster, one that even the most loyal beast would lose control of. For that reason, the Hunter Association has banned this stuff outright. The curly-haired man chimed in, I don't think the side effects are worth it. What good is an increased stat if you turn into a monster? The big guy nods in agreement. You're right, not enough people were willing to risk it back then, which is why it used to be so cheap. But recently, something has completely changed its value. I heard that there's a place that recycles it to create a product that can be used on people. Because of Project DEP, Troll Company is buying jade like crazy. Since crafting this is illegal, its value has skyrocketed. Who would have thought this junk could be a gold mine? We can make millions with this stuff. For some kids, they might get a beating with a fan. But bringing this back is a different story. Just leave it here and come back tomorrow. The curly-haired guy is confused. The big guy drags Curly out, leaving the board to cover the lab. Why don't we just take this with us? The big guy is angry. So how do you plan to stop those bastards? What if they caught us with this? Do you ever think? We couldn't even take any of it, since we're just in our underwear. Here. The curly-haired guy scratches his head. Sorry. They carefully closed the secret door and left, but moments later sounds echoed outside the hidden room. The door opens once again, revealing a face peering into the room. It's Yuyan. Relieved, she removes the plank, thinking she's found it. She angrily recalled the earlier events. It's so hard to get rid of those bastards. Before leaving, Sanju tasked number 5 with escorting her to the gate, so he insisted on staying with her until she reached it to complete his mission. But Aoyan wanted to find the secret room, so she told him to just take her here and leave. But number 5 was determined to escort her to the gate. Before his fragile heart was crushed by her scolding, forcing him to retreat in silence. Yuyan thought angrily, how stubborn. After sending number 5 away, Yuyan thinks that staying in the hunting grounds was the right choice. Those silver moons led her here, after all. But why are they naked? Lost in thought, she spots a suspicious cabinet. Yuyan decided to open it up and see what was inside, and what she found filled her with joy. There it is, the crystal treasure. So she's finally found it. Yuyan decides to stuff all the crystal orbs into small pouches and hide them in her waistband, thinking there are quite a few. Having stuffed herself to resemble a pear, Yuyan carried the board, shielding the room. This is heavier than I thought. Do I look suspicious? Yuyan saw the people scattering towards the exit and happily thought this was her chance to blend in. Number 5, stationed at the gate, saw Yuyan leave, and his simple mind became lost in confused thoughts. His mission was to escort Yuyan to the gate, and after some time, he finally saw her there, safe and sound. Mission complete. After a moment of brain-melting confusion, he finally understood, his face lighting up with joy at the successful completion of his task. Yuyan barely makes it out of the gate alive with the crystals she buried, running for her life without looking back. Good, she's safe. The crowd, captured by the jade light, rejoiced at their escape, overwhelmed with relief. They were alive. They had made it out. Yuyan ran for her life, cursing under her breath. Heh heh. Silver Moon Society and Hexung Society, damn you all. After walking for a while, Hunter Sanju estimated, I think everyone escaped safely. The monsters have been dealt with, and the gems. Sanju carried a bulging bag of jewels on his shoulder, excited, wondering where all the jewels had gone lately. These are the best. Number 1 eyed the bag of jewels, his stomach rumbling and mouth watering. Should I eat it all? Sanju wondered. If you turn into a monster, everyone will be terrified. The cloning skill is on cooldown, so my hang calculates. Just then, Sanju received a message, and after reading it, he thought to himself that the time had come. The next day, the 2 Silver Moon members returned to take the crystal jade they had found, only to discover it was all gone. The big guy's face darkened. Where are they? Where did they go? The curly-haired man was sweating bullets. What do we do now? The deadline is tomorrow, the large man roared, veins bulging on his face. Losing his mind, he turned and strangled the gatekeeper, who gasped for air and struggled to cry out, "What are you doing?" The large man roared, "You bastard! If you're getting paid to work, then do your job properly. Why did you let others in here?" The gatekeeper stammered an explanation. "Hey, we only agreed to let you guys in. There's no way to stop other hunters from entering if they buy a ticket. And the only one with a ticket is the one who beat you to a pulp. And the one who escaped is the one you locked inside." Hearing this, he suddenly remembered the terrifying person from yesterday, and the large man asked again with suspicion. "So, they're the only ones going in and out?" The guard replies honestly, "I'm telling the truth. Ask the other guards," the large man finally said, dropping him, causing him to cough violently. The curly-haired man beside him was also silent, thinking, why did it have to be those bastards? Remembering Sanju's face and his clones that scared him witless, he trembled with anxiety, wondering how he could ever get it back from those monsters. On a deserted road at night, Yuyan, after running for her life, stopped to catch her breath. Damn it, I didn't think they'd send us to a C-rank hunter's dungeon. Yuyan thought back to the events of this morning and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I could have died if it weren't for that weirdo's help. Holding a large bag of crystal orbs makes Yuyan quite happy. At least she earned something. Setting the heavy bag of jewels on the ground, Yuyan sat down to admire the spoils she'd earned today. The Silver Moon Society might suspect me if I sell these right away, so I'll hide them for now. Suddenly, a business card falls out of her pocket, the one Sanju gave her. Yuyan stared at the card, remembering the strange man who had saved her and his words. "By the way, I think your skills are pretty good." Annoyed, she thinks, he doesn't know anything. Does that jerk think I'll come just because he butters me up? Yuyan angrily carries the sack of jewels back, fuming as she walks, to the undiscovered 5th-level dungeon in the Odin Tower. It's known that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Baek Hwan, discovered and challenged this place. But we lost contact with him immediately, and he never returned. Soon after, countless hunters challenged it, but all failed. even to pass the lowest levels. Except for one, the teleporter Joe Gray Lucas, and that's where our first team is trapped, including my sister. The captain recounted the story with remorse, unable to rescue his own sister, leaving Junmo in shock. Odin's Tower, Sanju asks, what exactly do you mean by stuck? One looks anxiously towards the door. The Odin Tower is a dungeon with a unique structure, an entrance, but no exit. Sanju was stunned. WTI continued. The only thing connecting us to the outside world is mana. The only way to contact them is through telepathy. Because of this, escape is severely limited. Either clear the dungeon or use a teleportation skill. That's why your cloning skill is so important. The other hunters can't escape if something goes wrong in the dungeon. Juno understood, so that's why he needed this hunter. Sanju worried. So Team 1 has no choice but to escape on their own? Y was clearly frustrated. We equipped them with a way out, didn't we? Sanju inquired. Then why haven't they escaped yet? Y sighed. I'll tell you everything that happened in the Tower of Warmth, about how things went wrong. 5 years ago, during the great disaster of 2005, my sister awakened her powers in the dark days following the catastrophe. At that time, Gunny was only 16 years old. He could single-handedly kill a giant rat monster with his whip, slicing it in two with a single strike, while his 9-year-old sister, Yuna, shyly tugged at his sleeve as he fought. Innocently, she offered him a snack, her concern evident. Brother, would you like to eat this? Y softly replied, Yeah. He looked down at the girl, his voice laced with reproach. I told you not to go outside, and you're hurt. Suddenly, Gunny noticed a black hole appear next to her. Yuna looks up at him. I'm not hurt, but when Y sees the black hole appear, he knows. My sister has the ability to create a pocket dimension. Y, quite surprised, asks, Yuna, how did you do that? The little girl doesn't know either. Well, it just suddenly appeared. I can put a lot of things inside it. Here, eat this quickly. I know you're hungry. Y pats Yuna on the head, praising her. I'm fine, Yuna. You have a great skill. This is a very useful skill. Yuna, let's go home and get some sleep. You must be tired. With that, he knelt down to give his sister a piggyback ride. Yuna rubbed her sleepy eyes. Yes, I'm so sleepy. And so, Y carried his sister across the devastated battlefield, a landscape of ruin, but Yuna felt safe on her brother's back. Yuna asked when they would arrive, and Guy gently answered as they walked. Yes, I'm sure he'll be here in about 20 days, Guy said, reminiscing about the past with his sister. We faced many dangers together in our youth thanks to those abilities, the ability to store items, even people, in that subdimension. I thought it best to go and clear a dungeon. Back when she was still an innocent and cheerful girl, she would always call out, Brother, look at the fish I caught. Brother, brother! Until they grew up and Yuna became the leader of Kusa's first squad. She was still playful and often bullied her brother. Seeing Gunny standing there lost in thought, Yuna walked over and smacked him on the head. Hey Gunny, why the long face? The staff were wide-eyed to see their president get hit. Y was fuming, grinding his teeth. The two siblings were having a bit of a disagreement. Y objects to the Odin Tower, not thinking it's a good idea. He believes they should at least have a teleportation user on the team. Yuna is annoyed. Here we go again. Then why did we buy a teleport scroll? There aren't even 100 teleport users worldwide, and we don't have one right now. How do you expect us to recruit someone right away? It's now or never. Team 1 is at its peak, and we have your skills. This is our only chance. Y hesitated, clearly worried, but Yuna cut him off. Or, do you not trust me with this mission? Y bit his lip, suppressing his anger. He thought that even when Team 1 left, he wasn't sure they could clear the dungeon. A girl in the team joked, but spoke seriously. I don't even know who the guildmaster is. Ha ha ha. Another bald member chimed in. Don't worry about it, sir. I'll protect the captain. Yuna turned back to glare at him. Keep dreaming. Another member chimed in. The president will hit you if you keep talking like that. Still, Y couldn't shake his unease, his face more tense than ever. Yuna reassured him, we promise to return immediately if we encounter any danger. Thinking of that promise, Y was filled with regret. I shouldn't have let myself be convinced for such a reason, but Yuna looked at him with such sincerity. I know it would be terrible to leave my family and not return. The worry was evident on Gunty's face, but he remained silent. Yuna, brimming with confidence, snapped her fingers. And of course, it's not just a teleport scroll for escape. I've also got a ton of food and medicine on hand. She then showed him what she had prepared, revealing a space filled with countless necessities, meticulously arranged to reassure him. Jiang reflects on Y's regret at letting his sister go. He shouldn't have felt relieved just because of emergency supplies. Though reluctant, Yuna and Squad 1 set off, waving goodbye cheerfully. Y watched his sister go, unable to stop her from risking her life. Gunny deeply regretted that moment, thinking he should have stopped them. After that, he was numb, like a man without a soul, and then they entered the dungeon. Gunny confided in his friend, who urged him to believe in their capabilities. They've been preparing for this for years. You're being overprotective of the captain. Who else would believe in them besides their president? These words convinced Why. He rested his chin in thought. She said, "Yes, she's already gone anyway. I think I should trust her." A knock echoed through the room, and an assistant entered to address Why. "Sir, you need to leave now." His friend asks, "Do you have an appointment?" Why gets up, ready to leave. "Yes, it's my turn to act. I also have to organize a program for the awakened," Sanju realizes. "Oh, I had one back then too," Why replied with a smile. "Really? What a coincidence," Sanju said shyly. "I was quite chubby back then." "Actually, I don't think you would have recognized me even if you had seen me back then," Junmo asked. "By the way, have you tried contacting Team 1? Why asked, his eyes filled with sorrow. "We used magic scrolls to communicate. They took 10 and would report back weekly since we couldn't enter." So, a guild team stayed outside Odin's gate to maintain contact, but Why grew more distraught as she spoke, saying there were no problems with the first report. Then came the second and third reports, all going smoothly, so I quickly calmed down. Until a problem arose a month later. A month since Team 1 entered Odin's tower, and before the entrance was the guild's base camp. "The next report is almost here," one person announced as Guy inquired. "They should reach the 40-kilometer mark on the first floor today, right?" Someone quickly responded. "That's right. Prepare the communication scroll." A member of the communication team quickly prepares. "Yes, ma'am." He held the communication scroll in his hand and began to tear it. "I'll use this to contact them now." The sound of tearing paper fills the air as the signal is sent. The contact, wearing an earpiece, focuses on the incoming information, then announces that they have a report. Why asks urgently, and the girl beside him signals. The contact immediately repeated what he'd heard. They were 700 meters past the end of the first floor. "An unidentified monster ambushed us. Most of the team is fighting it." The damage report was cut short by signal interference, causing the receiver's head to feel like it was about to explode, and he screamed in agony. "My head's going to explode," the worried girl asked. "What's happening to the communication team?" Why asked, horrified, as he helped the employee. They tore through multiple scrolls at once, causing interference. Won't recounted the situation. "I turned to witness a horrifying sight. A black hole suddenly appeared and grew larger. Standing before it, Gunny thought they'd used a teleportation scroll. He was frantic. What in the world was happening to them? Because of my wavering decision to save them, a small, colorful figure emerged from the teleportation circle. The consequences of my irresponsibility, masked by blind faith, crumbled before my very eyes. Why rushed to check on him, finding him covered in blood. Gunny frantically shouted, "Call the paramedics!" A nearby agent quickly complies. "Yes, sir." The gate begins to crack. The girl who was with Y orders the staff member to stay calm and relay information, saying it's okay. "Is the telepathic link still connected?" The employee quickly composed himself and reconnected. The girl orders him to tell them to send a rescue team immediately, only check outside the tower in the afternoon, and never enter the tower unless they're sure they can. The employee quickly acknowledged the order as one desperately tried to stop the bleeding from CT's wound. All he could do was apologize. "I'm sorry, sir, we failed." The monster tore through all the scrolls. I've never seen anything like it in the reports. An officer shouts out that he's losing too much blood and needs to get to a hospital immediately. Soon after, the paramedics arrived to treat ZT, while Y sat blankly before the pool of blood, utterly devastated. Suddenly, the contact announced, "Sir, they have something they want to say to you." Y listened intently, afraid to miss any information. "The telepathic link is still connected, so I'll repeat their words." Yuna's message began. "The battle is over. I'm sorry, I think the mission failed. I thought we could do it. I can wait in here. Don't worry, I'll come back no matter what." Y couldn't stop trembling as he heard his sister's last words. Those were their last words. Afterward, we hired many hunters, but none of them accepted. Everyone thought it was a crazy idea. Odin's tower, are you out of your mind? Don't overthink it. If we can enter using the scroll, how do you explain your team being stranded inside? Sorry, but my baby can't be more than 5 kilometers away from me, and of course I don't want to go alone. Y continued, then you know. The gate disaster happened, and I met you. Sanju understood the situation, which is why he wanted me to meet the required figures. Because at least I have the ability to get to where the team is stranded. Y replied frankly, yes, you always do everything in your power very well. When it's time for the rescue mission, the Tree Society will escort you to the entrance of the Odin Tower. We'll begin tomorrow. See you at the Odin Tower. In a luxurious hotel, a waiter carrying wine to a private room hesitates when he hears sounds of fighting inside. A Silver Moon thug is getting pummeled, his face swollen and bloody. He groveled on the floor, clutching his head and groaning, as the Silver Moon leader, blood still on his hands, screamed in frustration. "You bastards! I told you to go in there and hunt. How hard is that? I sent a bunch of D-ranks and told you to guard the entrance. What the hell did you all do? What do you want me to do now?" he asked calmly, after berating his men. "All right, tell me, who was that punk?" The big guy answered honestly, saying they all wore masks except for one, but he wasn't on the list of D-rank hunters or higher. He flew into a rage. "So you were taken down by an E-rank hunter?" He furiously kicked the large man several times. "You think we're the only ones producing refined magic crystals? If we don't collect enough money for the High Dung Guild, you think they'll wait patiently?" His gaze grew even more venomous. "What do you think? Speak!" The large man curled up, clutching his head, blood pooling on the floor, trembling in fear, afraid to make a sound. He glared at his men and gave the order. Everything would be over if they replaced him with another supplier. I won't say it again. Find that brat and bring him to me. After the meeting, the subordinates left battered and bruised, their faces weary. The old man knew they'd likely suffer the same fate again. These fools are useless, just like the last ones. Now where am I going to get those jewels? He turned to the person beside him. "Tronzong, I think you should handle this." Trey placed his glass on the table. Of course, John Xong is the Silver Moon Syndicate's second-in-command, and he's quite enthusiastic about this. We'll find out who that guy is if we beat up a few punks. I don't know why they waste their time on this. The next day at the organization, Junmo asked Sanju, "Is there anything strange about this?" Inside the elevator, Sanju was puzzled. I don't think he was lying. There were a few important things he didn't mention, Runmo added. Sanju seriously tells Junmo that the reason they're trying to wipe out the Odin Tower is important. "I don't know anything about the hunter industry, but I do know the Odin Tower was conquered in 2012. Someone returned after conquering the Odin Tower, and everyone eagerly congratulated him and asked questions. How do you feel after completing your mission? What rewards did you get after conquering the Odin Tower?" That man declared Odin's Tower empty, inhabited only by a single monster with no treasure or items. Don't needlessly sacrifice yourselves by entering Odin's Tower. Sanju continued, saying that the hunters stopped storming and caring about it, so it became an abandoned dungeon. But he didn't explain why his brother's team was so eager to get in there. Junmo pondered. Was he right? Did he need to reconsider? Sanju refused. "No, you don't need to. My mission is to rescue them, not clear the dungeon. So I'm just focusing on the mission for now." Junmo agrees. "Okay, we can talk about it later." Suddenly, Sanju noticed Uyan dozing off in the corner of the entrance. Juno asks, wondering who she is, and Sanju seems a little surprised. "Ah, I met her at the hunting grounds. I told her to look me up if she didn't have a place to work." He thought to himself that he didn't expect to see her like this at the entrance. Junmo approached and politely asked, "Excuse me, are you all right?" Still half asleep, Uyan hears Junmo introduce himself. "I'm Kang Junmo from the JM organization." Uyan had barely woken up when she was startled by a ghostly face. She fell backward, and before she could even say hello, her stomach growled. Uyan's stomach rumbles loudly, embarrassing him, but Sanju breaks the silence. "Let's grab something to eat first, okay?" Junmo suggests. "Let's go to the restaurant in front of the building, say." As soon as the food arrived, Uyan devoured it like a starving beast, leaving Sanju and Junmo in stunned silence. "Are you that hungry?" Junmo advised. "Take it easy." Sanju couldn't understand Uyan with her mouth full. Interrupting her meal, Sanju held up her phone. "I've saved my number here." After they finished eating, Sanju asked, "Hey, you came here to work for the organization, right?" Uyan paused, then replied, "Yes." Junmo asked, "Then tell me, what skills do you possess?" Uyan scratches her face, examines some items, and concocts a potion. Sanju chimes in, "But you'll die after drinking it." Uyan angrily rises, grabs the rude man's hair, and yanks it hard. "There are also drugs that don't kill people, you know." Sanju relents and begs for mercy. "All right, let go. But instead, they have a huge effect. I want to make use of his skills." Junmo wondered to himself, "Are you planning to use it on the replica?" Sanju glanced at him and casually said, "Yes." Juno then began to take notes. "Please purchase some medicine-making tools and I'll provide the funds." Uyan replied. "All right, if you say so, I'll prepare it." Sanju got up and left first, and the two enjoyed their meal. "I'll head out first." Runmo looked at him. "Ah, it's getting late," Uyan asks. "What? Where are you going?" Sanju casually puts his hands in his pockets. "The dungeon," she asks. "Are you going hunting again?" Sanji replies, "No, my goal this time isn't hunting." Yuyan tosses him 2 potions, which he catches. "I've done this before, one for strength and one for mana. Thanks for the meal." Sanju, holding the potions, asks if there are any side effects. Yuyan explains that the strength potion will melt muscles and the mana potion will cause the body to explode. Runmo could only watch in silence as Sanju left the restaurant with the 2 vials. "How interesting." Sanju looked at his clones and gave the order. "Let's go. I'll treat you all to a feast when we get back." This made the clones' eyes sparkle with anticipation. Sayona answered the phone as she walked. "I'm almost there. You want me to move all the jewels and gems to the guild, right?" She hangs up the phone after replying, "Yes, I understand. I'll call you back when I'm done." Sayona continued toward the warehouse, wondering aloud, "When can I start?" On the way, she accidentally sees a security guard lying on the ground, covered in blood. Sayona rushes forward in shock, discovering all the guards have been taken down, leaving her stunned and speechless. "What?" The guards... Sayona immediately noticed that behind the pile of bodies, a corner of the warehouse wall had been broken through in the shape of an adult. Sayona frowned, enraged. "Who dares to rob the YOLO Guild's treasure? Left hand, initiate the tracking system and activate thief skills." The screen displayed 3 red dots, representing the 3 living beings in the vault. The intruders. Sayona, in a fit of rage, charged in without thinking, shouting, "I see you hiding in there! Get out here now!" But before Sayona could even take a step, a figure appeared out of nowhere, snapping her head back and stealing her breath. Yet it wasn't a tangible being, only a hazy cloud that had ambushed her. Sayona, in dire straits, wondered, "I was sure there were only people inside the vault. How did they get here?" she demanded. "Who are you?" But she received no answer, instead ambushed from behind, with no one else present. As Sayona lost consciousness, the mysterious figure revealed themselves, their true form accompanied by a deep voice and sinister laughter. "We hid so well, only a fool would answer." Tron Song, hiding behind Sayona, admits his actions after taking her down with a single blow. "Sorry, but we really need this treasure." After dealing with Sayona, he went inside to check on the situation. "Did you get everything?" Inside the vault, 2 or 3 figures busily gathered the treasure, preparing to leave. They carefully responded, "Yes, sir." Having secured their loot, they decided to erase all traces, dousing the floor with oil, planning to incinerate everything. The troll outside gestured, reminding them to clean up the scene thoroughly. Immediately, he burned the warehouse to the ground, the flames quickly engulfing everything as he stood there, enjoying his success. We only needed the treasure. And now, it's time to find who stole our precious crystal. Meanwhile, in Iceland, the plane cuts through treacherous mountain passes in the dead of night. The plane landed on a clearing atop the mountain, and as it came to a complete stop, the surrounding trees were buffeted by wind, bending in every direction as the door slowly opened. Sanju and the others stepped out, gazing at the unfamiliar land before them, and he blurted out, "This is the first time I've ever set foot in another country." Before them was a stone enclosure, like some kind of dark ritual. They approached the 2 guards ahead, as the system notified them of a connection to Odin Tower's main gate, the van portal. One of the guards greeted them politely. "You must be Dong Sanju? Mr. Park WTI is waiting for you at the entrance. You may proceed to meet him now." Sanji nodded. "All right." As Sanju moved forward, the wind grew stronger, and his eyes became more knowing as he muttered to himself, "The Oin Tower?" The 3 of them stepped into the fiery gate, unaware of what awaited them on the other side. As he stepped inside, the fiery gate vanished, replaced by an alien space of rock and a sky filled with galaxies. Sanju tensed. "Is this the entrance to the tower?" He immediately looked around, noticing something was off. An endless abyss and infinite space in the distance. This didn't look like any tower he knew. Sanju shivered, hugging himself for warmth as he turned to the others. "It's too cold. Let's head back to the guild's camp." The others agreed. Meanwhile, not far from Sanju, a lively discussion was taking place in a tent. "YOLO Guild's vault has been completely robbed." Y's face was tense and sweaty. "They must have planned this carefully. The gems are all gone, and the woman beside him is just as worried. Who would dare do this? Don't they know who Han Miho is?" Just then, Sanju pulled back the curtain and stepped inside to greet them. "Greetings, sir." The 2 inside were startled and turned towards the entrance. Y and the woman were overjoyed to see him, rushing towards him like he was a lifeline, and said bluntly, "There you are, you've finally arrived." Sanji was momentarily terrified, and he gave a weak smile, thinking that this day had finally come. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Vice Leader?" The two inside, busy analyzing data on the computer, looked at the strange trio with hesitant, surprised eyes. "Is that him?" "Must be," Y kindly shared. "We've prepared coats, it's freezing here." Sanji happily accepted. "Thanks." They quickly put on the warm clothes. Y approaches the brightly lit screen, announcing the current situation. Team 1 disappeared 40 kilometers from the entrance. Sanji wondered if covering such a short distance in a month was too little. His face tightened. "It's not as far as I thought, is it?" Y chuckled in response. "So food supplies should be fine then. Let's take our time with this." Y pulled out some scrolls and advised. 3 teleportation scrolls have been prepared for emergencies. I think each of your clones should carry one." Sanju took the scrolls, gave one to each clone, and carefully reminded them, "These are very important to us, so be careful." But he didn't know how to use them, so he turned and asked directly. Y explained gently, "The location is marked on the scroll. We just need to tear it, and it will activate automatically." She added, "At 2 p.m. we had Team 1 scout the area. I'm sure there will be plenty of traces left from the battle, so we should be able to find the location easily." Seeing Sanju's silence, Guy turned off the projector and asked, "Anything else?" Sanju hesitated, observing once more. Sanju surprised everyone by cutting to the chase. "What do you want to eat tonight after I bring your sister back?" Y gulped, taking his time to answer. He chuckled, hands on his hips, and said, "Let's make something ourselves." Sanji ordered his clones to prepare their swords and bring some medicine bottles, and they began arming themselves accordingly. Finally, one of the clones stepped forward and announced, "All right, we're off." Sanji crossed his arms, satisfied, and said, "Be careful." With everything in order, all the clones set off. The clones reached the ice flower wall, only to be stopped dead in their tracks, unable to proceed as the wind picked up, seemingly trying to hold them back. Darkness descends, and soon even his own hands are lost to sight as Sanju sits down, ready to join the fray. "I guess it's time for me to start." In an instant, he was engulfed in blue flames, activating the fusion skill. One watches Sanju, now fully immersed in his clone's consciousness, and a nameless dread washes over him. But he has faith. Everything rests on Sanju now. Sanju's consciousness quickly merges with the present body, allowing him to see and control it, shattering the ice wall with a punch, a moment of relief at last. Excellent. The merge went well, but his joy is short-lived as he faces an even greater threat, this blizzard. His cold resistance is high, but he can't escape this bitter chill. As the blizzard momentarily subsided, his main body stood atop a towering cliff, with only a few jagged rocks jutting out from the deep abyss below. Before the scenery could fully materialize, a gust of wind and snow obscured his vision. Sanju realized with a start. He was here, at the Tower of Odin. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only body. There were many others. They didn't possess Sanju's true consciousness, acting only as his subordinates, so he still had to inform them. "We've arrived." But Sanju then noticed something strange. All movement was frozen in place. Sanju was suddenly able to control his clone, something he wasn't sure was possible, so he clenched his fist a few times to confirm. He was utterly astonished. "This feeling is strange. I can control number 1's entire body. The system also sends a notification. Shoulder joint division level 17. You can now share all senses with your clones and have complete control over their bodies," he thought to himself. Of course he would issue commands about the locations the clones needed to reach. It felt like he was truly moving. Sanju stood atop the icy mountain, savoring the wind, and commanded his clones, "Let's go rescue Team 1. They hadn't gone far when a massive ice wall blocked their path, and Sanji, feeling around the sheer surface, began to speak to himself. "So this is why they said escape was impossible. It's all blocked off. How was this place even created?" He calmly raised the instruction slip in his hand and read it. "Let's see. Monsters will appear from the moment we enter the Frostbat Tower." No sooner had Sanju spoken than a ferocious bat with razor-sharp fangs swooped in to attack. But before it could even touch him, his doppelganger annihilated it. He continued reading the instructions. "Class E monsters attack as soon as you enter, and they always attack in 7s. Immediately after, a swarm of bats charged, but they were all intercepted and destroyed on the spot by his clones." Sanju, unscathed, calmly reads the instructions, noting the need to watch all directions. A key point he's reading is that there's always a leader in a pack of frost bats. It's a D-rank monster, the Frostbat Lord, and it's hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. The clones are still dealing with the other bats, and they won't make it in time. Sanju draws his sword, eyes blazing with intent, declaring, "I'll take you down." But before he can even move a meter, his 3 clones move faster, each taking a corner and slicing the bats into pieces. Bat blood splatters everywhere, and Sanju is stunned by the clone's lightning speed, his sword hanging uselessly in the air as he laments the lost opportunity to show his strength. In the end, Sanju didn't have to lift a finger and safely made it through, leaving a mountain of bloody corpses behind. Sanjiju calmly orders them to continue on their way, and the clones obediently follow. They quickly swept through the bat swarm, each one eliminated by the clones, leaving no survivors. Sanju, pleased with the bloody scene, solemnly declared, "They won't have a good end, even though all these monsters are nothing." He asked a clone how far they'd gone, and number 3 quickly replied, "About 13 kilometers." Sanju nodded. "That's a quarter of the way there. As expected, we'll be meeting new monsters soon." No sooner had he spoken than white-furred beasts appeared, prompting Sanjiju to regard them with weary eyes, calling them the voice of the devil. Just as he predicted, the moment they saw him and his clones, the beasts gripped their massive clubs and roared with fury. At that moment, the magic bullet skill was activated, loading mana before firing. Sanju used it like a gun, firing at the monsters, the bullets hitting their arms, holding the logs. The mana explodes like gunpowder, instantly felling the first beast. Finding this method effective, Sanju assigned roles to his clones. Number 3 would provide support from the rear, while number 2 would attack from the front. Seeing their comrades fall so easily, the remaining monsters roared in anger, their eyes burning with rage. But Sanju remained unfazed, as if having foreseen the future, and faced death countless times, leaving him with nothing to fear. Following Sanju's plan, the clones moved out, unleashing a barrage of mana that struck the beasts, crippling them with pain. But only temporarily. Sanju then glides through the monsters, ending them with his own hands, each swing of his sword severing a limb. Sanju stared intently at the mindless, towering monsters before him, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He was pleased with the results so far, thinking they could keep this up. But it seems his celebration was premature, as the ground unexpectedly began to shake. The ground beneath him cracked from the center, and Sanju, caught off guard, shouted, "The ground!" Unbeknownst to him, he was standing in the palm of a monster 10,000 times larger than the hairy beasts. Meanwhile, back at the guild's encampment, everyone was beside themselves with worry. Looking at Sanju's remaining body, while his consciousness is completely merged with clone number 1, everyone worries for him. Will he be all right? She was actually even more worried. Team 1 was our most elite strike force, but they struggled to get through there. Y stood beside her, gently reassuring, "Don't worry." He told her about his calculations. Actually, we planned a campaign to secretly infiltrate the area, avoid fighting monsters as much as possible, and rescue the team, requiring a hunter rank of at least C. However, Sanjiu's abilities were beyond what he had anticipated. His growth rate as a hunter exceeded all expectations. I think he's increased almost 20 points for most stats in 6 months. She's shocked, as if she can't believe what she's hearing. His current stats have reached the level of an RKA-2B hunter, which is why I have so much faith in his clones. More importantly, his clones are also growing stronger. Their stats are lower than their masters, but their movements are superb. It's no exaggeration to say that they also possess the hunting ability of an A2B rank hunter. The woman lowered her head, muttering to herself. Team 1's average rank is B. She was a bit skeptical. So you're saying he's as strong as Team 1 on his own? Y explains. That's what I observed. If the Iolo Guild's treasury hadn't been raided, he could have grown even stronger with the gems we prepared. She asked again, skeptically. In that case, aside from the ice golem mentioned in the report, there's no other monster that could stop him on the first floor, right? Y was confident in his approach, believing Sanju would avoid the ice golem and move effectively thanks to his warning. Even though it was difficult to avoid that damned monster, it has now awakened before Sanju, possessing formidable power. The monster, 10 times Sanju's size, held him in the palm of its hand. His eyes widened at the unexpected beast before him, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it! Sanju wiped the blood from his sword, preparing to battle the mountain-sized monster. His sword slashed forward, striking the monster dead center. He thought the monster would fall from that strike, but it was completely unaffected. Not only did it survive, but its rage intensified, and it roared amidst the ice and snow, its central eye burning blood red. Sanju's sword hangs uselessly in the air as he mutters, "I messed up." The enraged monster immediately retaliates. Its roar echoed through the vast expanse, and despite Sanju's panic, he couldn't outrun it. The monster relentlessly clenches its fist, as if crushing an ant. Luckily, he was quick enough to jump away just a second before the stone fist could crush him. Sanju narrowly escaped death, but his worries remained. He couldn't damage that monster without landing a blow with his sword. However, several fearsome ice golems below are still eager to fight. But they don't seem to share the same command system as the rock monster, so they attack it as it devours its prey. The monster was caught off guard, but the attacks were nothing more than a tickle. It could easily lift an entire ice golem with one hand. The unfortunate golem was swallowed whole by the rock monster in an instant, its massive mouth filling with the taste of blood and fresh meat as Sanju cursed in wide-eyed shock. What the hell? The monster was never going to let them go, and after dealing with the golems, it immediately reached out to grab Sanju and devour him. The clones stood frozen for a moment before Sanju, ever quick thinking, shouted, "Dodge!" As the monster's hand slammed down, the clones leaped away, escaping the seismic shock, but the golems were not so lucky, becoming the next victims of its merciless assault. Countless golems rise and fall, meeting their end in an instant. Sanju, in the body of clone number 1, lands after his escape, quickly formulating a plan to overcome this. He must find the monster's magic core. Sanji watched the monster decimate the golems, wondering where its mana core was, until he spotted a giant glowing gold stone on its chest, and his heart leapt with excitement. He's found it, but a bigger problem has also arrived. The question is, how can he destroy it? Mana blasts rain down on the monster, but its rock-solid body remains unscathed, and Sanji realizes their attacks are futile. His magic gun didn't even leave a scratch. He stood there, facing the rampaging monster head-on. The clones are doing their best to fight back, but seeing the situation worsen, Sanju gives an order. Get out of that monster's attack range. With that, the clones quickly retreated. They thought they could safely disappear from the monster's sight, but number 5 wasn't fast enough. He even fell for its trap, as massive boulders blocked his escape. Sanju couldn't understand what it was trying to do. He didn't expect the monster to be intelligent enough to block number 5's path with rocks, like gifting him a cage before delivering the fatal blow. Number 5's clone disappears before Sanju's helpless eyes, and rage boils within him as he curses. Damn it, it took down number 5, the one with the teleportation scroll. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Teleportation? Sanju spends only a few seconds before decisively rushing towards the monster's feet. The situation becomes a dilemma as the monster casually grabs number 5's leg and lifts him into the air. It was completely oblivious to Sanju, who had silently climbed onto its body. The monster was a bloodthirsty beast, never satisfied no matter how much flesh it consumed. Even the body of number 5 becomes another victim, devoured like a tasty piece of meat. Sanju had already climbed more than halfway up its body, leaping to its mouth just before it could devour the clone's corpse. Sanju acted swiftly before the corpse of number 5 could fall. By the time the monster swallowed and clamped its massive jaws shut, his plan was complete. The clones watched in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Sanju was not only unharmed, but had used the monster's jaws as leverage to escape. Sanji slid down, returning to his original position, as the monster finally realized something was wrong. This feels strange. Sanju lands and laughs with satisfaction. The plan succeeds as the monster feels something amiss in its throat, and Sanji, catching his breath on the ice, calmly taunts it. "How did you like what you just swallowed, you bastard?" He suddenly pulls out a small scrap of colored paper, waving it as he taunts the monster. "Do you know what that was?" Immediately, the monster's body reacted violently, emitting loud cracking sounds. Moments later, its entire body explodes, unleashing a wave of electricity that engulfs the area. The monster roars in agony, its body convulsing violently as it nears its end. Once it reached the monster's mouth, he realized it was number 5's teleportation scroll. He'd grabbed half of it, and a tear sealed the monster's fate. The moment the 5th doppelganger's corpse fell into its mouth, his plan succeeded. He'd calculated everything perfectly. If he couldn't destroy its core, he'd just throw it somewhere else. And then, the monster began to shake violently, everything inside it thrown into utter chaos. The pain from within surged outward, and it roared, a sound that echoed across the land, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief as it stood. The large circle on the monster's chest began to shift, the change manifesting from the inside out. The agonizing pain contorted its body as it struggled to adapt and survive, but all efforts were futile as its magic core was ejected, painting a catastrophic scene of blood everywhere. The monster's mind reels as if the earth itself is shaking, and soon it collapses like a broken machine. He figures everyone back at the tent is panicking as the magic core flies all the way back to the guild's camp, shocking everyone and causing them to scream. What is this thing? A block of ice? After defeating the monster, a series of system notifications bombard him. Strength, health, defense, and mana have all increased, and his clone skill has been upgraded to level 7, allowing him to summon a perfect copy of himself using mana. The number of clones you can summon depends on your level with a current maximum of 7. The summoning time is ready for use. Mu Yiming stares wide-eyed at the notification panel before him. There it is, she whispered. Tears welled as a wave of relief washed over her. Unlike other skills, I can't find a way to improve my clone skill. He suddenly looked up, thinking, but I won't summon another clone. He turned to his clones and said, all right, let's move on. Meanwhile, in Korea, Do-hyun was still fighting alone, even strategizing while taking a shower. After a long while, as he turned off the faucet, a notification arrived. He put on his robe, stepped out, and listened intently as his subordinate slowly presented the information. Sir, this is the list of people who have scheduled appointments with you this month. The screen displays before two, his eyes scanning countless names, but none catch his interest. It seems the list wasn't what he'd hoped for, and his expression showed it. He swiped through the screen, puzzled. None of them belonged to a guild in Korea? His subordinate immediately denied it. No, sir, this is all of them. Hearing this, he turned and left, thinking to himself how pointless it all was. But this situation did leave him somewhat puzzled. Something had changed. After thinking it over, Tu gave a direct order. Reject them all. He donned a pristine white shirt, every detail sharp, like a magnet, and declared the academy's opening ceremony would proceed. Without a word, the subordinate replied, yes, sir. Elsewhere, after narrowly escaping death, Ba was enjoying the best instant noodles of his life in a tiny, cramped house when he was ambushed by 4 cars. No wonder I couldn't reach you. He grinned, then asked, you were captured by the Sivach moon, weren't you? He hesitantly whispered, yes, sir. He was sweating, his mind haunted by those memories. He remembered it vividly. He Sung had handed him over to them. Bond didn't let it go, continuing to press him. But how did you manage to escape those bastards? Upon hearing this, the hand holding his chopsticks trembled visibly. Ba hesitated to reveal that he had been helped, giving him a knowing smile with unfathomable eyes. Four clicked his tongue and dismissed it, carefully reminding him with a half-hearted goodwill. Anyway, everything's fine now. Trangwo is quite busy, so lend him a hand. Ba acted like a good, obedient younger brother, nodding in agreement just as the noise outside startled them both while he was slurping down a bowl of hot noodles. He immediately stopped eating, and he and Four nervously looked toward the door. Four got up to open it, but only dared to crack it open, timidly asking in his usual petty manner, "Who is it?" Before he could react, he was punched by the large, powerful figure outside the door, sending him flying into the middle of the house. Before he could react, his father rushed over to check on him, and just then, a slender but sinewy hand gripped the wall as a deep voice called out his name. Before he knew it, Five appeared at his doorstep, showing no respect and smiling mockingly. Found him, Three. Without wasting time, Five cuts to the chase. Who attacked my gang members at the hunting grounds? His father was sweating bullets, and Nam continued his threats. Answer carefully. You're the third person I've asked. The man grew even more terrified because in addition to the threat, he saw the blood still fresh on Nam's hands. Five bluntly threatens her, saying the two before her claimed to know nothing. Let's see if you really know nothing. Three hasn't responded yet. Four, enraged, lowered his head and cursed through gritted teeth. You bastard! He had no idea how dangerous number 5 was, so he just cursed him to his face, saying, "What are you doing in someone else's house?" He even throws a punch at Five's face without hesitation. But unfortunately, it doesn't threaten him at all. Instead, it's easily caught. Four frowns in surprise. He blocked it? Five laughs, mocking him. Showing off, are we? Not even a twitch on his face, just pure mockery, not even acknowledging Four. He was mocking, but I'm not so bad myself. With just a twist of Nam's hand, Four crumpled to the floor as if battling 10 men at once. Four cried out in pain, but Nam didn't relent, yanking him closer like a sack of rice before delivering a punch to his disgusting face, along with a warning. Next time, make sure you can land a hit before you try anything. The punch was so strong that blood sprayed onto his face like a fountain, but he didn't even blink, calmly commenting that he hates show-offs like this. From the sidelines, Three witnessed Five's brutal actions, his face frozen in shock, eyes wide. Just as Five was about to deliver another blow, he finally stepped forward to confess. "Wait, I'll go with you, please stop." Nam immediately stopped, looking at him with a questioning face, before delivering a devastating blow, accompanied by a curse. What the hell are you talking about? The guy didn't have time to dodge and took the full blow, collapsing in pain. Five's overthinking flares up again as he grabs Three by the collar, demanding, "You mean I have to listen to you for you to come with me?" The onlookers who hadn't participated in the beating of Four couldn't help but sweat as they watched Five's mental and physical torment. Five then guessed, "You probably think he got beat up because of you, right?" Even now, Nam continues to attack Bon, simply because he feels Bon deserves it. He's only getting beat because he's stupid, so don't feel guilty. Without a word, number 5 mercilessly throws him away in front of number 3. Number 4, with several teeth missing, lies listlessly on the floor like a patient awaiting death. 3 could only watch helplessly as his senior was beaten beyond recognition. Seeing no reaction from 3, 5 wouldn't let it go, aiming for 4's groin, ready to end his lineage. Finally, Ba couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Stop, I know." 5 looked at him with suspicion. "Know what?" To save his fragile life, he knelt and confessed, "Before you attacked the Super VM Guild, I know who did it." Trembling, he shed tears of belated regret, pathetically begging, "Please, have mercy." Hearing this, 5 burst into insane laughter, like a madman. Turning to his underlings, he said, "See?" Nam turned back with a savage smile like a demon in human skin, uttering insane words. "I knew it. All we had to do was scare them a little and we'd get good results. Don't you think I'm right?" Meanwhile, one and his clones continued through the thick snow, their journey going smoothly until they began encountering scattered corpses. One turned back and instructed, "Let's slow down from here and be vigilant." The other clones were puzzled, but no one questioned it, obeying one's command. He couldn't shake the growing question in his mind. It had been a while since they faced that creature, so why were there so many corpses now? Everywhere they looked, they found corpses, at least one in every nook and cranny. The steam rising from the bodies mingled with the frigid air, creating an eerie atmosphere. One can understand the suspicion that arose within him as to why they would leave corpses behind, since retrieving them would be difficult. But as he gazed at the skeleton before him, his doubts only grew. Who could have massacred all these people? One turned and asked, "Where are we right now?" Clone replied, "Right near our destination." He clearly laid out their route. "From here, we'll track the vanguard's battle. They must be hiding somewhere near the battlefield." One of them then asked, "They'll check every day at 2 p.m. How many minutes do we have left?" Before he could finish, a clone appeared behind him, a dagger in its right hand aimed at his back, and his eyes widened in shock as blood splattered like rain. The clone's hand and dagger blocked a sharp object aimed at Sanju's head, a bizarre metallic creature with large, glowing eyes. No one knew when it appeared. Sanju wondered what it was. As he pondered the creature, it suddenly appeared. Was it using stealth? A plume of black smoke suddenly appears behind them, and Sanju cries out in shock. Damn it, a horde of these monsters is emerging, creating a cacophony of noise. Sanju couldn't help but think of the corpses they'd encountered. It explained the dead bodies. Sanju wondered if this was why the attack party couldn't enter the dungeon entrance. Had they failed to detect their presence early enough, and now were they falling into the monster's trap? The clone trembled, gripping the dagger tightly, then forcefully shoved the monster's hand away as Sanju suddenly appeared behind it. The monster turned in shock, but it was too late. A slash ripped across its face, cleaving from its neck down to its chest, leaving a gaping wound. Sanju turns and says, "We'll push through this side." The clone responds. "Okay," Sanju shouts, "let's go." Then, the two charged toward the monsters, Sanji-ju slashing with his sword, only for it to be blocked as the monster's body gradually vanished. Seeing this, he exclaimed that they had disappeared again. The monsters surrounding him slowly faded away. Sanju thought, "Damn it, I can't see them." His clones were being attacked relentlessly by the invisible monsters. Seeing this, Sanju wondered how his clones could possibly block these bastards' attacks, thinking it would be easier if he controlled a clone himself. Sanju thought it best to let number 1 take control and have a look, so he relinquished control of his body to clone number 1. Clone 1 grips his sword and transmits, "We're going in!" Sanju orders them to create an opening, and clone 1 complies. Okay, then number 1 lunges forward. Suddenly, the sound of wind tearing through the air reached the first clone, who raised his sword to block an unseen attack. Sanju was shocked. He blocked it. A monster suddenly appeared behind him, but the first clone quickly swung his sword back, sending the monster flying. Sanji realized he'd been observing and sensing the clones fighting, mistaking it for the sound of the wind. Sanju couldn't believe they were reacting to the sounds made by these monsters whenever they moved around, or so he thought while inside the body being controlled by clone number 1. "I think that's enough. I can copy them now," but the entire icy area echoed with the sounds of endless fighting. Sanju thinks it's not necessary yet. He still has a long way to go. Inside the crimson subdimension, Yuna silently curls up, hugging her legs, sitting in a corner, hearing a strange sound calling, "Captain, Captain, Captain." Yuna blankly looks up and says, "Yeah, he mentioned it'll be 2 o'clock soon, we should check outside." Yuna replies, looking at her dejected teammates. "Oh right, you're right, it's been 2 hours?" Yuna blankly says, "I wonder if the rescue team will be here today." Yuna shakily pushes herself up, calling out to the others but stops, biting her lip, clinging to a sliver of hope. Yuna snaps out of her thoughts, realizing she can't give them false hope. A wormhole opens, revealing light and a gust of wind. Yuna thought to herself that today would be just like all the others. She despaired, knowing that the eerily silent ice field would greet them once again. But then a sound came from outside, and Yuna looked up in bewilderment. There was a sound. Outside, clone number 1 listened and announced, 1 at 3 o'clock. Sanji raised his sword to block as clone 1 reported another enemy at 9 o'clock. Sanji parried, thinking, damn, there are 2 of them. Sanju thought wearily that he could do this if he could just hold out a little longer, then charged forward, cutting down 2 monsters, thinking they didn't seem to have super speed or amazing defense stats. As he pierced a monster's head, he thought, aside from their ability to turn invisible, they're not that dangerous. Sanju dodged an attack, thinking, but as he ducked to avoid 2 more, he thought about those guys. Finally, Sanju held his ground, crossing his swords to block the monster's powerful attacks, thinking, they're too uniform. Sensing the state of his other selves, Sanju knew that even small injuries couldn't be ignored when there were so many. Seeing the monsters appear one after another, he knew they had to leave. Sanju realizes he can't estimate if there are hundreds or thousands surrounding them. Then, he sees something. A black vortex swirling between red and black. Sanju was overjoyed, thinking, I've found them, the assault team. Sanju regained control of his body and shouted, everyone, run over there quickly. His other clones rushed towards the spatial gate, where Yuna's shocked face appeared. Yuna quickly ducks back, announcing that someone is outside. The messy-haired guy questioned, really? The gray-haired elder calmly stated that he heard something too, as a group of clones rushed forward, stirring up dust and smoke. Seeing this, the black-haired boy exclaimed that he was right, while the slicked back-haired boy said, it really is a human. The gray-haired elder asked hopefully, is he here to save us? Someone cried out, stop pulling my hair. Sanju and his clones ran, kicking up a cloud of dust as Yuna used her skills to observe, and then exclaimed in confusion. She sees through the dust cloud, a horde of monsters giving chase. Yuna cried out in alarm, the monsters are following him this way. Sanju, still running, shouted, I'm here to save you all. From within the subspace, voices cried out, save us! Seeing Sanju pursued by monsters, Yuna made a swift decision. Team 1, open the gate and guide him through. Everyone else, provide support. The old gray-haired man slams his shield into the snow. The silver-haired elder declared, I shouldn't waste any more time. His shield flared with red energy, forming a honey-colored barrier. The black-haired mage chants an incantation, activating the magic arrow skill. Then the dark-haired boy raised his staff, and magic circles appeared and attacked. Dark blue magic arrows shoot forward, leaving trails like vines. The black-haired boy's attack sends white snow flying, obscuring the view ahead. Simultaneously, Sanju and his clones dove into the barrier, followed by the monsters who were blocked outside, and they shouted, we're safe! Yuna steps forward, saying, I'll close the entrance, and dismisses the shield. The gray-haired elder replied, very well. The swirling black spatial rift gradually shrank as the barrier faded. Inside the space, Sanji speaks up. Thank you, everyone. Sanju pants. I'm from the first assault team's rescue squad, though I'm the one who ended up being rescued. The team stared in disbelief at the person they were supposed to rescue, now gasping for breath like he was on the verge of death. Yuna spoke up. I have to ask, are you from the Coos Tree Association? Sanju removed his mask, flustered. Well, that's half right. He introduced himself. I'm Yong Sanju, sent here at the request of the North Y Coos Guildmaster. The silver-haired elder sighed in relief. So he didn't abandon us. Suddenly, Yuna asks if CT is CT, making Sanju wonder what CT is. She must be referring to the one who escaped using the teleportation scroll. Sanju replied, he's alive. But as far as I know, he's still unconscious. Hearing this, Yuna exclaimed in a panic, oh my God! Sanji thought she must care deeply for her comrades. Sanji calmly says, I'm sorry to hear that, but we need to get out of here first. Tell Captain Y we're waiting outside the entrance to the Odin Tower. I'm sure he's worried, but he'll be fine. Sanji says, let's not keep him waiting. Let's get out of here. I brought a teleport scroll. Yuna hesitated. That is, hearing that tone, Sanju thought, yeah. Seeing Yuna's worried face, he wondered, what's wrong? Sanju thought she should be happy, but the others looked just as grim, which he found strange. But now that he thinks about it, that's not the case at all. 10 people went in, so there should be 9 left. Yuna pleaded, I know it's shameful to ask for more, but please, help us one more time. Sanju wondered why. What do you mean? Yuna replied. One of us has perished on this mission. She lamented that they couldn't leave her behind in this godforsaken place. Sanju realized there were only 8 left. CX thought so after hearing the report of one injury, but Sanju asked, "So there was a casualty. What exactly happened?" Yuna recounted, "We were ambushed. The team was moving as usual at the time. Then, the monsters targeted the long, red-orange-haired girl, and hearing a strange noise, the black-haired boy in front looked back. He then witnessed the girl being slaughtered by the monsters, blood splattering everywhere. Yuna recalled, our priest was behind us." The silver-haired old man berated himself. "Damn it, if only I had focused on protecting her more." The purple-haired teammate comforted him, surprising Sanju, who realized that he was targeted first during the ambush, likely because they attacked the weakest link. Yuna said, "When Zahn was attacked, I immediately opened a spatial dimension and ordered everyone to retreat. The whole team fought and retreated into the space." Yuna said, "I wanted to fight, but if anything happened to me, my team would have nowhere to escape. We used a long-range communication scroll to report back." Yuna was hurrying to open the box for the scroll when one of them began to shake strangely, falling to the ground and catching Zahn's eye. Yuna recounted, "It was so chaotic that we didn't notice a monster had snuck in." Sensing something amiss, Zonk rushed to push her away, and the monster's blade pierced his chest. The scattered teleportation scrolls begin to tell their tale. And finally, the fragments activate, flashing with golden light. The dark portal opened, swallowing the ZT members whole. Sanju, upon hearing the story, wondered if that was when they lost all the other teleportation scrolls. Sanju inquired. "The gate closed before my teammates could reach it," Yuna replied. "That's right, if I escape, my spatial ability here will immediately shut down." "So your team would lose their safe haven, all their supplies, and die?" Sanju asks. "Where did your teammates fall?" With a snap of her fingers, Yuna opened a small portal, revealing the image of a girl lying motionless on the snow. She said that's where she was. Sanji frowned, realizing that bringing her back without attracting monsters would be impossible. He realized she had given up escaping and been stuck here for 6 months, all because of her fallen comrade. I can't just tell her to leave her comrade's body behind. Sanju says, "All right, let's go get her body." Yuna was overjoyed to hear that. "Thank you so much." Sanju said, "But I have one condition. First, the reason I'm here is to save everyone, not to increase casualties. If I see it's not feasible, I'll force everyone to escape." Yuna agreed, knowing that's not what Songa wanted. Sanju added, "Secondly, we'll be the ones doing it." Yuna was stunned, then quickly advised, "That's too dangerous. We're asking for your help while we retrieve the body, not for you to risk your life," Sanju calmly reassured her. He confidently crossed his arms and said, "We're not the real deal, just clones." Yuna thought in shock. "What?" She asks again, "What did you just say?" The city lights up the night sky as the man walks through the wreckage, chuckling derisively. "Ha ha ha." He said he didn't expect this. He sat up straight on top of someone and said, "A hunter dared to play us under your association, Mr. Eel. Didn't you say becoming an enemy of Hai Ryong was enough for you? Shouldn't you have stayed hidden after being expelled?" Junmo gasped for air as he was pinned down, while Che stepped on his right hand, pulling it back and demanding answers. "Now I'll ask you one last time. What's that bastard's name?" Junmo gritted his teeth and told him to get lost. Tronzong sighed in annoyance, then pressed down hard, crushing Junmo's hand. He screamed in agony, while Jung Hyuk calmly stated that next would be his right hand. Suddenly, his subordinate interrupted, saying, "Boss, that guy handed over the paper and said, 'I found it. It's information about him.'" Chong smugly tells him, "See? We were going to find you one way or another." John X reads the information on the paper. Jong Sanji Ju. He says our Mr. Sanji is living in a great place nearby. Send some kids over there. Yuyan eavesdrops outside. His subordinate asks, "What should we do with Junmo now?" John X replies that they'll take him with them. Wyon worried, "Why would the Silver Moon Society come here? This is bad." Inside the room, Junmo asks why they're looking for hunters in Sanjiju, and John X explains that his hunter kicked the asses of some of his boys. That's one of the reasons. "Have you ever heard of Crystal Jade?" Wyon asks suspiciously, but John Zong remains calm. "Well, it's no surprise he didn't tell you. You're known for being stubborn. He devoured all our star crystals and ran off. Get it? We're the victims here." Hearing this, Junmo is shocked, thinking, "So they believe Sanjiju stole the Star Jade? What should I do? I have to stop them." Back with Sanju, he says, "I have one condition. First, I came here to save you, not to increase the casualties. If I see any risks, I'll get you out immediately." Yuna nods in agreement. "All right, I'm sure Zong wouldn't want this either." Sanji continued, "Secondly, we'll be the ones taking care of this." She was startled by this, and Yuna quickly stopped him. "That's too dangerous." All we need is your help retrieving our bodies. We would never ask you to risk your life. Sanji calmly replies, "Don't worry about it, we're just clones." Yuna asks, dumbfounded, "What did you just say?" She asked suspiciously. "Clones, but aren't clones only capable of—" Sanji replies, "As you can see, my clones aren't mere illusions, so you don't need to worry about our lives." Sanji commands, "The plan is as follows. Numbers B and 6 will hold the teleport scroll and stay here to guard the entrance to this dimension." He tells his clones, "Number 2 and 3, you're with me to retrieve the body and return. Simple enough, right?" Sanju told Yuna, "Don't even think about going out there. Your safety is the most important thing right now." The green-haired man protested, "But we can help too." Sanju calmly replied, "I know you're all strong. After all, you're the Peace Guild's raid team. You're serious, but my responsibility here is to get everyone back safely." Yuna is helpless. Didn't he provoke a bunch of monsters and run straight towards them? His cool moment fades as Sanju reverts to his flustered self. "I already planned for the possibility that you guys couldn't help me." Sanju, suppressing his embarrassment, said, "And that's the plan we're going to use now, so please trust me and wait here." She was silent, not knowing what to say, and finally Yuna could only sigh and helplessly say, "Okay." Sanji reached for his sword, thinking that after a month of stat grinding since the gate incident, he'd poured a fortune into his clones to obtain this skill. The system window read, "Devour level 12 monster passively absorbs the essence of a monster with a 12% chance of absorbing the monster's stats immediately after death." Sanju stared at the skill, thinking that it was thanks to this that he was able to reach the stat level that Guildmaster Kinas wanted him to have. However, he had no intention of stopping there. Yuna asked if he was ready. Sanju replies, "I'm ready." He silently picks up a plastic vial. Sanji tucked the vial away, Longshan thinking he wouldn't hesitate at any opportunity as long as it made him stronger, and said, "Let's go." Sanji turned to a clone and said, "Number 4, lend me that knife." Clone number 4 obediently handed it over. Sanji then tossed him some items, saying, "Take my sword and power-up potion." Sanju ordered that as soon as the bodies were recovered, they should leave immediately with the others, and the clone replied, "Understood." Yuna reminded him that he might not have noticed, but when there was no one nearby, the monsters would stand still and wait for days. "So, the monsters you attracted are probably still out there." Yuna warns him to be careful. Sanju replies, "Okay, I'll try." Yuna snaps her fingers and a portal opens, casting light on Sanju's face. He muttered, "Okay." Sanju took the lead, saying, "Let's go." Outside is a desolate wasteland with countless monster corpses on the snow. Sanji glanced sideways, spotting the girl's corpse in the distance, and thought, "Over there." He took the lead, shouting, "Let's go." Agasi, suddenly monster footprints appear in the snow, and clone number 2 warily looks over, then says, "Please keep your distance from the entrance." The gray-haired elder worriedly asked, "Will they be all right? I think we should still go help them." Yuna remained calm. Up until now, we've only seen him running from monsters, but the dungeon entrance is 40 kilometers away. He can't simply run there. Yuna says they should trust him for now and wait here. He did say he had a backup plan if he couldn't get through the gate with us. All we can do now is hope it works. Meanwhile, outside, Sanju pressed on through the snowstorm when suddenly a sharp sound cut through the air beside him. He immediately swung his sword to block the monster's attack, stopping it in its tracks, its arm trembling. Sanju's arm wasn't faring much better from the impact, but he smugly thought he'd blocked it. Though unsure of the exact location, Sanju was certain he sensed something, running without pause, commanding them to keep piercing through. They approached the corpse even more, while Sanji struggled to block the attack and look ahead. There it is! Suddenly one of his clones was grazed on the side. Sanju cries out in shock, realizing they're surrounded. The enemies behind the shields must have circled around. Sanju quickly pulled out a vial, bit off the cap, and knew he had to use it now. Then he tilted his head back and drank it all. The drug's effect explodes through Sanju's body, causing him to cough violently as bright lightning flashes across his skin. Sanju roars as his clone behind him activates the level 11 magic bullet skill, simply firing a bullet brimming with magic. The drug amplified the magic bullet, turning it into a cannon blast that ripped through the monsters, obliterating them into dust. The squad members in the dimension were shocked as the magic bullet had cleared a path from Sanju to the corpse. "Are you ready? We can leave now." Sanju asked number 2, "Can you move?" Clone number 2 stepped forward, replying that there was no problem, so Sanju told him to take the body. The 2 clones approached the girl's body as Sanju stood guard, thinking that mana was constantly flowing into him, like he was about to explode. Sanju gritted his teeth. "I'll draw their attention, so just go." Cracks from the mana overload appeared on his face. The monster's footsteps grew closer as they formed a circle and lunged toward Sanju. Sanju yells and runs, his 2 clones carrying the body bag away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sanju slams the ground, unleashing a burst of energy that shatters the earth and sends debris flying, holding back the monsters as his clones land safely and sprint toward the portal. One of the clones shouts, "We got her!" Yuna is overjoyed. "Ah, thank you so much." The teleportation scroll is torn, and a dark spatial gate opens before them. The gray-haired old man urged, "We can't leave with the scroll yet." Yuna agreed, saying there were still people trapped outside. Sanju reassured her, "Don't worry, it was just a clone." Outside, an apocalyptic scene unfolded as countless monsters charged toward the rubble. Sanju's body is relentlessly attacked, but his eyes suddenly fixate on something. On the other side, the clone urges, "Let's go." Yuna desperately tried to hold on, but her body faded into the portal, her voice echoing with longing. No. Finally, the portal closed completely and vanished. Sanju smiles in relief as the mission is complete, ready to meet them on the other side. The raw energy within Sanju explodes outward, a blast as bright as an atomic bomb lighting up the night sky, the sound like the heavens collapsing. The system announces the activation of the monster devouring skill, absorbing the essence of the monsters he's slain, and the stats of the Ice Guardian, causing Sanju's stats to skyrocket. A hand carefully peels an apple as Xion lies motionless in his hospital bed. Someone calls out to him. It's Mr. Zhang holding a plate of apples sitting sadly by the hospital bed. The day has come. The day they conclude the rescue mission. He gazes at him thoughtfully. The mission could end here. He needs to wake up. The car still isn't moving. He continues so he can welcome everyone with joy and elation. Zante's fingers twitched, and a great noise echoed around the cliff face as Goonie and the girl stared in astonishment at a vast, dark lake that had appeared before them. Woonie cried out, "The gate!" The girl gritted her teeth against the wind. "Is that the rescue team?" From within the black lake, a hand emerged, and Gunty froze. He remembers Zante covered in blood. Gunny closes his eyes tightly and shakes his head, streaks of blood appearing in his vision. Gunny gritted his teeth, his hand trembling as he clutched his chest. His eyes narrowed, and he saw a blurry figure. Y stood there staring blankly at him, startled and bewildered. Tears streamed down his face as a mocking smile crept onto his lips. He muttered, "So, you're back?" A blue light appears, and Sanji slowly descends, frowning as he thinks this is the first time he's ever blown himself up. Yuna awkwardly looks at Gunty, leaving Sanju bewildered, her voice trembling. "Of course it was me. Who do you think I am? No need to be so sentimental." She closed her eyes and continued, "Don't tell me you made a mess of things at the association while I was gone. This is why things fall apart when you're not around." Y says nothing, but embraces Yuna tightly, taking her by surprise. He gently strokes Yuna's hair, tears welling in her eyes, reassuring her that everything is all right. Yuna clenched her hands as Wa spoke. "Everything is back to normal." Yuna's face flushed and tears streamed down her cheeks. Her lips trembled as she called out a few times. "Appa." She clenched her fist, her voice trembling. "It's all my fault because of me." Yuna burst into tears as everyone silently listened to her story. "I thought no one would come looking for us. I was so scared," we replied, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you for returning safely." Yuna burst into tears again. Meanwhile, he and the blonde man beside him listened in bewilderment to the trembling voice. "Thank you so much." Meanwhile, the old man smiled from his hospital bed as the voice continued to echo. "Let's go home." Back at the cliff face, everyone works together to carry large wooden beams. The masked man calls out to Sanju, "Here's the sword medicine and teleportation scroll." Sanju glances at the screen as he replies, "Oh, right, well done." He gripped his sword tightly, wondering how much his stats had increased this time. Y calls out to him, "Hey, Hunter." Sanju is startled. He glanced at Yuna and G, surprised to see them bowing deeply. "Thank you. Words cannot express our gratitude." Sanju, sweating, waved his hands dismissively, telling them not to be like that. "Everyone, please look up. I only took the job because the reward was pretty good." Y speaks up, "No, it's not over yet." He looked up and continued, "Contact me. If you're in trouble, we'll help you at all costs. The Plant Society will be your strongest ally, with all of our resources. I promise." Sanju waves his hand in response. "If you say so, then all right." He produces a scroll. "Good. I used one scroll to kill the ice golem, but there's still one left." "Here it is," Y said, looking at him with concern. "Ah, you can keep it. I was planning to give it to you, along with all the unused items from this expedition." Sanju responds, "What are you talking about? This belongs to the Kus Guild. I wouldn't feel right if you didn't take it." Y relents, saying if that's how it is, then so be it. Yuna wonders, he's always been here? Wai answered as he walked away. That's right. But he's always been busy controlling his similarly skilled avatar. Yet he's always been here. Yuna rubs her head, saying, I thought they were all real people and we had to lie down to calm ourselves. Wai replies that he can't believe such a skill exists. Turning his head, he wondered just how strong Sanju would become. Wai screamed in silence. I should have just taken it when I had the chance. In the sky, a black hole appears once more. Sanji sighs, wow, it's so bright out here. He tells Wei, you're going to be so busy when you get back. Wai turns and replies, right, I also have to give them health checks. Everyone gathers in front of a spaceship. One sadly mutters, and we have to prepare a funeral. Sanji looks at him pensively as his phone rings, and he thinks, the signal can't get through the gate. Messages flood in, and Sanji is stunned as one appears, reading, we're in trouble. The manager's been taken. The Silver Moon bastards are here, and I'm on their tail. The address is 2030. Sanji stared at the message, gritting his teeth. Sanji exclaimed, I have to get there now. Wai asks worriedly, what is it? Sanji urgently replies, those Silver Moon bastards have taken Manager Cock from the JM agency. Wai wondered, what is it? Why would the Silver Moon do this? He glanced at his phone, his voice urgent. I've had altercations with them before. They're trying to control the relic area I'm involved in. Wai silently pulls out a scroll, saying, use this to get to them, Hunter. Sanji quickly refused, stammering, a teleportation scroll, but we interrupted, holding out the scroll. I told you, we'll help you at all costs. In a small alley, a crowd gathered. Hiding behind a wall, Yuyan wondered why that idiot hadn't replied to his message. Yuyan is stopped as a large hand suddenly grabs his neck and lifts him into the air. He furrowed his brow in pain as the man approached, scrutinizing him with a chilling gaze. Who are you, and why are you here? Yuyan gaped, dumbfounded, thinking, seriously? A strange energy crackled with white-blue sparks as Sanju appeared behind the man, his eyes filled with ruthless intent. His hand tightens, but the man seems oblivious, still pressing him. Yuyan, I remember seeing you before. It was at that moment the man realized a hand had swiftly seized his neck, while his large companion was also being restrained. Two doppelgangers flanked him, lives hanging in the balance, as Sanju's icy voice cut through the dust. Where is he? Yuyan stared blankly at the man, who was crying out in pain from being choked. His jaw clenched, his arms trembled, devoid of strength, as Sanju tightened his grip. His eyes filled with rage as he strained to ask, where is our manager? The man being choked drooled uncontrollably. His eyes began to close, tears streaming down his face, and Yuyan shouted, startled, stop! I know where they took him. He anxiously looked at Sanju and quickly said, you could have killed him. He pursed his lips and fell silent. Finally, Sanju ordered him to be tied up, and the clone didn't object. Fine. Sanju then released the man, who immediately collapsed to the ground. Barely containing his unease, he adjusted his collar and asked, where is he now? Yuyan replied, the Silver Moon bastards took him to that warehouse, and the rest are guarding the place. The warehouse sprawls below, and Sanju's face is pale and cold as he says, it's too dangerous. Wait here. The clones watch him in silence. Sanju quietly vowed that he wouldn't lose. In a warehouse filled with boxed goods, a voice kept calling out to him. Lord Runmo. Suddenly the voice screamed. Look, it's Kang Runmo. He twitches, his face bruised and battered, so tired he can barely lift his eyelids, blood trickling down his forehead. He tied him to the chair, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he began to scream with glee. What questions would he ask now? Tronzong lowered himself, raising an eyebrow with delight. Of all the gangs, why us? Yeah, that's right, there aren't many guilds that control the hunting grounds. He turned to his companion, wondering, will Dong Sanju come? When will he arrive? The subordinate replied hesitantly, unsure. He's still far away, so I'd guess we have a few hours. It'll be a while. We should probably get some things ready in the meantime. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. A series of complex sounds erupted from the warehouse doors, drawing everyone's attention. The hulking bodyguards waited with grim expressions as an iron bar pierced the warehouse doors. The chaotic noise still echoed as Tron and his henchmen stared intently at the door. With a screeching grind, the iron bar twisted, tearing the door apart, and the warehouse doors swung open, revealing a dark figure. Sanju's face was shrouded in darkness, his voice icy. Are you from the Silver Moon Guild? Tronzong ignored him, sneering at the question. I thought it would take a few more hours. The subordinate panicked, quickly trying to explain. I don't know how he got here so fast. Tron then continued. Did he come alone? I heard there were others wearing masks. The subordinate immediately pulled out his phone, his voice trembling. "I'll check if anyone's hiding around here." He impatiently waved his hand, urging them to hurry, then suddenly teased, "But don't kill them." The others, armed with small knives, began to advance toward him. Seeing this, Runmo shouted worriedly, "Hunter, no!" But his face suddenly froze, and despite gritting his teeth, he couldn't help but cough up thick blood. Sanju's face darkens as he calmly reassures him, "Just wait a moment, manager, I'll—" In the distance, a Silver Moon member lies in wait with an iron mace. Sanju's rage ignited, veins bulging, murderous intent rising as he vowed to punish them for what they'd done. The man charged forward, shouting, "Die! You won't dodge this!" Sanju delivers a sharp elbow to his shoulder, leaving him stunned and disoriented, causing him to drop his hammer. He swiftly seized the man's arm, bent it back at the elbow, and with a sharp twist, broke it. A scream of agony echoed out. Seeing their comrade beaten and crying out in agony, the others charged in, but Sanji remained unmoved. As he charged, Sanju seized his arm, followed by another sickening crack and a resounding scream. Chon, frustrated, covers his face and curses the useless thugs as the sounds of fighting and groaning fill the air. The underlings stared blankly. This is better than porn, absolutely cinema. And just like that, the rest were laid out flat. Sanju approached them, and the remaining men, looking at him as if he were a demon, trembled and pushed each other away. "Damn it, stop him. He's still acting carefree." He gently stroked his hair and said casually, "How should our boss put it? He predicted you'd come to rescue him, and he wasn't wrong, was he?" "But wait," Sanju frowned uncomfortably at him. He calmly says, "I just want to tell you this. If you tell us where the crystal is hidden, we'll let you two go." He glared, barely containing his rage. "What the hell are you talking about?" "What crystal? And you've crossed the line, so this won't end well." The arrogant kid continued nonchalantly. "I found some things while searching your room, including a file about you." Looking at the paper in his hand, he said frankly, "I admit you're strong. Considering you can defeat those Class C brats, I'd guess you're somewhere between Class C and B. Your stats are pretty good, too. With all that said, I guess you could beat most of the hunters around here." Suddenly, Chon narrowed his eyes, mocking himself, but looking straight at him, he asked, "Your skill is cloning, right?" Sanju remained silent, his face cold. Chon smirked. "That's why you can fight us head-on without using any skills." Tronex laughed maniacally, dripping with vile intent, arguing that some awaken with useless skills. "That's why you focus on stats like an idiot, because you can't attack any other way than charging headfirst like a moth to a flame, right?" He remained silent, ignoring the taunts. Tronex chuckled, shaking in his seat, his tone confident and superior. "And I'm sure those masked followers of yours have weaknesses just like you. I've noticed that people like you who gather in groups are all useless." He paused, then spoke in agreement. "Okay then." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a hand gripped the doorframe. Sanju calmly says, "You can test them yourself if you think they're as weak as you." At the door, all of his clones appear at once, their eyes burning like predators in the night. The manager gasped in disbelief, and the Silver Moon gang members were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them. They grit their teeth and cursed, calling them bastards. The lackey retreated, whispering apprehensively into the car. "Boss, I think those idiots outside have been defeated." But he laughs with glee, as if bestowing praise. "I can already sense your strength." Zhang rises, a row of blades behind him, and says with satisfaction, "At least you're not many in number. I love the idea of defeating a bunch of fools who don't know their limits." Sanji, who'd been listening to his eloquence, couldn't help but be curious. "I can see you're confident, so let's see just how great your skills are." As if waiting for this, Chong immediately and generously agreed. "All right." And from that moment on, his body began to fade, quickly becoming transparent and invisible. He asked mockingly, "Can you guess where I am?" Now, only embers remained where he once stood, and his subordinate stared in disbelief, his mind racing with awe. Chansong's awakened skill is invisibility, the highest form of stealth, undetectable even by the highest detection skills. Runmo is shocked. He's vanished. Chansong gleefully darts around, then declares with pride, "Sensing my presence, detecting my aura, it's all useless. With this skill, I eliminate every trace of myself." He flits back and forth between the clones, oblivious to their disdainful glances, or even their complete disinterest in his self-congratulatory display. "Have you faced this skill before? You should prepare yourselves for death." Smirking, he thinks to himself that they won't be able to touch him. Sanju sighs, already tired of listening to him run his mouth. Tronzong remains ecstatic, believing the battle will end soon, but not because of him. Losing patience, Sanju glares at Chan Seong and orders his capture, and instantly, two of his clones teleport, grabbing him by the shoulders. Chan Seong's stunned expression slowly emerges, his eyes wide as if he can't comprehend what's happening. The other clones, unable to react in time, are collectively horrified and force a smile. His face instantly aged a decade, drooping in dismay as a faltering voice echoed through the cluttered warehouse. "What's this?" Just then, glasses of beer clinked together as voices rose. "Cheers, Jong X!" followed by a hearty cough of satisfaction. "This is great," Mr. Do added. "We're already in our 3rd year." Chan Wu laughed and asked, "How come it's just us after 3 years? Don't you guys have girlfriends or anything?" The two across from him frowned at the question, and he quickly tried to correct himself. "Oh, sorry. Let's just keep drinking." Dong X blankly says, "Now that you mention it, have you guys talked to Sanju lately? He changed his phone number." "Even if he changed his phone, shouldn't our messages still connect?" "I guess not. I can't reach him either." Jung-do took a sip of wine and added thoughtfully, "I've heard some news about him. If I remember correctly, he's working as a hunter." Jonks was shocked. "Really? I didn't think he'd continue being a hunter?" "He's too innocent to be a hunter," Chan Yu replied, bewildered. "I knew it, didn't I? Even if someone crosses the line and teases him, he just laughs it off. Can he really kill monsters with that personality?" Gondo chuckled. "You don't understand how scary he is when he's angry." Chan Yu asks, "You two were neighbors? Did he ever get angry?" With flushed cheeks, he excitedly recounts a story from 3rd grade. He was supposed to walk home with Sanju, but some bullies stopped him and stole his money. Suddenly, Gondo noticed Sang Yu passing by. "Ah, so when Sanju saw you like that, he attacked those bullies?" Chan Yu wondered. "So Sanju saved you back then?" Jongsu recounted helplessly. "Do you really think so? We were both beaten to a pulp. And that's when I learned he'd been shaken down by them before," Krong X wondered. "Huh. So why did he decide to fight back again?" Mr. Gi smiles, saying it's because he was angry that I was being bullied. Those thugs must have been surprised when a kid they'd shaken down before suddenly fought back. Zhang X sighs, impressed by his true nature, selfless when only he is involved. But if those around him are affected, he becomes incredibly angry. Over with Sang Yu, John Zong stares up in fear, unable to utter a word. Sang Yu orders, "Take care of these guys and get our manager to the hospital," as the other man stares in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Clone number 3 managed to say. The troll in despair cried out, "How could you see me?" "Looks like you're pretty confident in your abilities, huh?" "But," Sang Wu said coldly, "I just returned from slaughtering monsters with skills similar to yours." "What's wrong?" Sang Yu asked, rolling up his sleeves. "What was that you were saying? You managed to spew out so much nonsense in such a short time." Then the two approached Tron, causing him to pale and scream, "Let me go, Sang Yu. First of all, my skill isn't detection." He was still panicking, drenched in sweat, unable to move. "I didn't just train my body, but there is something you're right about." He was overjoyed to see the messages. Activating Monster Devour, absorbing the essence of the monsters you kill to enhance your power, increasing health by 0.3 points, and regeneration by 0.3. Absorbing the Ice Guardian stats. Strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance have all been enhanced. Absorbing the Ice Guardian stats. Strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance have all been enhanced. Absorbing the Ice Guardian stats. Strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance have all been enhanced. Absorbing the Ice Guardian stats, strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance have all been enhanced. His stats soared. Strength 19th to 271 to 28th floor before 7. Reflexes 17th floor, rate 7 to 21 down 183. Vitality 16,009 to 23,982. Mana 31 952 to 30th 1 in 153. Aiming 132 to 2,235. Recovery 18 to 174 to 26 Kissin 2. Spirit 1 33 to 1,486 in the physical defense 1,112 to 2,032. Magic resistance 532 to 745. Poison resistance 4,192 to 692. Fire resistance 512. And ice resistance 4,995 to 19,720. His hair whipped around him as he glared and swung his fist. "My stats are off the charts. That fist is about to connect with Tron's gut." He screams, "Wait, wait!" Tronzong was done for. The punch contorted his face in agony. The next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying backward, colliding with objects. With furious eyes, Sang-woo watched as debris fell upon John Zong. Clone number 4 helped the manager up, saying one of them got away, but the rest were dealt with. Sang-yu replied, "Okay, don't chase after him, just focus on getting the manager to the hospital." "Okay." The manager then asks Tio, "What about you?" He turns back and says, "Don't worry about me. Get him treatment first. Looks like he can still move. Sang Yu looks down at Chanzhong, who struggles to get up, his body trembling in disbelief. This is absurd. Far from the report, his strength isn't 19, and the others aren't weak either. Escape will be impossible if caught by even 2 of them. There's no way he could boost his stats that much in such a short time. Something's up. Thinking, he noticed a syringe sticking out of Sang Woo's pocket, and a sly, triumphant grin spread across Chanxiang's face. I admit, I underestimated you. I didn't think you could catch me, let alone react to my stealth. Sang Yu coldly replied, I've heard enough excuses. There will be no more mistakes. As he spoke, he advanced. Zhang San drew his sword, declaring he'd show the power of an RKB hunter, revealing stats of 25,612 strength, 35 or 87 reflexes, 21,864 vitality, 19,156 endurance, 12 ops, 952 mana, 1,174 recovery, and 812 physical defense. Zhang San's eyes shifted as he exclaimed, You haven't seen everything I'm capable of yet. With a final roar, Zhang San unleashed his power, but Sang Woo responded with disgust. I don't want to see everything you've got, you leech. As Tronzong lunged forward, he thought, There's no way they can see me without a tracking skill, but they're still catching me. I don't want to believe it. But they must be predicting my location based on the air currents I create when I move. So, calculating, he leaps, aiming to move faster and create no sound for them to detect. The infiltrator leapt through the air in the dead bug's chamber. Sang Yu marveled inwardly at his speed. Truly astonishing, he couldn't even see him. He really does have better reflexes than me. It seems what he said earlier was true. Was this to mask the sound? As the space shifted, the assassin lunged, only to be met with a swift strike. Are you stupid? Sang Woo asked, causing him to cry out in pain. Sang Yu watched him fall again, then chuckled. So, you're kicking up dust to hide the sound of your movements? Now I can see you even clearer. Tronzong, now kneeling on the ground, suddenly laughs maniacally, confusing Sang Yu. He chuckled maniacally, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Ha 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 ha. Sang Yu had to ask, Are you out of your mind? What's so funny? He smugly holds up the tube from Sang Yu's pocket, saying, Could you repeat what you just said? Seeing this, he frantically looked down at his empty pocket as the attacker continued his advance. I knew there was something strange about you guys. Your stats are indeed different from what I found at headquarters. As he said this, he twisted the cap open. You and your cronies must have used this to boost your stats. Sang Woo warned sternly, I advise you not to drink it. Tronzong couldn't hear a thing. He threw his head back and gulped it down, but just seconds later, the vial was tossed away. Power. 29,968. A strange aura emanated from his body. What? Veins are popping and tightening all over his body, and his stats are showing a power of 37,647. Explosions erupt, tearing apart an entire block, his power now at 37,647. The Tron Squad member, now with a demonic look on his face, shouts, I can't hear what you're saying. Right now, I'm busy increasing my power. Ha 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 ha. Sang Yu frowned and replied, Is that so? Don't blame me for not warning you. The ground shatters and explodes. Nearby houses were caught in the blast as the troll stood amidst the destruction, a satisfied smile on his face. Ha ha ha. He looked down at his hand, pleased, and wondered, What kind of power is this? My power has almost doubled. Even the best medicine couldn't achieve this effect. Then he said, You're called Dung Sanju, right? If you reveal who made this drug, I'll only break a rib or two and let you go. I have to take him down with just numbers 2 and 3. Then he reached for his sword, thinking of breaking a rib or two. Well, that threat doesn't scare me. The twisted grin of the swordsman grew wider as he lunged forward. You stubborn bastard. Sang Yu points his sword forward, but he's immediately stopped by clones number 2 and 3. Suddenly, both of them are stunned as Zhang Zong knocks them down in one fell swoop. Sang Yu swung his sword, but the enemy frantically thrust forward, sending him flying back as he gritted his teeth, staring at his trembling blade. Then Zhang Song smugly speaks up, Even after seeing this, Kiki, you still don't understand your current situation? It seems you don't understand what I meant when I said I read your entire file. Did you think all I read were just numbers? Tao already has other plans. Elsewhere, in the dead of night, heavy breathing echoes. A man is attacked and left powerless. A scarred thug exclaims, Why is there a hunter guarding this place? The man in the tank top replied, We've wasted too much time already. The scarred thug then asks, This is where the family of Hunter Dung Sanji-ju lives, right? Yeah, let's go. You know how hot-tempered he is. Let's get this over with quickly. With that, the group forced their way inside. Yes, sir. Inside, Sang-Yu's parents heard the commotion and looked outside in surprise. Who could be visiting at this hour? His father quickly went to open the door, wondering who it could be. They were immediately shocked by the appearance of these men, while on Sang-Yu's side, John Zong was screaming madly. Do you understand? I can bury your whole family with a single phone call. It's as easy as pie. Sang-Yu struggled to fend off the attacks as clones number 2 and 3 charged in to strike John Zong from behind. He retaliates with a sword attack, but the stubborn Sang-Yu unleashes his power, his sword twisting grotesquely as his eyes blaze with fury. Tron Zong turned in shock to see him gritting his teeth, bringing down that strange sword. Another powerful shockwave erupted, tearing through the surroundings, the strike seemingly splitting the very space within. The 2 blades in Tron Zong's hands were shattered into tiny pieces. He gritted his teeth. You idiot. Then charged forward with a ferocious look, activating an attack skill, throwing a punch at Sang-Yu as he yelled, Die! And he was struck hard by that surge of power. A solid wall shattered as Sang-Woo was sent flying, crashing through it and landing in a heap. But Tron Zong attacked clone number 2 from behind, landing a blow while clone number 3's counterattack was dodged. Then he kneed Sang-Woo's arm, leaving all 3 of him sprawled on the ground. Sang-Woo gritted his teeth in anger, realizing the power of the 7th door was immense. Suddenly, his eyes dart to Yu Hyun and his clones sitting next to an unconscious man, and she curses under her breath. Hey, damn it, did you lose? You looked so cool just now. Sang-Woo grits his teeth and replies, Shut up, I'm going to win. Who is that man next to you? Yu Hyun turned to the man and said, He ran all the way here and charged at me, but luckily this person stopped him. Tron approaches, scoffing. Enough talk, are you planning your escape route? Sang-Yu rises, raises his sword and warns Yu Hyun, Get away, she's about to land. Tron Zong frowns in disbelief. You still want to fight? Didn't you hear what I just said? You think me calling people to your house was a joke? Sang-Woo grits his teeth, enduring the drug's side effects as Tron X pulls out his phone, laughing. Perhaps this is why people take pictures as proof. He tapped the phone a few times, and a voice on the other end answered, Hello? Tron X nonchalantly asks if they've arrived, ordering them to cut off the old folks' fingers and send them to him. Suddenly his arm went limp, dropping the phone to the ground in shock as he stammered, What's wrong with my hand? Immediately after his body gave out and he collapsed. The silent Cole coldly watched him. Finally, he recalls Yu Hyun handing him the vials last time. Here's some medicine I made recently, one for strength, the other for mana. Consider it a bonus. They're easy to tell apart. Side effects, Yu Hyun explains. The strength potion melts muscle, while the mana potion makes the body explode. The manager stammers in shock. Huh? Melt and explode? At that moment, the thug's body began to change, twisting and shrinking in horror. My hands, my legs. Sang-Yu approaches him. Didn't I tell you? About how you shouldn't drink that stuff. His eyes gleam as the thug writhes on the ground like a fish out of water. He glanced in horror at the phone still connected to the call, then screamed into it to take the bastard's family hostage. You bastard, if you touch me, your whole family is dead. And the antidote. Give me the antidote now. He desperately demanded the antidote, but the voice on the other end apologized, saying he had the wrong number, that this was the Nustri Association. On the other end of the line was the large man who dealt with the thugs who came looking for Sang-Woo's family. Back at Sang-Woo's house, his parents wondered who was at the door, and at this hour. His father quickly went to open the door. Who is it? The heavily bearded man asked. Hello, I'm from the Kianis Association. His father exclaimed in surprise. Ah, hello, the Kianis Association? The man cleared his throat again. I apologize for coming so late, but I'm here to inform you that Deng Sanju has successfully completed his mission and is on his way back to Korea. As he spoke, he squeezed the thug's face. Sang-Yu's father then asked, Oh, really? Was Sanju hurt? Meanwhile, the man whose face was being squeezed thought, My head's going to explode. Of course not, he's fine, the man replied. Sang-Yu's father then said, Please, come in for a drink. He refuses, saying it's not necessary. As the thug neared his limit, certain death awaited if he squeezed any harder. The man said, I have to go now. His father simply replied, All right, thank you then. And with that, the door closed. The thugs warily eyed him as his eyes flashed with fear, and he spoke to them. The rest of you, come with me. They grit their teeth and look up. Just then, one of their phones rang, and the man answered. Hello? The troll on the other end blurted out. Have you gotten there yet? Did you cut off his grandparents' fingers? My hand, what's wrong with my hand? Damn it, it's spreading from my hands to my feet. Quick, take his parents hostage. Give me the antidote now. Uncontrollable voices echoed, but the man calmly responded. Sorry, you have the wrong number. This is the Tree Huggers Association. He then throws the phone away. What the hell is a thumb? After the fool dealt with the others, he walked away, reporting to his superior. Yes, sir, everything has been taken care of. Yes, so Sanju must know. I wonder if the other side is interested as well. Meanwhile, on Sanju's side, Tronzong stared at his phone in dismay, gasping, Damn it. He roars in fury. You good-for-nothing trash! And in that moment, he found himself unable to scream. His face contorted in agony. Sang-woo, with a deathly look, stared down at him as he desperately begged, No, please. The thug's body seemed to evaporate, his skin wrinkling like an old man's. Sang-woo coldly looked down and said, From now on, if you want to live, use your strength to breathe. The man no longer had the strength to utter a word. He then grabbed the man's withered arm and continued, Listen, don't you ever touch anyone around me. With that, Sang-woo's eyes flashed like a demon's as he exerted force on the hand. And as the thug gritted his teeth in pain, Sang-woo continued, Do you understand? His face was utterly cold, followed by a blood-curdling scream echoing from the building. Cut to the hospital. Meanwhile, Jun Moang stands with his fourth doppelganger, who's bandaged and lying in a hospital bed. Suddenly, a voice calls out, and the agent gasps in surprise. Hunter Sanju, why are you coming in through the window? This is the 5th floor. Sang-yu, having climbed through the window, replied that visiting hours were over. How are you feeling? Junmo smiled, saying thank goodness for Hella. They said I only need to wear this cast for a week or two. So, did that blood come from the wound you sustained, Hunter? Sang-woo wiped the blood from his face and denied it. No, I've fully recovered now. My regenerative abilities are top-notch. And of course, you don't have to worry about the Silver Moon Guild anymore. They won't dare do anything like that again. Yet, Junmo's expression remained somber. Okay, Sang-yu calls this agent again. Then he pulled out a chair and sat down, suddenly asking if I should have my rank reassessed, shocking Junmo. Rank? Oh, well, your rank has increased and been recognized for saving people in the gate incident. But then, you didn't check. Sang-woo replied, Yes, I just wanted to raise my stats and earn money to pay for hospital bills, but I have no interest in power. He wondered, what made you suddenly change your mind? Sang-woo looked helpless, covering his face. I thought just doing my best was enough. I didn't care about those who looked down on me for my low rank, but after what happened, I changed my mind. His hand clenched, showing his anger. If I were an A-rank hunter or stronger, the Silver Moon Guild wouldn't dare pull something like this, or even think about attacking the agency office. That's why I'm making this request. Junmo pondered, analyzing the situation. If he truly wanted to rank up, it would greatly benefit their agency, and they would be eternally grateful. Just having one high-ranking hunter would solidify our position. And as a hunter, this is the best way to prove your worth. Sang-yu was about to say something, so I guess I have to, he continued. But you'll attract a lot of attention. So these situations could continue. The decision is yours. Sang-yu closed his eyes, steeled himself, and spoke. I've made my decision. Cut to a different location. At that moment, announcements began to ring out. Hunter number 172. Please proceed to room B, hunter number 173. Please proceed to room E3. The clerk then asked, Are you here to apply for a hunter rank assessment? Sitting across from him, Sang-yu replied, Yes. The other person typed while reading the information. Hunter Dong Sanju, you're an E-rank hunter with the skill of duplication. You're here alone? People usually team up, he thought to himself, knowing they'd say that. Recalling Junmo's words, hunters usually determine if they can defeat a monster of equal rank as a team. A C-rank hunter should team up to fight a C-rank monster. So, normally, the monster is stronger than the hunter, which is true in a one-on-one fight. But that wasn't the case for him, he said with a cheerful smile. Back in the present, Sang-yu replies, Just me is fine. The man sighs, explaining, Then you'll need to kill a monster of a higher rank than yourself and collect proof of your ability. You can send a message to the association's security team to verify your hunt, then return here for re-evaluation. Sang-woo hesitantly raises his hand, asking if he can skip the D, C, and B rank tests altogether. The clerk was stunned. What? He frowned, annoyed, thinking, who is this kid? Is he trying to cause trouble? And he said he'd take the test alone? Then he said, Sorry, but you can only test into the rank directly above you, so you can't do that. Sang-yu scratches his head, laughing sheepishly. Oh, is that so? I see. So what monster should I kill to get promoted to D rank? The man sighed, handing over the paper, and explained that the monster appearing in the Rank D promotion test was a merman, inwardly certain that he wouldn't be able to do anything with that lousy clone skill. He continued, saying it has great defense and superhuman strength, so bullets are useless. Sang-yu said, "Thank you." "So, this is everything I need, right?" The man gritted his teeth, annoyed at being interrupted. Sang-yu calmly turned away, prompting the man to jump up and shout, "Yes, good luck to you." Inwardly, he fumed, wondering if Sang-yu could actually pull it off. He'll probably be back, begging me to cancel his registration. Sang-yu walked over and sat down, calmly minding his own business. Some time passes, and he picks up the quest paper again, looking dejected. 2 hours quickly pass, and Sang-yu continues to calmly sip his drink, while the man seethes, wondering why he hasn't gone hunting yet. Is he ever going to leave? Just as he's thinking this, Sang-woo stands up, then sits in the chair in front of him, leaving the man bewildered. Why is he back? The man was about to speak, assuming he wanted to quit, when Sang-woo declared, "I'm done." The bewildered man could only exclaim, "What?" He calmly replied, "I've taken care of the merfolk and I brought proof. Please register me as a hunter then." The man was confused, wondering what this kid was talking about. He's been sitting there for 2 hours straight. Little does he know, clone number 7 has already taken care of it. He's been drinking coffee this whole time. What nonsense is he spouting? He gritted his teeth, trying to calm down, and then spoke. "Sorry, but it looks to me like you haven't even left a hunt yet." Sang-Ubin said calmly, "Why don't you check first? I'm sure the hunting team has already sent a confirmation message." He sighed. "Fine, though I don't like it. Ugh, what am I even doing? I don't know." The computer screen displays free entry and hunting announcements. Monster type, human phantom. Serial number 5. Confirming information. Confirmed. The man exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" Sang-Yu asks again if things are stable now, as the other man frantically grabs the phone. "Wait a minute. This is security at the Fespa hunting station. Hello, Pespa hunting station security here. How can I help you?" the person on the other end replied. "I'm with the Hunter Evaluation Center, and I'd like to confirm that Hunter Dongsanju captured 5 merfolk." The guard quickly gets to work. "Let's see here. Dongsanju?" He then replied, "Yes, this has been confirmed. I checked myself, and there's even footage of him arriving here." Yeah, I don't know why both the member and the commander are named Dongsanju. The man handling the procedure thought in disbelief. Is the system malfunctioning? Did he bribe the guard at the hunting ground? No, he hasn't even left this place. Growing impatient, Sang-Yu asks, "Excuse me, but have you received confirmation yet?" The man forces a smile. "Ah, sorry about that. I'll promote you right away." In his heart, he refuses to believe it. This is truly impossible. He must have done something illegal. He then says, "All done. Congratulations on your promotion to ANKD Hunter." He secretly planned to report this to headquarters, but until then, he'd enjoy his time as an ANKD Hunter. Sang-Yu calmly replied, "Okay, and thank you. Also, I'd like to register as an RKC Hunter." This leaves the man stunned. What was that? The scene shifts to a dark and deserted street at night, where someone pulls a bag from a crack in the wall. It was none other than Hyun. She stared pensively at the bag, recalling the last time she stood before Sang-Yu, blurting out, "I'm sorry." Confused, Sang-Yu asks, "What do you mean?" A distressed Hyun replies, "I think it's my fault that they attacked the GM Guild. I stole their crystal from the hunting grounds. I never thought it would come to this. I'm so sorry." Sang-Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, so that's why they mentioned returning the jewels." Hyun nodded with difficulty, filled with regret. "Why did I do that, especially after what he did to those people?" Unexpectedly, Sang-Yu blurts out, "It's not your fault. They did what they did because they thought I stole the jewels and framed my family and organization. This is between me and the Silver Moon, so you don't need to worry. The root of this problem is the jewel, a matter between you, the Silver Moon, and me. And I don't think you stole it, just hid it. I don't know what the Silver Moon Society and Hasung did to you, and I won't trivialize your problems, so you don't need to apologize." Back in the present, Yoo Hyun carries his bag and reassures himself, "Okay, this is between me and them." She then ran as fast as she could down the deserted road, while elsewhere, countless people stared in astonishment in one direction. "What the hell? Did you see that? Film it, man. This is insane." The clerk trembles as he says, "Congratulations on passing both Rank C and Rank B." Sang-Yu rises, bows, and replies, "Thank you. I think that's enough for today." With that, he nonchalantly turned and left, leaving the man sweating bullets. The clerk beside him exclaimed, "Wow, he actually did it." The man quickly turned and asked, "What, you know that guy?" He casually replied, "Of course I know him. He applied for a duplicate permit to enter the hunting grounds." The doctor was ecstatic, telling everyone about him, drooling that he'd never seen skills like his before. You had to see it to believe it. I'm actually surprised he stayed quiet for so long. Was it because of his low rank? The man on the other side was shocked to see the overlap. He continued, but in just one day, he went from E rank to B rank. I bet the Hunter Network is going wild right now. You should have gotten his autograph. Sang-Yu walks forward, followed by countless curious gazes. A week later, much has changed. Newspapers reported Sang-Woo's rise from rank C to rank B in a single day, a surprise to the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association has made an official announcement regarding the incredibly rapid growth of Hunter Dongsanj, stating that his progress and achievements are truly remarkable. And now, recognizing his talent, passion, and potential, reactions are mixed, with some marveling at his growth. Others admire his potential and welcome it, but some worry that his growth rate is too abnormal. Therefore, they suggested a need for strict management and control. The Coos Guild's raid team has returned to Park Y. We are truly overjoyed to have our guild members back, as they are key individuals to both the team and the community as a whole. We are grateful for what our guild members have done, and their return symbolizes our own. The fastest promotion of all time, a mysterious rookie has arrived. Dongsanju is a mysterious rookie whose skills have exceeded all expectations, drawing global attention. His cloning ability is unique in the world, possessed by only one person on the planet, and his skills are truly remarkable compared to everyone else. By creating and controlling clones, he's gaining worldwide attention, exceeding all expectations. Who is Dongsanju? An interview with the GM Association reporter. Hello everyone, today we'll be uncovering some interesting information about the rookie hunter. Dongsanju is pleased to meet you. The GM organization staff is also pleased to meet you. Recently, rookie hunter Sung Sanju has become incredibly famous. What do you think about this? As JM staff, we're incredibly grateful for this opportunity. I believe we can learn a lot and showcase the talents of rookie hunter Sung Sanju. I heard reports of a rookie hunter reaching B rank in just one day. Please draw up a plan for this. If you need help from outside the group, contact management or support. Guild members should always maintain a positive attitude. We shouldn't lose hope, even in danger, but support and uplift each other. Silver Moon is on the verge of collapse, rumored to have fought a mysterious guild. Silver Moon had gathered many players and grown for some time, but recently, due to conflict with a mysterious guild, they are in danger of disbanding. The hunter community online is equally excited. Isn't that Yong Sanju? He joined an organization on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha. I'm pretty sure they're going to grow from here on out. They got him when he was still with the RKF. I'm sure Ha Sung won't let this slide. It's still a Bran, after all. He wouldn't have gotten this far. What's your rank anyway? Aren't clones just illusions? I've seen people use them before. Just read to the end, will you? He's famous because his clones aren't just illusions. I heard he can hunt in all 3 areas at once. Who wants to be carried by his clone? Oh, ha 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 ha. I don't get it. So what's the difference? Don't overreact. I'm going to tell you all the story I saw. So how many clones? Wouldn't the ability to have clones be too overpowered and game-breaking? And with a new balance of 542, 366, 200, after Sang-Woo received 5 billion from the transfer, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, how many zeros are there? 1, 2, 3, then a deafening scream erupts over the 5 billion. Ji, who is on the phone with Sang-Yu, laughs and says, "That's just the payment for completing the mission." He was still in disbelief on the other end of the line, saying, "This is too much." GTE explains, "I used the word grace, but rescuing Squad 1 is a job after all." "Looks like Agent Kang Jun-mo hasn't told you about this, huh?" Sang-Woo replied. "He said there was a contract, but I didn't think it would be this much. He reassured me not to worry and just take it. Without you, no one would have taken the job. Feel free to visit our gang anytime." "The first squad would love to meet you," Sang-Yu replies. "If so, I'll stop by sometime." The call ends, and Sang-Woo, unable to contain his joy, collapses to his knees, weeping. What just happened? I won't have to worry about hospital bills anymore, even though I could still cover the mana-intensive treatment with the money I've earned. With this, I can ask him for a favor. A Class S healer's blessing. Just you wait, his eyes are full of determination. When I see you, I'll get on my knees and beg like a madman. Sang-Woo imagines himself weeping, kneeling, and begging for her life, while elsewhere, someone flies into a rage. Damn that moron Kangtron, and I thought he'd be useful since the Ha Sung gang sent him. This is Yang Duan, head of the Silver Moon gang. What good are Zolo's gems now? No one works for us anymore, and if the Nux Guild is involved, this is far too dangerous. I need to destroy the evidence at least. Just as he's losing it, Yang Duan is called. "I heard you stole from our vault. Miho appears, cold and powerful." Yangi Cheon gritted his teeth. Han Mi-ho, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Let's talk. Then, suddenly equipping bare hands, he turned to punch Mi-ho, yelling as he did, Die. Mi-ho coldly unleashed a strike and blood splattered instantly through the air. With a sharp gaze, Mi-ho declares, Don't open your mouth. I have no intention of talking with you. The scene shifts back to the Sinus Guild's headquarters tower. Junmo, still bandaging his hand, enters. I'm here, sir. The other person replied, Ah, you reek of sweat. How's your arm? He asked, and Junmo replied, The doctor said I shouldn't move much for a while, but I heard you protected Sung Sanju's family. I can't thank you enough. Gonti was puzzled. It's nothing. By the way, you said the people who ambushed you were from the Silver Moon Guild, Junmo? Yes, and I don't think that's all there is to it. Do you know the hunter Kang Tae-hyun? He affirmed that he did. He's the main culprit in this case, isn't he? He's also the vice chairman of the Silver Moon Guild, and I heard Dung Sanju put him in a state from which he can never recover, Junmo exclaimed. Yes, the hunter Kang Chon-sung. He was actually one of the hunters I managed while working for the Haesung Guild, W said in shock. You mean Kang Chun-sung was part of the Haesung Guild? Junmo confirms the connection between Haesung and Silver Moon is clear. Guy asks, Do you think the Haesung Guild is involved this time? But to prove that... Just then, Mi-ho appears, serious. Those Silver Moon bastards manufactured crystal stones and offered to sell them to the Haesung Guild, and they weren't even real crystal stones. Wait asked in surprise, It seems you've paid Silver Moon a visit? Mi-ho hands over a list confirming Gunti's suspicions. It's Yan Jilan, that bastard. Then she suddenly turns and gives Junmo a bright smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Agent Junmo. I've heard so much about you. Junmo forces a smile and replies, It's a pleasure to meet you, Director Han Mi-ho. So, you've already infiltrated the Silver Moon Guild? She reassured him, Don't worry, Yang Joan is still alive. I'll hand him over to you soon. After reading the information, Gante looked up, puzzled. DEB? What's that? Mi-ho replies, A body enhancement drug. I knew something was fishy. There's no way a B-class guild like Silver Moon could create magic crystals without help. The Haesung Guild is deeply involved, which means this is incredibly dangerous. Hunter activity was only legalized after the Great Flood ended. Soldiers controlled hunting zones, taxes were levied on hunting income, and things like purchasing monster drops were legalized, stabilizing the hunter profession. But not everyone agreed, with some hunters resisting registration and hunting restrictions. They splintered off, forming their own society. And so unlicensed hunters used illegal weapons and information to protect their income. Just then, someone was cleaning in the shop when a voice called out, Uyan, sir. At that moment, Yu-yun entered with a bag and a delighted expression, saying, Here are your crystals. The man frantically refused. I told you I don't need it! Ui-hyun then said that they were indeed at Seondong Station. Was there anyone who could deal with these crystals right now? Someone who can buy it at a higher price? The man muttered helplessly. Sorry, Yu-yan, did I confuse you? Someone else then spoke up. Are you Kim Wyon? You should come with us. It was the group in white masks, and all Wei-hyun could see were their eyes, filled with panic. You are dragged away, as the guilty-looking man says. I'm truly sorry. I had no other choice. They threatened my family's lives. Just then, someone else appeared. How noisy, this man's arrogant, challenging the masked group with a lift of his chin. Who are you guys? Wearing that get-up here, do you even know where you are? The masked man warned him to back off, but the man only escalated things, retorting, I don't know who you think you are, but if we bury you here... before being punched in the face. The man fell hard to the floor as the masked figure waved his hand dismissively, grumbling about the trouble. He then turned to leave, but Sang-yu appeared and delivered a powerful kick. He calmly stated, See, I told you. Recalling the previous night, he told Yu-hyun, I don't know what Silver Moon and Hai-chung did to you, but I'm not going to judge you. You don't need to apologize, and since I'm part of the GM organization, I'll help you with this. She gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Jung-yu just smiled. Try selling the refined crystal you obtained. Back in the present, he exclaimed, I told you they'd take the bait. Yu-hyun was shocked. Masked guy, who are you? Then a brief conversation unfolds. 10 minutes. That's right. Okay, we can't use recorders. I understand. You shouldn't ask questions that don't concern you. All right, not yet confirmed. The gatekeeper said, We'll conduct a body search now. The sleazy man smirked. Heh. So this is the Hunter Association's vice chairman. He raised his hand and asked with a grin, Don't you find it ridiculous to search the body of a respected A-rank hunter? You think I'd bring a gun or something? The inspector is serious about their job, so no weapons. Suddenly, the thug blurts out, You think I need a weapon? Or should I try something? I'm just kidding. If I really did that, even the fish behind that door would run away." He laughed heartily as he said this, but the guard simply replied, "We'll open the door. You may enter." The oracle awaits. Soon after, Hee-sung enters a great hall where a figure sits high above. That man was none other than the so-called prophet, who asked, "You've come again?" "Hi, Hee-sung smirked. "Sounds like you weren't expecting this. You're quite the comedian." The prophet replied, "Of course not. I know why you're here, but my answer remains the same. Give it up. I hope you're content with the life you have." He smiles even more deeply. "Listen, if it were me, any powerful person, even politicians, would kneel before me." Suddenly his voice boomed. Everything was going so smoothly. "So what? Are you giving up?" The oracle calmly replied, "Your destiny has changed significantly. More specifically, someone has changed it." He shouted back, questioning. "Then who is it?" The oracle coldly responds. "That I do not know. And it's not just one or two people." Meanwhile, Sang-yu holds a phone and shakes it in front of the masked man. His mask is almost completely shattered. "Is this your phone?" "Give me the password," he says, trembling. "Kill me. Did that turn you pale? Why are you so barbaric? Kill you? I can't do that, but I will hand you over to them." Sang-yu looked towards the men who had just been dealt with by the masked figure, who were now glaring in their direction. "Is that him? Is that the one who caused all this trouble? That crazy bastard dared to?" Sang-yu simply laughs. "Looks like they're pretty angry. I wonder if they'll let you die peacefully." Elsewhere, a man is working when his phone rings. He quickly answered the phone. "Yes, this is Jinix from the Hee-sung squad, team leader of Team 1. From the other end of the line, a voice crackled, "Chick chick, we've got the stone." He told them to bring it to base 3, then wondered, "Hey, why do you sound so strange?" The voice on the other end replied haltingly. Since they're in the bunker, Jin-guk just assumes the other line is running out of battery and tells him to charge his phone and not let anything happen to the DB production. Our manager is annoyed about what the Silver Moon gang did. On the other end of the line, Sang-woo is trying to distort his voice. "Okay, chirp chirp, we're on our way." Jin-guk complies as Yoo-hun watches, his face contorting in shock at Jin-guk's actions. Sang-woo smiled, held out his phone to the masked man and said, "Thanks, we'll pay you back for the stones. Take it. But in exchange, tell me the location of the factory, okay?" The masked man gritted his teeth in fear. No, they'll kill me if I do that." Sang-yu slyly called the others over, looking amused. He says, "No, guys." The two men quickly grabbed their knives, ready to act. "Is that so?" "Leave him be. Let us handle this," the masked man managed to say. "You dog, you didn't keep your promise." Jung-yu smiles and says, "What do you mean?" "I told you I wouldn't kill you. Ha, this fragile heart couldn't bear to witness such horrors. I'm going home." That guy was spitting blood from anger. Then, before his triumphant smile, he blurted out, "I'll tell you. I'll talk." Later, on a deserted street at night, a voice echoed, "Did you record it? Send it to the agent, same location as the factory." Sang-yu tells Yoo-hyun, who replies, "Okay." Then Yoo-hun shyly said, Thank you for helping me like this." Sang-yu smiled and said, "It's nothing." Yoo Hyunin changes the subject, mentioning that she heard his skill is cloning. "That's right, I saw the news, so that's why everyone around you looks the same." Sang-yu casually says he doesn't know, so he doesn't care much about others. Hyunun looks at him displeased. Who is he talking to? "You know my name?" Sang-yu guiltily looks away. The apothecary is immediately seized by Oh-yun, who clutches his neck tightly. Jung-yu struggles to cry out, "Forgive me." "Change it back. My name is Yuyeon, and we've never even introduced ourselves," Yuyeon hissed through gritted teeth. "But what are you doing here?" the doppelgangers wondered. Sang-yu simply smiles at her as they sit in a barbecue restaurant, the meat sizzling and filling the air with its delicious aroma. Sang-yu remarks, "They're busy and the 3 clones are here, waiting for the amazing barbecue feast." The fragrant meat is cut into smaller pieces by the server, who then offers it with a smile. "You can eat now." The clones, who had been waiting, quickly grabbed a piece of meat and chewed with satisfied expressions. A calf appears in his mind, followed by a cow chewing grass and looking ahead. And at the slaughterhouse, as the cow's tears of despair fall, clone number 1 pauses, looking utterly stunned, though the feeling of guilt quickly passes. He drooled, marveling at how the meat melted like noodles. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a recorded conversation played. "Chirp, chirp, we got the jade. Good. Quickly move it to factory number 3. Junmo exclaimed in shock. "I know that voice. It's team leader Shin Jin-gu of the Hee-sung clan's Team 1, Shin Hee-sung's son." Gunta replied, "Then we can confirm that Hae-sung is involved with Crystal Jade. In short, Miho Hosh's situation." Haesung has 5 jade supply sources: Haesung, Yunnui, Sichvi, and other jade suppliers. Of these, Yunnui has almost dissolved, leaving 4 others, all at least B-rank guilds similar to Yunnui. Junmo remains worried. Can't we take down the Haesung Society with this evidence? I heard creating jade is illegal. You seem troubled. I wish we could. But it continues. Sadly, it's not that easy. The Haesung Guild doesn't produce them on their own. They're backed by the Korean Hunters Association. Even if we put the songs in jail, they'll be out soon enough. All I can say is we need to plan this carefully. And Junmo shouldn't go out alone. We'll assign bodyguards to protect you soon. He reminded him, and Junmo replied, Okay, I'll tell Hunter Yong Sang-woo to be careful too. Upon hearing this, Gante paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Sang-woo doesn't need to be careful. No one can kidnap him. Just then, a message appeared on Sang-woo's phone from Agent Kang Junmo. They'd heard the recording, and the voice belonged to someone from the Haesung Society. They'd also discovered that jade was the key ingredient in a drug called DE. Sang-woo was stunned. DEB sounds dangerous. Stay in the office for now and don't go out. Standing beside him, Hai-unan wondered, have they fixed the mistakes those Silver Moon bastards made? Then he remembered, that's right. You haven't been to the new office yet, have you? It'll blow her mind. The new office is so fancy, you said you'd be surprised. A moment later, after meeting Yu Hun, Junmo exclaimed happily, Oh, Yu Hun's here too? Fantastic. I just got here myself. The room is neatly arranged, with everything one needs to work. Yu Hun exclaims, Wow, you rented the whole floor. Junmo replies, Actually, I've been planning to move for a while. I looked at a few places, and since the old office was destroyed, I had to move a little sooner. The two boys chattered on, and Sang-woo exclaimed excitedly, We'll be the #1 office in the country soon, right? Isn't the office of the #1 nation a little small? Junmo chimed in, adding that they had Dung Sanju, a hunter who could easily defeat B ranks, while Sang-woo smiled, pointing out a room designed specifically for him. They opened the door to a room filled with chemicals and mixing equipment, leaving Yu Hyun in awe. Sang-woo chimes in, This room is equipped with the most advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing technology, and the agent must have worked hard to prepare this for you. Yu Hyun carefully examined each item as Junmo entered, saying that most of the equipment had been moved here, but if she needed anything else, just let him know. He whispered that she could eat, sleep, and live comfortably in the next room, so she should make herself at home. Ayun shyly pulled her hood down and replied, Thank you. Surprised, she realized he knew she had nowhere else to go, as his phone rang and he quickly answered. Hello? The information on the other end of the line tenses Junmo's expression, and he makes a hasty call. You're a hunter. Jiang Yu turned back, confused. Yes, Junmo exclaimed. I think you should go to the hospital today. His expression darkens, and the scene shifts to the Silver Moon Guild's archives. Hung stands in silence, observing the scene. Bloodstains and gashes cover the ground. His cold, cruel expression breaks as he speaks, a dark mass lying on the floor. Suddenly, the black mass begins to stir, revealing a long-haired, masked figure who announces, It is I. Haesung asks, Where is Yang Duhon? The masked figure replied, He's locked in the basement of the YOLO Guild. It seems all the documents related to Depp have been taken, along with the jade. The masked man then revealed his cracked mask, saying that based on their agreement with the others, they likely knew the factory's location. Haesung grits his teeth, clearly bitter, then pulls 2 vials from his pocket, handing them to the masked man, telling him he knows what to do. The masked figure accepts the items and replies, Yes. Haesung continued, If they want DEB that badly, let them have it. Even though it wasn't complete, the masked figure vanished into thin air. Cut to the YOLO Association's basement, where Silver Moon Association leader Yangi Guhei is chained up, grinding his teeth in terror. Damn it. Just as he was wondering what to do, he saw that black dust growing on the floor. Seeing the long-haired masked figure appear before him, he cried out in fear, You, why are you here? The masked figure replied calmly, The director sent me. Gu is relieved. Did the director send him to save me? At that moment, the masked man inserted the needle into the tube. Gu was bewildered. Wow, what are you doing? What are you doing? He shouted in a panic. His eyes gleam as he raises the syringe. No need to worry. Juxian was terrified, tears streaming down his face. Didn't the masked man say it wouldn't hurt too much? He screamed. No. The scene then cuts away. Gonti said, a bit helpless. Oh, you don't have to escort me. I told you I'll get all the information from Yu-chan. Miho chuckled. Are you sure it's not because you're worried I'll get kidnapped? He retorted that he'd feel sorry for the kidnapper. Suddenly, Miho stopped. Oh, I smell something burning. Suddenly, a massive fire erupts in front of her, revealing a colossal figure within, and Miho grits her teeth and rushes forward. The guild headquarters is on fire. Gun cries out in shock. No, within the blaze is a ferocious monster, surrounded by the wounded. Miho quickly kneels down to ask, "Are you alive?" "What the hell is going on?" Gun quickly draws his weapon. "Monster," the injured man managed to utter. "A monster has appeared in the basement. Our B-rank hunters can't stop it," Miho said, gritting her teeth with worry. "So it's at least an A rank. Impossible. There haven't been any gates recently. Where did it come from?" The monster suddenly turns to face them, its gaze triggering a memory. Miho gasps in shock as the scene shifts to Chun Sung, lying unconscious in a hospital bed, hooked up to an oxygen tank. Just then, someone appeared, looking down at him. It was the long-haired masked man. "He trusted you and planted you in Silver Moon, but look at you now." As he spoke, he pulled out another syringe, drawing the remaining liquid from the vial. "Don't worry. This will at least help you walk." Just as the needle neared Tronzong's neck, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Mr. Yao's appears, manipulating the virtual screen as he warns, "I don't know what you're planning, but you're not allowed to cause trouble in this hospital." The masked man quickly vanishes. "Fine then." He reappears behind her, uttering those words. "Then I'll inject it into you." But just then, someone appeared and stopped the masked man's hand. He gritted his teeth, saying that only doctors and nurses were allowed to use needles in the hospital, and then struck the masked man. Meanwhile, Ji gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's coming." The Guchuan monster turns and charges, initiating a fierce clash that cracks the floor and threatens to collapse the surrounding space. A gasp echoes. Is that Yan Duan? Was Yan Dushan once an A-rank hunter? W is already exhausted after one move, and Miho-ho replies, "No. A was once in the upper ranks of B class. Judging by that scar, I'm quite sure." It seems it suddenly appeared from the guild's basement as well. W, hearing this, grew even more confused, thinking, turning humans into monsters and making them even stronger. Is that even possible? He recalled questioning the information Miho had provided not long ago. "DB, what is that?" she responded. "A body enhancement drug." I knew something was fishy. There's no way a B-rank guild like Silver Moon could create gemstones without someone backing them. Back in the present, facing the giant monster, Guy thinks to himself, and Miho adds that if it really is Yan Duan, then Hyung intends to take care of the Silver Moon Guild. This means that Tron Sung, who was being treated in the hospital, is also in danger. In fact, Zong Ah was already at the hospital and saw a suspicious person, so she contacted Mr. Junmo. Growing impatient, the monster roars, and Miho says, "Let's just take care of this thing." Then, frowning, she begins to generate energy in her hands, unleashing a surge of power towards the monster. The monster's eyes gleamed as it clenched its massive fist, suddenly appearing and swinging it at Miho, but Gunta appeared just in time, slashing and severing the giant fist. The monster, in pain from its severed arm, unleashed a crescent moon slash. As the dust cleared, the monster created an invisible fist, the force of which sent Gunta and Miho flying back. The two struggled to regain their footing, and Gunta exclaimed, "That's definitely Yanduan." Miho added, "Yeah, he even used a skill." The Guchuan monster roared in fury and swung its fist, but something intervened, a slash that seemed to cut through space itself. The newcomer, a man with snow-white hair and beard, stood upon the monster's corpse and declared, "A monster, wreaking havoc in the city. Where did this guy come from?" "It's Kim Yan, the Sunchaser Guildmaster." Gonti approached and asked, "Were you nearby, sir?" Miho cried out in delight, "Mr. Yan." He replied, "Miho and we, you say? What happened here? I demand an explanation." Meanwhile, Sangyu realizes that only doctors and nurses are authorized to use needles in a hospital, and he attacks the masked man. But he caught the punch, remarking that this was quite unexpected. "How did you know I was here?" Jungyu gritted his teeth, looking up at him. Just then, Zong, enraged, charged forward. "Someone teleported into the hospital, and you thought no one would notice." As she charged, she activated her fire abilities, but the masked man deflected the attack. Her eyes widened in shock. "He destroyed it?" The masked man scoffed, "That won't do. Using fire? You can't do that in a hospital." Sangyu leaps into the air, ready to strike. Is that something a needle-wielding intruder should be saying? The masked man, knocked back by the attack, wiped his face and exclaimed, "You're pretty strong." Sangyu, eyes fixed on the masked man, asks, "Did you barge in here? Are you okay?" She replies, "I'm okay, thank you. You were quick to come to the rescue." He explains, "I left immediately when I heard the news." Lucky for us, our new office is right next to the hospital. The masked man then stood up. "Now I understand. I understand why Tron Zung turned out like that. You are indeed powerful, and he turns back. Looks like your clones have arrived. Sang-Yu's duplicates appear, each one fat and full after a meaty meal. With a sharp look, Sang-Yu says, "Trying to run." The masked figure then emits a dark power and laughs. Haha, are you trying to bait me? Sorry, but I'm no fool. I won't blindly rush into a crowd. I'll see you again soon. There's plenty of darkness around here after all. For example, the Manhwa absorption care unit is right under my feet. Your sister. The masked figure continues to provoke Sang-Yu, who, unable to watch any longer, unleashes a sword strike, but he persists. See, that's how you trap someone. See you next time. Sang-Yu is furious as the masked man vanishes. Everything wrapped up quickly after the accident. The monster rampage in the middle of the city was dealt with by the combined power of the three major guilds: the Sun Guild, the YOLO Guild, and the Kindness Guild. After hearing the news, Kim Yan tried to report everything, but the man angrily shouted, "I told you that bastard Shin Hee-sung was suspicious." The incident was reported to the public as a typical monster outbreak from a dungeon break, and Yu-chan was listed as missing in the newspapers. A monster in the city, heroes in crisis. A monster has appeared in the heart of the city. This monster wreaked havoc and instilled fear in the people. A monster that shocked everyone who lived there. It wreaked havoc, disrupting the peace of the neighborhood. But as things turned dire, brave heroes emerged. These heroes, with their powerful weapons and exceptional combat skills, fought and defeated the monster, earning the Sun Guild's master, Kim Yan, the reward. Kim Yan was rewarded for slaying the monster that rampaged through the city and saving its people. His outstanding feat of defeating the monster and saving the citizens was truly remarkable. His bravery was celebrated throughout the city for saving countless lives, and the city decided to award this prize to Kim Yan. It's also because we couldn't voluntarily explain Yu-chan's disappearance. Cut to another location, where a man is interrogating Miho. What do you mean that the A-class monster was actually a human? We heard it was found in the basement of the YOLO Guild. So, you kept someone there? You reply, that's not it. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Though it was late, we found the location of the gem and went there. But that's right, there wasn't a trace left. It was empty, everything was gone. Everyone involved with the star crystal has disappeared, with only machines being found. Clone number 1 reports from an unknown location. Here too, there were reports of monsters appearing in the middle of the city, but all information about them was quickly removed. The monsters were quickly taken down by hunters and everyone completely forgot about them. At this time, 2 men were talking in astonishment. I've never seen anything like this before. We'll pay 200,000 for the head, 400,000 for the hide, and 250,000 for the blood. The other man replied, I've never seen creatures like this before. They were screaming like madmen. It was all considered a mystery. And so the unidentified monster outbreak came to an end. Sang-Yu sat before someone and spoke, We need protection. I've been thinking about this ever since the Silver Moon Guild incident. I can't stand it anymore. Even though it will reduce our hunting efficiency, safety must come first. Junmo was shocked to hear this. Reduce hunting efficiency. You mean you're going to use your clones? He simply replied that they didn't have enough money to hire anyone, and then a distribution chart of the clones appeared. 1 clone at Sanju's, 2 at the hospital, 1 at the organization, and 2 continuing to hunt and train. That's how I'll arrange it. Junmo, dripping with sweat, asked again, couldn't she summon 7 clones now that she'd leveled up? He chuckled, saying they'd have to send a clone, as the tree nymphs would help them, confusing Runmo. What? Take it where? Jung-Yu calmly replies that they're going to a familiar place. Then the scene shifts to a terrifying location where a flaming gate appears. And someone, apparently clone number 2, shows up with a loudspeaker in a snowy area. After looking around, he raised his megaphone and shouted, Hey monsters, I'm here! A tasty human completely defenseless. Come and get me! As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of monsters rushed towards him, ignoring the vial attached to his belt. Instantly, tremendous explosions erupt in the area. The scene shifts to another location, where someone is cutting the ribbon at the inauguration. This is the opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in Korea, and Headmaster W. Hu is happily thanking the esteemed guests for attending. This Hunter Academy was built to educate low-level hunters on how to deal with monsters, equipping them with skills and gear to increase their chances of getting item drops, regardless of skill level. If you study and train with other hunters, you'll gain the confidence to enter hunting grounds, and whoever performs best at the end of each year will receive this elixir. With that, an elegant and expensive-looking vial appeared before them. Cut to the JM facility, where someone in the gym effortlessly lifts a 250 kg weight. Sang-yu sighs during his workout. Nothing here is over a ton. Remembering Junmo's words, he awkwardly smiles, apologizing that weights that heavy would break the floor. You could try Mana Rainfox's gym, he sighed. I understand. His body swayed as he held the heavy weights. So boring, no simulations at all. Just then, the TV broadcast the opening ceremony of Hakasu, where the World Hakasu principal announced the opening of the Hunter Academy and that applications for the Korean branch would open in December. Furthermore, the Academy is offering admissions bonuses to low-ranking and less skilled hunters to encourage them to participate. Q looks a little bored. Where's the remote? The manager has some weird tastes. I didn't think he'd watch the news. At that moment, the TV continued, with World Hakasu's principal shocking many by announcing that the Academy's winner would receive a precious elixir. Based on the results, all students at the Academy have a chance to receive the divine elixir, a huge incentive for them to show their full potential. Upon hearing this, Sang-yu's expression turned serious as he exclaimed, "Elixir!" Meanwhile, a group of people sang the Korean national anthem, raising their hands to the sky. Though the eastern sea may dry and Mount Baekdu crumble, heaven will protect us. Long live our nation. Across 3,000 miles of glorious rivers and mountains, hibiscus flowers bloom. The people of Korea will forever walk the path of Korea, preserving our truth. The pine tree atop Namsan Mountain stands firm against the wind. As if armored, so too does our indomitable spirit. Beneath the vast autumn sky, clear and blue, our hearts remain pure and steadfast. With spirit and mind, let us pledge our loyalty. Love the country in hardship or happiness. The Hunter Academy. This must be the Hunter Academy's PV video. Sang-yu watched it and immediately asked, "Is it true? The Academy's using divine elixirs?" With a surprised look, Runmo replied, and I, equally surprised, went to investigate. And yes, they're offering a divine elixir as a prize for a competition between students around the world. He wonders, I heard it from the branch, so does the Academy have branches all over the world? And the prize is a divine elixir. How could just one student do this? Junmo added, it's not just the Academy. It was founded by the Enlightenment Organization, led by Jumper. It's one of the biggest corporations out there, Sang-yu said, looking puzzled. Why would one of the world's largest corporations do that? That's not like you, Junmo. It all started with their goal of bridging the gap between low and high-ranking hunters. They're trying to reduce casualties during disasters by improving the average hunter's ability to deal with monsters. It's not just the strong hunters. We'll grow together. The lower the hunter's rank, the fewer good skills they possess. Sang-yu pondered this. I think I heard about that on the news, but I'm currently rank B. If I'd known this, I would have ranked up later, he affirmed. Wee Hyun couldn't help but laugh, while Sang-woo froze, trying to recover. Of course, your current rank is too high, but it'll be fine. You can meet other preferential conditions. Have you ever bragged about your useless skills? Hearing this, Yoo Hyun couldn't help but burst out laughing, while Sang-yu froze, his face falling as he tried to recover. What do you mean? I have more than... Let me list them for you. Heavy strike, sharpshooting, and magic bullet are all rank F. Just basic skills. Rankers usually have 20. By the time you join ANKB, you should have an average of 70 skills, meaning your current skill set is your advantage upon enrollment. Hey there, Hunter, Runmo said with a cheerful laugh. Sang-yu cuts him off. Stop. Okay, but he continued. And because he's a foreigner, Sang-woo is devastated, tears streaming down his face. Runmo continues, explaining that the donation-based admission system might even apply to him. Hearing this, he was puzzled. A donation-based admission system, he asked, do you still have the Kier's reward? Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy, things seem to be bustling. Welcome. Ha ha ha. Hak cheers with joy. It's an honor to meet such a celebrity, the headmaster of World Hasu Academy. Sang-yu gives a strained smile. What do you mean? A celebrity? I should be thanking you for accepting me. Meanwhile, the man clapped and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. So modest. Why so modest when you spent 2.5 billion for the sake of the students here? Sang-yu replied with an indifferent smile. I'm also happy to help the school achieve some admirable goals. He was inwardly astonished, thinking, paying to get in. What a strange system. I thought that could only happen because this academy is similar to other universities, but it doesn't receive the same treatment as a national university. Thanks to the manager's negotiation skills, the price was settled at 2.5 billion. But even if it were 5 or 10 billion, anyone would pay it to get their hands on the elixir. Furthermore, according to the enhancement policy for low-ranked awakeners, the average rank of students here ranges from F to E, with D being the highest. At that moment, some people noticed him. Isn't that Dong Sang-woo, the guy with the split personality skill? But he remained frozen, thinking there wasn't anyone he could consider a rival here, and even if he was an easy target in class, he still had to complete the end-of-year exam. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, startling Sang-woo. Our academy is honored to welcome 2 ANKB students from the first year. He turns to Hakasu, who says he's still excited. Ah, John Sang-yu probably doesn't know, but there's another NKB hunter who got here through donations, just like him. I can't say who, but that hunter is just as famous as you. So, I have a rival? Just then, a young man on stage excitedly shouted, "Nice to meet you all! I'm Professor Kang-hook, and I'll be teaching you the fundamentals of magic." You'd all probably curse me if I taught on the first day, right? So I'll just announce the schedule and we'll start next week. Sang-yu sat with his head in his hands, thinking, I liked it because there were no rivals, but now there's someone else like me. Who is that? Coming here won't do a high-rank ran hunter any good. And it's RKB, no less, whatever. I'm not really interested in the hunter industry anyway. What does it matter when I take first place? Who's going to say anything? With that, Professor Hayuko cheerfully waved goodbye to his students, materials in hand. That's all for today. See you all next week. A girl with orange hair shouted a reminder. There's a freshman party tonight at Gojiang Bar near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 Tiaoyu. As Sang-woo gets up, he thinks, this orientation party is more like a university gathering. I'd rather go train. Suddenly, he paused, thinking, could there be an RKB there? Sang-woo quickly changed his mind, wondering if he should go check it out. Cut to that evening at Goyang Bar, where beers clink together and murmurs of amazement and curiosity surround Sang-yu. Really? You saved everyone from the gate disaster with a baseball bat? Sang-yu, looking bored and helpless, replied, Yes, that's right. Another friend chimes in, saying, I heard you took down the Ankh-B monster there. Sang-yu? No, I was defeated. Oppa took down the Silver Moon Guild? I have nothing to say. Please, just show us the clone. Meanwhile, a boy sitting off to the side gritted his teeth, thinking, he's really showing off. Sang-yu refuses to show his clones, saying they're currently out on a hunt, then raises his hand, saying, Please, everyone calm down. Besides me, is there anyone else with a rank B entering the academy? Everyone stared at him in surprise, then confusedly asked each other, Another rank B? I don't know. Another rank B made it in too? Sang-yu thought to himself that they didn't seem to know either, then replied with a smile, Oh, it's nothing. Never mind. He looked at his phone screen again, thinking, all the articles online are about me. What is he hiding me for? But it also seems he's not coming. Bored, Sang-woo walked alone, thinking, I'll just go home, when someone suddenly appeared behind him. The person spoke, pointing in a direction as they asked, Excuse me, is the freshman party this way? Sang-woo replied internally, Yes, it is. It hasn't ended yet, so just go on in. The man asked, Why are you leaving? And Sang-woo sighed, a little bored. Well, I don't know anyone, so I guess I'll just head home. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Wait, that voice. He was taking off his hat as he asked with a smile, Do you want to grab a drink with me? A head of hair as blue as the night sky appeared before Sang-yu. His eyes widened as he removed his hat, revealing the beautiful Hyeon. You know me, don't you, Professor? She continued. Sanju was stunned to realize the girl he bumped into was Hei Aion. Hi, Aion, why do you ask? She replied innocently. What do you mean? I'm a student here too. Sanju breaks out in a cold sweat, wondering if she failed the prestigious Gyeongguk Academy entrance exam. With that, Hyeon changed the subject, saying it was cold. I want something to drink while we talk. Sanju paused, staring at her, before the scene shifted to a cozy bar. The bartender brings over a cocktail, politely saying it's hers, and Hai's eyes widen in amazement. How lovely, Sanju remarked, beginning his lecture. I just graduated. Don't invite my professor for a drink. What do you mean? She retorted. You should be the one making him buy you drinks for graduating, Sanju suddenly said slowly, leaving Aion speechless. So how did the entrance exam go? Did you fail? Of course I got in, Aion happily replies. You really know how to teach me, he continued to wonder. Then why did you come to this academy? Or Aion reminds him, you told me your dream was to be a hunter. She confided that she only went to university because her family wanted her to, so she decided to become a hunter right after graduation leave. But then the Hunter Academy was established, and I convinced my parents to let me freely do what I wanted since I was going to the university they wanted. Sanju was curious. So what did they say? Hoi signals the bartender for another drink as she answers. Oh, they said it was dangerous and other things. But after a few days of arguing, they finally agreed. She said, then asked pointedly, It's your turn, teacher. Sanju panics. Please don't call me that. Am I even your teacher anymore? And slow down with the drink. It's then that Ion realizes they signed up together, so he's not her junior either. Then, she exclaimed cheerfully, though Sanju's trembling voice made it sound a bit odd. Then he tells her to just call him teacher, as Ion turns with a mocking look. What? Are you shy? When she received no response, she called out louder. Oppa, look over here, Sanju Oppa. He orders her to stop. She laughed with glee. Stop what now? Oh, Hyan seems to be drunk. She sways her glass and calls out. So, where were we? Right, you couldn't reach me because your phone was broken. Though barely able to sit up, she kept ordering more drinks, which annoyed Sanju. Enough already, kid. She looks up and asks. What? She then turns away, eyes wide. Sanji wondered, doesn't she know her limits? Just then, Ion suddenly jumped up and snatched his phone. That's right, Sanju shouted, startled. My phone. With a swift move, she's got his number. She stares blankly at the screen, then smiles with delight. I have your number now. Hyan's eyes closed. Now you have no excuse not to contact me. With that, she drifted off to sleep, leaving Sanju in stunned silence. Pay for me. The streets are already lit up. A silent stillness blankets everything, as Hei slowly opens her eyes. Realizing she was on Sanju's back, she froze for a moment, wondering, wait, is he carrying me? Did I fall asleep? Where are we going? His place. Sanju, sensing she was awake, spoke to Han. You're awake? Ion asked, scratching his face with an awkward smile. He glanced up and replied, Did you doze off? Yes, right there at the bar. Since you're awake, walk yourself home. Hearing this, she flinched, then grabbed his shoulders and cried, I'm too dizzy to walk. Sanji relents. Whatever you want. Hei Ion's eyes darken as she grips his shoulders and softly calls him Sanji Appa. Hei Ion wondered, why didn't you contact me for 6 months? Even with a broken phone, you could have found a way. You know, I was actually planning to punch you in the face when we met. I was so annoyed that you didn't even send a single message, Hei Ion whispered into Sanju's ear. But when I saw you, I just couldn't do it. Today was really fun. Don't you think so? If we hadn't met like this, were you never going to contact me? Sanju looks down. She has something she needs to do. She continued. That's why I enrolled in the academy. Sanju walked away, saying, Am I happy today? Actually, yes, it's the happiest day I've had in the last 6 months, but I'm so lazy, I'm afraid I'll lose all my resolve if I go back to how things were. He was heartbroken as he thought of his sister lying in her hospital bed, fearing he would repeat his past mistakes and be filled with regret once more. Upon hearing the news, Sanju wept and regretted his actions deeply. After walking a short distance, he gently bent down to put Hyan down, saying, People rarely change. So, I cut off all my previous relationships, but I still want you to know that all relationships are precious to me. Sweaty and out of breath, Hyan took the hat from Sanju, thinking, So we're going home, but I don't understand. After putting it on, she clearly said that she would let it go this time, muttering as she walked. You said everything was precious, right? Don't. Sanju replied, warning him not to do that again. She turned and grinned in agreement as the scene shifted to a gloomy office. Hae-jung sits in his chair, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Hae-jung thinks about the sensational articles about Sanju rising from E rank to B rank, the first hunter to jump 3 ranks, Dong Sanju, the special hunter who increased his rank 3-fold. Let's uncover his courage, determination, and secrets through his biography, a journey of unexpected growth. Hunter Jong Sanju, a rookie every guild wants. Jong Sanji-ju wasn't famous when he first became a hunter, but now he's making waves with his triple rank up. His combat sense has taken other hunters by surprise. He's a different kind of talent, and that's what makes him special. His growth extends beyond stats. His doppelganger skill has stirred up the hunter world, its authenticity debated. Jong Sanju's rapid growth is undeniable. His learning speed and combat sense have garnered attention from many guilds. He gained a wealth of experience battling diverse monsters in hunting grounds. Adventure is his armor, forging him into a formidable force. But he's not just strong, he's ambitious and unafraid of challenges. He craves recognition from other guilds, and that becomes his driving force. With it, he fears no competition from other hunters. Therefore, he challenged and won battles, his muscles brimming with power from training and passion, his combat skills honed to near perfection. This rookie started at E rank and rose to B, a man who climbed the ranks in no time. The hunter within Sanji-ju began to make a name for himself after saving the Kindness Guild. Just then, his subordinate approached and reported, I'm sorry, Jong Sanji-ju was stronger than I thought. I failed at the hospital. Hae-jung turns and replies, So that guy was Jong Sanju. I should have asked for his autograph back then. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, announcing someone's arrival. The man entered, complaining, Why did you turn off the lights? I'm on it, Hae-jung replied. I need to think for a bit, make sure everything's ready. You can start next week, Hae-jung instructed. You better give us results worthy of helping you get into that academy. He confidently agreed. Yes, father, so that's the B-Rank Hunter Association Sin Rong Yan. He reaffirmed, don't worry, I'm confident I won't let you down. He-jung burst out laughing. Disappoint me, and you'll take the divine elixir. It'll be your chance to prove yourself. In class, Hyuk stood at the podium, full of passion. So, it's been a week. Let's learn about the basic elements of magic that I introduced last week. Sanji, sitting below, was stunned. I knew I'd see her again someday, but I didn't expect it to be the very first day. You're watching me, Hyuk said, activating a fireball as he lectured. The first skill we'll learn is this. Fireball, a versatile spell we all love. It's a very important spell for hunting, or even if you get lost, or even for cooking, Sanju thought, so we're starting with Fireball. Now how are we supposed to learn this when we acquired a quick attack skill by swinging our fists, understanding mana flow, or magical theories? I wonder how they'll teach us. Hyuk demanded we step forward, starting with the first row. He took out a few orbs and introduced them as skill orbs. We were full of question marks when Hyuk said, those who have already learned Fireball don't need to come up. The skill orb synchronizes with the user's system and adds a new skill. And aside from the mana required, there are no other prerequisites, so even newly awakened children can use it. So, when skill orbs first appeared, everyone wanted one, knowing anyone could gain a new skill, but they soon realized the harsh reality. Its price is ridiculously high. Due to the complex production process and scarce materials, the price of skill orbs has been inflated to an absurd degree, mocking low-rank hunters. Only wealthy, high-ranking hunters could afford skill orbs. And seeing their enhanced abilities, more people wanted them, driving the price even higher, further cementing the divide. Skill orbs were meant to bridge the gap between low and high-level hunters, but they only widened it. But Hio reassured the class, don't worry, there are plenty of skill orbs. He added, even those who can't control mana can trade. Sanji couldn't believe his eyes. Are they just giving these away? Fireballs are the cheapest, but they still cost 8 million each. The young master seemed pleased. This academy is truly amazing. Meanwhile, Hyeon was also thrilled to receive her skill orb. The sun began to set, its rays shining through the window. Sanju was stunned to receive the notification, you have acquired the Fireball skill. Fireball, level 1, a spell that uses mana to create fire and form it into a ball. He couldn't help but marvel to himself. He'd learned it. He'd learned Fireball. Standing on the platform, Hyuk excitedly asks, did you all learn it? The class replies in unison. Yes! He urged them, go practice using it, move to another location. Cut to the Hunter Academy's skill training grounds. Hyuk asks, with his hands clasped behind his back. What do you think we need to do to upgrade our skills? Nah. The whole class listens intently as he explains. Adding more wood doesn't necessarily make the fire burn brighter, right? Is it all ice? Before, controlling mana to match your characteristics was essential. But when the system appeared, it started automatically controlling our mana. Hyuk activates his Fireball skill as he speaks, and the most important thing now is that the Fireball explodes the moment it touches the ice. And with that, the ice began to melt at an alarming rate, and Hyuk suggested the class begin their training. Looking at the stat window, everyone can see that skills also have their own levels, and the system displays Fireball level 37. The incantation uses mana to create fire, forming a sphere. The more you use it, the higher the level. That's how you level up a skill. Today, we'll try to level up our skills, and those in front will go first. The first to practice activating the Fireball skill was Ha-Ion, who received high praise. Very good, next person, step forward. The Fireball explodes on contact with the ice, a brilliant red light sweeping across. Hyo-C claps in praise. Well done. The Fireball is in excellent form. With rosy cheeks, Ha-Ion shared. Thank you, teacher. My skill is like creating a manosphere, so I'm very familiar with it. He believes that if I keep using and upgrading it, I'll become stronger. As those words faded, Sanju politely agreed and confidently stepped forward, prompting whispers among the other students. Is he a B rank? Shouldn't his mana be 10 times mine? Hyuk quickly understood their attitude and burst out laughing. Looks like everyone has high expectations. Well, so do I. It's rare to see a B rank hunter use a skill. Now, to prevent any dangerous itching, everyone take 2 steps back. Sanju closed his eyes, channeled his inner energy, and calmly gathered mana into a ball, determined to swing it back and unleash his power all at once, just like when using a quick attack skill. But his energy ball dissipated before it even went very far, leaving Hyuk stunned. Even Ion froze for a moment, but no one was more shocked than Sanju. Laughter began to bubble up from below, and Hyuk quickly stepped in to defend him. Listen up, everyone, Sanju did nothing wrong. It happened because he's too strong, because he has too much mana, so the fire went out. You must trust the system. In other words, leveling up your skills can allow you to defeat even high-ranking hunters. Sanji froze, his body trembling uncontrollably as the awkward laughter egged him on. Next, hurry up. A student suddenly appeared at the door, his voice low. Sorry I'm late. The boy with the radiant smile said, I'm in the wrong classroom. Can I come in? The students quickly recognized Dong Yan from the Hai Sung Association, and their eyes widened at his handsomeness. The professor shifts his attention to Yang Yan, saying he forgot he was in this class too. This is going to be rough on me. 2 B-rank hunters in one class. Sanji Ju thought to himself, huh? A B-rank? And there's Hee-Dung from the association. He's a B-rank who enrolled with me. Dong Yan scratches her face, apologizing for being late and interrupting. Hi, okay, generously replied. It's okay. Did you get the skill orb? He refused right away. You didn't take it. You already know how to use fireballs. With that, Dong Yan unleashed a massive fireball, colliding with the ice and exploding with the force of thunder. Yeon and Sanju were stunned by the display as Dong Yan glanced at Hyok. Was that good enough? Hyok wondered, breaking out in a cold sweat. After snapping out of it, he loudly praised, Excellent. This is the goal you all should strive for. Dong Yan calmly replied, It's nothing. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. So that's what a B rank should be. Those words hit Sanju like a bucket of ice water, and he felt like he was collapsing. Perfect. That's what you'd expect from a B rank. My fireball is also that skill, he thought to himself. My first lesson was a complete failure, while Rongyan was enthusiastically welcomed by his classmates. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, Hyeon comforted Sanju, saying it was okay, but Sanju tearfully replied, I'm so useless. Even this bean I'm eating is more useful than me. She's already written him off as someone else entirely, thinking that even with her kindness, many can't create fire like him. The professor also said he needed to practice constantly. Sanju rested his chin on the table, glancing up. How about making cute gestures while giving advice? Just practice hard, or if you want, I can teach you. Sanju jumps up, correcting them repeatedly, saying they just need to use what they have. With that, he headed to the hunting grounds and activated his familiar skill. Number 5 was in charge of hunting and training numbers 5 and 6. Sanju instructed, You guys have fire magic, right? Give it a try. Numbers 5 and 6 agree and quickly comply. Sanju, utterly defeated, cried out in despair. Why can you guys use it so well? He exhaled, telling himself, No, stay calm. This isn't the time to be jealous. With that thought, Sanju solemnly declares, This is a message to all clones. From now on, use the fireball skill continuously for 24 hours. You don't need to fire it, just use mana. And the 2 of you, use it while hunting. Sanji seethed, recalling the taunts from class. So that's B rank. Guess I don't need to worry anymore. Just wait. Wyon was a little surprised to see clone number 7 activate the fireball skill. Leveling up through continuous use is a very advantageous condition for him. No matter the circumstances, he diligently practices. The nurse is furious to see the 2 clones chanting and activating fireballs in a hospital of all places. Even the pet merchant turned them down, saying, Sorry, it's charred, I can't buy it. The clone thinks to himself that he won't let anyone else take the lead. The system announces that Fireball has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Along with his pained cries, the system announced, Fire resistance increased, regeneration increased. Hyeon was annoyed. Of course it hurts. But you're burned, Sanju said awkwardly. Yeah, that's right. Hyeon questions him, asking how he's already conjuring a fireball in his right hand when his left is still bandaged. Hasn't he learned his lesson? He calmly explains that he has to practice, and she stares in disbelief. You said having the clones do it was enough, so why this now? He stares at his bandaged hand, adding that he's decided to do everything together with his clones, no matter how happy, sad, or difficult. Anyway, thanks for the tips. It seems I can control the fireball more stably now. Hyeon confides that she focused her thoughts on maintaining the skill, limiting unnecessary thoughts, and practiced a lot after awakening. I tried focusing my power into my hand and visualizing the image to increase mana, but it only got worse, so I figured maintaining the fireball would be the same. That must be one of the system's functions the professor mentioned. Sanju was dumbfounded. The system turns and urges him on, telling him not to push himself too hard. Come on, let's go. We're going to be late for class. What's the point of all that effort if we can't put it into practice? The sky today is so clear, it stirs the emotions. I never thought it could be this clear. The dorm is as bright as ever. Hello, everyone. Have you all mastered the skill yet? It feels great when things go according to plan. On the platform was a massive block of ice, and today they would continue to practice their skills until they were perfect. A student spotted Yongyan and greeted him cheerfully. "Oh, Yongyan." "Hello, absolutely perfect." He responds with a smile. Haha. "Hello, everyone," but then Rongyan made a fool of Sanju. "I've already shown everyone here the gap between us, the difference in our power." He recalls pretending not to know where the classroom was and appearing right after Sanju completed his power. Dongyan was faking it then. How embarrassing. I got lost on the way here. Should I give it a try? To seize everyone's attention and show the difference in our abilities. Because of that incident, he'll never dare to outscore me again. Back to reality, a voice echoes from the podium. "Okay, next," Rong Yixin thought to herself. "Though the reason is a bit personal, I can't let him get that elixir. I just have to get rid of anyone who stands in my way." Sanju's fireball hit the ice and exploded, as if tearing space itself apart. Eyes wide with shock, H exclaimed, "Sanju, in just 3 days you've—" Sanji smiles proudly, all thanks to hard training. "I heard this is the final requirement for someone in Class B." Sanju's fireball leaves the other students stunned, and Hawk is still in disbelief. "Honestly, seeing you arrive with your hand bandaged, I didn't expect much, but this is beyond anything I imagined." His classmates are stunned. What is going on? He couldn't even ignite it last time, but he's gotten this strong in just a few days? Hawk was dumbfounded. His progress was obvious. "You've already shown us the Academy's teaching methods, Sanju. Actually, I was really impressed with Dongyan's skills that first day, which inspired me a little." At this, Dongyan's face contorted with rage. "Who's next?" As Heian left, she remarked that everyone was surprised, to which Sanju nonchalantly replied that their efforts paid off. She said sweetly, but still reminded him, "Don't get hurt again. I won't bandage you up anymore." Raising his hand, Sanju said, "Don't worry. My left hand is completely healed now." As Heian was still dazed, he sarcastically remarked that she knew about his regeneration stat, right? She gritted her teeth, happy for his quick recovery. She had another class to attend, so they said their goodbyes. Sanju happily flicks out a flame, chuckling to himself. "At this rate, I might reach level 20 before next week. The fireball skill has increased from level 14 to level 15. A heavy voice suddenly echoes, "What do you want?" "So, it's Dongwai's money or the apartment. If you want to own any skill, you can. I'll give you anything, so tell me what you want." Sanju, bewildered, asked again. Mr. Rongyan? What do you mean?" "I didn't think we were close enough to meet in private," Dongyan stated bluntly. "Don't play dumb. What do you want in exchange for that elixir?" "I don't know how you feel, but nothing is more important to me than that elixir." Sanju smiled faintly. "Me neither." "You walked right past him, showing no respect. It really is important to me. So don't waste your time. Even if you gave me 10 apartment buildings, I wouldn't change my mind. You're not the only one who needs the antidote." "You'll regret this," Sanju gestured mockingly. "Watch your mouth. No one who's deliberately crossed me has ever gotten away with it." Rongyan gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening, realizing that he was truly going to ruin his plans. In Sanju's transition to the lab, "I brought more medicine back." Sanji happily accepts it. "Thanks. This is the only drug that can increase my resistance to poison." "My poison resistance has increased from 6.692 to 8.132, Yuyan sighed. "I've been brewing more doses these past few days, so my skill has improved considerably, and the side effects have been reduced." Sanju is shocked. "The side effects have been reduced? But that's the most important element in your poison." Yuyan immediately punches him in the face. "What?" She grabs him by the collar, demanding to know if anyone else in the world uses poison like he does. "No one else would use poison to make bombs like you do," Sanju suddenly realized. "Oh, right. Have you heard the news? Is everything all right?" "Nice. The ending wasn't so smooth, though. So I did have a chance to kick their asses." Yuyan calmly sat down. "Well, I've done my part, and there's nothing more I can do. Perhaps another opportunity will arise someday." Sanju's eyes glazed over. He was furious with the Heesungs, but wondered if she had some hidden story with them. He then asked if she knew someone named Shin Dong-yeon. She immediately confirmed, saying he's Shin Hee-sung's second son. Sanju was stunned. His son? But he doesn't look anything like him. No wonder they share the same family name. "Do you have any information about his skills or anything?" Yuyan put on his glasses and calmly replied. "Shin Dong-wai, from a young age he was all over the news. Haesung's eldest son, Shin Jinux, was mediocre, so all eyes turned to the second son, who awakened before elementary school. So everyone acknowledged him as the true heir to the Haesung group. How crazy is that? But one day all news about him suddenly died down, and no one was interested in him anymore. Until now." Sanju frowned. "That was so sudden?" Ion continued. "I was curious too. His skills were like cheats." Sanju emphasized. What are his skills? She explained it a long time ago, so I'm not sure, but I think it was called grand magic, meaning whatever skill he learns, he'll reach the highest level immediately. Sanju stood frozen, recalling Dongyan's powerful presence, and blurted out, "That's just cheating." Wyon hinted, "I'm afraid you shouldn't say things like that." Sanji then realized that must be why his power was so terrifying that day. He stared at the vial, pleading with Rongyan, knowing he needed a plan to face him. Cut to the Misan Zone B hunting grounds, where a hunter expressed his confusion. "What do you mean?" The man facing him signaled for him to be quiet. "I'll give you something you can get without hunting. Keep it down." The two of them hid behind a large tree, cautiously observing. Look, it turns out they were watching Sanju's clone. One of them exclaimed that they were all Dong Sanju's clones, but the other reminded him, what if it was something underground? "It's just a monster they caught." The hunter was momentarily alarmed. "Do you want us to get caught stealing and lose our heads? I heard those clones are heartless robots." The man then cautioned, "I told you to keep it down. I've gathered some intel. Those clones are just a cleanup crew, recovering monsters after an area's been cleared. They passed right by those colors without a second glance, so it's not a crime if we take what they left behind." The hunter bit his lip, swallowing his frustration, and wondered how much that pile was worth. A clone picks up the communicator. "Hello, is the monster retrieval team there? We're in Sector B6, asking you to come clean up the corpses." "What species are they?" He then described them. 10 giant blood-sucking spider queens, 3 legion bosses, and 20 cursed scorpions. "Wait, hold on. We're at Sector B6 and we don't see any monsters." The clone replied, "We'll double-check and get back to you." Back in Jim's room, the phone rang, displaying his wife's number, and Sanju asked in surprise, "Number 5. What is it?" A moment later, his eyes widened in shock. He wondered, the corpses disappeared? "Number 5 suspects someone stole them while we were calling the recovery team. The suspects' footprints are clear as day. Should we catch them?" Sanji, with a sharp gaze, says not to kill them. The hunter, looking at the pile of monster corpses, proudly shouts, "I told you this would work. We're rich." The man beside him was stunned. I didn't think it would actually work." Greed flashes in the hunter's eyes. "If we sell this on the black market, no one will ever trace it back to us. How much is all of this worth?" Suddenly, a phone rings, drawing the hunter's attention. "Hold on, someone's calling me. They're wondering who it is." The hunter smirks. "Who do you think it is?" "It was the one who taught me this method." The person on the other end of the line asked if things were going according to plan. The hunter replies, "Yes, we pulled it off." He bursts into laughter, certain that they're in a panic, and the voice on the other end replies, "Good, keep it up." The person on the other end of the line chuckled, looking at their phone. "I knew I was asking the right person. So that's Deng Yen." He gloats, mocking Yongzhanji Ju, saying he hasn't changed since he was an E-rank hunter. 6 months ago, a video went viral with the sensational title, "Rookie Hunter Appears, Destroyer of One-Horned Rabbits on the Hunt." A new F-rank hunter caught hundreds of single-horned rabbits, a feat difficult even for skilled marksmen, and the Ujang Mountain Hawkeye appeared. Initially, besides the odd title, there was no other information, and in the video, a hunter dressed discreetly wondered what the Ujang Mountain Hawkeye was. But when news of Zhang Sanjiju's clones spread, everyone realized Hawkeye was one of them. But a newly awakened E-rank hunter couldn't possibly have such high-level marksmanship. Messages flooded the Q&A section. Am I the only one who doesn't get it? I knew the clones existed, but how could they be such good shots? I heard he was only an E-rank hunter at the time. Is he the only one like this? He must be rich to buy such a high-end gun. I heard he borrowed a gun from the Hunter Academy's armory. Then, everyone started arguing about how his clones could be such good shots. Then, theories emerged that the clones possessed a unique ability, moving like machines to maximize their potential with ruthless efficiency. Back in reality, Dongyan smirks, contemplating high efficiency. That's what I'm after. The clones are only focused on efficiency. So, until they've hunted the maximum number of monsters within their support team's capabilities, they won't call them in, thinking guarding after calling them is a waste of time and money. Hunting the maximum means they'll continue until they're about to sweep all the areas. Dongyan smirks, thinking that weak monsters aren't worth risking expulsion for a few million world, but high-level monsters are a different story. I wonder if he'll still refuse my offer when the money runs out. Meanwhile, Sanji sits in his chair, his mind in turmoil. Seeing this, Junmo inquired, "You don't look too happy. What's wrong?" He shared with wide eyes, "Someone stole the doppelganger monster I hunted." He exclaimed in shock, "Monster theft? Hasn't this happened before?" Sanju replied, Someone stole some giant rats while we were hunting merfolk, but I thought they just stumbled upon them. This time I'm sure someone planned the theft meticulously. They called for backup after finishing the job, but the monster's corpses vanished quickly. Junmo exclaimed in surprise, "That's so strange." Sanju wondered if he was being punished, remembering how he'd stolen the mermen's kills, even though it cost him one of his clones. Sanju recalled that number 3 had some monster fish, so why didn't he take them? Number 3 had replied that he doesn't hunt them. Back in reality, Sanju lies dejectedly on the table, at a loss for words. I can't carry those huge corpses around, and I don't have any skills to store them. Upon hearing this, Junmo suggests, if you're worried about storage skills, why not ask her for help? Sanju's eyes widened. Who? Yuna was overjoyed, calling out to Sanji as her cheeks flushed red, and she took his hand. Why did it take you so long to visit? I told you to come by more often. He explains that he's been a little busy lately, and Yuna cheers. I saw the news about your promotion to B rank. Congratulations. The other members look up in surprise. It's Sanju. So it was her. Sanju suddenly hesitated. Thank you. I have a question for you, but you don't have to answer if it's inconvenient. She was stunned, wondering what was going on. After hearing Sanju's explanation, Yuna, wide-eyed, confirmed, You want to learn my subspace skill? Sanji frowned. When I was learning breathing techniques from an online video, I discovered the skill of contemplation, and I don't know if I can learn your subspace skill if I figure out its rules. Yuna replied shyly, I'm sorry, but I don't think so. Sanji nods. Yeah, I knew it was a long shot, asking someone to teach me their skills. I apologize, Yuna clarified. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to teach you what I can, but this skill is different. Are you curious why? Yuna explains that we can't learn another person's awakened skills. Y's skill is an invincible weapon, passive, multiplying the weapon's power, speed, and durability. Ayuna's skill level is dimensional. She can summon a subspace pocket that can hold living things and objects, and the space within that dimension will increase accordingly. A unique skill for each hunter. Therefore, the rules of those skills are unexplainable, even to me. It's like how I can't use your clone ability. Sanju raises a question, but aren't there people with the same awakened skills? Like those with teleportation or leap skills, for example, Yuna replies. They're all a little different. No two people in this world have the exact same awakened skills. Teleportation, 100-meter range, 20-hour recovery time. One person, max, 50-meter teleport, 48-hour cooldown. 3 people. Max, 2-kilometer teleport, 72-hour cooldown. Max number of people, 2-meter teleport, 5-minute cooldown. Their skills are similar, but the range, cooldown, and other aspects differ. Many people possess teleportation skills, but only one has the ability to blink. Yuna smiled and continued. So, if it's a skill similar to mine, you could learn it, even if the two skills aren't exactly the same. I don't know if there are any other space-related skills, but would you like to check it out? Heritage has them. Cut to Heritage Company headquarters in New York. Sanju looks around, thinking he'd have company, but it seems he's on his own. He was quickly drawn in by the English conversations. Sanju glued his eyes to his wrist and long-breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the translation watch. Speaking English without knowing a word. Without this watch, I'd have been kicked out of the airport. Sanju desperately explained, I'm not a bad person. And thanks to the translation mode, the airport staff understood him. Sanju was stunned in the elevator. This must be Heritage's headquarters, where I bought the fusion skill orb. Now that I'm here, I might as well see if they have any other skill orbs. A gentle voice echoes, inviting him in. As he arrived, she introduced herself, mentioning the Kus Association. You must be Sanju? I'm Arya B, CEO of Heritage Arya BC. Sanji awkwardly smiles, thinking, she's gorgeous, so she's the female CEO. Arya warmly says, Welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the orb you're looking for. Cut to the hunting grounds, where Sanju's clone is focused on taking down monsters. He decisively activates the fireball skill. An explosion roars as the fireball hits the monster, and the clone leaps up and launches 4 more fireballs. The fireballs hit the monsters, exploding like meteors, their red light tearing through the darkness. Someone bitterly exclaims, Damn it! So, these were the 2 hunters who stole the monster corpse. One of them wondered how they could use so many fireballs. The other, defeated, suggested, We can't use this one. Let's grab something usable and track them. After they were done, they looked around blankly. Where did all the clones go? It seems they're hunters. Their eyes fell upon 3 hunters sitting beside the charred remains of a monster. The hunter flies into a rage. Who are you, and why did you take them? The boy stammered, asking the man's identity. Who are you? They loudly affirmed, We caught them. The hunter gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. These bastards. Then he asked, Did you steal the doppelganger monster that Sanju hunted? The boy angrily retorted, Watch your mouth! Do you have any proof? He sighed in dismay. I'm sure of it now. I didn't expect the information to spread so fast. He dropped the monster sack and suggested, Let's not fight, let's make a deal. Let's just divide what we've got here quickly, and if another group shows up, we'll work together to push them out. The other guy was itching to move. We're splitting this place too? The hunter continued his persuasion. You're B-rank hunters, right? You know things getting complicated benefits no one. The man smirked, saying it was a good idea, and the woman in his group added, I'm looking forward to our collaboration. The hunter eagerly moves forward. All right, let's keep going. They hid behind the wall, observing Sanji's doppelganger, the scarred man looking puzzled. Why are they here? I thought they all went to train after the hunt. The man then signaled for him to be quiet. The black market would have taken the bodies anyway. No need to panic. Other hunters are here, so just act normal and get out. As he finished speaking, a dagger flashed past Scarface, embedding itself in the wall. A sight that left the others frozen. Someone measured the shoe sizes. 280 meter and 290 meter for D Company. 275 meters for H Company. 265 millimeters for D Company and 250 millimeters for T Company. The others were still confused when someone exclaimed that they saw footprints around the cleaned-up hunting ground. It turned out that Sanji's doppelganger was responsible. We have some questions for you. Would you mind coming with us? The hunter was furious after hearing that. What? He shouted. What are you doing? Did you just throw a knife at us? Are you out of your mind? I'm calling security right now. The pharmacist spoke from the other end of the line. Are you the ones who stole our kill? Obviously, things are about to get complicated, so you should probably call the retrieval team. You must have gone through the black market, right? The hunter hit where it hurt, gritted his teeth. What the hell are you talking about? He roared. Do you have any proof? Uyan lowered her voice. Proof. She then replied, I'm in this black market. Should I take the newly delivered monster corpses and show you if they were caught with your weapons? Hearing this, the hunter's face turned ashen as the doppelganger glared defiantly. Feel free to call security. Now, what are you going to do? With that, they move outside, and this must be the place. The hunter hunched over. What do you want from us? The doppelganger lowered his voice. I'll tell you what my master thinks. When he first became a hunter, he also made mistakes regarding the ownership of others. He understands you completely, and so he says that if you return all the money you made from that theft, he won't press any further charges. The hunter remarks that it's a generous offer, but if they wanted the money back, shouldn't they have called security immediately? The clone analyzes that recovering the bodies from the black market and arguing over ownership rights would waste too much of their time. They'd rather return to the area and continue hunting. So, it's a win-win situation. The hunter is suspicious. Really, there's one thing I still don't quite understand. He glared, spitting insults. You were hit by a hunter's skill, you worthless clone. Where do you get the confidence to negotiate with us? A B-rank party. He reached for his blade as he spoke. I have a better deal. How about this? The hunter grimaced, saying they'd all die here, and in a few hours the black market would sell what they delivered, leaving no trace. The scarred man's voice trembled. Are we really going to do this? He retorted. You want me to give it all back? I might have considered it if it were just the two of us, but there are 5 of us. Besides, killing these dogs isn't against the law, so what's there to fear? You should have called security. Bringing us here alone? Idiots. The 2 clones replied in unison, We agree with this course of action. Yuyan stared at the screen, wondering if they were strong enough to handle them. An old man interrupted her thoughts, asking what she was doing there. Looking for ingredients for medicine? Yuyan gets straight to the point. Hello, do you know who sold you these corpses? He replied, It was a group of 5 B-rank hunters. I see, she sighed. These corpses were stolen from Sanju. The old man's face turned purple as he heard this. What? Isn't Zhang Sanji Ju the guy who came here last time? Those bastards, how dare they sell me stolen goods? With a sigh, Yuyan said, You act like you've never sold stolen goods before. And the man chuckled sheepishly. Of course not. Actually, everything you got was stolen. He said his life was stolen while he was away. He's abroad now, at Heritage Headquarters or something, if I remember correctly. Cut to the Skill Orb Research Facility at Heritage Headquarters, where 2 figures are in conversation. This is where skill orbs are created. Introduce yourself, as 80% of the world's orbs originate here. I heard you learned meditation and mana breathing skills through online courses. Sanju nodded in agreement. She continued, asking if he knew he could learn skills like fireball that way too. Sanju's face went blank, realizing she had a point. Aside from awakening skills, you can learn everything that way, so why do people spend money on these red skill orbs? As if reading his mind, BC knew he was wondering why people bought and used red skill orbs. The reason is that learning new skills is incredibly difficult. From focusing mana to changing its state while trying to ignite it, and constantly transferring mana to keep it from extinguishing. It takes at least 6 months for a talented person to do it on their own, and years for ordinary people. And that's just for a simple skill like the mana orb. What about the others? For her, it could take a decade, and she agrees without hesitation. Exactly, decades, or even longer. That's why we use skill orbs. The information within the orb is connected to a system, allowing even those unskilled in mana manipulation to use the skill it contains, which is, of course, why they're so difficult to produce. Sanju was taken from one surprise to the next. Is that why they're so expensive? B smiles, saying that he was looking for a subspace skill, right? Luckily, they have one left. For a subspace orb, this is the price. Sanju stares intently at the orb, wondering, 10 million won is cheaper than I thought. BC, please tell me the price in dollars. At the Korean exchange rate, that's about 12.8 billion. Sanju felt like he'd been struck by lightning, as he remembered something. We're in New York, after all. His voice trembled. Wait, hold on a second. B's eyes narrowed. Based on your information, this is the cheapest orb with space-related skills. Of course, it's still a hefty price. Sanji scratched his head, flustered. I knew it would be expensive, but I didn't expect 12.8 billion. B gently touches the orb, saying that it depends on his answer to a request. I'll give you a discount, not give it to you for free. What do you think? Sanju was ecstatic, thinking, could I really get a 12.8 billion sphere for free? This is too much, he exclaimed. What do you want? Just say it, please. B simply replied with 2 words. Your body. She gets close and caresses his cheek, saying, I want your body, while Sanji and his clones beat the hunter to a pulp. He seemed unable to believe the truth, constantly denying it. No way, we're both B-rank hunters. How could this be? He clenched his fist and roared, how could this be? With that, he slashed violently, creating a huge streak of light. The girl in his group also fires arrows at the 2 clones, but they quickly deflect them, and he lands on the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed that he had deflected her arrow with his dagger. The 2 hunters charged forward, but the clone gracefully dodged, then leaped onto them, sending them tumbling backward. One of them erupts with power, striking the clones. The 2 clones quickly leap away, dodging his attack. One clone throws a dagger backward, hitting the girl's bow, leaving her defenseless. The hunter was stunned by the unbelievable sight as the doppelganger quickly approached him. Knowing he was no match, he raised his hands in surrender. I surrender. The hunter, utterly defeated, collapsed to his knees. This was just absurd. We're supposed to be high-level hunters, he cursed inwardly. These bastards are monsters. The hunter gritted his teeth. We lost. We'll give everything back, so please, let the avatar speak and make the trade immediately. Before he could finish giving the account number, a flash of light cleaved the hunter's head in 2, and a girl, wielding a blade, charged toward them. Then, an earth-shattering explosion sends the hunter flying. She laughs triumphantly, the scam location exposed. In the name of the Comet Society, their crimes will not be forgiven. The sentence is death, declared Lei Iron B, an A-rank hunter and captain of the Comet Society's 2nd Assassin Squad, as he pinned Sanju and continued, I heard you can touch it. He's stunned. I am sorry, why did you suddenly do that? Beaker looks him in the eye and clarifies, I meant your clone. Please allow me to study your clone. If you do, I'll give you this skill orb for free. Sanju, stunned, finally understands. So, when you talked about touching it, you meant my clone. B smiles faintly. When I first heard about your skill, I couldn't believe my ears. Most cloning skills are known to create illusions, so I never imagined yours could actually exist. It seems information about you hasn't spread beyond Korea yet, making this the perfect time to make you this offer. Sanji is curious why she wants to study it. B glances at him, mentioning the creation of a skill orb. Of course. She adds that to create a skill orb, the first step is understanding the skill itself. From its operation to its mana flow and attributes, we need to know every detail of the skill we're trying to reproduce. Of course, fully understanding an awakened skill is impossible, but we can still create something similar. A replicated skill orb, even if it's just a weaker version of the real thing. Sanji was stunned, staring at the orb, as Long wondered if this was the right thing to do, giving him a 12.8 billion skill orb for free. 8 billion for free, and I need this skill right now. Even so, selling replicated skills on the market, he thought, then spoke. What's the difference between an awakened skill and an artificial skill orb? She replies that it depends on our understanding of the skill. But I know about that skill, though normally there would be many limitations. For example, do you think the person who introduced you to us has a subspace skill like Park Eunice? Sanju's eyes widened as he replied, yes, I've been inside her subspace before. BC explains that among all subspace skills, hers is one of the best. Vast, mana-free, and unrestricted. Compared to her skill, the space created by that skill orb can't contain any living being except the skill's owner and their summons. He can store equipment and other items inside, but to maintain the space, he has to constantly channel mana into it. So, if we successfully copy your clone skill, those same limitations will likely appear. Sanju was shocked by those words, and he finally made a decision. I accept your proposal, Bone grinned. Oh, that's great. Sanju raised a finger, adding, but I have one condition. If you agree, I'll summon my real body here immediately. Meanwhile, the smoke clears around the two doppelgangers, and Sanju's clone stares wide-eyed at the two ions. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could he stop at a time like this? Just as I thought, his movements are top-notch. The hunter's voice trembled as she introduced herself. I'm a hunter of justice, here to stop violence. I advise you to take your friend and leave quickly. The group was incredibly grateful and quickly did as B said, thank you so much. Suddenly, someone appeared, drawing their attention as Sanju's clone sternly warned, I'm sorry, but you can't leave until you pay. With that, she charged forward, blades flashing, warning him that it wasn't his decision to make. Sanju's clone swiftly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. Haiyan was surprised by his quick reflexes. Before he could catch his breath, she aimed another kick right at his face. Sanju's clone is kicked back a good distance, instinctively raising his hands to protect his face. That sight horrified the hunter, and Sanju's clone involuntarily groaned. They march forward, resolute. We need to recoup our hunting costs. Stay out of it, will you? Hai freezes for 5 seconds, then sighs. Just as she thought, insects could never understand her position. A violent explosion echoes as if a meteor has struck. Hai pierces Sanju's clone straight through the stomach, the blade absorbing his blood before unleashing a furious plume of smoke. Tu is mocking him, asking what recovery means when he's going to die here anyway. So, Sanji BC lays out the terms of their cooperation. They'll lease his clones to them for 3 months. During that time, the clones will cooperate with us for research. However, if a clone is destroyed due to our error, you will not provide a replacement. And even if the skill orb replication research fails, the subspace orb doesn't need to be returned. Those are his conditions. He added, and finally, take care of the clothes for my clones. B turns and opens the closet, musing, I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick here. He replies that if she doesn't like it, there's nothing he can do. I've thought long and hard before making this decision. B smiles with amusement. It seems you're well aware of the value of your skills, aren't you? I understand. Now summon your clone. Sanju quickly summons his clone. A long hiss echoed as Sanju's clone gradually materialized from the smoke. Butter throws the hook and clothes at the clone, ordering it to get dressed. She smirks. Amazing. I never thought I'd see a flesh and blood clone. Sanju is stunned. She can call this one number 7. He should be out hunting somewhere right now. Saying this broke her heart, tears streaming down her face, but as the drug's side effects wore off, his self-destructibility weakened. Bo looks confused. Self-destruction? She then hands Sanju the orb, saying she's already checked his clone. Now it's my turn to fulfill my promise. Do you need help? Without a second thought, Sanju replied, of course not, to the orb that shone like the sun. Along with that, a series of system notifications created a subspace skill information, the type of subspace. Level 1 incantation creates a subspace. The area of the subspace will increase proportionally to the skill level, and mana will be consumed to maintain the space. Restrictions apply to the subspace, affecting all living things except the skill's owner and anything they summon. B clapped excitedly. Congratulations on your new skill. Want to try it out now? Sanju stared at his hand with a happy look. Of course. And with that, he put it to the test. Cracking sounds echoed as the subspace skill activated, and a dimension slowly materialized. Sanji's eyes widened in surprise as he looked around the small space. He reached out, realizing that with the wall, it was much smaller than Yuna's subspace, probably around 10 pyonga. His hand is enveloped in an aura, and though it's not a huge problem, it's absorbing his mana to maintain the space. The main purpose is to store monster corpses, so it'll do. B asked him how it felt. How is it? Sanji replies, so far, so good. Let me see if my clone can use it too. B gasps in surprise, her eyes widening as Sanju's clone effortlessly uses the skill. B is sweating bullets. His clone can use the skill too? Sanju replies that aside from cloning, he can use everything. I was just testing to be safe. It seems he can use subspace skills as well. Her heart was in turmoil after hearing those words. The skill orb wasn't the issue here. This clone skill is truly unbelievable. B thought to himself, I have to get my hands on it. Sanju said, you can go inside, right? Try it. His clone politely agreed and did as he was told. Soon after, the clone appeared behind Sanju. He recoils. How did you come out of there? His clone's eyes widen in surprise. Master told me to enter the subspace. Long Sanjiju wondered. Another entrance behind number 7? That must be the entrance number 7 created, not the one I made? No matter which clone uses the subspace skill, they all lead to the same space. So how is that different from a main gate? A blade hurtles forward at the speed of light as the doppelganger hangs upside down from a tree, sending him sprawling. Sanju rushes to catch him, wondering where that came from. Ha, you're resorting to cheap tricks and trying to run away, huh? What was that skill? Where's my weapon? The clone lowered his voice, advising, throwing away your weapon isn't the right choice. Your weapon is in subspace now. Behind him, Sanju frantically shakes number 7. Wake up, 7. The clone turned, stunned at the familiar voice. Wake up! Sanju cries out in anguish. No, 7, don't die. 7, though his face was unrecognizable, reassured him. I'm still alive, boss, he insisted. I'm still alive. Before he could finish, Sanju cut him off. I will avenge you, and I won't forgive whoever did this. He then walked over and picked up the sword, surprising the two ions. I never expected something like this to happen. Sanju glared at her, carrying the sword on his shoulder. Oh, is that you? Who threw this? The clone quickly explained, it was the hunter. I'm not going to do anything. Tu thought to himself, I didn't think Jun Sanju would show his face himself. She spoke with a defiant tone, asking what he intended to do. Sanju's eyes flickered downward. He stared in disbelief at 6, who lay motionless on the cold ground. Sanju approached and asked Han, Are you all right? Number 6 replied, The bleeding has stopped, but I can't feel my legs. Sanju sadly canceled the clone summon, reassuring him, You did great. He wondered what had happened, and number 5 explained that they were recovering money from the hunters who stole the monster corpse from their previous hunt. We were attacked, and she admitted to being from the Haesung Guild. Sanju grits his teeth. Haesung again? Haesung? Haesung again? Those busybodies just can't mind their own business. Hai's displeasure was evident. You're far too arrogant. After all, how could a B-rank hunter know the vastness of the world? Sanju said sternly. Back me up. Number 2 stood tall amidst the explosions like bombs were dropping all around. Her eyes widened as the explosion roared like 1,000 cannons firing at once, and someone cursed, biting their nails in agitation. Damn it. He seethed, receiving the message that their mission had failed. These fools, so it was Deng Yan. He slammed his hand on the table. They failed at that? I even called in reinforcements, worried those 2 wouldn't be enough, and 5 B-rank hunters couldn't handle 2 clones? He muttered sinisterly. Good thing I sent the 2nd Division captain as a precaution. She's a true monster. Sanju's people can actually block the doppelganger's blade with their bare hands. Sorry, but just because people talk about you and call you a rookie. She blocked a knife with one hand and a sword with the other and still smiled. It doesn't mean you're all that great. Strength 67,712. Reflexes 16,287. Health 52,674. Stamina 45 642. Mana 21. 325. Marksmanship 4,174. Recovery 1,835. How ironic. I wondered how a clone could be so arrogant. Turns out it's because its master is like this. If you're just a B-rank hunter, she says, her eyes flashing with deadly intent, then act like one. Sanju and his clone scrambled to the side as Hai taunted them. Not bad, dodging like cowards. Sanju's eyes widened. That bitch, she's an A rank? Even though her right arm was broken from blocking my attack, at least I managed to hurt her. Hai Ion summons her weapon, asking, Could you please return my weapon? Just then, her weapon emitted a blood-red energy, erupting as if struck by lightning. It flew from Sanju's grasp and plunged into the earth. 2 Aeon smugly proclaims, This weapon is exclusively for A rank. Its function is amazing. Now what are you going to do? Or are you going to fight back with that tiny pistol? As the smoke cleared from his hand, Sanju wondered what she had just done. Wasn't her hand just broken? He clenched his fist and the subspace shattered. Damn it, in this situation he sternly reminds his clones not to worry about the person they're up against. 2 sighs in frustration. So many clones. The clone next to Sanju pulled out a small pouch and said, We brought what you asked for. He asks with concern, "Is number 3 still in the hospital?" The clone politely replied, "Yes, sir." Sanju's eyes flashed with lightning, like the wrath of a god. Then I guess I don't have to worry anymore. The two Aeons, with eyes as sharp as blades and filled with murderous intent, charged in, only to be met by Sanju's 3 clones who struck her down. Someone silently marveled at the scene, wondering what in the world was happening. B stands firm. I never imagined spatial skills could be used as spatial portals. What should I do? I can't interfere in his personal affairs. But isn't this the perfect opportunity to get him to owe me one? She realized. Come to think of it, wasn't that staff a product from the company? B's lips curled slightly. I can't pass up the chance to humiliate these trolls. She calls, "DeBird, are you there? Is the product you made last time ready?" Over with Sanju, the 2 Ions are surrounded by his clones. Her wounds emit a red aura, as if they're healing. You guys are fast. But do you even know what my skill is? Hai unleashes his power, activating damage manipulation. Damage manipulation level 64 allows the user to convert a portion of incoming damage. The amount converted depends on the skill level and the user's mastery. In an instant, the ground turns into a sea of fire, burning intensely as if hell itself has opened. The ground cracks, red flames erupt violently, and the dazzling light changes the color of the sky. Sanji skids across the ground as 2 figures rush toward him like hungry tigers. She puts all her strength into a powerful wrist strike, but luckily Sanji jumps back and dodges in time. Giving him no chance to breathe, she swiftly aims her weapon at him. Sanju freezes, realizing he can't dodge in midair. Sparks flew from her weapon like fiery claws, tearing everything apart, the air vibrating with intense heat. Sanji tightened his grip, bewildered. Her wounds had vanished again. What kind of unholy skill does she possess? The 2 Aeons smirked. This isn't over yet, is it? Sanju's mouth continues to bleed. Number 5 could sense it too. He decisively opened the pouch, took out and absorbed the medicine inside. The 2 Aeons looked up, curious. What did he just eat? Sanju casually mentions that she probably knows what it is, being a member of the Hidung Association, right? He just ate a crystal orb. Hai Aeon is stunned. What? Is he mocking you? Don't act like you don't know. Sanju continued, recalling when Uyan gave him the crystal. You ordered the Silver Moon Society to mass-produce them, and I heard that one of these can increase stats by 100 times the normal amount, so I took some. I've tried them too, but they don't have the same effect, he says with a faint smile. Unlike the Jade, they didn't increase my stats. A strange foot suddenly appears. I only gave him 3, and he's already become a monster I can't control. His stats have completely changed. He's instantly transformed into a giant monster. You created this thing. Surely you know more about its effects. Sweating profusely, Hai Aeon curses, "You crazy bastard!" The 5th's roar echoed like a death knell as his hand clenched, claws digging deep into his own skin. Tua scolded him, asking if he dared to mess with her now that he was only a little bigger. Even if you used all 100 orbs, your stats would only increase by 0.5, she raged. Do you think anything will change after you've been hit by a star? You're just a number 1, he scoffs. Before she could finish, number 5 struck her, sending her flying. Sanju scoffs. Looks like you're all talk. The only thing she saw was the stat change after eating the crystals. But the power increase after becoming a monster was another matter. He scoffs. How would she know if she's never even tried eating one? But as a result, the speed has also decreased, and consciousness is gone. A large hand like a hammer comes down as he speaks. Number 5's blow was so powerful it shattered the earth, leaving Sanju dazed and unable to recognize his master. He urgently warned, "Everyone, keep your distance from number 5. Hai awakens from her daze, cursing, "I hope the guild cleans up this mess you leave behind after I kill you." With that, she rockets into the sky. Hai lunges at number 5, whose growls rumble like collapsing rocks, hoarse and earth-shattering. With a mere flick of the wrist, it sent Hai sprawling. She clawed desperately at the ground. Hai Iron rises and continues her charge, leaping forward. She somehow leaped over number 5. It seems the 2 irons have switched their target to Sanji. Hai Ion attacks, calculating, if she kills you, they'll disappear, right? Sanji sneers. Kill me? I'll call the cops. The 2 brothers sound annoyed. You think I'm joking? Sanju struggles to hold on. She's strong. He retreats, allowing his clones to advance in perfect coordination. One of the clones attempts to attack the 2 irons from behind, but she spots him. The sharp blade pierces through, and blood splatters like rain. With a blade in each hand, she unleashes her power, striking Sanju's clone in the chest, engulfing it in flames, then detonating it. I've noticed your clones never aim for vital points. Seems you haven't killed anyone, have you? It seems he's fearless. Sanju actually injured himself. He calmly affirms, "Don't worry, I can change that right away." Hai was slightly surprised. Injuring his own leg? Are you crazy? Sanju glared, his red pupils dilating, veins bulging as if about to burst. This is fine. While she was still in shock, he dashed forward in a flash. Instinctively, Ion raised his weapon to block, but it was too fast, aiming straight for his neck. Sanju smirks, wondering if she's scared enough yet, as number 5 loses control and stomps the ground, sending rocks flying. Hai gritted his teeth. That damn monster. She turned to flee as the transformed number 5 raised its massive foot, disappearing as Sanju's clones unleashed energy orbs. Hai shouts a warning. Normal fireballs don't work on me. Number 5 opens his mouth wide to absorb the energy, his body quickly changing. Hai stood frozen as number 5 breathed fire upon her, and she screamed. Dong Sanji-ju unleashes a pillar of energy that shoots skyward as Hai Ion rushes in, eyes burning with murderous intent. After a terrifying bang, a huge burst of fire erupts. Sanju panics, realizing the range is too wide to dodge. The cloak billows in the wind, a crimson light engulfing all around, and the earth screams under the eternal damnation of the scorching flames. A moment later, smoke obscures the view. Sanji stares blankly at the black cloak on his body, while Butter's eyes light up. It's the prototype of the new armor created by Heritage MPCP. The cloak is light, flexible, absorbs most skills, and can create shields, making it usable as armor. It can also become rigid, depending on the user's purpose. She said it was even better than the Round 7 Corporation's toy hammer with a swollen cheek. But she was speaking English, so I didn't understand a word. Sanji exclaims with delight, "Really? Thank you, this saved my life." Being defeated time and time again leaves Hai stunned. Are you kidding me? After cursing, he vows to kill them, swinging his weapon down on Hai's head. A monstrous blow shook the earth, sending rocks flying as if the ground had been plowed. Yet Hai Aeon gripped his weapon, buried in the debris. Her weapon smokes, and 2 Aeon is stunned. My weapon can no longer withstand this damage. Fire erupts like lava as the monster's massive arm descends. She would be crushed like a pancake. She desperately needed to find a foothold to reduce the impact. Anywhere would do. Thinking quickly, she put her plan into action, urging herself to disperse the damage she was about to receive. I have to hurry, or else... Meanwhile, number 5 continues to strike the ground relentlessly. Hai Aeon lay on the cracked ground, panting, having put all her strength into that kick, and screamed. The 5th was kicked away by her. Panting, Hai Aeon's eyes widened. Hai Aeon was met with Sanju's smiling face. She'd done well to get this far, but he struck a mighty blow, instantly sending earth and stone flying in a shockwave. Rewinding a few days, Hai Aeon stares intently at her phone before grabbing her weapon and telling the masked man, "I'll be out for a bit." He said, "I thought today's mission was complete." She replied, "The young master has summoned me again." The man looked puzzled. "A hunter requesting Dung Yan? He's at a disadvantage, so why are you helping him?" 2A reminds her. "Hey, can't you read the room? The chairman's son will be the future chairman." He immediately retorted, pointing out that team leader Shinji Nux was also the chairman's son. Hai Aeon reacted fiercely, saying he never deserved the position. That useless guy. Her eyes sparkled like stars when she mentioned Yong'un. "Our young master may have shortcomings, but he has the most potential," 2Aeon emphasized. "More importantly, he's also handsome." This piqued the man's curiosity. "What's the mission?" she replies. "He wants me to train a famous B-rank hunter named Zhang Sanji-ju, but not kill him." Upon hearing the name Zhang Sanji-ju, the man turned pale and advised in a low voice, "You'd best not go." His reaction slightly confused the 2A ranks. "What do you mean?" The man implied, "I'm advising you not to walk into a trap and to continue serving the current chairman." She was visibly annoyed. "That's exactly what we're doing. I'm serving the future chairman, the 2 ironquads. You're acting like a child. That's why you're like this." The man's face turned crimson. "You know nothing about Sanju." She was going to lose. Back in reality, the heavily injured woman barely opened her eyes. Night had fallen, and Sanju spoke. "Oh, you're awake? Rank hunters really are different." She was confused. "Why did you let me live?" He shares that he really didn't hold back against her, which makes the A-rank hunter question him. "But you could have killed me if you wanted to," Sanju replies. "I didn't think it was necessary, and as you said, I've never killed anyone." Hai scoffs, "But I already tried to kill you." "You'll stay weak with that mindset." The ground explodes, sending debris flying. Hai froze for a moment as Sanju aimed his weapon at her face, warning her that this was her last chance. "No one died this time, and I've paid you enough. That's it. It's not too late to reconsider and disappear. Neither you nor the Hai Sung Guild. I don't like killing people myself, but there are countless other ways to end a life. Remember that." 2A's voice trembled as he replied, "Yes, yes." Sanju waves his hand, summoning a subspace, and asks Han number 7 if his face is okay. He simply replied, "It hurts a lot." Her heart is pounding. What should I do? Her cheeks flushed as red as ripe tomatoes. He's so charming. After that incident, the people behind the monster corpse hunts vanished, and after recovering my clone a few days later, I was able to hunt normally again. Number 7 was sent to Heritage to research the skill orb, as B kindly asked Han. "What do you want to eat?" he asked, eyes wide. "Do you know about the Lunar New Year?" Meanwhile, countless new classes were being held at the academy as Sanju fell deep in thought. Everyone who followed us disappeared the moment I defeated the Hunter Guild's Hejiang. The timing is too perfect. Someone from the Hunter Guild is likely involved. He glanced at Deng Yan, with whom he had a conflict, and Deng Yan jumped when Sanju called out. "Hey, did you ask where he was going?" Deng Yan gulped, sweating profusely. Lucky for him, Ion arrives and happily calls out to Sanju. "You're back," she asks excitedly. "I'm on my way to class. You're going to class too, let's go together." Seeing Deng Yan's reaction, Sanju was certain. He was scared of him. That must be him, Haiyan, who kept asking questions. "How's New York?" Meanwhile, at the church, the bells toll on and on. The stern priest instructs everyone to return to their places and to pray sincerely to the system. Sanju eyed the scene suspiciously. They said this was required for class, but we're praying. Praying to the system, no less. He lowered his head and whispered to Ha. "What are you doing here?" She replied, "Didn't you hear what the curriculum said? We'll learn about the history of the system and have a holy ceremony." Sanju sighed. "What does that have to do with hunting?" Ion replies. "I don't know. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have orders." The priest glared down, demanding silence, which displeased Sanju. He stands up and announces, "I need to use the restroom." After entering, he glances back before disappearing into the subspace. Inside the subspace, he switched places with his double, saying, "Give me the clothes and take this." "All right." Noticing Sanju's odd behavior after returning from the restroom, Haiyan calls out to him in English, and the stiff doppelganger replies, "I just came back from the restroom. I am Sanju." Once outside, Sanju proceeds to unleash an energy sphere. What a waste of time. It seems Min will have to attend this class through his clone. He freezes for a moment, seeing Deng Wai on the phone, speaking in an irritated tone. What's going on? Even the captain failed? Deng Yan loudly questions how she couldn't handle a mere B rank. Sanji suddenly appears from behind, cutting her off. So what if it's a B rank? Deng Wai grits her teeth and accuses him of eavesdropping on her phone call. Sanju retorts sternly, "You think you can say that after interfering with my hunt?" Deng Yan immediately denied it, saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." But Sanji sighed wearily. Yeah, of course you don't know. Didn't you guys rehearse this beforehand?" "You guys are saying the same thing," Rong Yan sneers. "You should have taken the money then. After losing some prey, I can clearly see how poor you are, Fan Nan." Sanji is not one to mince words. "I'm jealous of your wealth, you know. Were you raised by tutors instead of parents?" "Oh wait, judging by how you talk, you're just like your father, so I guess that's not the case, huh?" Deng Yan's teeth grinded loudly as his murderous intent exploded. "You want to fight?" Sanju responded with a challenging tone. "You think I'm scared?" Rong Yan begins to cast his spell. He feigns generosity, offering a final chance. "Name your desire and you shall have it. We, including myself, will no longer stand in your way." Sanju clicked his tongue. "The only thing I want, you offered me the elixir, and I'll disappear from the academy immediately." Deng Yan's face turned ashen as he shot straight up into the air. It's difficult to control magic within the academy. "The ice is smaller than I imagined." Nearby students stared in shock, whispering amongst themselves. What's going on, a fight? The fireball above Rong Yan's head was now the size of a millstone, but there was no need to control it anymore. Sanji stood frozen, eyes wide, realizing his fireball was nothing compared to this one. What kind of size was that? Just then, a deep voice echoed as a massive magic circle appeared, instantly dispelling Rong Yan's fireball. The voice sternly asked, "What are you doing here?" One of the top 4 guild leaders, Huang Yunha, sneered, "It's true you're free to use your skills in the academy, but this is going too far." "Are you fighting? Is that the skill?" Someone who had watched Sanju's clone's battle video over and over asked, "Is this footage extracted from the weapon's camera?" The man in blue marveled at the incredible movements. He foresaw his opponent's moves. And what is that giant creature? They're still normal after eating the star crystal? We need it. We need this sample immediately. The voice on the other end shares, "We detected someone else in the footage when the weapon was moved to another space. I believe we have a high chance of obtaining a clone specimen right here." He then inquired about the location. Where is it? An image of B-Con appears on the screen, listed as Heritage Company. The old man grinned, thinking BC was truly greedy. Shouldn't you share something so good? He's Chef John, CEO of John Corporation and weapons specialist. He ordered them to prepare a fighter jet, destroy Heritage, and bring the specimen back. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Academy, Dong-Yun wondered about Yuna's identity. With a flick of her chin, she replied, Yuna, leader of the Phoenix Guild. It's been a while, young master. Sweat poured from Dong-Yen as he gasped for breath. What are you doing at the academy? Yunha introduced herself. I'm a professor here, albeit a temporary one. He blurted out, What? You're a professor at this academy? Sanji wondered to himself, Who is she? Yunha, with a cigarette in her mouth, suggested, Let's go somewhere else to talk, shall we? You've already attracted too much attention. Just as she said, a large group of students were staring intently at them. Did you see that ultimate fireball? The scene shifts to an office as hot tea is poured. Yunha speaks up, Tell me what happened. Yang Yi frowns, remaining silent for a long moment. Sanji, in tears, cries, You're being unreasonable. I'm sorry, but this is personal, you know. He ordered his men to steal my prey and said terrible things to me. Even though I did nothing wrong, he deserved to be taught a lesson. Yunha sighs. You must have been through so much. Dong-Yen raises an eyebrow, suspicious. Anyway, a professor? As far as I know, most of the professors here are only C-rank hunters, with just a few being B-rank. Sanji was dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. What did he mean by that? Yunha lights her cigarette as she explains that professors like that are enough for F or D-rank hunter students. But for students of a higher caliber, the school needs more to keep them in check. Sanji was utterly bewildered. Is she smoking in there? Yunha lowered his voice. To be more precise, I was invited here because of you guys. And the reason I stopped you is because you'll have a chance to fight each other soon anyway. In the next class, students will be allowed to fight as much as they want. Cut to Heritage's lab, where scientists are studying clone number 7, and B is wide-eyed for some reason. She marvels, words failing to capture its magnificence. Real blood, complete with red blood cells. And he even has a blood type? I'm sure studying this blood sample is entirely possible, even if it disappears when the clone does. The man beside her wondered if it was all created by the subject's mana, and B nodded. That's right. It's as if everything we thought we knew is meaningless. More importantly, I think the clones are being led to act as separate individuals. In contrast to that tension, number 7 is very happy at this moment. Tonight, they're having beef for dinner, eating separately and using the main character's skills with their own mana, not his. BCK reflects, what summoning skill has ever worked like this? No, this is more like... The ground suddenly shakes violently, as if an earthquake has struck. The equipment in the room shook violently, slamming against the walls with a deafening screech, as the panicked scientist cried out, What's happening? I think an aircraft just crashed into our building. Bo heard this like a bolt from the blue. What do you mean? They stared in shock at the ship's bow that had crashed into the building. What in the world is going on? The aircraft door opens and 5 pairs of red eyes gleam. Then the robots emerged, urgently reporting a successful infiltration, prioritizing the capture of the target as fire raged, triggering the defense system. Intruders, leave immediately, the robot commanded, changing priority. Eliminate all obstacles. With that, they fired wildly into the flames as the young man next to BC shouted that many combat robots had infiltrated the building via the aircraft. She ordered, Call security and evacuate everyone else. Number 7 suddenly sat up and asked, Which floor did the aircraft hit? He suggests, I'll help suppress the intruders. The building's security is working hard to stop the robots, but they seem to be no match, falling one after another. The combat robots cry out, Destroy any obstacles in your path. The man struggles. I'll draw their attention. He suggests calling in guards from other floors for backup, then dashes toward the robot at lightning speed. The man grabbed the robot's head, shoving it back and slamming it to the floor as the other robots cried out, obliterating anything in their path. The man realized they changed weapons as soon as they saw his abilities. These weren't ordinary terror robots. They were far more advanced. The robots leap into action, destroying everything in their path, injuring the man who quickly retreats. The robots simultaneously aimed their weapons at the man, but 2 streaks of light flashed, bisecting them in an instant. So that's number 7. The man wondered, Who are you? He confidently replies, I am number 7. I'm here to eliminate the intruders. Number 7? The man stammered. You're in charge of the 7th floor? Be careful, there are too many of them. The combat robot focuses its analysis and finally makes a decision. Prioritizing a new objective. Its body transforms at breakneck speed as it prioritizes capturing the target, then cuts to the Hunter Academy. The instructor's voice echoed through the room. Nice to meet you all. Junha stood confidently at the podium, introducing himself. My name is Hoang Junha, and I'll be in charge of the class and combat practice. I'll cut to the chase. She announced that from now on, the class would form teams of 3 and engage in 3-on-3 matches. All skills and equipment are permitted, and a team wins when all 3 members of the opposing team are defeated. The scoring system will be based on combat ability, contribution to the battle, and teamwork. There are a few other minor factors that can affect the score, so don't think about just freeloading. Hye-Ayeon glances at Sanju, wondering when he changed clothes. Sanju now understands, so this is what she meant by a chance to fight him. Sparring? After her presentation, Junha asks, Any questions? A student raises his hand and says, He has a question. We're hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters, so why do we have to practice fighting each other? Sanji wondered to himself. Junha vaguely replies, As for that, I was suddenly invited here, so I'm not sure either. Her face suddenly tenses up, but based on my experience as an A-rank hunter, you shouldn't just focus on the monsters. The division of rights, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal activities within unauthorized gates, and more. If you choose the path of a hunter, conflicts with other hunters are always possible. Are you all so benevolent that you'll just smile and turn away, giving everything to your opponents? Remember that anything can happen inside those gates. Another question. As she finished speaking, a student raised his voice. She said we should form groups of 3. Are there rank restrictions for the hunters? Junha raised an eyebrow. I understand what you mean. Actually, there are 2 students who are beyond the norm. Sanju suddenly felt a chill after hearing those words. Junha continued, But you don't have to worry about that. They'll handle things fairly, so you don't have to worry about being overwhelmed by them. She turned and bid them farewell. Well, I've done my part. You can start introducing yourselves and forming groups now. I'll see you in the next class, Sanju wondered to himself. How should I handle this? I wonder what it will be. Yan eagerly asks, Brother, you'll be in my group, right? He answered immediately, Of course. Before he could suggest finding someone else, his phone suddenly rang. It was B. He rushed outside to answer the call. I wonder if the call is being automatically translated. B hesitated on the other end. Sanju, there's something I need to tell you. Sanju is slightly surprised. What is it you need to say? It's really translating. B helplessly kneels before the ruins. Number 7 has been taken. B holds the phone to his ear. It's me, Sanju. Sanju answers the phone as well. Yes, I have something to say. He listens. Yes. What's going on? This translation tool is pretty good. She sits amidst the vast expanse, everything in ruins. Number 7 has been taken. Sanju is shocked. What? His eyes widened. Number 7 has been taken? Who? I mean, how? Suddenly, B heard a noise behind him. Jin, sitting on the other side, reached out with a blood-soaked arm. I can explain that much. On the other side, Sanju's clone is attacking fiercely. The robot strikes Sanju's clone, while on the other side, a fierce battle rages on. Duadiyai attacks, but glances over, wondering, He's strong. Who is he? The robot crackles with electricity as it reconfigures its modules and circuits, then attacks, grabbing Sanju's doppelganger by the neck as a sword pierces through, followed by a resounding clang, and silence. The robot chokes Y, pinning him against the wall. If you attack, I'll kill him. Despite being choked, he refuses to yield. Don't worry about me, destroy that robot. He remained silent while the robot continued its threat. If you stop, there won't be any more damage. He asks only one question. Are you with Heritage? Y frowned. That's not important. Reinforcements will be here soon. The armor is removed, and Sanju's clone glares coldly. Master, I am ordered to cooperate with Heritage to the fullest extent possible. The priority is capturing the target. Sanju's clone understands that I can't let Heritage suffer any more losses. Y disagrees, telling him not to take up arms. Sanju's clone is captured by the robots, and all he can do is scream helplessly while Gunty cries on the phone in the background. He was captured because of me. I'm so sorry. Sanju's body is also emitting an aura. You don't need to feel guilty. Wait, I'll check the status of the skill activation. Sanju's clone is surrounded by robots. A voice rings out. Mana circuits detected, then like an electric current, leaving only the skeleton. Skill protocol interception activated. Fusion terminated. Sanju is affected as well. Damn it, the other end worries. What just happened? Sanju seemed to understand. I think the clone was transferred somewhere, and they can prevent me from using the merge skill. It'll be difficult to get him back using dimensional skills. Y cries out in anguish, it's all my fault. B is stunned as well. We didn't ask for the clone to be resummoned as it was stipulated in the contract. It was our fault for not realizing the ambushers intended to kidnap number 7. But please, don't kill number B. He seemed to suspect something. So B believed we would bring him back. Sanju realizes that she seems to have guessed the culprit, and Busi admits it. Yes, his face relaxes a bit. Well, that's fine then, as I had no intention of using number 7 during my contract with you anyway. The person on the other end of the line thanked him, but Y listened, confused. What do you mean by eliminate? Boseo explains that number 7 is just a clone, not a real person. So, you don't need to feel guilty. He finally understands, dumbfounded. Oh really? Sanju secretly hopes so too. Well, it should be fine. Heritage is a big company. They must have plenty of hunters. One by one, the trainees approached him. Sanju, have you joined a team yet? Join my team. My skills will definitely be useful. Sanju was dumbfounded, his jaw dropping. What is this? So, everyone's gathering around to convince me to join their group? He then turned his gaze towards Junyong. No, there are quite a few people on Junie's side too. Seeing them eagerly trying to recruit him, well, they say that B ranks will be penalized, but we don't know exactly what that is, so this is normal. We have a completely different level of experience, so it looks like I might be able to form a pretty strong team. Yunha spoke up from behind. Oh, I forgot to mention something. Sung Sanju is forbidden from using clones in this class. News that shocks Sanji to the core. He's confused. Why? She explained that teamwork is important, and if a clone is considered a member, it'll do all the work. She then waved goodbye, wishing them good luck, leaving the students speechless. Really? He can't even use clones? Is that all he's got? The crowd murmured. He couldn't even use a proper fireball when he started, so he's useless. He reluctantly admits. Sorry, anyone want to join? Before he could finish, everyone turned their backs on him. Hey, Uni, join our party. I'm confident in my endurance. Sanji was left behind, standing alone in the shadows. He walks up to Heian, who is sighing, points, and asks, Want to join my team? Catching her by surprise. Wow, that was fast. And so, after struggling, a group of 3 was formed, and they had to get to know each other. The young man smiles, greeting them. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Choi Dumby, a D-rank hunter trainee. Choi Dumby. Sanju frowned at him. I saw you run to Shinjunian as soon as you heard I couldn't use clones. Looks like you're having a hard time finding a group. He's hit where it hurts and he's panicking. There. It's nothing personal, I'm just serious about this academy. Or are you not interested? I didn't think you were capable of saying that. You quickly corrected yourself. No, I'm loyal. Let's see how our skills stack up. He agrees, and Dungbi steps forward. I can withstand attacks based on my shield's defense, and I can confidently say I have the best defensive skills in this academy. Wide area defense, activation, and enhanced defense on your weapon. The defense stat and number of people supported depend on skill level. Next is Haiyan. I can create mana spheres. It doesn't have the destructive power of a fireball, but it's much faster. The Mana Master activates mana gathering. The amount of mana controlled depends on the skill level. Meanwhile, Sanju stares at his empty hands, realizing he can't do anything but create clones. Or the Ion from before. Get serious. It's hard to say, but should he, a mere zombie, find another group? Sanju suddenly remembers something. Ah, right, you wanted to join Sinjuni's team. Why didn't you join them? Rank D is high enough in this academy. Dungbi scratched his head. I thought that was high enough, but someone better is already with him. Elsewhere, black smoke billows into the air as Yongyun stares in disbelief at the scene before him, wondering at the terrifying power on display. Why didn't you take the promotion exam? He looks at the 2 before him. The masked one, a lazy E-rank hunter named Tan Guyet Mundogan, and the other, a bully, an E-rank hunter named Anilkin. It's fun to pick on the weak, you know. He secretly rejoiced, realizing they might be C-rank or higher. Even Seal Kin, who never attends class, had joined his group. Seeing the 2 ruthless figures before him, Deng Wai was overjoyed. These 2 are top tier. I'll crush Deng Sanjiju with this team. Elsewhere, a small figure walks through the desolate landscape, leaving a trail of fallen monsters and footprints behind. The remaining monsters roared in terror as the figure unleashed a swift, deadly strike, decapitating one instantly, obliterating it in less than a second. With a wave of his hand, he continued on, leaving the monster slain on the ground. I've forgotten how to use this. The fish on the ground suddenly move, and a tree-like monster rises from the earth, preparing to attack. The man remains unfazed, something I can never get used to. Blood splatters everywhere, but he remains unfazed. Heritage is calling me. It's the S-rank hunter who's searching for Kai's raven. Looks like I'm going to have to go far again. His hand touches the arena floor. Yun falls to one knee, emitting her own aura. From now on, you'll be fighting against this. Mana fusion, actively diverting and dispersing the flow of mana. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, dispel curses, and nullify skills. Sanju finally realizes after observing her. So that's how she extinguished the giant fireball. Yun explains, it will also be effective within this space. I've used many other skills before. All magic or physical attacks that could threaten your life will be weakened. Everyone below is listening, so whether it's guns or magic, use whatever you want. Even if you shoot someone in the head, they won't die. Don't worry, though it will leave a scar. She lowered her eyes to the students below. Any questions? Everyone remained silent. Yunha stood above them, one hand on her hip. Very well, let's begin the sparring test. There will be 6 shields and the 12 teams will spar simultaneously. Yun raises a finger, then says the winning teams will fight each other and the losing teams will do the same. I'm not trying to find a winner or anything, this is just a chance to be accurately evaluated. With a serious tone, the dragon hunter Sanju Jinjun Yan finally steps forward, surprising everyone with the 2 names mentioned. Yun pulls something from her robes. Drink this before the battle. In her hand are 2 small blue bottles of debuff potion. This will reduce your stats to the level of an E-rank academy student. She explains that it's called a potion, but it's actually poison, though the effect is only temporary, so there's no need to worry. Sanju holds the vial of weakening potion in his hand. Damn, is this a penalty? Stats reduced, Yun smirks. If you refuse to drink this or use skills to nullify it, you'll be penalized for cheating and automatically given a failing grade. Now take your positions. The spatial light begins, and the students gasp in surprise. First, the 4th shield from Team 1. A swordsman trembles slightly. Rongshang is my opponent, but his teammates look down on him. No matter he can't use clones and his stats have been reduced, he's just an F rank now. Sanju wasn't happy. It was humiliating, but true. Dongbi, standing next to him, offered comfort. Stay calm. If we work together, we can get through this. Hei Aion reveals he has other skills besides that, like a quick attack. The 3 of them are the 4th shield of Team 2. Sanju also couldn't help but glance at his mortal enemy, Shin Junyang, who was right next to them. Looking at Seo Kin, he wondered, who is that big guy? I don't remember seeing him in class. A shout rings out. B-rank hunters, drink your potions. It was the Phoenix Guild supervisor calling out. Sanju twists open the cap of the weakening potion, and he and Dong Yin both drink it down. Sanju seems to be greatly affected. Is that Aion standing beside him in shock? Are you okay? The system says you've absorbed the weakening potion. Strength, 23,135. Sanju grimaces, his face contorted with bulging veins. My stats. Reflexes, 14,135. Stamina, 5,891. And my energy is being drained. Magic, 3,023. Strength, 3,200 by 1. Poison resistance, Sanju's body is still greatly affected, activating his poison resistance. Strength, 2,135. Endurance, 6,647. Stamina, 18,534. Magic, 28,967. Reflexes, 23,686. Stats restored. Strength, 42 out of 534. Reflexes, 32 out of 212. Stamina, 38,593. Resistance, 36,93. Magic, 51,382. The debuff potion has been fully absorbed, and poison resistance has increased from 8,132 to 8,138. Sanju sighs in relief, rubbing his stomach with a dazed look. Elsewhere, workers struggle with massive stones, worried they might fall when a voice calls out. The woman stares at the newcomer and B shouts, Raven! Raven smiles, greeting her. It's been a while. She happily greets him, saying, You've arrived. He steps forward as well, saying, Of course I had to come. More importantly, a performance at Heritage Headquarters? What's going on? B is hesitant. That's a real doppelganger. He crossed his arms. I didn't even know that skill existed. B says time is of the essence, and we need to find the original body as soon as possible. Raven's going to use it for the skill orb? That's quite a skill. But Bosyu, his face a bit sweaty and somber, said, No, I don't care about the skill orb anymore. Her gaze hardens, for if they can experiment with the attributes of clones, they might just succeed. Our plan for that day was one step closer to fruition, and Jen's gaze hardened. Then it must be important. Okay, I'll go. In the hunter industry, 2 stats are notoriously difficult to raise: regeneration and poison resistance. He's enhanced both regeneration and poison resistance. Regeneration is considered self-harm to cultivate, and poison resistance is enhanced by risking one's life with poison, causing people to scream as their bodies crack, especially resistance to poison. It ignores most toxins once it reaches 1 unit, but even increasing the stat by a single unit is incredibly dangerous. That's why even high-level hunters who use skills to treat poison never try to strengthen their immunity. Seeing it, they always refused it, but there are always exceptions. Someone once drank deadly poison like water and boosted their immunity. Sanjiu now stands before clone number 7, holding the vial. Muscle weakness, lung expansion, body explosion, rank 7, and new drugs again. He looked at his hand. The stats were the same, but his poison resistance had increased. He clenches his fist. Then, the supervisor outside announces that the assessment test will begin soon. Both teams, prepare yourselves. Dungbi, take the front. I'll cover our defense. The other team is wary too. Let's stay calm and stick to the plan. Got it. With a resounding cheer, the match begins, and the opponents surge forward. Let's go! Sanju leaps up with a cold look in his eyes, surprising his opponent. Huh? He's attacking me. With a face full of murderous intent, it's as if they're all moving in slow motion. So this is the importance of stats. I thought I could dodge like a shadow clone. Then he jumped behind his opponent. Too slow. Sanju effortlessly thrusts his weapon into the enemy's back. He's taken one down. Suddenly he remembers that subduing them here would prove the weakening serum is ineffective. He figures that if he does that, they'll force him to drink something even stronger. The opponent turns around, not forgetting to curse, "You bastard." Sanji doesn't attack, letting him pounce. He sends Sanju flying, worrying both Ion and the zombie. Sanju lies dazed on the cracked ground, pleased. What a performance. Everyone could see that he was weakened and got hit, leaving the zombie confused. Actually, I'd already given everyone the defense buff. Even with your stats reduced, it's hard to believe you could be blown away like that. Hearing that, Sanju sits up in a daze, then stands and brushes the dust off his body. It's all right, I'm okay. That defense buff really came in handy. The opponent gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell was that? His teammate was also confused, wondering if he was strong or weak. Zombie charged forward, yelling, "Hey, Ion!" The time has come, and Heion unleashes her blue orbs. She unleashes the orbs towards her opponents as Youngbi reassures her, "I can take it." Not stopping there, Zungbi continues to charge forward. Take him down first. Sanji watches from the sidelines, realizing that Heion and the zombie definitely can't win. Is there a way I can help the team without being too obvious? An idea suddenly pops into his head. That's it! I won't let you get away with this, he shouts as he enthusiastically charges into battle. The remaining opponent saw this and vanished, unleashing a stone manipulation skill. He feigns being hit as a massive rock hurtles toward Sanju's stomach. He'll pretend to be blown away, and with Sanju's foot planted firmly on the ground, he charges headfirst toward the remaining opponents, targeting them. Ion and Zoom are caught off guard as he rubs his head, saying, I'm okay. It was all thanks to that defensive corn. Without it, I don't know what would have happened to me, but those two are down and hurting. The two of them fell, piled on top of each other. What the hell? The remaining teammate couldn't believe it either. It wasn't me. I couldn't have knocked someone like that away. Sanju only fans the flames, giving a thumbs up and praising my skill. The enemy gritted his teeth in anger, hurling large rocks at him. It wasn't me, but someone raised a shield, and all that remained was dust. The other stones were useless. The opponent was stunned as well. Did this side also use magic? All that remained behind was a massive explosion. She boasts, confident in her speed, as the proctor takes notes. Yes, quite fast, she announces. Fourth hurdle, Team 2 wins. Zumbi's face is smeared with dirt. Everyone, you've worked hard, Sanju praises. Your biceps are the best, Zombie. Zombie is embarrassed, telling him he didn't have to emphasize it so much. He glances over, wondering how Junion is doing, while Selkin's brutal hand is covered in blood. The battered opponent cries out in terror and the others panic. The heavily injured opponent cried out, "Hey, we already accepted defeat!" Stop it. Even the supervisor outside spoke up. Stop, end the match now. But Sane didn't listen, and continued to beat the man mercilessly. Yunha finally intervenes. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear them? We said stop. Only then did he cease his attack. Oh, were you talking to me? I didn't realize. He scoffed. Because of this restrictive magic circle, I can't use my full power when I throw a punch. Otherwise, one punch would have been enough. Don't you think so? Doan agreed. Yeah, I couldn't get a good swing in either, and Dung Yan was a little stunned. Yun grimaces, shutting her eyes tight, realizing she's made a mistake. I didn't account for high-stat experienced hunters competing at a low rank. I shouldn't have hastily applied stat reduction and weakening potions to all of them. She ordered them to quickly call the field healers, and the supervisors also stepped in to help. Guyung, hurry over here. The opponents are being taken for treatment. Ha-yeon looks worried. Isn't this going too far? Sanju's eyes held a strange assessment as Zum comforted his teammate. Don't worry. There are 6 of us advancing, so there's only a 20% chance we'll face them. Sanju, however, was blunt. He suspected they would be their opponents. There. Yoon-ha speaks up from behind. Let's rest a bit before the next match. She approaches the supervisor. You've already decided who wins and loses, haven't you? The supervisor looks at the bracket. Ah, yes, we'll be doing random pairings now. Yoon-ha interjects. Don't make it random. She decides that the team that came in second in Arena 4 will fight the team that came in first in Arena 5, surprising the supervisor. What? Does the supervisor realize she means the team of the 2 artisans, Sanju and Shinjungi? Yoon confirms, that's right. She recalls Sanju's movements from the previous fight. They were not the actions of someone weakened by the potion. He didn't use purification skills on the potion either. Her expression was full of interest and anticipation. I don't know what he did with the weakening potion, but if someone causes trouble, I'll just let them fight each other. At least we'll get to see a good fight. In Nevada's desert, at Chan Company's lab, a hand pounds on the door. Open up! This is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They shout Chan Company is suspected of ambushing Heritage and illegally manufacturing and selling drugs. Cooperate with us. The group cautiously approaches. Someone spoke up, but they completely ignored us and left. We have a warrant. We can force them. Big Doe, it's your turn. Doe starts to warm up, ready to go to work. Understood, boss. He unleashes his attack, activating his iron body skill, and Doe charges straight for the door. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupts before them, and Doe is frozen in place. The door remains unscathed, leaving him in disbelief. Not even a scratch? There's a red button on the door, and the group seems to realize something. What girl? There are cameras attached to us. The red button glowed, casting light all around. And in an instant, Doe was reduced to a charred corpse, while the others were brutally attacked, their bodies torn apart. Everything is stained crimson as Javen finally appears. He surveys his surroundings. I've gone from the desert to Heritage and now back to the desert. He continued onward. Let's see. Is this a troll company? They said it was around here somewhere. His nose caught a scent and he stopped. It's the smell of burning flesh. Before him, a robot was using its 2 arms to burn something. He steps forward, Javen's face cold and indifferent. What are you burning? The robot doesn't even care. Raven, annoyed, drew his sword. Are you ignoring me? Then let me rephrase the question. Is this a troll company? The fire from its arm extinguished, the robot stood silently. It then turned as if to attack, but he effortlessly sliced it to pieces. Looks like I'm in the right place. The robot's charred remains smoldering in the flames. He glanced over without emotion, then Thukim stepped forward to strike the door open, eager to see what the inside of the troll company looked like. Just try and stop me, Shev said, looking up. Inside, I was dead wrong. I thought turning someone into a monster was the best way to boost stats quickly. But in reality, it was a barrier to increasing pure stats. You could say the stat-boosting effect of the gem disappeared, leaving only the effect of mutating the user into a monster. The system chimes. Congratulations. It seems it's only a matter of time before he solves the side effects of his research. He worried. If I hadn't found a specimen that absorbed jade but retained its human form, I might have been stuck with this problem for the rest of my life. Looking at the system before him, he consoled himself. Soon, humanity will have hope. He seemed to sense the system's announcement that the blockade had been breached and scratched his face. Huh? The Federal Investigation Bureau got through. The system indicated the bureau had been destroyed, but an S-rank hunter swordsman had arrived. He's shocked. What? No, I was so close to finding the answer. Watching the flames, he was unwilling to stop here, so he began preparing the specimen. Looking at the hunter within the system, the last remaining S-class hunter here is still just a human. I'll use this specimen as a weapon to stop the false prophet. Raven steps inside, observing that they're managing a project based on monster corpses. He wonders if his clone is all right, glancing around the space. Who would have such a massive space underground? A system voice echoes, "Please stop." Swordmaster Raven is caught off guard. Who are you? The system introduced itself. I am an artificial intelligence managing this place. You are trespassing on the private property of Circle Corporation. Tell me this then. I heard that your company attacked Heritage and took away an important friend of mine. The system could only respond. I have no knowledge of that. Please leave. Raven assesses the situation. It seems even machines can lie these days, huh? No matter how many times I hear it, that's definitely a woman's voice. What the hell is going on? The system isn't asking, it's ordering. These high-tech combat robots will hunt him down. This is your final warning. Leave this place immediately. A swarm of robots suddenly charges forward. Raven was a bit surprised. Where were all the high-tech combat robots? With a single strike, he swiftly eliminates several robots. Raven scoffs, "All I see is scrap metal." Meanwhile, an angry face says, "Hey, you said there was only a 20% chance we'd run into the Dongyan squad?" Dongbi is stunned. What group is that? Or is Ion confronting Sanju, demanding answers? Say something! Sanju, trying to distract them, just points at the zombie. Zombies' support buffs are the best. Or is Ion angry about something else? Sane stares at the team before him in disbelief. Is this a joke? Looking at Sanju's foolish appearance, he wondered if he was really a B-rank hunter. But Dung Yi reminded him, "Don't let your guard down. What I want is an overwhelming victory." Duan steps forward. "I want to get this over with quickly, too." So Kin is eager. Let's get started. Zombie grits his teeth. "I'll provide support for you guys." The shared skill has been activated. Sanji assesses the situation and decides to stop acting. Those two are at least C rank, so whether or not he's been discovered, he has to fight with everything he's got. Yunha reminded everyone to keep the emergency doctors on standby and the guards on high alert. "Yes, ma'am," Yunha shouts, "and contestants, prepare yourselves. The match begins." Soken throws a punch. Let's see what a B-rank hunter can do. Sanju easily dodges his attack, returning a blow that lands successfully. Blood trickles from his mouth, but he doesn't stop smiling. "What? That was quite the punch. Are you sure you drank the debility potion?" He looks at his hand, frustrated. "Is this the limitation that Guildmaster Huang Junha mentioned? I was going to knock him out, but I couldn't. I guess I'm not strong enough to do that yet." And one more thing, Selkin continues his attack. He looks towards Deng Yen, arms crossed, observing, is Junion really suffering from the weakening potion? Attacking and deducing at the same time, he realized that Guy's poison resistance couldn't possibly match his own, and he barely moved in the last evaluation battle. If that's the case, and he's behind Deng Yan, then Min must be weakened. Seeing Sanju staring at him, Deng Yan snaps his fingers. "You've decided to target me first?" Sanju is shocked by the scene before him. Blue lightning erupts, and the space is terrifying. Those outside are shocked. What is that? Watch out for those glass shards. Sanju was charred and bruised, his injuries exceeding his limits, and the sharing skill barrier had vanished. Looking at his hand that had just cast the spell, Rongyi realized his magic couldn't function well within this barrier. He looked at Sanju lying on the ground, a satisfied expression on his face. "Well, it seems like it'll have to do. Did you think you could win so easily just because I'm drinking a potion?" He sneers, claiming his group will lose because of Sanju's uselessness, but Sanju clutches his weapon, smirking. "Don't make me laugh, because I'll do everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen." Meanwhile, the system reports that the battle robots have been destroyed. Shev is shocked. "Already? The system reports that we've used all of our reserve energy." He presses a button, asking what about the drugs he's about to inject into the test subjects. The system lists the brainwashing drugs to control behavior, bone enhancement, basic abilities, and physical defense that we've prepared. But that's enough. It will significantly enhance the clone's eyesight and mobility. The clones are lying in sealed tanks, breathing oxygen. Sweat pouring, he hits the button, ordering the injection into the specimen, while Dungbi defends with an impenetrable guard. Doan coldly unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike faster than the last, as Zombie grimaces, his arm already bleeding. Dan glances over. "I was going to sever your arm with that move, but your defense is quite annoying." Sanju anxiously tries to break through, but Deng Yan uses magic to stop him. "Where do you think you're going?" The force field skill is activated. "Weren't you going to take me down?" Sanji is furious. "Don't get in my way." Sanju shatters Deng Yan's attack, but Deng Yan remains calm. "I'm pretty sure you've seen me cast this spell before, but this is the real deal." A massive fireball hurtles towards him, and Sanju raises both hands. He conjures a massive shield, but the attack is so powerful that cracks form. Yet it holds, successfully blocking the fireball, leaving Yang-in speechless. Where did this bastard learn to defend like that? Sanju smugly flips him off. "Provoking me? I had my eye on that fireball skill already. Are they just showing off their moves now?" Sign wonders what he's doing. Punishing the weak. The lower your opponent's stats, the higher your own. He scoffs. "You call that an attack?" He attacks the two ions fiercely, but Sanju quickly blocks him. Impressive. His eyes bloodshot, he suddenly collapses to his knees, screaming. Ha looks on, worried. Sanju's eyes darken as he clutches his head, gritting his teeth, realizing his body is activating a new skill. Deng Yi is confused, wondering what's wrong with him, and sees this as their chance. Attack wrong Sanju now. Dogon will listen, and though I don't want to, the attack chain will be re-established, increasing the power of the next blow. Soken follows up, daring him to withstand the attack as he did before. Punishment of the weak is upgraded, temporarily applying to even those with higher stats, and Rong Yan launches her attack. Fireball is activated, Windblade is activated, skill combination, Hellfire is activated. All three launch their attacks, targeting Sanju. A terrifying explosion erupts, growing more intense by the second. Sikin roared, "I'll end this," more fiercely than ever. Even Ion panicked and shouted, "Sanju!" And Dongbien couldn't help but exclaim. Yunha stands in contemplation. Treatment can wait. System notifications appear, indicating the sturdy bone skill has been created. A passive skill that has already leveled up. Bone reinforcement has leveled up, increasing endurance, strength, reflexes, and stamina. Strength, endurance, strength, reflexes, and stamina all increase. Endurance increases, strength increases, endurance increases, strength increases, reflexes increase. Sign grimaces, baring his teeth in pain. The skill Hate the Weak has reached its limit. The stamina and agility gap is too great. The seventh clone appears with a bright and terrifying gaze. The system announces the Iron Body skill has been created, drastically increasing base stats. Endurance from 42,534 to 72,534. Strength from 32,212 to 62,212. Reflexes from 38,593 to 68,593. Tolerance from 36,993 to 60,093. And stamina from 51,382 to 81,392. Does clone number 7 think this is the end? Then, clone number 7 lunges at Seki. Yunha shouts, conjuring a magic circle from her hand. This is dangerous. Stop, Dong Sanj. He uses his fist to break through the magic circle. His expression fierce. The punch slowly came, and number 7 struck him in the gut. Saiyan gritted his teeth in anger, enduring when suddenly a white burst erupted. Bullets piercing Sign, causing him pain, and blood splattered everywhere. Yan and Zheng Bi stood frozen, horrified by the scene, as were Deng Yen and Dogen. So much so that Deng Yen could only stammer. What's this? As for clone number 7, he's satisfied that it's ending like this. The system displays that a defense skill has been created, recognizing strong bones and an iron body. Shev smirks, realizing that stats increase dramatically when enduring without turning into a monster. A red liquid is mixed with tiny white particles, and because it's equipped with the Round Company's most advanced weapons, the 7th doppelganger stands stunned as he's told that a warrior capable of defeating even an S-rank hunter has been created. Clone number 7 looks sad as the old man asks, "Did you completely brainwash him?" The system responds, "After rebooting his brain, we changed his master to you." Shev feigned sadness, then chuckled with glee as he grabbed number 7's shoulder. "Yes, your name is now TOL1. Shev turns away as the system reports the seeker has reached the 7th basement level. ETA 5 minutes. Shev feigns sadness. Just then, he approached him, grabbed his shoulder, and said, "I'm giving you a mission, TO01. Eliminate the intruder." Then, they stood silently as Shev turned to check the software. "He's not listening to me. I installed the translator software already." Clone number 7 raised his hand to avoid him. "Hey, TO01, go kill that guy." He stared into Chev's eyes and said, "I am number 7," before punching him in the gut. "I only take orders from my master, causing him great pain." The system then muttered in disbelief, "He defeated Shev. Inject the drug and issue the order. This base and everyone here are now considered enemies." The system display flickered. "Master Shev!" Yun's eyes widened in terror. That Sanju bastard actually dispelled his own skill. Damn it, is he really a B rank? The supervisor is panicking. What should we do? Should we stop this? Yunha turned, her eyes filled with worry. Prioritize healing the hunters outside the boundary. There's no reason to stop the fight just because the debuff potion isn't working on Duong Sunju or on Dung Yan, who is gritting her teeth. Deng Yan's eyes and hands are focused on the vortex before him. This drug doesn't reduce skill levels, but using powerful skills consumes a huge amount of mana. If his stats were reduced as the drug should have done, he'd be showing signs of fatigue. Yunha tilted his head slightly, but he'd been pushing past his limits since the start of this fight. "We'll continue. Just keep observing." Doan frowned. "Dongyeon, give me your orders." Dongyeon grits her teeth, enduring. "Why you?" Rongyan's face darkens, while Dogwan is taken by surprise. His eyes widen as he begs Dongyan to wake up. Clone number 7 slowly approaches. "Can't you see?" He couldn't bring himself to look directly at her. "I'm sorry, Dan turns to Dongyan, asking if he's finally awake, but immediately regrets it. "How foolish of me. What was I thinking?" In the past, a man sitting in a chair had instructed, "Take that medicine. This is your chance to prove yourself." Dongyan hesitated, knowing there's no turning back. It's all or nothing. Doan sided with him, saying, "I'll boost your speed. Restrain him." The system window appears, showing increased speed, reflexes, and agility as he rushes toward Dong Yan. After defeating the monster, he grabs a piece of clone number 7. The system window appears, showing the speed boost has ended, and he mutters, "That blade. What kind of effect wears off so quickly?" He charges forward with even greater force. Seeing this, he resolves to fight to the end, and so will I. Clone number 7 leaps into the air, creating a wall of ice and giant ice spikes to trap and damage his opponent. Doan raises his hand, signaling to stop, and quickly escapes. Clone number 7's power continues to grow, increasing its resistance to the cold. Doan stares in horror as a blue light appears before Dong Wai, who grimaces. "Why?" The light pierced through, but luckily he dodged it. With that, clone number 7 lunged at a severed body part as Yong Yan gritted his teeth, asking, "Why?" Duonin clutches his chest as clone number 7 emerges victorious, and Dong Yan cries out, "Why do you have everything?" With that, Yong Yan entered the fray, activating his stone throw skill, and a fierce battle ensued. Seeing this, Dong Bi immediately intervened. "The button behind me, we're just holding him back." Heian tried his best to endure. The supervisor was horrified, stammering that this was no longer a practical exam, as the tension escalated and the pieces began to crumble. Dong-yeon struggled as the darkness threatened to consume everything, clutching herself and barely able to speak. Covered in blood, clone number 7 stands before Rong Yan, saying not to blame others for your own weakness. Yoonha activates the magic circle, ending the evaluation as everyone collapses. "Dong Sanju, your team won. The scene is a mess, so gather the clones and help clean up," the supervisor replied. "Right now, people are cleaning up the battlefield." Yoonha was stunned, muttering that this tea was enough. Sanju tilted his head towards her. "Hunter Sanju, follow me." Hearing this, he quickly followed Yoonha, who suddenly stopped and asked, "How were you able to break free from the debilitation potion's effects?" Sanju was taken aback by the question, then stood tall and looked Yoonha in the eye. "I just drank it, and the effect suddenly vanished." She then asked what his resistance stat was. He hesitated, then answered, "About 8138. Yoonha was shocked. "What? 8? She pressed him further. "An average person would have to eat a ton of poison mushrooms to get that kind of poison resistance. How did you do it?" Sanju appeared, his face trembling as he stammered, "Well, I just practiced really hard. Or rather, it was thanks to my clones." Yoonha lights a cigarette, deciding it's not cheating, so he won't pry. "The other students will start gossiping about this, but I'll figure out a way to cover it up." Yoonha waved his hand, and he quickly made his escape. "Okay," Sanji sighed in relief. "I think I'm in the clear." Sanji looked at his blackened fingers, wondering what this skill was. It didn't just appear, but came with so many amazing effects. A system window appears showing the invincible body skill. The user's body becomes as hard as stone, passively increasing physical defense and magic resistance by 50%, while actively reducing pain, temporarily doubling the passive effect. Sanji suddenly thought that number 7 must have finally acquired the skill. His eyes were full of suspicion and sharpness. No matter how I think about it, only number 7B could possibly have this skill. Was he experimented on after the kidnapping? Should I test him with my familiar skill? He recalls the skull writhing in pain and activates the defense protocol. Sanju then chuckled and gave up on the idea, deciding to let it go. He walks along, deep in thought. Number 7 is quite intelligent, after all, and Heritage promised to bring him back. They must be working on it. Meanwhile, a sword-wielding figure is destroying facilities. Stop, he's become even stronger. The system demands he stop, but T001 retorts, "I am number 7. The system blares a warning. He's destroying invaluable research and equipment. Stop right there. Without hesitation, number 7 replied, "I only take orders from my master." He warned, "The troll group is your master." Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Ven confronted clone number 7, sternly asking, "Are you number 7? He paused, contemplating, "I guess everything was settled before I arrived." Shev collapsed to the ground. "Then it's simple. Let's get out of here together." Clone number 7 turns to him. "Sorry, but which organization do you belong to?" He quickly replies, "I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to be cooperating with Heritage for 3 months. Didn't you tell your master about this?" He seemed to have realized something. Heritage. Then clone number 7 stood motionless, wondering. "Are you okay?" He holds a lamp in his hand and shines it forward. "Sorry, but I don't recall receiving such an order." The light shines, a reminder. The brainwashing must still be in effect. "Now listen to us." He turned towards the voice, cutting them off. "I only take orders from my master, and that will never change." He closed his eyes and pondered, wondering if the brainwashing had caused amnesia. How complicated. It seems he wasn't brainwashed, but he forgot the order to cooperate with Heritage. He slowly draws his sword, saying they can contact his master. Unfortunately, I have no way to contact them right now. The sword is drawn, and I'm sorry, but I'll have to take you by force. You still have your composure and confidence. Then, you will be my enemy. Elsewhere, at the Hunter Academy Hospital, Do-yoon awakens in his hospital bed, recalling the words of clone number 7. Don't blame others for your own weakness. With that thought, Dong-yen felt defeated, burying his face in his hands, admitting his loss. Dong-yan gripped the doorknob, overwhelmed with disappointment that he'd even resorted to dirty tricks, only to fail again. Heavy footsteps emerged from the bushes as Sane suddenly lunged forward, Selkin grabbing Dong-yan by the neck, causing him immense pain. With an enraged face, Soken growled, "Hey, are you kidding me? I heard you fainted before you even got hit." He replied in unspoken pain, "And you dare call yourself a B rank? You couldn't even beat a cripple who couldn't use his unique clone ability." Soken grew even angrier. "Wait, hold on!" Sunju suddenly steps forward and kicks Seelin in the stomach. "The imbecile you speak of is right here." Soken collapses to the ground. "If you lose, whine less and don't blame others." That's why he's so hurt and angry that he can't say anything. From afar, someone called out to Dong Sanju, but he continued to taunt. "What was that you said? You can't use your powers because of the barrier and the weakening potion, huh? Come in here and fight me then, if you dare." Clones 2 and 3 have arrived, and before Seikin can react, Clone 7 orders them to teach him some manners. Hearing this, Clone number 3 delivers a punch to the gut. "Wait. Please wait, stop, please stop." Dong-yan was bewildered, while Sanji-ju was extremely satisfied. Before leaving, Dong-yan looked up and asked Sanji-ju, "Why did you save me?" Sanji retorted, "Don't get the wrong idea. He got punched for bad-mouthing me." From afar, someone cried, "My bones are broken. My precious bones are broken." But Dong-yan frowned. "We're not friends, so don't get the wrong idea." Sanju turned and walked away, thinking he was the best in the academy. Dong-yan called out to him, but Sanju turned back, fist raised. "What now? You want a beating to wake you up?" He lowers his head and continues, "I heard my second squad leader went a bit overboard. I really didn't want that. I only asked her to protect the monster poaching groups from being caught and ensure no killings occurred." Sanju glanced sideways in silence as he continued, though she didn't seem to care. "But I really don't want any misunderstandings to arise," Sanju said softly. "Whatever." Meanwhile, clone number 2 and 3 were so enthusiastic that Selkin had to exclaim, "That hurts, please stop hitting me. The two of them are having a blast." "That's right, that's how it should be." Meanwhile, Raven's face is covered in blood. "I heard the owner of this doppelganger is only rank B." He sits on the boy and holds his sword. There must be some mistake in the hunter ranking system. The boy is still down and he's being careless, assuming he's unconscious. I don't want him waking up again. He was able to keep up with my attack trajectory until the very end. Clone number 7 searches with a flashlight, perhaps looking for something. Is this his strategy for attack and defense, allowing him to stand against me for so long? And his master has multiple clones like this? Sounds exhausting. He smirks with satisfaction. Not quite my style, but perhaps I should take on a disciple. Now to deal with this one while Shev is still down. Suddenly Shev moves. "I know you're awake." Shev stands up, raising his hand to stop him. "Wait, Sword Saint, what do you want?" "Please, I can't die yet," Raven whispers. "I'm the one asking the questions here, and I expect you to be honest." His sword is slowly revealed. "Are you the one who created the Tron Company's AIs?" Shev hesitates. "Yes." The sword retracts, and he asks, his voice that of Elisa. "Do you know her?" Shev panicked, sweat beading on his face. "Huh? How do you know that name?" He pondered. Was she still alive? Then pressed, "So you were also a researcher involved in that experiment. Since you know Elisa, you must know the others as well." He closed his eyes, exhausted. Her lover, Lieberenstein Shev, asked where Eliza was, begging for any information. "I'll give you my savings if you just tell me. Please, I need to know." "Wait, what did you say before that? Does she have a lover?" He then raises his hand in threat. "Shut your mouth. I'm the one asking the questions." "Got it?" Raven emanates a powerful aura. "Since you participated in the experiment, you must be Lieber's accomplice, right? Tell me everything you know about him." Shev seems to be recalling a memory. "Lieber, you say? It's been so long since I heard that name." "Partner?" "What partner?" "I never considered him a partner." Raven saw through it. "It seems you two didn't get along very well. I can feel the murderous intent in his eyes." "Good, because I plan to kill Lieber myself." Shev is terrified. "I know a few things, but I'm not sure how helpful they'll be." This is where he used to work. Raven pauses, curious to hear what the old man has to say. "I'm not even sure if it's still there. It's been 50 years since I last went there." He sheathed his sword. "That's fine then. Where is it?" Shev pleaded. I'll send you the location through your ID bracelet. Give me your ID number. I immediately got a glare from Chev. What ID bracelet? Just jot it down on the paper. Chev quickly scribbled on the paper. Here, Raven takes the paper, ready to leave. All right, so Chev hastily sketched him. Wait, before you go, please tell me where Elisa is. He just wants to know if she's okay, but Raven doesn't answer. I told you, I'm the only one with the right to ask. Sanju receives a report as well. Mako BCK, I hear number 7 has been successfully rescued. The person on the other end reports, that's right, but it seems he's been experimented on quite a bit. B asks for his opinion. I think they tried to brainwash him, and I think it restored his memories. Can you order him to cooperate with headquarters again? Sanju is slightly dazed. Give him orders, huh? All right, I'll do it right away. Brainwashing, huh? So, he's only just realizing he was experimented on? Number 7 must be the reason he suddenly got so strong. Confident in his abilities, he believes reaching A rank will be a breeze with his skills and stats. All my base stats increased by 30, and I even have a skill that could make me invincible? How could this happen? He also wonders if he'll be kidnapped again. Sanju immediately slapped himself, wondering what he was saying. I promised myself I wouldn't see them as tools. With that, he happily skipped back. Anyway, the rescue was a success. Those jerks hindering the hunt were dealt with, and I won the reporter training session. Everything's going smoothly. Lately, rumors have been spreading around the hunting grounds. Rumors spread that Dung Soon Il's clones didn't just defeat a group of B-rank hunters, but also brought down an A-rank hunter. They were all pensive. Seriously, whenever I think about it, the cause of the war was people stealing the monsters killed by the doppelgangers. But as the rumors spread, the story began to change a bit. Death awaits anyone who sets foot in their territory. Hundreds of victims. Death awaits those who steal their monsters. And torture may follow. It was said that your teeth would break if you held their gaze for too long. That's how their bad reputation began to spread throughout the hunting grounds. As the rumors worsened, no one dared to meet the clones' eyes. Everyone bowed their heads, begging for mercy. And as this continued for days, Sanju and his colleagues organized a party. Wow! He expressed his gratitude for everyone's hard work, but Dungbi remained humble, saying he hadn't done much. Even Ion praises him, saying it's all thanks to him in the end. The two keep praising Rongbi, but he's embarrassed, saying his corn isn't that strong and asking them not to mention it. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rings out, "Look who it is, a celebrity in the hunter world," a drunkard points. "Hey, Dung Sanju, do you think a C-rank hunter can do everything?" The girl beside him tries to stop him. "Hey, stop it, you're drunk." Sanju is bewildered. "Who is this?" The girl tried to restrain the drunk man. "Sorry, he's had a bit too much to drink. He's struggling. Let me go. I have something to say to you." He seems very upset. "You're a Tier B, yet you're lording over the Tier E and F hunting grounds to seize power?" He roared, causing a commotion. "I spent all my money to get a ticket in here, and yet you're taking everything here." Sanju was flustered. "Please, calm down. I haven't sent my clones to any C-rank hunting grounds lately." The man shoved his phone in Sanju's face. "Then what is this?" Sanju was stunned by what he saw. "What about this picture?" It shows him and someone else being filmed by the clones. He's frustrated, saying that if they want to take over an area, they should at least inform them properly. "We had already finished hunting, but they came later and claimed the area as theirs." He recognizes number 2. The man whines, begging A to stop and apologize and pay them. "I told you to let me go. You were there. Are you crazy too?" As he left, Sanju pondered, "Even with the photo and location, I still don't understand." Hey Ion was also shocked, wondering what was going on. He recounts how someone resembling number 2 has been controlling the E-rank hunting grounds and taking their earnings. Ion is shocked. "What? Are you sure?" But Sanju clearly didn't believe it. The photo proved nothing. "I never ordered him to do that, and number 2 hasn't been hunting lately." Youngbi considers a possibility, stating that someone is impersonating his clones. Sanju hesitantly agrees, adding that he must investigate this and asks if he knows of any place known for such impersonations. Dumb replies, "I've heard that anyone who tries to steal a doppelganger's monster is doomed. That's obvious," he says, clenching his fist. "That's right. They can't touch my things." Zombie was troubled, but this was the first time he'd heard of stealing a monster already caught by someone else by controlling the area. "I've never been to a B-rank dungeon, so I'm not sure." Sanji asked the S-rank hunter, "What about you?" Ha-Yan pouts, saying she hasn't even been to a hunting ground yet. Sanji is surprised. Why? He seems to have forgotten that conversation. "Well then, as I said, if I do well on the test, you'll take me to the hunting grounds once, okay?" He did promise. Well, that should be easy enough. "If I get into university, you'll take me there." Is Ion angry? He promised to take her to college if she got in, but he must have forgotten. Sanju suddenly remembered. Ah, so you've never been. Is that why? Hey, Ion sulks. Of course, I wanted to go there with you for the first time. Feeling guilty, he touched his nose and sealed the deal. All right, we'll go tomorrow. Hyun's mood brightens considerably. Ooh, really? She's overjoyed, telling him not to change his mind. The bank will keep its word. The two lovebirds push Jangbi aside. He clutches his chest, green with envy. The next day at the JM Sanju base, he gears up. Seeing this, Junmo wondered if there was another PvP class in the academy. As he prepared, he answered, "No, I'm just going to the hunting grounds." He was a little surprised. It had been a while since he'd been there. He loaded his gun. I have a promise to keep. Plus, I heard someone's been impersonating me and robbing items from others in a low-level hunting ground. Junmo shouts in disbelief. Someone's impersonating him? Sanju turns to his clone. Hey, number 2, want to see a picture? Come here, a dark figure emerges. Okay, he presents the newly received photo. Is this you, number 2? Number 2 immediately denied it with a barrage of theories. It wasn't me. I've never left this place except when summoned through the gate. And after comparing the man in the photo to us, he has a face that's 2% larger, shoulders that are 5% narrower, and a different upper to lower body ratio. Sanju's head is spinning. Okay, calm down. I believe you. He asks if number 2 thinks he could recognize the man if he saw him in person, and after a moment, they may head to the hunting grounds. Sanju nods in approval. Very good. These zombies are nothing to you. You don't need my help at all. Hey Ion had just shot down a zombie with his own hands. Thanks. I almost forgot to mention this is the E-grade zombie hunting ground. Sanju gestures to number 2. Considering your strength in this E-rank hunting ground, I think you could take the promotion test right away. Hyun is embarrassed. Am I really that good? She wondered where number 2 was going and where the clones had gone. Sanju dismisses it, saying he's just looking for us next. And she acts surprised. But why is the hunting ground so quiet today? I haven't seen anyone. His eyes darted away. They were all avoiding him. What had those imposters done here? He forces a smile. You're right, it is quiet. He prayed silently, hoping they could catch them before the rumors spread further. He trusted his partner's keen eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, as 2 individuals examined a monster, an abrasive voice cut through the air. Who gave you permission to hunt here? You look pale. Sorry, we saw you going the other way. We didn't mean to. That familiar hood, this is our territory. The imposters arrived to clean up the mess and vanish, but the terrified man still struggled. All of them. But we caught them. The imposter draws his dagger, wondering who they are. Seeing this, the hunter panics, begging for mercy and promising to leave. They had no choice but to leave in silence. The imposter gathered the items and upon seeing me take a different route, scoffed. It seems they've taken notice of me. The hand holding the golden ring trembled, and he threw it away in frustration. His voice a low growl filled with deep hatred. The pain I suffered, the pain they suffered, Sanju, it's all your fault. Hyun unleashes a blow, creating an explosion. Sanju, meanwhile, remained unhurried. Looks like you now know how much power it takes to take down a monster, huh? She pants. Yes, but I'm so tired. She's curious as well. Take the items they were carrying. Their corpses are worthless. You said you had a hard time with these things, right? Just then, he received a message from number 2. I've scoured the area, but I haven't found anyone suspicious. Sanju is surprised. They still haven't found them? He's forced to resort to using that. He opens a spatial gate, calling for everyone to help search, except those guarding the hospital. Space is distorted. Other clones emerged from within, and they would split up, each searching a different area. The 2 Sanjus enjoy a moment together, finding 2 vials. Ro drinks a normal potion for the first time, while the clones follow the footprints as Hyun frantically chases after the zombies that stopped there. Those who saw Sanju's clones were horrified. Sorry, we didn't know you were here. Number 2 of history replies, It's all right, just keep going. They hunted relentlessly, the chain gleaming brightly, but by day's end, the report was the same. He wasn't there. The clone replies, We've searched this entire area and haven't found anyone wearing that outfit. You're out of options. All right, everyone get back to work. Damn it, I even wore a mask to confuse any imposters who might run into me, but it was all for nothing? Sanji asks, How did today's hunt feel? Hyun, you seem excited. Did you earn a lot? Her smile brought him joy, proving there were many reasons to become a hunter. Hyun is excited. Let's split what we earned. We really do make a great team. Sanju refuses. No, I don't need any. Keep it as a memento of our first hunt. She giggles. You're going to regret this. He scoffs. You have no idea how much I earned. He takes the lead, heading home, exiting the turn. He suddenly stopped, whispering to Hyde, perhaps seeing this side of him for the first time. What's wrong? Is someone there? Sanju peeks out to observe, asking Junion for permission. Why is that bastard here? Suddenly a possibility occurs to him. Could it be? He brought this up, and Yuyan declared, it's definitely him. Junyo had no doubts. I think so too. There's no reason for a junior hunter to be in an E-rank hunter's hunting grounds. The Hisung Guild has enough people to act as his substitute, and he has a history of interfering with your hunts. You seem skeptical. Sanju is puzzled, but admits it is strange. He was warned, so how could he be so foolish? Wyon suddenly recalls that a Hisung group once attacked you, right? She hits the nail on the head, so why did you let her live? Sanju is bewildered. She understands deeply. Living in that filth, I learned one thing. No matter how kind you are, they'll stab you in the back. Her voice was cold. Don't waste your pity on them. This isn't a sport where you play fair. Don't think they won't cross the line like you do. She warns that these people will do anything, regardless of your kindness, and you'll be seeing a lot more of them. I think one of them is here. And as if to prove her point, the imposters are running wild, unchecked, and emboldened. Hey, is this all you've got? We couldn't find many giant rats. The imposter picked up a rat to examine, then coldly declared that they should leave all their gear behind and disappear. Of course, the hunters couldn't agree to that. What? How can we do that? How can we continue to hunt? The imposter immediately rushes forward, kicking the girl in the stomach with a heartless look. I don't take requests as orders. Donghui-un. And slowly, despite their humiliated and resentful gazes, they tried to resist. They stole your equipment? Why didn't you report them? We have to ban them, but they all know if we do, we're dead. Everyone was understandably afraid. Just tell us if Dung Sanju is here or not before we go out to hunt. Despite this, the guards stood firm, stating that only staff were allowed to view the records, inciting further protest from the crowd. Don't we have the right to hunt in peace? Show us the records. News about Dung Sunju is only getting worse. Sanji knew his time was running out and his expression grew worried. Most of the victims are E-rank hunters, making even the academy students look at him differently. He worries that if this continues, his reputation will be tarnished. Just then, his phone rang, and he anxiously answered it. Number 2? Have you found them? The voice on the other end replied, We haven't found the imposters yet. But number 2 reported that the Hisung Guild has arrived at the E-rank hunters' hunting ground, Sanju said sternly. Are you sure it's the Hisung Guild? Number 2 is certain. Immediately request a gate, I'm going there personally, and those wearing headbands with the guild's name, put on your armor. Is that him? I think so. Suddenly, a tremor erupts as Sanju advances, his sword radiating deadly intent. What's with that outfit? The long-haired man muttered into his communicator. Hey, tell the captain we found them, and you, I don't know who you are, but if you want to live, come with us. Do you even know who we are? Sanju's sharp gaze swept over the identical armor, his certainty growing. So it really is you, he says, confirming Yuyan's words. Well, this isn't exactly a fair sport, is it? Let's see if a corpse can be stored in a subspace pocket. The Hisung Guild remained unfazed. That lunatic, they all attacked at once, but his sword was faster. Suddenly, someone jumps out to block him, and Sanju's pupils dilate. It's her, Aenyon grits her teeth. You fools fall back. Captain, she says, that's the real Dung Sanju. Sanju sensed the strange situation and knocked her away with his sword, wondering what she was up to. Hi, Axe Friendly. Fancy meeting you here again? What have you been eating? You've bulked up. Stop beating around the bush. What do you mean, the real Dung Sanju? Are you imposters? She looked at him like he was an idiot. The element of surprise is gone. Of course not. Why would we do that? A voice suddenly echoes. We're trying to catch them in your name. Donghyun suddenly appears before him, startling Sanju, the imposter. So, Junie still has questions and invisibility skills too. But why capture those impersonating me? Why would you do this? You're still suspicious even though you're the one who interfered with my sister. Donghun whispers that this action is his apology to Junie, but he remains arrogant. As you said, this won't change how you feel about me. He's serious, but we don't know if it's just one person or an organization. We just set a trap here, and I don't know if it's because we met at the academy, but they did me a favor. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hunting grounds, the imposter continued to wreak havoc, impersonating Sanju, targeting others, asking who gave them permission to hunt there. The imposter feigned ignorance. We have the Watchtower's permission, he declared. The man retorted, This is an S-class hunting ground, so naturally I'm S-class. Can we just go our separate ways? I'm very busy. Hearing this, the imposter became annoyed. Are you stupid? Don't you know who I am? He boasted. I'm Dung Sanji Ju, the one who defeated the A-rank hunter. Unfortunately for them, they've walked right into a trap, as the Crescent Moon rank hunter, Mondo Dogen, turns his attention to them. Ah, Mr. Dung Sanji Ju, I know him quite well, and you're a fake. The trees fall one by one, as Du Wanian remains unfazed. Who gave me permission to hunt here, you ask? These imposters have met their match. You can actually do this in a low-level hunting ground? Dan sneers, Dung Sanji Ju, don't try to fool me. You fake is going to regret this. He stubbornly insists, I am Dung Sanju. A dark shadow emanates a cold aura. Looks like you haven't realized it until you've faced that monster. Suddenly, a pillar of light appears behind the fake, and Don squints, his tone nonchalant. Here comes the real deal. Sanji removes his mask, a crazed look on his face. So it's you? The one behind all the recent trouble? The imposter growls. Dung Sanju Dongxiu lifts a large bag. Could this be the equipment they used to impersonate him? They've found the right place. As we guessed, they hid the costumes inside and changed here. Sanju knows this is serious now. These are the outfits that number 2's men were holding on to, right? The bag is full of gear just like yours. Sanju examines the pile of gear. This has to be it. I overheard it from the manager. He recalls that a clone user was interviewed before he joined the GM organization. He remembers the name because it was an exclusive interview. The equipment was on his head, and the fakes immediately distorted. Kim Dong-yoon, a D-rank hunter with the ability to create illusionary clones. There's no denying it now. So you're the one impersonating me? Indeed, the D-rank hunter Kim Dong-hyun, who uses illusionary clones, is removing his disguise. Damn it, he admitted it. That's right, I'm the fake. Then what about you? He retorts. If you didn't have my cloning skills, if you weren't so famous, I wouldn't have had to deal with this misunderstanding. Sanju couldn't take it anymore. It was disgusting. He throws him the helmet and sword, telling him to put them on, his anger reaching a boiling point, telling him to treat it like a helmet. You need to be knocked upside the head to wake up. Dong-hyun acts like he knows everything. Mei hasn't changed a bit. He equips the gear and charges forward. Sanju raises his hand to block while Dong-hyun and Do-won confer. Lord Dan, thank you, and I've sent your payment. Check it out, thank you. He notices Dan's injury with a start, but Don waves it off as nothing. He used some tricks to catch me off guard. He scoffs, blending in with the clones to confuse me, then nods. Humph. Of course he would resort to such tactics. And yet, he's brimming with confidence in Sanju, but it's useless against Dung Sanju. He let Dong-hyun hit him, then punched back, sending him flying into a tree. Sanji Ju nonchalantly dusts himself off and stands up, while Dun spits on the ground in defiance. Is this power the result of clone training? He refuses to give up. Even after being beaten to a pulp, I trained hard because I once looked down on my own skills. An illusion can't inflict damage, but I still honed myself. Everyone welcomed him, a clone like the hunter Yang Sanju. So they welcomed him to the party, but their smiles faded when they heard what he could do. Oh, it's just an illusion? You should have said so from the start. But no one gave me a chance while he jumped right in. But one day I realized people avoided me when I wore a hoodie because they thought I was him, while he was welcomed by everyone. Is this the territory of Dung Sanju, huh? Before he could explain, they were already gone. Excuse us, we'll be leaving now. He cried out in frustration, and in that moment I realized that it wasn't me who was wrong, but their damn prejudice. All of them, just because they thought I was you. Dong-hyun revels in his actions. They didn't even dare to resist, even though they could have detected me if they'd just tried attacking once. The blade glows blue, and Bamboo Spear nullifies a large amount of physical defense on the next hit. A 240-hour cooldown. He gloats. Even when they move as a group, they tremble before my skill. Illusions manifest. Do you know that feeling? He wallows in his emotions, the feeling of one born with skill, forever mocked and scorned. Sanji scoffs, his eyes filled with disdain. I didn't realize Dong-hyun's blade was being held back. Number 2 emerges from the void. Why should I care? Dong-hyun marvels, wondering how he found the real body amidst the illusions. Dan agrees, marveling at the revelation. Sanji raises his fist, asking if he never had a chance to change. He lets him know that he did have a chance. But it was you, and he relentlessly beat him. JM Organization said they sent you an acceptance letter, but you turned it down because of your skill ranking online. Dong-hyun couldn't resist. The pain washed over him, and he was furious at this charade, and at others looking down on his skills. The punches rained down on him, and even when other hunters mistook him for me, Don was bored. I can't watch anymore, I'm leaving. Yang Hyun tearfully begged them to stop. Sanji didn't care, landing another punch to his face, spitting blood as he hissed. When did you decide to do all this crap? Sanji vented his anger, saying he threw away his chance, only to do something so evil later? Everything was taken care of. Sanji exhales, cheering in complete satisfaction as Dong-hyun lies on the ground, several teeth missing, barely breathing. Yonggi frowned as she looked at him. Sanji rubbed his knuckles. Is he rethinking something? Did he really just answer? Yeah, he was stunned. Just kidding. Rongyan's voice deepened. That's also one of the reasons I joined this investigation. I never imagined you'd do the kind of things I used to do. Ah, he spoke up. Dongsanju suddenly looked at him and said, I'm sorry. Seeing his remorseful expression, I can finally formally apologize. What I did wasn't so different from what this guy just did. So even bad people can change. Sanju smiles, glad that he at least recognizes the wrong he's done. Zhongyan wonders what he plans to do with him now. Sanju was annoyed, resolving the misunderstanding I suffered and contacting the victim too. But he spoke up. I have an idea. Her screams echo through the heavens, surrounded by grotesque demons as Rongshi weakly clutches her bag of jewels. Get out, I said, get out, he sobbed bitterly. Someone, anyone, please help me. How could you lock someone away in a place like this? That damned demon. Sanju finished the job and returned. He called out the 5th and 6th clones, who brought out a large tray with shady expressions. I feel a little guilty for not doing anything special for you guys, even though you've been squeezing me dry. Here, take this. He opens the lid, revealing a cake studded with jewels. Here's a special meal for you. Sanju smiles gently at his clones' bright expressions. Hunting must be hard, right? I think this will be small. He wipes his hands like a good wife. I think I can get a lot more spirit stones from now on. Enjoy your meal. Sanju returned to his room and sat heavily in his chair, relieved that the misunderstanding with the victims had been resolved and that he had obtained a large number of spirit stones. But there's still something to watch out for. I'm still bothered by what he said at the end. Dong Hyun looked serious before he left. And another thing, he warned, be careful of the academy. I don't think they train hunters' skills for free. Sanji hears this for the first time, but what does it mean? Dong Hyun's meaning remains vague. I'm not sure either, but I'll let you know when I have more concrete information. And with that, he left a cryptic message. But let me tell you this, don't go near the prayer room to teach anything. Sanju was dumbfounded. The prayer room, isn't that where they teach the history of the system? I had my clones take the class to save time, and you're worried about the academy. Elsewhere, a performance evaluation for the team battle practice reaches someone's hands, detailing student Dong Sanji's results, Professor Wang Wei's criteria, and the purpose of the competition, to analyze teamwork, student strength, and improve skills for becoming a hunter. The criteria are the ability and skills to work as a team for hunters, effectively apply knowledge and cooperate with teammates, meet combat strength targets, and contribute reflexes. What is this? Yunha responded, holding up the evaluation form, while the other slammed the table in anger. That's not what I'm asking. He's the chairman of Jihu Academy, his tone laced with disbelief. Why did Dong Sanju get an A+? Do you not understand what I'm saying? Yunha responds professionally. I've given him all the rules you wanted, the weakening drug and the prohibition of clones, and the evaluation was done with all those conditions in place. I don't even understand the point of those rules. Hyakyu couldn't believe it, but he had filtered out the weakening drug. Yunha retorted with a frown, explaining that he didn't say it or use any skills to do it. So what was he supposed to do? Yu is nearly driven mad. Why would I set those rules to control the high-ranking hunters in the academy? The table slams into the wall above him, and as Hukyu breaks into a cold sweat, a high heel descends. That's enough. Yun is radiating murderous intent. The academy professors are all C rank, right? You invited me here because your rank was too low to supervise classes with B rank hunters. And now what? You want to control the higher-ranked students with drugs? Annoyed, she pulls out a cigarette, knowing he can't directly interfere because no one can stop Sanju if he goes berserk. And you abused your petty authority to bring him down, but he overcame it. That wasn't too much, was it? Yu frantically defends himself. That's not it. It's because there are cases where high-ranking hunters can't connect with the class. That's why I did it, to help them integrate better. Yunha said curtly. Then go tell them yourself. You leave, and I'll continue the lesson. But that was it. Nothing more. She even warned me that if I bothered her again with nonsense, I'd regret it. The door slams shut, shattering the glass as a furious Hyukwu grabs his phone. Fine. Be as angry as you like. Let's see how long you can keep that face up. He quietly issued the order, and that was me. From today, appoint Professor Wang Yunha as the prayer room manager and have someone clean my office. The next day, the brokerage class instructor introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I'm Hunter Jiang Sung Oan. I will be teaching you about hunting, said Hunter Rank X, Jiang Sung Oan, professor of monster hunting techniques. Before the diverse group of students, he spoke clearly. What do you think is most important when hunting monsters? Stats, teamwork, or good equipment? His voice, deep and steady, resonated. Of course, all are important, but strategy is paramount. He instructs, Looking at the documents we've provided, you can see the detailed hunting strategies for each type of monster. Read them carefully. Sanji suddenly stopped. Wait, you feel it too? This part is weird. The book says that good eye contact with giant rats can attract and hold their attention, preventing attacks on your teammates, and that you can effectively attack them up close, using proper defense techniques in battle. The giant rat's skull is its weak point, so attacking its head is paramount. Distract the monsters and focus on their heads, observe and predict their movements. And this part also changed your expression. They're a little different from the strategies we know, and in a bad way. I remember making my clones study those strategies all night. He's a little panicked. He knows not everything online is true, but most of it is. Quoting Edson. These things were proven in the clones' actual battles. Sanju closed the book, sensing something was wrong. They've cleverly twisted the information, and unless you're quite experienced, it's difficult to notice. His suspicion only grows. What is this academy thinking? Seung-kwan interjected. Now, let's move on to the practical portion. The monster hunting training room filled with countless containment units. The giant rat is sliced in two in an instant, as Seung-hyun demonstrates. It probably feels pretty real, right? This is a virtual training room created with a hunter's skills. He reassured them, here. We can learn to fight the horde without risking our lives. He smiled, pointing to his palm. But of course, all the sensations will be real, so be careful. You'll not only learn dark tactics, but also how to overcome your fears. Sanju raises his hand and asks, there's no rule against using clones, right? Seung looks relaxed. Of course, the monsters will be assigned based on your rank. He raised his hand, but it didn't work. This situation startles him. What? He's confused. That's strange. He can summon them here, huh? Well, I'm not sure about clones using equipment, but he decides, I'll give you some gear to connect to Sanju. His clones were suddenly transported and looked bewildered, while Sanju happily embraced them. I missed you so much. Seeing this, the others commented that these must be the clones they'd only heard about. I've seen it before. Seung-kwan was curious and amazed. He can bring them into the void? How is that possible? That's a peculiar skill, though he doesn't show it outwardly. Now then, get ready. You will all be transported to different locations. Seung-kwan prayed that everyone would complete the task safely. Then the students' bodies were enveloped in a blazing red light. Brother, I'll be okay. Right? Everything will be okay. Forget the book and just do what we practiced. Seconds later, they all vanished. Realizing they'd been teleported into a forest, Sanju surveyed his surroundings, a bit surprised. A forest? Suddenly, a sob reached his ears. The person was weak. Was anyone there? Sanju listened quietly as a voice mumbled, "Save me." The person seemed dead, with something stuck to their head, complaining of pain. Other undead creatures approached, moaning, "It's so cold. Save us." Sanju gritted his teeth, feeling overwhelmed. His teacher said the monsters would act according to their rank, right? Groans echo through the halls. Mother, I don't want to die. Sanju draws his sword, but their heightened alertness seems excessive. The monsters burst forth and pounce. The sounds of fighting echo through the night as a figure walks among the tanks, pausing in their steps. Before him stood Sanju's container, as Sung Onean quietly watched, seemingly with a plan, his hand on his sword hilt. Suddenly, a Sanju appeared behind him, asking solicitously, "Do you need any help, sir?" Shungam screamed in terror and collapsed to the ground. Sangyu's Noba speaks. I am Noah. Noah calmly stated, "My master has ordered me to protect the gate from any threats, because the gate's instability could endanger the academy students." Seung Hwan barely finished his sentence, thinking, what nonsense is this? He's just trying to protect his master, escalating the situation. Seung Hwan hesitated, thinking this. I see. He stood up and chimed in. What a coincidence. I'm also patrolling to ensure the safety of the academy students. Noba replies insincerely, You're the best, Professor. Hearing that, Seung-hwan frowned inwardly, thinking, damn, what do I do? If it's a doppelganger, then I should... Suddenly, Noba's eyes widened as if he were staring at something. Seeing that murderous look, Seung-hwan scratched his head and forced a smile. Guess I'll head over there. Elsewhere, someone is battling a giant dragonfly monster, thinking he can't possibly win. That's Sang-woo's clone, number 1, fighting with all his might, piercing the screaming dragonfly's eye with his sword. Fueled by rage, the dragonfly spews forth a blaze of hatred, but No refuses to yield, evolving into his white-haired form. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, he cleaves the dragonfly into 100 pieces, its flesh scattering in every direction. Number 1 reverts to his normal state. thinking to himself that monsters are supposedly stronger than hunters of the same level in a one-on-one fight. Even so, with 5 B-rank dragonflies attacking at once, Noel wondered if the hunt would be successful, since everyone had split up. After a moment, he spoke up. "It seems it's over?" "Well done, everyone," the others responded. Sang-yu sighed as he appeared, surprised to see everyone so listless. He thought to himself, as expected, most of them failed the hunt. After looking around, Sang-woo asked Ha-yeon, "Are you okay? What kind of monster did you run into?" Ha-yeon replied, "A giant turtle that reflected all of my attacks." Sang-yu was stunned and asked, "Why didn't you run?" Ha-yeon looked dumbfounded. "This is a monster hunting class." Suddenly, Seung-hwan spoke up, "Good work, everyone. Some of you may have succeeded, while others may have failed." Seong continues his lecture. "I said the most important thing is the right strategy, right? Always keep tactics in mind and persevere, and you can learn how to deal with different monsters." Then class is dismissed. With that, Sang-woo fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Noba leaned in and whispered, "There's something I need to tell you." Sang-woo asked in surprise, "What is it?" he asked outside. After Noba finished, Sang-yu asked in disbelief, "The professor approached me while I was hunting in the virtual space." Noba responded, "Yes." He thought to himself that it was fortunate he had secretly summoned Noba as a precaution. Just as Jin Dong-wai said, "This place is strange," Sang-yu pondered. "It's odd to have players form parties in a virtual battle between hunters. It's also unusual to provide individual players with expensive skill books, teach strange tactics, and modify monster weaknesses. Is all of this free, or did Ion suddenly appear? What are those two talking about?" Sang-woo awkwardly replies. "Nothing. I'm just scheduling a hunt." Sang-woo awkwardly tried to cover up. "By the way, what's the next class?" Haejeon replied. "Huh? Why do you look so flustered?" "It's system history and understanding, and the class will be held in the prayer room." Sang-yu was momentarily surprised, recalling Dong-jeon's warning. "But I'll tell you this, don't go near the prayer room ever." Snapping back to reality, Sang-yu lazily replies that he's suddenly in the mood, then shyly asks, "Let's go see a movie." Ion giggles, "What are you thinking about?" "This is a required class, so we can't skip it." Ion continues excitedly, "Doesn't it sound interesting? I didn't know the system had such a history." Sang-yu hesitantly interjects, "Hyeon, I'm serious." "I'll send my avatar to class," Hyeon said, placing her hand firmly on Sang-yu's shoulder, her eyes vacant as she commanded. "Oh, bah, we should go." She pressed on, "Do you really want to skip class now?" Seeing this, Sang-yu's eyes narrowed, and as if sensing his master was threatened, Nob struck Hyeon in the back of the neck. Sang-yu praised, "Well done." Nob replied proudly, "As you command." Sang-yu, holding Haeon, admits his control over his powers is clumsy. Carrying Haeon on his back, he apologized. "Sorry, Haeon, maybe I'm overreacting before anything's even happened, but I'll apologize later." Sang-yu resolves to never hesitate when those he cares about are in danger. Ha-yeon slowly opens her eyes, startled to find herself lying down. A person in a hat speaks up, "You're Ha-yeon." "That's right, you're awake," Haejeon asked her in surprise. "Who are you?" "I'm Kim-eun, and this is Dung Sang-yu's company." Haejeon asked in disbelief, "Sang-yu, you mean?" "How did I get here?" Yoo-hun replied, "You must have been exhausted after the hunting class." He said she suddenly fainted, and not to worry because he would take attendance for her. In class, a doppelganger of Sang-yu and Haeyeon blankly listened to the lecture. Hearing this, Haeyeon asks, "Where is he now?" Yoo-hun is speechless. "That jerk, Sang-yu, will be back soon." Hwa-yoon pulls out a potion, an energy booster that temporarily increases stats, but with the side effect of causing unconsciousness. Woo-yoon held out the potion, telling her to drink it and rest, as it would help her recover faster. Hai-unen cursed inwardly, that crazy bastard Sang-yu. Where did he run off to after suddenly dumping her on me like this? In the dead of night, a man lurked on the rooftops. It was Sang-yu. He thought to himself that this place was where the problem occurred. He figured no taking attendance for him should be fine. But Haeyeon's situation is strange. If it were me, I would have turned the place upside down and interrogated them. Sang-yu thought to himself, but if I do that, the academy will close or I'll be expelled, and I won't be able to get the divine elixir. After a moment's thought, Sang-yu couldn't wait any longer, deciding he didn't have time to wait for Shin Dong-wai's news and had to act on his own. He landed on another building, observing that this seemed to be the room of someone high-ranking. Sang-yu looked down in shock, noticing the broken glass. He approached, finding the window open, and the noise startled the person inside. He turned around warily. Sang-yu asked, "Hey, why are you here?" Shin Dong-an quickly covers Sang-woo's mouth, signaling him to be quiet, then asks, annoyed, I should be asking you that. What are you doing here? Just wait, I said. Sang-woo then said, Hyun's acting really strange. Shin Dong-jian asks, Han, are you talking about the girl who's always hanging around you? Sang-yu replies, yes, she attends many classes in the prayer room, and her gaze turned strange when I said I wanted to skip class. Sang-yu asks, is that why you're hiding here? You said the prayer room was strange? Shin Dong-ion speaks this way. Then he gently pulls out a book and a secret door appears. Shin Dong-ion continues, if you're wondering, I only found out today myself. I haven't even been inside yet. Shin Dong-jaeon entered the secret room, looking around in astonishment. This is, Sang-yu says before someone else speaks up. There are cameras and mics. It seems they've been in contact with someone far away. Shin Dong-an speaks first. Let's get the data. Someone at the door shouts, Chairman, are you in there? Both men are stunned, and the voice outside fades away before a loud crash echoes. The person outside went silent, then a loud crash echoed as Shin Dong-jeon panicked. What's this? What do we do now? Sang-woo was momentarily stunned. What was he thinking? Idiot, let's get out of here. You have teleportation and stealth skills. Shin Dong-jaeon's questioning is so foolish. If someone made a noise and then disappeared in a secret room, wouldn't that be strange? Hearing the noise, the man became agitated and shouted, Who's in there? Wait, the emergency key. Sang-yu was as impatient as a stuck pig. It's come to this. You should use your skill to completely change your appearance and voice. With all those skills, surely you have one that can do it. Shin Dong-gon gritted his teeth. You think I just have skills lying around? Shin Dong-gon opened his skill chart and froze. But unfortunately, I actually do have this skill. It's the chameleon skill that's been activated. Sang-yu asked in surprise. Really, poet? Shin Dong-gon asks if you can escape. Sang-yu gives a proud thumbs up, of course. A moment later, the door opens and Seok rushes in. As a hand appears, laughing heartily. It's Shin Dong-gon disguised as Hyuk-soo asking what's going on. Why did you break down the door? Hyuk stood there dumbfounded. The headmaster? At a nearby wall, someone secretly peers through a tiny hole, trying to hear what they're saying. Hyuk asks, I didn't know you were still here. Shin Dong-gon replies in a strained voice, Ah, well, I have urgent business. Suddenly Hyuk asked, Did the master call for you? Shin Dong-gon was surprised, thinking, The master? Hyuk continues, So it's just as I thought. Sang-yu eavesdrops as Hyuk adds, It must be about that troublesome duo. Dung Sang-yu and Shin Dong-gon. Sang-yu thinks in surprise, What now? Shin Dong-gon acted as if nothing had happened, casually continuing the conversation. Yes, those two were always a headache. Hyuk replies, That's right. Was it right not to answer? Shin Dong-yen, speaking faster than he thinks, replies, Didn't we agree not to regret our decision? Hyuk inquired, Is something wrong? Seeing the headmaster's silence, Hyuk chuckled. Anyway, the meeting in 3 days will sort this out. I seem to have jumped the gun. Having overheard such confidential information, Sang-woo and Shin Dong-yeon were beyond astonished. With that, Hyuk chuckled and said he'd be on his way. Sorry to bother you so late, Shin Dong-an suddenly called out. Professor Kang Hyuk, Shin Dong-jun asked, fishing for an excuse. Well, you haven't forgotten the meeting time, have you? Professor Kang Hyuk replied without hesitation. Of course not. It's at 11, right? As Hyuk left, Sang-woo emerged and asked, What's going on? He muttered in confusion, Master, is this meeting with those troublemaker kids again? As Shin Dong-yeon took a drink, he said, Quiet. I've been racking my brain trying to deal with him. I was so torn about using honorifics, but that's what I ended up saying. Sang-yu continued to question, Wait, why did you initially call the prayer room strange? Now that he thought about it, he was outside during the first class. Shin Dong-gon replies that the warning went off and says, Of course, I initially intended to attend the class in the prayer room because it was mandatory. Dong-jeon recalls what class was held here, hesitating before breaking into a cold sweat. The system chimes in, warning that mental protection has been activated. Mental protection has been activated. Warning messages flashed repeatedly as Dong-gun thought to himself. Who's attacking me with mental skills right now? Dungeon continued. No matter where I went, the skills kept activating, without any sound waves or mana flow. Dong-jeon thought to himself, not that he continued, but the entire room was filled with mental skills. Back in reality, Jong-yu asked, Then why didn't you tell anyone else? Dong-gon wondered. Are you serious? Sang-yu asks, If it were you, you could destroy the entire academy, right? So why are you just standing there? Dungan lowered his head. Yeah, I couldn't because of the elixir. Sang-woo sighs. In the end, we need information. Shin Dungeon says we need a chain that can bind those people. Sang-yu sighs softly. Yeah, if we want to act freely, we have to find their weaknesses. As they went to open the door, a prompt appeared. Enter the password to exit. Dungan grumbled in frustration. This password. Damn it, he's not as dumb as I thought. Sang-yu, wearing a scornful expression, pointed to the paper stuck on the door. Password. 1Q234. Dungan followed his gaze. So the headmaster really is an idiot. The two of them stared intently as Sang-yu spoke first. Let's see, Dungan replied. Let's find out what this academy is all about. Elsewhere, Haeon picks up the vial and asks what it is. Yoo Hyun smiles to cover up, saying it's an energy potion that will relieve her fatigue. Haeon responds, Ah, thank you, ma'am. Hyun hesitated, but I worked up a sweat during tactics class, so would it be all right if I took a shower? Woo-hyu replies loudly, Oh, of course. We have a bathroom, so feel free to use it, Yoo-hun stammered. Yes, well, Hyun said, removing her armor. Yoo-hun blushed, flustered, thinking, Good heavens, does she have to undress here? Haeon, drenched in sweat, asks, What is your relationship with UPA? Yoo-hun replied from a distance, Oh, we're just colleagues, not particularly close. Ha-Hyun goes berserk and uses her skills, to which she indifferently replies, Really? Back at Sang-yu's, an irritated voice rings out. These lunatics. Dungan was drenched in sweat. Is this the academy's true purpose? They both exclaimed in shock. Brainwashing all the students. The prayer room is where it happens. Sang-yu asks if everyone will become puppets of the bastard they call master. How many students are there in the academy in total? Dungan replies. Around 10,000, but if you include all the branches, Dungan thought, then said, it'd be closer to 30,000. Sang-yu wondered, 30,000 awakened people brainwashed and roaming free? As if realizing something, Dungjan shouted in alarm, Dung Sang-yu, look at this! Your name is on this list of dangerous individuals, and it's getting bigger. On that computer, words appear. A list of hunters who cannot be brainwashed. Dangerous target. The nameless hunter Dung Sang-yu must be eliminated before the priority target. Hunter Bei Don Shindungan. Postpone eliminating the son of guild leader Young. Dungan shouts that the brainwashed trainees will be targeting him from now on. Dungjian turned to Sang-yu, telling him he needed to return to his organization immediately, as those around him were in danger. Sang-yu, still looking dumbfounded, asks why Dungan isn't a target. Dungjan, at a loss for words, shouts back, Does it even matter? I'm telling you, they're avoiding conflict because I'm part of the Hung Society. Sang-yu calmly replies, Don't worry about the organization. I told them Han's condition is strange. Sang-yu calmly explains, How could I leave her alone? Back at the organization, Sang-woo's clone appears to block Haeon's attack, shocking Yoo-hyun. What's this? Han looks up. A clone? This 2-on-1 situation isn't so bad, you know? Haeon roars like a man possessed, demanding Upio be brought to him if this is how they want to play. A massive explosion erupts, sending the agent flying. Yoo-hyun this way! Yoo-hyun was shocked. As the smoke cleared, both agents were panting. Yoo-hyun asks, What happened? What's wrong with her? Junmo replied, I'll explain later. For now, please don't leave the organization's building. Yoo-hyun was confused. Huh? Junmo calls Sang-yu, a hunter. Sensing something, Sang-yu replies, I have a room ready. Number 2 will restrain her. Junmo reports, I checked the situation here, but it seems more serious than I thought. On the computer screen, a progress chart displays the worlds awakened, showing 89.9% already awakened and 10.2% in progress. Dungeon says, I don't think we can handle this alone. We need help from the other guilds. Elsewhere, machinery creaks and groans. A man toils away, seemingly building something. A technician from the Heritage team. Team leader Dubert. He pushed up his glasses. What now? Bra asked excitedly. Here, Dubert asked. Huh? Are they clones? She poured so much time into it and finally succeeded in analyzing the skill. B stared intently at the rats. Heh, take a good look. The rat seems to be glitching. He feigns indifference, but tears stream down his face. It was all for naught. It was just an illusion. I used a skill orb worth 12.8 billion. And on the other side, Sang-woo is pointing fingers. Give me a break. The staff member looks dejected. Again? Belle's mournful voice echoes, But what kind of crazy skill is this? De Hort speaks up, saying she made a fuss about the prototype cloak last time. De Hubert adjusts his thick glasses, asking if she called him over to see this. He picked up the mouse and stared intently at her. The purple-haired assistant wept silently. Of course not. Then she held up 2 swords, excitedly shouting, "Ta-da, we've successfully copied the equipment." Her voice echoes, "Surely it will help our plans, won't it?" Meanwhile, someone's hands gently pry open a brown-haired girl's eyes, and she speaks. "So, this person has been brainwashed. They're from the Kennis Guild, Guildmaster Song Waong." Sung-woon speaks. "I can't sense any energy flow." Guy intently observes, realizing Haeon's mouth is being weakly controlled. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but could you let me go? My parents are waiting for me at home." W assesses the situation, wondering if she's really been brainwashed. UH firmly states, "Definitely. She was even planning to blow our heads off." In the secret room, Sang-Yu's voice echoes. "I don't think this is ordinary brainwashing." Sang-Yu muses, "It seems worse." "We think." Looked daggers at Sang-Yu, asking, "You dare bring a member of the Hunter Guild here, you bastard?" Sang-Yu awkwardly explains, "I thought you were just ignoring him." "Bear with it. We caught the fake thanks to him." Yu Huin couldn't resist a jab. "Fine, he's just the son of a bitch anyway." Haeon, seeing a lifeline, cried out, "Why are you only here now?" "Tell them quickly. I think they've misunderstood something." Han calls out again. Hearing the person he cared about call out to him, Sang-Woo simply closed his eyes. After a moment, Sang-Yu spoke up. "This is information from the principal's office. Take a look." He handed out the papers as someone hesitantly asked, who stares intently at the paper. "Assassination. Brainwashing. What is this Harvest Day?" Sang-Yu, with his hands in his pockets, said, "I don't know much about it either, but I think it has something to do with the awakened all over the globe. More importantly, the main issue is the mind control. Did any members of your guilds register for the academy?" Miho offers her help, adding that she has a few E-rank hunters, as Guy also chimes in. "Same here," Sang-Yu added. "Regardless, no one should reveal their connection to me. We don't know what they'll do next." Dungeon also speaks up, wondering how they're going to resolve this. Mental protection is a very rare skill. Others wouldn't notice this like I do, especially not low-level hunters like E2F. Miho asked, puzzled, "Wait, but are you sure this is really brainwashing?" "I can't detect anything, even with a similar skill, and I don't think she's been completely brainwashed." Wawong added, "And 30,000 people in South Korea alone. There are academies all over the world. Is it even possible to brainwash that many people?" Dungjeon suddenly wondered, pointing at Sang-Yu. "What about his doppelganger ability? Does that seem plausible?" Sang-Yu speaks up. Dungjeon sighs. "No one can know everything about awakened skills, but I'm sure there's a weakness in this brainwashing trick." Back at the office, the academy's professor-like headmaster spoke, as Dungjeon recalled the moment he impersonated the headmaster. "Yeah, those two are a real pain. As expected, Hawk didn't answer whether it was the right thing to do. I received the call and disobeyed orders to avoid interference from other academies." Dungan continued, accepting the high-ranking hunters against orders. "Do you all understand what that means? Their priority isn't following orders." Sang-Yu asks suspiciously if they're truly working for someone else, but their methods change depending on the individual. He then thought to himself that they probably didn't approach him when he was with No-Ba. In fact, they were hoping to take Kim Yuyan hostage. Dungjeon stared at the paper thoughtfully. Right. They weren't the type to blindly follow the boss's orders, appearing to act as usual on the surface. Dungjeon emphasized that their primary target was still his assassination, a fact that Sang-Woo silently screamed about inside. "Are you crazy? How is that normal?" Junmo suddenly spoke up. "But that's not the only bad news for us, is it? Even this mind control can't be detected, so it puts us at a disadvantage. We can't accuse them of anything just through their actions." Dungan raised an eyebrow slightly. For them, the worst case isn't failing the mission, but being abandoned by their master. Dungan continued, stating that they would target that weakness. "In 3 days, we can turn the whole situation around." At their meeting, everyone was dumbfounded. 3 days, huh? Dungan and Sang-Yu stood atop a tall building as Dungjeon spoke thoughtfully. "They'll be suspicious if you suddenly stop coming to class." Sang-Yu replied, "I know, that's where I'm headed." Dungan added, "You could just send a clone to class instead." Sang-Yu replies, "No, until the meeting I'll have a clone do the guarding. If I'm still in the company, I think others will be in danger." Sang-Yu looks up and asks, "So you want me to see for myself how the brainwashed are acting?" He continues, "Either way, we can't leave Haeon like this. Do you have any ideas?" After a moment of thought, Dungjeon replied, "I do, but it's a bit risky. From what I know, she's been transferred to manage the prayer room." Dungjeon continued, "She's an outsider, so we can hope she's not complicit." In another room, Junhai seethes with anger. In the prayer room all day? These bastards. Junhai looks around the room and sees a note. "Use mana carefully." Yunha muttered to himself, "What the hell is this? Who's the madman now?" Sang-Yu sighed softly. So, I've been back at the academy for 3 days now. Sang-Woo sits in class, thinking to himself that the order to eliminate him was recently issued. I think they've discovered I'm sending clones to class. I wonder how many students are targeting me. Unsure how long it takes to brainwash someone in the prayer room, he overhears 2 female students gossiping. The red-haired girl speaks up, and this class is so boring. The black-haired girl added, well, I hope they give us some skill orbs. Sang-Yu muses that, at least for now, they seem normal. Perhaps fewer people have been brainwashed than he thought. Suddenly, a knife flies towards Sang-Yu, causing him to cry out. He leans to the side, staring blankly at the knife under the desk. With a dark look, he asks, who was it? Who threw that? He scanned the classroom for the culprit, but the students' eyes were blank and Sang-Woo's gaze faltered. HYECXIOC casually asked, is there something wrong with Sang-Yu? Sang-Yu gritted his teeth, thinking, so this is how you want to play it? He snapped the knife and said through clenched teeth, nothing, I just need to use the restroom. Walking down the hall, Sang-Yu felt a strange sensation when a girl bumped into him, flustered and apologized. Oh, sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Jung-Yu replies, it's okay. He looks at the tear in his jacket and thinks, on the surface, they seem normal, but they're all targeting me. Sang-Yu sighed. Is she carrying a star on her? He continued to ponder. Even though it was just an attack from low-level hunters and not dangerous, he could definitely feel their bloodlust. As he walked, he noticed a water bottle with a note. Sang-Yu, drink this. I've been a fan for a long time. Without hesitation, Sang-Yu takes a swig of the offered water, quietly assessing the situation. After drinking the potion, a system alert blared, poison detected. He sighed softly. It's poison. And so, 3 days passed, and the academy fell into darkness. Headmaster Haku spoke first, thanking everyone for being here today. He continues, as you all know, today is the day we resolve this issue. The 2 professors silently glance at the professor in charge of Kong-Mayon level hunter pharmacology on the left, and the professor in charge of CBA Geok level hunter combat on the right. Headmaster Haku continued, Dung Sang-Yu and Shin-Ung Ion are those 2. An enraged X-Ung Hwan slammed the table, saying, we shouldn't have messed with them in the first place. Especially Shindong Wyong. We can't even touch him because of that damn Hunter Association. Heisei interjected, but I initially thought it was a good thing. You said that if we involved Shin Yu Huan, we could influence the Hunter Association. The headmaster raised his voice, saying he thought it was possible if things went well. A member of the association interjected, what about Deng Zhengyu? Maji suggested that the academy students couldn't even scratch him. Jia Hyok clicked his tongue. He's that strong? The principal boomed, even if we all joined forces now, we couldn't handle Deng Sang-Yu. Just look at the eyes of his clones. Hak Duong nodded. I see, but don't worry too much. Master hasn't abandoned us. He continued, saying they would send us grade S assassins from the 13 Ecliptic Assassination Guild. He emphasized word by word that they were already in Korea. Mayon's face flushed red. Ah, Master. Hyok excitedly slams the table. Oh, he truly is our master. Hyok excitedly says, if it's the 13 heralds, then maybe I can fight against the Huns. Let's destroy Xinrongyang too. Let's kill Deng Sang-Yu first, then Xindongyang. Ha ha. The crowd cheers, thanking the system. Suddenly, the door creaks open, then explodes inward with a powerful kick, followed by a polite knock. Sang-Yu's eyes burned with murderous intent. When you hear a knock, you should know what to do, he growled. Because of you, my last 3 days have been a living hell. Sang-Yu approached, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Let's discuss your punishment in today's meeting. Cheung Huan trembled, stuttering Sang-Yu's name. Sang-Yu, eyes wide with fury, asks what this is all about. You're probably familiar with it, since you've been watching me every class. Headmaster Hakyu broke out in a cold sweat. Hunter Sang-Yu, I don't know how you got here, but we can resolve this with words. Sang-Yu's expression darkens. With words, you say? That sounds nice, he said coldly. People only use words when there's equality, Sang-Woo continued, implying, there are 5 of you and only 1 of me, so I need to call for backup. One by one, large men arrived to stand behind the professors, as Sang-Yu's clones gently placed their hands on each of their shoulders. Now that you're all here, Sang-Woo began, seated in the center, let's talk. These past 3 days have been wonderful. He casually remarks, the ones trying to kill me are getting bolder, huh? Sang-Yu continues to ramble on about poison, ambushes, and even sniper rifles. Because of that, we even had to cover the windows of the entire company building. After going through all that, only one thought remained in my head. Sang Yu emphasized that even brainwashing wouldn't make their actions tolerable, leaving Headmaster Haekyu trembling. Sorry to interrupt, but Hunter Sang-woo, what do you mean, words that try to kill him? He's still playing coy. I still don't understand. A doppelganger grips Huck's hand tightly, and he screams in pain as Sang-woo continues. Better not say any more nonsense. Sang-yu threatens, if you think his fingers are strong enough, then go right ahead. Jiok slams the table and stands up. Are you making fun of us? Before he could retort, he was punched in the face. Sang-yu sighs. Goodness, you wasted 10 turns just to say something pointless? Black Yu is momentarily enraged. What are you doing? At least tell us what you want, he shouted. As far as I know, we won't be the only ones affected if the academy disappears. So, you're trying to threaten me with a divine elixir? The headmaster slams the table. I'm just stating the facts. Sang-yu held up 3 fingers, stating his demands. These were his conditions. First, stop brainwashing all the academy students and put an end to this nonsense. Second, ensure that I am the only participant in the World Academy competition so I can obtain the divine medicine. Third, you can't report this to your superiors. Hearing these outrageous demands, everyone looked displeased. Headmaster Blackwood tried to play dumb. Sorry, but we don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing this, Sang-yu's clone bent Hawk's fingers even further, causing him to scream in pain. Headmaster Hyuksu grew uneasy. You've underestimated us. If you want to kill, then kill. Threats won't work on us. But you should give up on the divine medicine. Sang-yu scoffed. I can hear you, you know. I know exactly how you've been scheming. Thinking back, he remembers Dungan advising him not to reveal his weaknesses, a sentiment Sang-yu struggles to understand. What do you mean? Dungjan explains that he's too soft-hearted. Sang-yu is furious. Why does everyone think that way? I can be tough too, you know. Dungeon brings his foes close, hinting that to get what you want, you must instill fear. But reckless violence won't do much. You have to show your will and their weaknesses. Backing down, Jiang-yu pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Hey, didn't you know I knew about your master's existence? Sang-yu threatens, do you want this information spread all over the world? Black Yu is shocked and stands up abruptly. How did you get that? Sang-yu continued his warning, saying this wouldn't end with just the Korean branch. I think every academy in the world will have to close down for investigation. Sang-yu feigns dusting himself off and sighs softly. I don't know what your master is plotting, but this will have huge repercussions. Don't waste any more time. Finish this quickly, dump their bodies into the gate, and burn it all down. At their master's command, the clones immediately went for their targets' necks. Professor Ma wept uncontrollably as Headmaster Haekyu intervened. Wait, please, let us think about this. Sang-yu asks if he's stalling for time, reading the principal's thoughts and speaking out loud. Are you busy texting someone? Looks like you're waiting for this 13th Zodiac guy. The headmaster was stunned, as if drowning in a sea of his own blood. 2 hulking figures entered, their faces grim. The headmaster, grasping at a lifeline, shouted, They're here! The Zodiac 13. They replied, Yes, we're here to arrest you. Behind them, Sang-woo's clone held the corpses of the 13 disciples. Seeing his lifeline severed, the old headmaster died on the spot. Sang-yu raised an eyebrow and asked, Now, you don't have to wait for anyone, so have you thought about it? Right? I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. Sang-yu coldly began to count down. 3, 2, and then the final number. With that, the principal cried out, rushing toward a certain spot, thinking he just needed to get through the wall. He activated his permeation skill, bypassing all obstacles in a short amount of time, but before he could escape, a skill circle activated right on top of him. Sang-yu's skill nullification takes effect, and stripped of his powers, the principal faceplants into the cold wall. Oh dear. A girl with a cigarette in her mouth? I thought it through, but I didn't expect you to actually pull it off. Enraged, Junhai wanted to shove me into the prayer room? Seeing the situation, the headmaster asked with wide eyes, What are your conditions again? Before Sang-yu could repeat himself, the headmaster shouted, No, I remember now. We'll do everything you ask. In the end, Headmaster Wu and the others agreed to my terms, and the academy began to return to normal. Miho said sweetly, You did a great job. Get? Wait replied. I didn't expect them to send assassins from overseas. It would have been difficult with just the 2 of us if not for Sang-yu, Miho wondered. Yeah, he's really strong. Why is he still in B rank? We decided to keep the history and system knowledge parts intact, otherwise other academies might notice. But Deng Jian spoke up. Is this what the headmaster was talking about? Sang-yu replied, Yeah, it's a little unsettling. Instead, they had us destroy the mind control device inside and turn it into a normal, boring classroom. They both said in unison, Let's destroy it now. With Captain Huang Junhai's help, we quickly eliminated the brainwashing. But strangely, Runhai ordered us through this passage, and the brainwashing of the professors, including the headmaster, couldn't be carried out. I guess they were just naturally awful, so there was no need to brainwash them. Thus, Hazion's skill ring was finally unleashed from its restraint. Sangyu asked, "Are you okay?" And Ha teared up. "Oh my!" And then she rushed into Sangwoo's arms, chirping away. "I'm sorry, I must have been out of my mind," Sangyu reassured her, telling her she did great. Meanwhile, Yu Huin protested, saying she should apologize to him, not Sangyu. The 3 days of chaos have ended, and a commanding voice echoes, "Not here." "Just a little to the left," the man fawned. "Is this it?" The commander quietly agreed. So, when is the next evaluation for Rin? Headmaster Hyuk-soo, his face covered in sweat, compiles the stats. "We'll compare your current stats to when you first entered the academy, and you'll be graded accordingly," Sangyu inquired. "Well, what are you going to do with my score?" Headmaster Hyuk-soo said firmly. "A+, of course." Sangwoo nodded to himself. "Good." Suddenly, Sangyu boomed. "When are we going to learn new skills? Are we just going to use fireballs forever?" Professor Hyok, hearing the outburst, raised his bandaged hands. "I'll teach you ice magic soon. Sangyu, do it well, or I'll be watching." With trembling hands, Old Man Hyok replied, "Yes." He then thought to himself about his life in a dark room with 2 people face to face. The masked man spoke first. The Korean branch said the problem was solved, but 13 Scorpius reported the mission as a failure. Then the man asked, "What do you think?" The mushroom head replied gleefully, "Yes, everything you think is correct." That person was so bored. What a dull answer. What if I said you should die? The mushroom head fanatically drew his dagger, saying he was ready and willing. Without another word, he took his own life, splattering blood everywhere, leaving the mysterious figure drenched and helpless. The man spoke up, saying he was only joking, and that old man was the master. The old man laughed, telling them to clean up and send someone to investigate this Dung Sang Yu. Sangyu's narration chimes in, noting that there are 2 types of reactions from the academy's students. The blue-haired girl shrinks back, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did those things," but he continues to muse. "Apology or ignore." The girl bows her head lower. "I don't know how many apologies will be enough. You can report me to the police if you want. You can tell me if you want compensation. They'll apologize while regretting what they did, or be too ashamed to see me and try to avoid me." Sangyu thinks to himself that he'd be lying if he said he wasn't furious, but at least they apologized in their own way. He sighs softly. "It's okay." Sangwoo indifferently walks away as Hyun teasingly says, "You really put on a good show." Sangyu continued, "What else could I do? I can't hit them now that they're no longer brainwashed. Those guys paid the price anyway." Suddenly, Sangwoo asks, "Our next class is physical training, right?" As if remembering something, Heian suddenly becomes shy. "Oba, about seeing that movie we talked about, can we go now?" "There's a movie I've been dying to see," she says, but Sangwoo coldly cuts her off. "What are you talking about? We have to train." He drags Heian, running as fast as he can. "Her base stats are too low." Heian replied while running, Okay, I'm going." A voice echoes, announcing that today's class is physical fitness. Inside the Hunter Academy, a multi-purpose training room appears, filled with state-of-the-art equipment, as Jahi Wai wears an emotionless face. "We'll assess your base stats in the next class. We'll compare them to your stats after training here, and your score will depend on how much you improve." Heian, seeing the teacher motionless in his wheelchair, asks, "It was you, wasn't it?" Sangwoo replies clearly, "I told you, you have to treat those who give orders differently." The others gossiped, wondering what happened to the instructor, while Sangwoo, seeing Hazion's gloom, asked, "Why do you hate this class so much anyway?" Hazion sadly replies that even though her skill level has increased, her strength remains the same. Sangwoo advises her that this is a place to practice skills, and practice is key. With a weary voice, Heian says he'll be back soon as Hazon activates his monomastery skill on the erected targets. Meanwhile, the strength training boys are lifting weights and a girl delivers a decisive blow to her target. Sangyu thinks to himself that his stats have increased so much, and he already told them to evaluate him, so he doesn't need to do this. But since he's here, he might as well train a little. Sangyu, unimpressed with the GM machines, asks Jiahai Waichi how much weight this can handle at its maximum setting. As Sangyu approaches, the instructor braces himself. Yahi Wai quietly turns, estimating the weight controlled by the gravity magic stone, which depends entirely on the user's strength. Gahi Wechi continued, "You could even set it so it can't be lifted at all." Sangwoo, surprised, casually replied, "Then set it so it can't be lifted." Gahi Wax, breaking into a cold sweat, asked, "Huh? Are you sure about this?" Gahi asked as she adjusted it, explaining that this mode was only for improving performance. Normally, it's not used this way. Sang-yu bent down to pick up the weight, saying it would be fine and to proceed. Without hesitation, Jia Hai cranks it up to the max. Sang-yu thinks to himself that aside from the device attached, it looks like a normal barbell and even feels lighter. With that thought, he bent over and lifted the weight, gritting his teeth and marveling, "It's so heavy. This is exactly the weight I wanted." The professor watched the machine crackle with fear, while Sang-woo excitedly egged him on. He mustered all his strength to lift the weight, growing even more thrilled, feeling the rush. The professor's eyes widened as the equipment he cherished crumbled to pieces. Amidst the falling debris, Sang-woo nonchalantly held up the barbell. "I'm sorry, the performance was pretty good, Professor," Sang-yu said, as the professor wept, clutching the broken barbell. Sang-yu happily hums. "Is it because they're rich? They have such amazing equipment. I'll try to get them to open the lab at night and let the clones work," Sang-yu thought, looking around the classroom, realizing Shin Yong-yae was missing. Where did he go? The evaluation is about to start, so he must be off doing something. A hesitant voice spoke up. So a man spoke up. "Is the academy that dangerous?" Shin asked, flustered. "The association should also prepare for that situation. We've temporarily stopped them, but they're still a major threat." A member of the Haihung squad, the leader of Squad 1, asks Jinwoo, "So what kind of threat are we?" Dong-wai was flustered. "I can't say because of the elixir. It could be the reason the academy collapsed." Jink rubbed his forehead. "You're the captain of Team 2. Those guys will listen to you no matter what." Dong Wai-yong explained, "This is beyond their capabilities. You should help us too." He continued rambling. "I have information along with Dong Sang-woo." Jink cuts him off. "Hey, what was your reason for entering the academy?" Jink said coldly, "If you want to play childish games, go to the playground. We gave you all the support to get into that academy, and you go and befriend Dong Sang-yu." He continued indifferently. "The reason you need help this time is the upcoming assessment." Dong-yu stammered, "It's not like that." John coldly turned away. "Haha, damn, you must have thought you had it all, so you did all this? You should have worked harder instead of wasting time on such things." Jin continued to unleash words like sharp knives. "I won't tell father about this time, and I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Worry about your evaluation. The association expects nothing more. You can do it yourself." Yang Wei fell into thought. He trembled, thinking he had done his best. Elsewhere, relentless attacks pummel the target dummies, but their heads remain unfazed. Hyeon panted, thinking that even the level 3 dummies weren't moving, and recalled how she had bragged to Sang-yu a few days ago that her power was enough to defeat Skotun. And now Sang-yu can cast fireballs better than she can. She can't keep being a burden to him. She made a silent vow as a resounding voice echoed. Everyone trembled. Mo, holding Tomi, asked Hyeon, while Uyun across from them was dumbfounded. "What? I know you're still brainwashed." Haya responds, "This is the only place I can rely on. I want to become stronger," she declared with determination. "Please, let me join the JM organization." Though night has fallen, a certain room remains brightly lit. Sang-yu brazenly kicks the door open, demanding access to the training room. "Please!" Headmaster Hak-do was surprised to see a hunter at this hour. Sang-yu added that clone hunters don't care about the time. "I can't use it all day today because of classes." The training room, though, is another matter. Sang WPP sighed, "Just say it." Headmaster Hook-yu cheerfully replied that using the academy's facilities outside of class was perfectly fine. Hearing the answer he wanted, Su-woo turned back. "I'll be using it all night, so don't turn off the lights." The principal replied, "Understood." Headmaster Black-yu mused, "I tried to stop him, so this isn't my fault." The hunter, Sang-woo, hands in his pockets, led his clones to the training room for 2 hours of training, followed by hunting. "Repeat those 2 things," he commands, and his clones echo back. "Understood," Sang-yu said eagerly. "Use them as you wish. We own this place tonight." But then he noticed something, and a voice echoed, "Sir Do Hwan Sok Kin," full of resentment. "Sir Do Kwan, why aren't you answering?" Amidst the rubble, Do Hwan sat, "Hunter Seo Kai, bully the weak somewhere else." "I'll eat here today," Dan taunted. "Why are you talking like that anyway?" Sei's neck veins bulged. "Me? Bastard, I'm used to this. Just listen to me. It's about Shindong Yi-yong." Doan looked at the frustrated So-kin, confused. "That bastard Sin-yong. I think he faked his ranking. After losing that match, I was furious and a fight broke out." Salen recalls the moment he choked Shin-yong, and a realization dawns on him. Wait a minute. A notification appears before Selkin. The opponent's stats are too low. Underestimating the weak has reached its limit. Soken is annoyed. Dung Sang-yu appeared, so I couldn't investigate thoroughly, but it's not Shin Yu-kyung. Skin Kin is frustrated. A B-class hunter, or what we might call a high-ranking hunter. In another room, Shin Do-yoon struggles to breathe, calling out as he gasps for air. Dung Sang-woo heard someone calling him, and he responded, his hand weary. Sang-woo incredulously asks Shin Yu-yang, who is drenched in sweat, as the empty health potions run dry. Why? Why are you here? Then the system window appeared, showing the passive skill, Great Magician. You can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All skills you've learned will automatically be maxed out. The system coldly displays the words, Weak Sorcerer. All stats have been modified to 0.2. Strength, speed, stamina, endurance, and mana. All 0.2. Sang-yu is shocked. I think we need an explanation here. Sang-yu pressed on, asking exactly what had happened. Dung-yai was trembling. He turned and walked away. I'm just practicing for the evaluation. I'm almost done. Sang-yu raises his voice, pleading with Dung-wai. Sang-yu rushed over, placing a hand on his shoulder. Shindong-wai, don't just leave like that. Shindong-hyuk, his face darkening, throws his hand away and shouts, Can't you see? Isn't that pathetic, only being able to lift 3 kilo after awakening? Shin Rong-yi gritted his teeth. Those are the skills I acquired after awakening, Shin Dung-yeong said through gritted teeth. All my abilities are fixed at level 0.2. Hearing this, Sang-woo was shocked, and an enthusiastic voice rang out. Wow, the bald man asked. All the skills you learn reach the highest level? How strange, the old doctor replied. Yes. The bald man turned back and showered him with praise. That's an incredible gift. Perhaps we're looking at Korea's next S-rank hunter. Back then, Dung-yi was just a child, and he told me I used to be a magical prodigy. He continued, besides the awakening skill, I can copy any normal skill I see within a month or two. The professor, clutching his books, scurries for cover. No, is that all you've learned about the perfect sphere? He continued. The skills I couldn't copy were preserved in the vault. His voice choked with emotion. Everyone had such high hopes for me. The more he spoke, the sadder he became, saying even his father believed in him, proudly declaring him the future of Hong. Keep working hard like that, eyes filled with envy. Shin Rong-yi, still innocent at that time, continued his story. That's right. Then suddenly, young Shin Dong-yi felt a sharp pain. He was tormented by pain. Shin Dung-wai-ong said, I must have been sitting on the ground back then, filled with determination and empty praise. Shin Dong-wai continued, the genius's stats were all fixed at 0.2. I would have been even sadder if I could have said it then. He recalls the moment he was drenched in sweat from a simple exercise. The man casting a doubtful glance, noting his basic abilities hadn't improved from the previous year. At that moment, Shin Dong-yi's father's face darkened, and he coldly gave an order. Dung-wai-oh arrives at the tea room, greeted by a surprised voice. All possibilities are fixed at 0.2. Dung-wai-ong could only tremble and endure, his father utterly disappointed. Forever begging for forgiveness, he spoke in fear. Ah, you still don't get it. Even if you train hard from now on, his father slams the table in anger. The world will still see you as a fool. He coldly turns his chair away. I've heard of cases where ice resistance decreases after awakening fire-related skills. Regardless of the skill's level, it's useless. Everything's at 0.2, even Mea. All this time, I've been pouring money into a bottomless pit. Shin Dong-yi's eyes welled up with tears at those words. Father, he's gone mad. But you're still fortunate. No matter what you do, I won't have to bother stopping you. His voice dripped with disdain. If I hit you too hard, you'll die. Hearing that, the young Dung-yoon clenched his fists. Shin Dong-yeon spoke with desperation. After that day, Han erased all traces of me. All news and articles about me were removed from the internet, including my skills. My hunter rank, thanks to Honyun's support, stopped at B rank. Shin Dong-yeon continued. That's when I learned I could get the elixir from the academy. Astonished, Sang-yu listens as Shin Dong-wai-on continues, a panacea that could erase any curse and heal any wound. It became my life's purpose. Shin Dong-yeon continued, to hide my mana deficiency, I concealed mana potions in my teeth and carried them in water bottles to class. I was desperate. Shin Yong-yi sighed softly. Of course, in the end, I still lost to you, Shin Dong said admiringly. Sang-yu's awakening might be a miracle for you, he sighed. But for me, it's the worst curse. Sang-yu thinks to himself, so that's why the weakening drug didn't work in the team match. There was nothing left to weaken. Sang-yu gets up and walks away, wondering who knows about it. Shin Dong-wai replied that only his father, brother, and some team captains knew. No one else. Sang-yu inwardly resented this. If you were going to use the Z, why not do it at home? Didn't you think you'd get caught? Shin Dong-wai shouts, I asked the principal to lock up, but who would have thought someone would come in this late? Besides, these items have all been used. Shin Dungan shouts, "There's a gravity magic device that can assist training based on the user's strength, but when I came today, it was broken." Zhang Yu asks, "So the basic ability you recorded when registering is?" Shin Dungan replies, 40. Sang Yu was astonished. 40. Zhang Yu then gets right up in Jin Dungyang's face. "How shameless. There's a limit to lying, you know. Raised it 200 times, Deng Ouyang retorted. Who would have thought he'd have to assess his abilities? Shindong Waiong was helpless, wondering what to do next. "I must be going," Shindong Yang instructed as he left. "Remember to keep what I said today a secret, even from the headmaster." "Please." Sang Yu scratched his head in confusion, then blurted out, "Damn it." At that moment, Deng Yang walked out of the academy and his eyes met someone. "That's his drunken father with his arm around a beautiful woman? You want team members for the promotion exam?" He said sarcastically, "Do you know Deng Sang-woo?" Shindong Yu responded, "Are you using clones?" He chuckled softly. "I saw him back when he was in the E rank. I laughed when I saw him with Jun Mo struggling in F rank. Ha ha, but then I heard that Deng Sang-yu passed the B rank trial without any help. He still emphasizes every word. Some people don't even dare to try ranking up without support. He massages his temples in frustration. I laughed at the man who picked up a stone, only for that stone to become a jewel. He spoke with sarcasm, saying the gem he polished daily was nothing more than a stone. Ha 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 ha. Shindong Wai muses that even pebbles can roll, but as he contemplates this, a man in black captures him. He screams, Who are you?" The figure signals for silence. "Quiet if you want to live." Inside another building, a dubious voice wondered how his strength remained the same even as his skills leveled up. It was Jun Mo asking Ha-Ion, "You're not short on magic, are you?" Ha-Ion replied shyly, "The only ability I'm confident in is magic." Junmo paused for a moment. But you were fine with the Academy's assessment. It'll take some time." Ha asks, confused. "Why are we here?" Junmo chuckled. "You said that before joining JM, but there's actually someone very good at mana manipulation. But his training is extremely harsh." Miho cheerfully asked, "Guest, on the day of the basic ability assessment." The professor explains that there are 5 assessment tools in total, evaluating strength, speed, stamina, explosive power, and endurance, respectively, and that upon completion of one, they should immediately move on to the next. Gahi Y-Ok announces the start of the assessment. Gahi Y-Ok asks for volunteers, and Sindung Y-Ong confidently steps forward, radiating power as the examiner requests a full-strength strike. He replies, "Yes," as Qin scoffs. "Look how skinny Shin Woo-young's arms are." Doan watches on, amused. "Let's see if you're right." Deng Yi's hand is surging with mana. Sang Yu silently watches, then sighs softly, feeling helpless that he has to intervene. Deng Yang unleashes a devastating punch, the force of which warps the wall, shocking the examiner. Even the Skin-Kin and Dogen were stunned, as Du Yang's hand blazed with mana. Hidden behind him was Sang Woo's doppelganger. As Yang requested, they continue the assessment. At which point, the two activated their chameleon skill, changing their appearance to match a designated target while maintaining their stats. A flashback reveals the previous night, with Yang mumbling about broken clocks being right twice a day, when suddenly a man in black grabs him, and Yang cries out, "Who are you?" The figure signals for silence, warning him to shut his mouth if he wants to live. Sang Yu's determined face appears as he assesses Shin Rong Wai, who asks in shock, "Deng Sang Yu, what are you doing here?" Sang Yu urges him to answer, asking if he can change another person's appearance with his chameleon skills. Shin Yuni asks, confused, "What?" Sindungi approaches, as Sang Woo replies, "That's right, we can change my doppelganger's identity to look like you. That way, you'll easily pass the aptitude test." Sang Woo emphasizes, "Since you've already helped me. But don't get me wrong, I'm still after the Elysia potion, so I won't help you too much." Sang Yu smirks, "But at least I can eliminate any suspicion aimed at you." At that moment, Sang Yu's clone stood before the shattered wall. With a long string of digits, the examiner is incredulous. His strength is exactly 40. Onlookers whisper, wondering if such precision is even possible. Impossible. The wall is regenerating. Next came the reaction test, which Yong'un aced with incredible skill, followed by the stamina test, where he ran at full speed. Then came the mana test, and wow, what power. And as for the endurance test, Deng Yiyang remained unfazed by the beatings. The examiner is astonished, a perfect score of 40 across the board. The evaluation test for Hunter Recruit Yang completed, leaving the trainees in awe. "What? Isn't he a long-range combat hunter?" The other man was also shocked, saying, "He's a tank. With stats all at 40, he must have leveled up. Sok Kin can't believe it." "What? That's impossible." Doan was hardly surprised, thinking, I knew it. Never mind, just take your own test. The skill inertia effect has ended. Doan thought with disbelief, what kind of effect Blade ends so quickly? I suspected as much. I guess I overreacted. Jiok looks thoughtfully at the papers, then at Shin Dong-yeon's evaluation sheet, filled with 40s. He wondered what kind of stats these were. How could they all be 40? Even higher than my own, and one stat even decreased slightly. Jiahai YOC picks up the evaluation report, noting that Shindong Ion's hunter stats have increased by an average of 0.249 points. A little disappointing, but not bad at all. Meanwhile, Shindong Ion is replenishing his mana. He gritted his teeth, thinking he'd told him to just take an average, but who knew he'd put it all into one stat? At any rate, is someone who can control their stats like that even human? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sakin is still bitter, convinced he was cheated. Dan is helpless, telling him to just stop. Can't you see the hole in the wall? Shin Rong-yu narrowed his eyes, quietly observing from a corner before exclaiming, Thank you. Rong Sang-yu. As Sang-woo Nam approached the clone, ordering it to finish, he added, Now, let's get out of here. His stomach is probably full of medicine. The clone responded, Understood. Suddenly, Sang-yu remembers something, a nagging thought that's been on his mind for a while now. He figures he might as well check it out after this. Sang-yu speaks up, saying he wants to participate in the evaluation as well. The examiner ordered a punch at the wall, but he stood dumbfounded as Sang-woo, overflowing with mana and bulging veins, rushed forward and punched a hole straight through it, causing everyone to turn and watch as the wall crumbled and finally collapsed. Sang-yu muttered to himself. His stats had stopped increasing from absorbing magic crystals for a while now. Meanwhile, his clone was nibbling on a pastry. Sang-yu pulls up his stats and tells his clone to eat as much as possible at once. The clone then frantically stuffs food into its mouth. Sang-yu gritted his teeth in disbelief. His stats hadn't increased at all. What was going on? I think this happened after number 7 was kidnapped and my stats exploded. Besides turning my clone into a monster, these gems are useless. So how can I make good use of this name? I better head over to Heritage one more time. In New York City, at the Heritage headquarters, an excited voice rings out, Oh my God! Sang-yu failed to copy the doppelganger skill again with his flattery? What a pity. Belle wears a disgusted expression. Are you sure that's regrettable? Sang-yu continues to run his mouth, of course. Ho 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 ho. Well, this is an incredibly complex skill. Bayo Cheol emanates a murderous aura, but we were able to use the clone skill on part of the equipment. It's still a bit of a shame that it doesn't work on living things. Sang-yu asked, mouth agape. What? How did you do that? That's even more surprising. I wish my clones had a cloth covering when they were summoned, Belle continued. Creating a skill that surpasses the original is impossible. The ability to copy equipment is a special effect of the clone skill. If you still can't use it, it means that skill of yours can still evolve to perfection. Sang-yu was dazed, and Braille suddenly remembered. Oh, and there are a few people who want to meet you. Would you mind? Sang-yu asked, What of me? A door slides open. Daehu speaks first. Oh, so you're the master of that doppelganger. I'm DeHubert, and this is Jae-ven. DeHubert takes his hand. I was able to make progress on what I wanted long ago, all thanks to your skills. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm glad I could help you, even though I couldn't replicate any artifacts. Belle introduced him. This is DeHubert, the craftsman behind Heritage's artifacts. The cloak I gave you was also his work. Sang-woo replied, Thank you very much for that. Belle continued. And this is Mr. Jae-ven, whom I'm sure you know. Sang-yu stood there dumbfounded. Yes. You don't know? Bra said with disdain. This is the world's strongest swordsman, the S-rank sword hunter. Jae-ven turned pale upon hearing the introduction. Sang-yu asks about the S-rank hunter, thinking to himself that there weren't any in Korea, wondering if this was how he'd meet his first one, before awkwardly apologizing for not knowing much about the hunter world. Jae-ven sighed. Don't worry about it. I'm not the strongest swordsman or anything like that anyway. See? I'm not even that well known. Seeing this, Belle had to continue the introduction. Raven rescued number 7, and the troll company was behind it all. He even destroyed the lab. Go to UA, ask around. I have a question. Do you remember exactly what experiments they were doing there? I'm just curious what happened to number 7, Jae-ven replied nonchalantly. Yes, of course. I remember it all very clearly. Jae-ven recounted that there were many machines in that place, large pipes everywhere, shiny operating machines, and many robots. There were many large test tubes, like cages, as if they were experimenting on something. Jae-ven asked, Did my answers help you at all? The three were shocked to hear this. Jae-ven continued to ramble, and I was pretty sure their electricity bill would... Seeing this, B cut him off. Let me explain. We experimented with a few things after rescuing him. I think your clone was affected by D, Sang Yu said in astonishment. So, Tron Company created D? Bochel replied. You know what D is? I was just about to explain. Sang Yu mentioned something that happened in Korea, but wasn't DAB the one that turned people into crystal monsters? Bo Chow speaks up, so you knew about that. Yes, you're right. Crystal jade is a drug for humans, but its side effect is turning the user into a monster. It's an incomplete product, but because your clone isn't truly human, it was able to fully absorb the crystal jade. Based on my observations, I believe they've discovered the exact mechanism of the crystal core. Sang Yu says, so the DEB used on my clone was a perfected drug with side effects? So that's why my stats increased while my clone didn't turn into a monster, Bell thought. This is just a hypothesis, but because of that perfected DEB, the stats you can forcibly increase unnaturally have reached their limit. I believe that's why the Jade Marble no longer affects your stats. Meaning, Bell slowly enunciates, you must train on your own from now on. Sang Yu rubbed his temples, thinking, so now I actually have to work? And maybe use monster absorption? Bochet asks if there's anything else, and Sang Wu sighs. Sang Yu wondered if she knew, but it couldn't hurt to ask, so he inquired if she knew what the harvest day was. Hearing that, Braille was shocked, and the three of them stared at him with serious expressions. Sang Wu, seeing this, timidly asked, is something wrong? What did I do wrong? Daehu presses a button, and a powerful blow heads straight for Sang Yu, who realizes his bracelet has been deactivated. Javen spoke up, don't worry, the translation mode is still active. Javen's eyes suddenly turned black with annoyance, but he should choose his words carefully. Confused, Sang Yu's expression hardens as he speaks with authority, and multiple clones appear. Very well, I'll rephrase my question then. Are you also allied with the Academy? The entire space was immediately filled with immense pressure and tension, as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Bub was shocked and horrified, and she screamed helplessly. Stop it! Both of you stop! B's voice is firm. And you too, Jong Sanju, stop it, we're not your enemies. Sanji says coldly, I don't think you can convince me that easily. You guys started it, B softly urged. Raven, put your sword down. I don't think he knows anything. Raven paused in silence. The more she tried to defuse the situation, the more Sanju's help became essential to their plan. You know that, don't you? Finally, he withdrew his power, and the sword snapped back into its sheath. Sanju said nothing, clenching his fist as he recalled his clones, the dark marks on his face receding. Seeing the two had calmed down, B sighed wearily, then turned to him and slowly began, I'll tell you what the harvest day is, but there's something you need to accept first. Sanji asks, what is it? B closes her eyes, strokes her ear, and says calmly, this world is bigger than you think. We're not actually from Earth. His eyes widened in shock as BC's ears elongated, making her appear like a spirit. Her voice, laced with trepidation, revealed, we are aliens from a place far beyond here. Our home planet is Tib, a star much like Earth, a peaceful place where many creatures lived together in harmony, a place enveloped in flora, fauna, and magic. The Uria Empire, a peaceful and beautiful planet. The architecture resembled the medieval period with tall colonnades, and all creatures were friends, until the Grenade invaded, and giant scorpion centipede monsters fell from the sky, destroying the lush green land and ancient architecture. The Uria Empire fought back, but there was a real threat behind these monsters attacking any living thing that dared to stand in their way, something we couldn't resist. Countless black vortexes suddenly appeared in the sky. The very skill that summoned the horde of Grenade monsters to this once beautiful land. Because no matter how hard we fought, countless monsters kept pouring out. One area after another fell, advancing straight to the Empire's heart. As Uria stood on the brink of despair, a man emerged from the ruins, standing before the fallen knights. Libersenstein, a scientist from Earth and the unexpected inventor of the Sanju system. His eyes widened, his voice hurried. Wait, the system was really created by one person? B replied somberly, yes, we were quite surprised at first. She recounts, I told you before, didn't I, about how difficult it is to learn a skill? Thick books were strewn across the table. It usually took people on our planet at least 10 years of intense training to become a battle mage, but Liber was different. He learned magic at an unbelievable rate and became the Archmage of Urania in just 5 years. He then focused on researching a method of rapidly acquiring magic to increase the number of people who could fight, alone with countless research papers so that anyone, even those without knowledge or understanding of complex techniques or with little mana, could defend the Empire. And then a machine was born. On the main platform sat a sphere as red as magma, the very first skill orb. A truly flawless plan. Even in its incomplete state, it provided support for basic offensive skills. Fire-colored smoke filled the sky as magic was unleashed and people began to fight back, learning magic using skill orbs. As the system neared completion, people wielded higher-level magic, and hope began to bloom. Monsters fell, and the hope for peace in Tiber after repelling the Grand IDs grew. The long war dragged on until the system was complete, but his eyes hardened with madness, and Liber began a massacre. Even now, I can't understand why Liber looked like a demon lord back then. Tendrils like threads from his back pierced and held countless corpses. Everyone was killed. Even the descendants of the elemental swords and dragons couldn't stop him. He continued to kill and slaughter, Uriah drowning in a blood-red sky, bodies strewn everywhere. And so, the Uriah Empire fell in a single week, a day known as the Harvest. Sanju was in disbelief, an entire empire destroyed by one person. Butter recoiled, covering her mouth, unable to contain her trembling fear. I still can't forget that scene. Then, BC turned to Raven, slightly flustered, and spoke softly. Does Raven have anything more to explain? I don't get to see Liber often. He paused, his voice hoarse as he replied. Well, there are a few details missing, but that's roughly how it happened. Raven calmly continued. Only the three of us survived. According to this world's calendar, that was 1995. He then asked, You know what happened 5 years later, don't you? Sanju blankly replied, In the year 2000, there was a disaster. It was then that he realized something. Sanji and the system had also appeared on Earth. Javin's face darkened as he confirmed that the system was an anchor for its roots, and soon the harvest would begin on Earth. Meanwhile, heavy, ragged breaths filled the air as Hyan collapsed to the floor, admitting defeat in a trembling voice. I can't, Miho sneered, glancing down. Oh dear, you seem tired? Get up, she commanded, pointing and controlling the targets, then hummed. There was still much to learn, but Hyan's body collapsed, falling to the floor. Rewinding 1 week, Hyan warily eyed the massive object above, weakly exclaiming, This! Amidst the thick smoke, Miho lifted the orb with one hand, matter-of-factly introducing it. This is the original size of the fox skill orb I use. Now, I'll throw it. As soon as she said that, she drew her arm back slightly and hurled it at the target. A deafening boom echoed, sending dust everywhere, but as it settled, the target stood unscathed. Miho turned to face Haon. She tapped the target with a serious expression. What did she think? It's similar to your mana orb, isn't it? Mana only has form, not destructive power. Leveling up only increases the size, right? If so, then even reaching level 100 won't change anything. Miho then asks if she's only using it as the system dictates, or if she's unable to say anything. Miho coldly conjures another floating magic orb, stating decisively that she must control and compress her mana. Her skill is mana mastery, after all. Her face shrouded in shadow, her tone sharpened. The system is just a tool. In the era of disaster, people used skills well enough, even without it. With that, she hurled the magic orb. This time, it pierced the target, the force exploding against the thick wall and tearing right through it. Without even looking at the blast, Miho focused on her, adding that she was the one who used this skill. Back in the present, Miho takes out a target and waves it around. It needs to be at least this big. Your skill level isn't high, so you'll have less mana. Compress it so it's smaller than mine. Miho insists this is necessary to gain power, as Hyan sluggishly replies, I know, but I've been practicing like this all week, and today's the evaluation. Miho smirked. So, when do you plan on doing it? She questioned, using her power to rearrange the targets. So, you're going to skip it because of the evaluation, then rest up on the weekend. When will you ever train? Looking down at her, Miho said coldly, Not surprising. Don't you think you're being greedy, wanting him to become an A-rank hunter now? Seeing Ion's trembling fist, she gleefully continued her taunts. Come to think of it, I worked with a hunter from Sanjiju to catch some assassins, and he fought well and was quite charming. Miho licked her lips suggestively. I even had my eye on him. Suddenly, a massive explosion cuts her off. Dust fills the air as the target behind Miho explodes, and enraged, she snarls, Give me more targets. She suddenly shouts, No, give them all to me. Miho happily runs off to comply. She sighed inwardly. Ah, to be young. Love is the greatest motivator. Turn to my side, then. Butter hesitated. So the Academy mentioned the Harvest Day? That's why you brought it up earlier. Sanji replied, That's right. He continued, The so-called master has brainwashed many others to do his bidding. She was thunderstruck, and in a panic she gathered her allies, trembling as she asked what they should do. I think we can stop it, Raven stated coldly. If we can't act on our own, we'll become targets of the system. We could ask for help from others? Du mused, stroking his beard. If we can get this information to the higher-ups. But before he could finish, a strong voice interrupted. Wait, Sanju says gravely. We can't directly move on the academy yet. My sister is affected by the ghost virus, and I need the divine elixir. B is shocked. A demon virus? Dub asks incredulously. So you're just going to leave the students at the academy like that? You just said they were brainwashed, Sanji replied, his voice hoarse. I didn't leave them like that, only for the divine medicine. Dub scoffed, and Raven, who was usually quiet, stared intently at him before unexpectedly asking, So, in other words, if we get the divine medicine for you, you'll help us? Sanji was caught off guard, his face blank. What? Raven chuckled. If you become my disciple, I'll take care of the elixir. Sanji was shocked. What? A disciple? B was also surprised. Raven, though relaxed, spoke with conviction. Yes, a disciple will do anything I say, but of course, it's all to become stronger. You find it hard to believe? And weren't you just trying to kill me? And awkwardly replied, Well, I thought you were with the system, my bad. Then, turning seriously to Sanju, he said solemnly, The offer isn't too bad, is it? After all, you said you'd do anything to get the medicine god right. If we can solve that problem, we can stop Earth's doomsday together. Now we're on the same side. Raven smirked. Besides, after fighting your doppelganger before, I had a feeling you could become even stronger. So, what do you say? Sanju fell silent, remembering his sister lying in a hospital bed, breathing through a machine, with no sign of waking up. He agrees somberly, All right. Sanju clenched his fist tightly, telling himself not to hesitate. Sanju stared at him, saying firmly, If you can get me the divine medicine, I'll be your dog. Ven corrected him. No, not a dog. A disciple. In the ruins district at night, heavy breathing echoed through the silence. The short, auburn-haired woman gazes in one direction, several agents warily scanning their surroundings behind her. She taps her fingers, listening to the comm in her ear, and reports seriously, He's on the run. Don't let him escape. Subdue him and bring him in. Chev sat in the corner, his voice a frustrated snarl. Damn it, that wretched seeker. He pretended to let me escape, but he already called the Federal Investigation Bureau. Damn it, I gave him the valuable information he needed. What more does he want? He thought he had saved important documents related to DEP and Elisa, but Chev hurriedly contacted her. Elisa, how many people are surrounding me right now? Elisa's voice crackled over the receiver, her answer vague. 10. No, wait, maybe 5? I don't know, maybe 20. His face fell in shock as he cursed. Damn it, the recognition device is broken, and Elisa is malfunctioning too. Outside, the federal agent reported back to the woman, presumably the captain from before. Is that building done for? She immediately ordered. If he resists, you're authorized to kill him. Get the others here, now. Chev is horrified. Damn it, they're here. Elisa's voice still echoed. Yes, I think someone else has arrived. Or was he mistaken? Did he know? But he had no time to think. As he watched the figures closing in below, Chev's voice grew resigned. In the end, he had failed to surpass them. Suddenly, the rubble beneath him began to tremble. Chev noticed, his eyes widening in alarm, while the agents below stared in stunned disbelief. Damn it, what is that? The captain shouted, What in the world is that thing? In the sky, countless flaming rocks of all sizes rained down like a giant beehive, crashing to the ground as screams echoed, the agents' corpses consumed by the intense blaze. The captain stared in shock at the scene before her, injuries covering her body. Frantic, she grabbed her radio, her voice trembling. We need backup. We need backup. But before she could finish, a rock flew from behind, piercing her and breaking her spine. How she collapsed onto the burning ground as a shoe stepped forward, accompanied by mocking laughter. But then a voice shouted, Chev, I heard you were here. Chev slowly peeked out, his eyes widening at the chaos. What a flag. Here Young looked up at him, maniacally bold. I'm here to save you, so don't be surprised. Come on out, my business partner. Meanwhile, before a massive system array, a man's hoarse voice reverently echoes, We have sent Chev's location to Shinhee as you requested. That dark figure muses that he must have arrived by now. She laments, Poor humans, as her mournful attendant immediately justifies their actions as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. Beneath the veil, Oracle paused, then coldly asked, Don't you have any questions? Why I ordered you to give Cindy the location of Chev? And why federal investigation agents had to die? He bowed obediently, replying, I'm not curious about such things. I only follow Oracle's orders. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll head to the next location. Oracle said grimly, Be careful. Catacomb is a dangerous place. Back to Sanji, Javen said casually. Now we'll start with sword forms, then move on to basic strikes. First, we'll cover basic speed, and we should also be controlling the mana flow in our bodies, but we'll learn that properly next time. First, relax your arms. But Sanju interrupted, looking confused. Wait, what about the elixir? I was sure I said I'd become your disciple after I got it. Ven stammers. I'll get the elixir later, but wouldn't it be better to gain experience first so you can level up faster once you have it? Sanju retorts. That's not the deal we made. You must be from another planet because no one on Earth does that. Hearing that, he froze instantly, and Raven panicked, forcing a smile. Hey, I'm an S-rank hunter. Even if you brought a bag full of money, you might not even get the chance to learn swordsmanship from me. You're awfully confident. I'm a master of clones. Heritage invested $12.8 billion, around $10 million US, to learn to clone like me, and they still couldn't do it. B is utterly shocked as Sanju points directly at him, his tone emphatic. But since the end of days isn't far off, I won't completely dismiss your offer, so I want a fair deal. In exchange, you'll have a disciple, but not me, until you give me the divine elixir, he says, his eyes closed. And who better to be your disciple? He will do whatever you ask. At that moment, space suddenly shattered like glass, and Sanju proudly presented another clone of himself. This is the one. He will learn swordsmanship from him in my place. The clone stares blankly, a chunk of beef still in its mouth. With that settled, Sanju eagerly waved goodbye and ran off. Good luck and listen to him, number 7. I have class at the academy, so I'll head out first. Vala watches him leave, frozen in place. Finally, he resigned himself to his fate. At least he had someone to teach. Then, disciple. Let's begin with the stance. But before he could finish, 7 eyed the cut of meat. I'm not your disciple. The old man was instantly horrified. The scenes he imagined of them eagerly learning swordsmanship together. Ho ho, my disciple. Why don't we learn this today? Yes, master, sharing delicious food together. It's so good. What is this dish? It's ramen, master. I bought it for you to try. Then came the scene of parting. I have nothing more to teach you. Now you can descend the mountain. But master, I still have so much to learn. Everything shatters and fades as the master vanishes. His expression remained unreadable, his lonely voice fading into silence. First, the speed sword. Pay attention and listen as I begin teaching it now. Number 7 obediently responds. Back at the academy, Huck carries a box full of orbs announcing that today is the day they've all been waiting for. We'll be learning a new skill soon, and I'll be handing out ice skill orbs. We'll do exactly as we did before. The person at the front of the line will dejectedly step forward to receive their orb, lost in thought. So Javen, BCK, and Do aren't from Earth, but aliens from a planet destroyed in the apocalypse. He imagines the somber face of Libersenstein, the creator of the system. Why would he do that? What was his purpose? With a cold face, Sanju used the ice orb, announcing, "Freeze! Skill formed." He fell silent, suddenly struck by an idea. Wait, could it be that we can't use the system on Doomsday? I learned the most basic mana controls through meditation. Sanji blankly unleashes a mana-infused step, prompting a worried reminder from Hayok about where he's going. Hunters should only use skills in the training room, Yidis, but he's still lost in thought. So, what's the core element inside? Attribute conversion? Maybe I can use mana without the system, he thinks, ignoring the dumbfounded stares of everyone around him. Sanju repeatedly chants, a blue aura swirling in his hand. Fire and ice, fire and ice. He patted his arm and glared, yelling, I'm burning up, you bastard. Give me a fireball or an ice ball, anything. Suddenly, a display popped up, pausing everything. Sanju was surprised. The board told him to go to Khatum. He scoffs, acting all high and mighty. Is this really the end times? What now? Sanju enters the lecture hall, finds an empty seat, and stares at the screen that reads, Answer me if you understand. But he has no idea what or where this Khatum is. I don't know what this is, but it knows my name. He glances at Hayok on the platform, thinking to himself, he's definitely behind this. Standing at the podium, Hayok solemnly shares that they will train as before, but first he has something to tell them. Until now, you've only trained in the practice room, going around in circles, but this time will be a little different. He raises his voice with excitement. This time, we'll learn new skills by practicing on monsters in the dungeon. This will be an international event, and our academy has been assigned to explore the dungeon. Catacombs. Immediately, the screen behind him displayed images of the dungeon's skeleton soldiers. He was excited. A massive dungeon with different areas and basements. Sanjo frowned in surprise. Moments later, a knock came at the door near Blackmane, leaving him bewildered. Who is it? Sanju kicks the door open without hesitation. He swaggered in, announcing his return, then vanished, his demeanor shifting as he grabbed Black Shoe's collar, angrily questioning him. Do you have a death wish? You set this up, didn't you? Even if I wanted to pretend to respect you, I really can't anymore. He panicked and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "What's going on?" Sanju said sternly. "What were you thinking? Live combat in the catacombs." "Now you've gotten your way," Heiyu retorted, stunned. "I don't know what you're talking about. Each academy around the world was randomly assigned a catacomb for practical combat training, and it's not like you can just change it if you want to." Then, regaining some composure, he asks, "So you're not the one who messed with my status window?" He found it even harder to believe. "Huh? Is there something there?" Just then, the window appeared again. Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it! If not for the academy!" A strange status window then appeared, reading, "Reporter, I want to stop the apocalypse. Please help me. If I'm spacing out, then who sent this to me?" Elsewhere, Miho stares intently at the smoking target. Behind the thick white smoke, a weary and trembling Heian struggled to ask, "What do you think?" The other girl replied meaningfully, "Well, you did it?" Completely elated, Ion exclaims, "I finally did it," and happily embraces Miho. "Long is sincere. Thank you so much." Miho replies nonchalantly, "Yeah, great. You need to maintain that level even as your skill level increases, got it? And don't let go of Sanju." She teased with a faint smile, raising her hand to use a healing skill on Heian. Heian happily left, and Miho waved goodbye, relieved to pick up the target and examine it again. Miho was impressed. She didn't realize she could compress that much mana. On the targeting board, a small, round hole pierced the bullseye. No level could stop that skill. Back in his private room, Sanji plopped down on the bed, annoyed. "Are you even listening?" "Who are you?" The system panel flashed to life. "Our conversation is limited. The answer to your question requires an explanation. And if that's the case, the system will detect me. And I want to prevent the harvest. That's all I can say," you state bluntly with a serious face. "I'm sorry, but I've heard about the harvest day. It's the system and Liber's doing. How can I trust a message sent through the system?" The screen displays the correct answer. "First, because I'm blue. We're different colors." Sanju reads this and flies into a rage. "You're mocking me, aren't you?" "That bastard." The system screen flickers again. "Think of it this way. If I were with the system, why would I contact you? All I have to do is tell the master about the people at headquarters," Sanju thought with a start. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a voice. "Sanju, you have a visitor." The system immediately responded, "That's all for today. We could be caught." It flashed, "Go to the catacombs and obtain the 7 deadly sins. Only you can stop the harvest." He remained silent, the system interface disappearing. Sanju watched the figure on the bed, his mind wavering. Could he really trust this person? "I just accepted the relic's offer regarding the elixir since I have nothing to lose, but he didn't tell me how he got it. I can't really trust anyone. What should I do?" Suddenly, Heian excitedly bursts through the door. "Oppa, we're going abroad soon." Sanju still seemed troubled, but he was surprised and still asked after her. "Heian, what took you so long? Where have you been?" Hei enthusiastically rubbed her nose and replied, "I was in special training." She casually sat on his bed and continued, "Why the long face?" "What's wrong?" Sanju pouted. Hey, don't just sit on my bed. There's a chair over there, outside." Her parents whispered, "Oh, our daughter's all grown up asking for things. Why don't we go to the market?" Or asks, "Is there something you can't tell me?" Sanju glanced at her, troubled, and after a pause said, "Aren't you worried? You know that Academy isn't normal, and they're planning to send us abroad." Jan was confused, but nonchalant. "Of course I don't trust the Academy. I only trust you," she said, surprising him. Then she cheerfully jokes, I trust you 100%. Sanji was a bit dazed, silent for a moment. Then he sighed with relief and replied, "Now that I think about it, you're right." Sanju affirms to himself, "That's right. I don't need to worry about who I can trust." Heian shyly adds, "Well, if you're still worried about things like that, you can lean on me anytime you want." But before she could finish, Sanju cuts her off, confidently stating that he can only trust himself. He laughs maniacally, thinking about how strong he is and who would dare betray him. Hyen's dreams are crushed, falling for the classic trap. Cut to Jong Sanjiju. The master muses, a B-rank Korean, and he's only been a hunter for a year. Then, in shock, an average of 70? This is bad. I didn't know such a skill existed. I can't just sit here and watch. Elisa suddenly shouted, "Everything you predicted was right." The master sighed. Forget it. Suddenly a beam of light tore through the sky and crashed into the room. The master suddenly perks up, intrigued, chuckling, "Well, look who it is." Jumper, a blond man in a casual 3-piece suit, emerges from the smoke. He says, "I heard you've been causing quite a bit of trouble." He rests his chin, smirking. Is that why you're here? To kill me? Jumper asked, his face darkening with anger. That depends on your answer. With that, his hand twitched, bones cracking as he faced the master, who radiated a potent magical aura. The next moment, he dismissively waved his hand. The magic power vanished, and he sighed. This is about the tomb, isn't it? The master says, I didn't do it. I didn't even know the tomb would become a hunting dungeon. Jumper said darkly, Does that even sound plausible to you? He replied nonchalantly that the Academy Dungeon's practical combat was only a mid-level event, so he had someone else handle it. Elisa disgustedly kicked a person lying on the ground with blank eyes. The master continued, saying that he was the one he was looking for, so he could vent his anger on him as he pleased. He frowned, his face heavy, his eyes seemingly wrapped in blades. The master, with a cold, crazed look, warned, I know what you're worried about, but don't look at me like that. The 7 deadly sins will be safe. The labyrinth is there. In the vast underground tomb, skeletal warriors and grotesque monsters with an orange hue stand guard. It suddenly roars with a deformed voice, immediately assaulted by a cloud of dust, suffering both magical and physical damage. In the end, it couldn't accept its fate, but still fell, covered in blood. A hunter spoke up, trying to stop the others. Everyone, take a step back. The BIU Bao Academy members discuss it's a real monster. This is my first hunt. I'm still a little dazed and can't believe it. She asked, What kind of monster is that? It looks disgusting. Sanju coldly replies, Probably a speed golem or something, and more importantly, they won't let us hunt. At this moment, guild leader Kim Zong of the YOLO Guild firmly shouts, all right, don't leave the line without permission. It's very dangerous. He was stunned. Ms. Kim? Mr. Sion was surprised as Sanju approached, asking what she was doing there. She casually replies, Just working a side job. The academy's overcrowded and they don't have enough professors, so they hired some C-rank hunters and above. And what about you? Sanju immediately gave a polite bow, saying, I'm a student here. Please protect us. She bursts into giggling laughter. What? Him? A student, you say? Who's protecting who here? This doesn't even need the guild. But his expression is serious, even wary. What are we doing here? Xion was candid, saying only hired hunters would fight, while the students were mainly there to observe. Not far away, 2 people were hacking away at skeleton soldiers. She added, Oh, that's what the academy asked us to do? Seo Hyunga paused. I'm not sure why, but it's probably because there are too many students. They just said to protect the academy students and keep them away from the monsters. Then, glancing at him, she added, Anyway, if you step out of line and sneak off, I'll pretend I didn't see it, so please help protect the other students. Sanju only cared about one thing. Would she share the reward? Suddenly, Hyeon glared and asked, Who is she? You seem awfully cheerful. He turned, startled, and stammered, Don't do that. You scared me. She's the manager of the YOLO Guild. She helped you out before. Hearing that, Ion was visibly shaken. What? The person Miho was talking about is right here? Right? Senju was completely bewildered. What? The person who trained me seems to be in a secluded place at the same time, uttering trembling and dense words, but it's not clear. A figure sat slumped there, muttering, staring intently at the orb, projecting Sanju and the others. His voice, though still trembling, now clearer, yet laced with madness. Too many. There are too many. The figure knelt in the hall, energy swirling around him, his voice filled with dread. No, they're gathering in too great a number. If it continues like this, I won't be able to save it. This man is the master of the false labyrinth tomb. Suddenly, a sound echoes in their ears. Sanji warily put his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Heian, come here. Hyeon froze in shock as a mage trembled in terror. They felt a tremor. What was that? Did the ground just shake? His fellow knight asked sternly. Everyone, form a line. Right in front of us, there's a bottomless sinkhole. The knight, startled, immediately gave the order. Everyone fall back, run quickly. Everyone scrambled with all their might as the sinkhole grew ever larger. Sanji swiftly hoisted Vashon onto his shoulders. Startled, she said, Brother, calm down, don't worry, it's nothing. Suddenly, the system status window appeared, with a brief message below. Sanji coldly rolled his eyes. Then, realizing what was happening, immediately handed her over to number 6. Hyeon didn't have time to react as Sanji jumped into the hole, casually telling them, You two go on ahead. Number 6 held her back, giving a stern salute. Hye was flustered. Appa. Sanjo angrily plummets, muttering, This better not be a trap, or you're dead. The other person casually replies, Fine, he says, then adds sternly, And one more thing. After this, you're telling me exactly who you are. Suddenly, Sanju was overcome with a strange sensation. He was no longer falling. It felt as if the entire universe was supporting him, even when he relaxed his body. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of softness and warmth. This embrace, a system notification suddenly appears. He's buried, Sanji blankly repeats, lying on a pile of rubble and bones. I'm buried. He glared at the skull near his face, grinding his teeth in annoyance. It's not hard to move this stuff, but the entire area around me is blocked, and I can't see anything, so I don't know which way to go. Suddenly, a sliver of light appears above him, and stones are lifted away by an unknown force as a voice speaks, using a skill to scan the area for life. He's confident because he has a skill like that. Sanju is surprised. Dung Yan, you're here too? Dung Yi calmly took a drink and replied, Of course, I have no intention of giving up the divine medicine. He casually climbed out of the grave and inquired, How did you fall down here? He asked back, looking exhausted. Do you think I can run like the rest of you? Of course I couldn't run fast enough, so I fell. Sanju was speechless. Why do you sound so proud of it? Rong Yi asked seriously. This is no joke. I think other disciples have fallen down here as well. Startled, he thought the quake must have been widespread. Composing himself, Sanju climbed out to assess his surroundings, finding a multitude of paths. He suspects the catacombs are a dungeon in the form of a giant maze, and they've fallen into a deeper part of it. No one knows where this place leads. Dust and shadows filled the catacomb as Sanju fell silent. He sat on a broken rock, quietly saying, Your teleportation skill, the recovery time is over, isn't it? Rong Yi honestly replied, Yes, do you want to leave here now? Sanji refuses, No, you go out alone. He's astonished, his tone angry. What? I don't know what kind of monsters are in here, even if it's you. Just as Rong Yan finished speaking, a long, grotesque monster lunged at him, jaws open to attack. But before it could do anything, a shoe slammed into its face, sending it flying into the catacomb wall with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sanji casually retracted his leg, saying, I'm going deeper now. I don't have time to babysit anyone. But without forcing the issue, he added, Well, if you're so confident, you can follow me. Dung Yen smirks, then immediately opens a portal, declaring, Well, I'm off. Sanji praised his choice, watching him step into the portal, but before he could move, he sensed something. Turning around, he saw Dung Yan's face poking out of the gate behind him, and Sanju angrily grabbed his collar and shouted, What do you think you're doing? Even Dung Yan is confused. What is this? He cautiously wondered. Damn it, I thought some kind of magic was scrambling the coordinates throughout this labyrinth. He's stunned. What? What's that? Rong Yan explains. It's used for security systems. It makes entering or exiting a place via teleportation impossible. Just then, the high-speed golem monster he'd kicked groaned and reacted. Sanju was drawn in and tried to open a summoning portal, saying, But my portals are working fine. He glanced over and replied, Your skill has fixed coordinates. It's different from teleportation, unless we have coordinates on it. Clones emerge blankly from the spatial walls as Sanju clicks his tongue, realizing his skill is now useless and he can't protect her, so she should conserve her drinks. Then Sanji speeds up, urging them to follow, but Dung Yan panics, pointing out that the monster behind them is still lying there, groaning helplessly. Time passes quickly, and elsewhere a separated group trembles in fear. The floor collapsed. What are we going to do? Gogil Rio's CBAE rank hunter captain, Min, calmly spoke. Everyone, stay calm and don't separate. He turned to his teammate and asked, Still no contact with those above? The Roman-style warrior awkwardly replied, No signal. John Min grew uneasy as the trapped students became restless. What should I do? I can't fight. He's so heavy. Everyone here has basic combat skills, but they lack hunting experience and are terrified. It'll be difficult to manage if monsters appear. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Chi-Min thought this, a monster suddenly lunged forward, mouth wide open. But someone was already in its path. Number 4 had suddenly appeared. He slays the monster, cursing in frustration. Damn it! Why do they keep reviving? Sanji approaches, assessing the situation. They're easy to kill on the upper floors, but it's different here, Rong Yan added. It seems every type of monster here is stronger than those above. These skeletons have already revived several times. John Min was surprised to see the two of them, and Sanju noticed as well. Wait, are you with the guild from the academy? His voice trembled slightly. Yes, I'm the captain of the Gogrio Baichin Guild, Sanju the hunter and Shindong Yen the hunter. The students overheard and, relieved, regained their composure, realizing they were saved. Zhang Sanju and Shindong Wai, the academy's strongest students. But that girl seemed flustered. I don't feel comfortable meeting the hunter in Sanju. Never mind the lively discussion, he replied curtly. That's right. Suddenly, the monster let out a piercing shriek. Sanju is annoyed. Ah, damn it, they're regenerating again. He orders them to stab the monsters to pieces so they can't regenerate, and numbers 1 and 2 immediately draw their swords, replying in unison. The monsters cried out in agony, and the students were terrified by the bloody scene. They're panicking. We're all going to die. So you really are going to take revenge? Min felt a chill down his spine, his voice trembling even more. Sorry, but besides us, do you see anyone else? Sanju patted his hips, seriously affirming that they were the first ones, then continued. We can't contact those above. Surprised, he asked about contact, and Sanju revealed there was a way. Moments later, a figure emerges from the spatial rift, tears streaming down their face. Oh, Mom. From the other side, she furiously shouts, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you crazy? Why would you jump down there on purpose? He felt guilty and weakly pleaded, Please, calm down. Min was also dumbfounded. Oh, there's a path. Sanju quickly turned around, suppressing his thoughts, and told him that he couldn't pass through dimensions. No one but him could enter. He asks Ion how things are going up there, and she replies that they're checking how many people fell. Sanju reports the situation on his end. A group of students led by the B-rank hunter, Troll Mine. If they investigate where the floor collapsed, they can guess where we fell. Ion understands immediately. Okay, I'll tell them now. Suddenly, a student turned pale and screamed. Ah, spiders. Chin notices them. What's going on? Over there, Sanju is still lecturing Zhang. Ah, and the teleportation skill won't work. Someone said there's some kind of skill here that's interfering. Be good, and I'll tell them. He continued, comforting her. I have enough clones here as I need. If teleportation worked, I'd grab number 6, so don't worry. Be careful, okay? As the space wall closed, Rongyan carefully asked, What are you going to do now? Wait here until they're rescued? Sanji immediately rejected the idea. No, I'll leave a clone here and move on to another location. He peeked out to announce his presence. Mr. Chin, Sanju suddenly froze. The long corridor of the tomb was empty, devoid of life. He was stunned, and even Deng Yan, rushing out to look, was shocked. What the hell, where did everyone go? Sanju was wary, but he hadn't heard any movement or fighting. Use that, 7th Thon. The thing you used to find me. Deng Yan frowned, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly used his skill, saying, Damn it, you told me to conserve potions. An explosion rips through the air, and Deng Yan freezes, shocked. There's no one else within a 2-mile radius of us. Sanjiju is startled and disoriented. That's weird, isn't it? I thought teleportation didn't work here. Deng Yan frowned, taking a swig from her potion bottle. And of course, those guys don't even have teleportation skills. Sanji was annoyed, but before he could vent his anger, the entire tomb corridor suddenly shook. Dozens of giant monsters appear and surround them, causing Rongyan to curse, Damn it! Sanji, on the other hand, remained calm, his face cold as he slowly drew his sword, realizing this was a labyrinth. Not just a normal dungeon. The entire space here is constantly changing. Meanwhile, back at the training ground with Javen, he unleashes a decisive strike, a fierce sword attack filled with murderous intent. Javen's tone rose and fell, explaining that mastering the sword form would create a vacuum, a wind-manipulating technique known as human wind. He trailed off, turning away, speechless. Are you even listening? Number 7 has brought out a table and noble chairs, leisurely cutting a piece of meat as an honest reply. Raven felt helpless and frustrated. He should focus on practicing his sword form first, he thought to himself. I am an S rank, a top-tier instructor. Raven continued. Sensing the vibrations in the air is the first step to success, because the sword form is also very difficult. Number 7 elegantly wipes his mouth. He instructed, Don't use your arm, use your wrist. Before he could finish, 7 swung his sword, unleashing a sword intent that towered over him, shaking the void. Raven stared in disbelief, stammering, What? How is it back behind the skeleton soldier whose head was half blown off? As the clones rushed to restrain the monsters, Rongyan cheered, Great! The unwilling skeleton soldier shakes its head and roars. Sanji doesn't have time for this, angrily striking out, Just die already! Suddenly, the system window appears, stating this won't end until he kills the one controlling this space. Sanji gritted his teeth. Is that all this bastard can say? Monsters were everywhere, and the space was still shaking. He cursed the damn controller of this place. The number of years confirms it. Yes, I must meet him because I won't let him off easily. Elsewhere, the cubes are floating. The tomb's master muttered with a trembling voice, Zhang Sanji Ju, there must be a reason the master warned me about you. You possess a formidable fighting power. He cradles a box of thread, feigning pitiful tears, saying, "He reminds me so much of you." The tomb master speaks. You are surrounded by the most corpses. So you really are strong, but faced with a mountain of corpses, he laments that there is always a limit. Sanju gritted his teeth, swinging his sword, splattering blood everywhere. He was tense. They just kept coming. These monsters keep reviving, and it takes 2 or 3 times as long to defeat them. And when you think you've eliminated them all, they just move to another space. Sanju wiped his blade on his arm in frustration. Is there no way to stop these bastards from resurrecting? Dongyan crossed her arms and said, I heard that you can burn and destroy the undead if you have holy power. Why don't you try praying now, as she suggested? I'll destroy you and turn you into one of them. But why didn't Sanju think of burning him? He looked at the clones and asked, You can create fireballs and juggle them, right? Yes. Sanju seriously touched the blade. Then can you transfer the fireballs and spread them across my sword? The clone used a bit and replied, We can. Meanwhile, Raven was a little flustered. Disciple, what are you planning to do? Seven bluntly replies that he's just imitating him, then awkwardly twists his wrist. But my wrist will regenerate in 3 minutes. Raven watched number 7 intently, impressed. He thought to himself that the boy had a high recovery rate, and at this level his speed sword was almost comparable to a level 3 Great Gale. He clenched his fist, realizing the boy not only had keen eyes but an incredible control over his body. He really does have potential. If I train him well, he could become a blade that pierces liber. With that in mind, Javen said solemnly, We'll begin a new lesson, so you can sit down now. My disciple, I will impart magic to you. In the dungeon, flames roared, accompanied by maniacal laughter, as Sanju raised his sword high, boasting, Yes, this is the holy sword, shrouded in fireballs. Dong Yuang frowned. Then why not just attack them with fireballs? He retorted, Can't you see the divine power emanating from this weapon? Watch as Sanju strikes, a fiery blow hitting the golem, causing it to wail in panic as it burns. He wordlessly watched the other clone use fire until the monster's corpse was burned black. Sanjiju nodded sternly. They were cooked now. Rongyan didn't comment, simply saying, Yeah, whatever helps you sleep at night. He was infuriated by this. Ugh, you talk too much. Why don't you use some kind of holy power skill? He admits he has such a skill, but can only maintain it for half a second. Is that okay? Just then, a stranger suddenly appears. There you are. You're a hunter, aren't you? Sanju says coldly, It's me. Who is this guy? He's carrying a piece of iron, and his face is identical to the retainer who bowed before the oracleer. He's not panicked or uneasy at all. Oh, what a relief. By the way, could you point me to the way out of here? I got lost sightseeing. He was suspicious, and the sightseer thought to himself with disdain. Does he think I'll believe that? Sanju just pointed in a random direction. I don't know the way out, but there's a path over there, the man said cheerfully. Ah, that's enough, thank you. Now tell me, who are you? Surely you didn't come all this way just to sightsee. But before he could finish, he cursed inwardly and looked down. Damn, your shoelaces are untied. Let me fix them for you. The man knelt down to tie the laces, saying, Please, don't doubt me. He continued. Don't doubt the path you're on, just keep going, you're doing great. Sanji was suspicious. The man spoke in a measured tone, the truth soon to be revealed, but Deng Yen paid it no mind. What the hell is he talking about? After securing the rope, the man pushes himself up. Well, thank you for showing me the way. Goodbye. As he ambled away, muttering to himself, everything was proceeding according to prophecy, leaving the boy dumbfounded. What the hell? Suddenly a communication comes through. Brother, the telepathic link is established. The rescue team is coming for you, just tell us where you are. Sanju responds, The awakened must have arrived, right? But there's a slight problem. The space here changes periodically, randomly teleporting those inside to a location within the maze. Ah, it's moving again. The person on the other side is shocked. Sanju reports back. He doesn't even know where Hunter Bay Chulman's group went. Mr. Huang is worried, certain no one was there when the rescue team went down to the collapsed area. The knight was serious, ordering the rescue team to hurry before they were teleported elsewhere, while Hyun fretted, unsure of what to do. If the location keeps changing, I won't be able to map the structure, but you can. She's startled. What's going on? Sanju says confidently. The guys with the best memories are here. Get ready. Starting now, we'll map this place. From the surveillance orb, a voice trembled as he watched the clones scatter. They're scattering? The tomb's master is delighted. Indeed. Anyone would do that if they stayed there long enough. They're all trying to scatter and find a way to figure out the structure at all costs to escape this place. He's frantic, but it's futile. They should know that a good sense of direction is useless in a space that shifts in real time. Things are becoming easier now. Everyone just needs to wait a little longer. Gazing at the projection orb, the tomb's master grew even more frantic. Yes, keep running. He was going insane, laughing uncontrollably. Cubes of energy floated in the air, and the tomb's master stopped, his face a mask of surprise. Meanwhile, his clone ran and reported, "I've never seen this place before." Designating it Point A3. He dove into a spatial rift, saying quickly, "It's 500 meters from where we first ran into trouble. I've been to this location before, we should be at a crossroads up ahead." Another clone analyzes, right, left, right from point B3 will take us to point A2. The skirmish with the enemy took place about 640 meters from point A3. Around the point where we met Bai Chi Min's group, designated point C3, to the right of point D2, starting from the space crack, information is constantly being transmitted. Go forward 14 meters, then turn left 30 degrees. Another clone outside, drawing. Young-Yi asks in surprise, "What is it?" He replies, "I've scattered the clones, and their trajectories are being drawn as they move. Even if they're teleported somewhere, as long as they accurately remember the path they took, they'll reach the meeting point where the paths converge at some point. If we put it all together, we can create a map." Somehow the convoluted map of the areas connects. He finds it hard to believe. They can remember every place they've been, even the directions they took. Sanju was speechless, but I couldn't do that. Suddenly, a report came through the spatial wall. "I've met Beijon Min's hunter group. I've encountered a new group of survivors from the academy." Same here. He suddenly makes contact. "Can you hear me?" "Hurry then." "Ah, yes." The rescue team is standing by, and Sengu says, "I'll tell you the location." The clone, holding the map, continued. "I'll point out the locations from the north where the master's accident occurred, starting with the closest." Then, the rescue team found Beijo Min's group, followed by a group from the academy as well as other hunters. Everyone was quickly reunited. Sanu breathed a sigh of relief. Saving people is always fun, isn't it? The master of the tomb, witnessing this, flew into a rage, clawing at the floor and howling in broken cries. "Dongyang, Wuzhong, Sanju, how dare you? Minions converge at once. It seems the map's structure is nearing completion. The upper maze is a giant circle, a map pieced together from countless small areas, almost complete." Sanji observes and continues, "The reason the teleportation is so strange must be due to some skill. If it's a skill, it has range limits. So the one who created this maze," he points to the center, "must be at its heart." Sanji tears open a spatial rift, serious. "Everyone, focus. Let's find out who's behind all of this." But before he can finish, Yongyan cuts him off. Before he could finish, he pointed at himself and said, "You have to get me out of here first. Take me to the rescue team." Sanji gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the master of the Lost Soul's tomb muttered, "I'm sorry, I can't save everyone." Suddenly regaining his composure, he reached under his robes. "But no matter, there's still hope. At least I'll stop anyone who dares to come near this place." The master of the soulless tomb takes out a syringe. Perhaps he foresaw this. He decisively stabs the syringe into his neck, thinking, "With this, I can return." To a time when everyone was still happy. Darkness falls, a voice echoes, and the sky suddenly cracks open, unleashing monsters, as if returning to the past, within the dimly lit tomb. They couldn't believe it. Everyone was dead. The streets were lined with corpses. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. "Attention, all listeners." The young man quickly called out, realizing the broadcast meant someone was still alive out there. The radio crackles to life, reporting strange phenomena occurring simultaneously across the globe. Monsters are pouring out of an unidentified gate, and people are under attack. "We're calling this the Great Catastrophe and declaring a national state of emergency. If you encounter anything strange, evacuate immediately. If you encounter an unknown creature, don't provoke it. Try to escape." Everyone was stunned as the broadcast continued, instructing them to gather food and water and await rescue. "This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." Suddenly, a strange movement catches everyone's eye. Someone shouts, Hey, look, 2 skeletons are floating and merging." It has reanimated as a skeleton soldier, and everyone is fleeing in terror. The skeleton is moving. "Everyone, run!" A girl in the group falls, desperately calling for help as the skeleton soldier leaps towards her and then vanishes. They were shocked that it vanished, and then someone suddenly spoke up, "Don't go outside." The man's hand is shrouded in magic, and he wearily says he can protect everyone here. Labyrinthos warps space in a fixed location, rendering all space-related skills, including teleportation, useless for traversing between the warped space and the outside world. But the Labyrinthos will still function. His voice trembled. "It's too dangerous out there. A return to reality." The syringe clatters to the floor, and the tomb owner stammers, "I'm just trying to keep everyone safe and sound." His eyes rolled back as magical power erupted from his head like a bolt of lightning. Dust and smoke filled the air as the tomb's master spoke with resentment. Why won't anyone understand? He screamed maniacally. Why doesn't anyone understand me? Over there. Dongyan sighed as the rescue worker shouted. We're the rescue team. Use the rope to climb up. He hesitated, but grabbed the rope and climbed. Annoyed, Sanju ordered number 2 to carry him, but before they could react, space twisted and warped and everyone above vanished, leaving him startled. What's going on? Sanju angrily jumps up and curses, realizing, damn it, it's blocked. I guess I'll have to use my spatial abilities. Dongyan panicked. Are you leaving me behind? He opened a spatial rift, only to find it just as chaotic, and he was stunned. Huh? Spatial skills are blocked too? I thought they'd work. Hearing this, he froze, and the two fell into worried silence. Sanju spoke up. I guess this is the only way. We have to go to the central area as planned. Yang Yan returned to her calm demeanor, opened the medicine bottle, and smiled faintly. Tch, I was planning on staying to help you anyway. Let's go. Above, the rescue worker panics. I can't see the wire anymore. Suddenly, a voice barked out, Get out of the way! She turns back startled, and with a loud explosion, smoke and fire erupt, filling the air with dust. The white smoke quickly dissipates, and a voice curses, Damn it! Miho appears, indomitable, scratching her head and wondering, Still not enough? Ha is stunned. Sis, she noticed too. Hey Ion, thank goodness you're okay. Hello doppelganger. Miho continued. I heard Sanju is still trapped inside. Hey Ion worriedly replied, Yes, he went with Shinrong Yi. She said seriously, I don't think he's in danger, but if we leave things as they are, who knows what will happen. We have to deal with the guy activating the space warp restriction skill now. Song Bi-ho continued, but as you can see, I can't break through the barrier. Hey Ion urged, What should we do? I heard teleportation skills don't work either, she says with a faint smile. What do you mean? Of course we have to try with your skills. She's shocked. Love? Miho calmly says, Show me the results of your training. Meanwhile, the clones are relentlessly fighting, only to be suddenly teleported. He quickly said, We're being pushed further away. This is outside of Area A2. He charged forward again, pushing towards the center, only to be teleported outside.